Chapter 1 the last time. Once more, if you please. You scoundrel, this is the fourth time. How much longer must this continue? In an opulent chamber, upon a plush bed, Su Qingxue glared at the man before her, a mixture of embarrassment and fury evident in her expression. This man, Lin Zhe, was her contractual husband, essentially a mere substitute. Typically refined and gentle, tonight he resembled a ravenous wolf. Su Qingxue distinctly recalled that her initial aim was simply to divorce him. In pursuit of a smooth separation, she had even offered him an additional 10 million as compensation, to which he readily acquiesced. Yet, after he had accidentally bumped his head, the situation took a startling turn. Not only had she found herself bewilderingly in his embrace, but he had also audaciously claimed her first kiss and her virginity. Su Qingxue was well aware of her own beauty, her figure exceedingly alluring, particularly her two exquisite, snow-white legs. Each time she donned a short skirt, stockings, and high heels, she inevitably attracted a plethora of admiring gazes. However, even so, this scoundrel had no right to bet her time and again. I do not wish for this either, but Su Qingxue, I have cherished you for 7 long years. The thought that we are to divorce tomorrow, and that you will soon be in the arms of Ji Zifeng, rends my heart and leaves me breathless, Lin Zhe lamented, his expression one of profound grievance. Ji Zifeng was the unattainable ideal from Su Qingxue's university days, who after graduation had ventured abroad with his girlfriend. Recently, he had contacted Su Qingxue, expressing weariness and a desire to return home. He had made his intentions clear wish to be with Su Qingxue. Consequently, this infatuated fool was eager to finalize her divorce with Lin Zhe. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue fell silent. She understood that Lin Zhe had loved her for 7 years, and his eyes bore resemblance to Ji Zifeng Shen's her choice of him as a substitute. In their 3 years of marriage, Su Qingxue acknowledged that Lin Zhe had taken exceptional care of her. He always displayed remarkable patience in her presence, his temper seemingly non-existent. Despite her lack of affection for him, she conceded that Lin Zhe was indeed a commendable partner for marriage. Were it not for Ji Zifeng's impending return, she would not have desired a divorce. Just this last time, Su Qingxue relented. Lin Zhe fell silent, his words lost as he swiftly enveloped Su Qingxue's fragrant, soft form in his embrace the moment her sentence concluded. Be gentle, Su Qingxue chided playfully, her voice dripping with allure. After an exhilarating encounter, Su Qingxue succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Zhe, however, remained awake, igniting a cigarette as he exhaled clouds of smoke, still grappling with the bewildering reality of his inexplicable transmigration. Yes, Lin Zhe had traversed dimensions that he was originally a member of the underworld on Blue Star, and due to his remarkable success, the government treated him to peanuts. Consequently, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bewildering new world, with his soul inexplicably attached to a namesake. Initially, upon understanding the situation after his unexpected arrival, Lin Zhe felt a twinge of delight. Firstly, he had been reborn, and secondly, Su Qingxue was undeniably captivating. Lin Zhe had encountered numerous beauties on Blue Star, yet none could rival Su Qingxue's allure. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her figure was also tantalizingly alluring, particularly those two exquisitely slender and fair legs that were simply irresistible. However, this joy was short-lived as Su Qingxue expressed her desire to divorce him. Lin Zhe's displeasure surged when he learned that she intended to leave the original owner of the body for another man. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded, as Lin Zhe was not one to suffer in silence. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Zhe lay beside Su Qingxue. She instinctively nestled into his embrace, appearing as gentle as a kitten, devoid of her usual cold and aloof demeanor. Lin Zhe gazed at her with a complex expression. The thought of their impending divorce caused a pang in his heart. He was aware that it was the residual feelings of the original owner stirring within him, for he held no true affection for Su Qingxue. He touched his beating heart and murmured, "The heavens may rain, and mothers may remarry, her heart is no longer yours, and mourning is futile." He added, "In truth, you have no reason to lament you loved her for 7 years. Although you are to be divorced now, you have shared her bed. Let the divorce happen in the future, I shall find you several companions to reward your perseverance. Moreover, I will ensure that all the grievances you have endured are rectified. You may depart with peace of mind." No sooner had he spoken than a faint sigh brushed against his ear, and his heartache subsided. A night of silence ensued. The next morning, as Su Qingxue opened her eyes, she beheld Lin Zai's familiar face. He had awakened at some point and was watching her. "Good morning," Lin Zai smiled. Su Qingxue shot him an angry glare. At that moment, she could not bear to even look at him, let alone engage in conversation. The mere sight of that scoundrel reminded her of the 5 times he had claimed her the previous night. Lin Zai chuckled. "Su Qingxue, why do you manage to be so enchanting even when you're angry? What to do? I suddenly feel a twinge of reluctance to divorce you." Of course, Lin Zai was not genuinely reluctant. He was merely tempted by her physical form, especially that alluring pair of fair, sexy legs that could drive him to distraction when clad in stockings. Su Qingxue's anger flared up instantly. She had given this scoundrel 20 million for the divorce and endured 5 encounters with him. Yet now, he had the audacity to say he did not want to divorce her. One absurd joke. "Scoundrel, I tell you, we are getting divorced today." Su Qingxue declared furiously that Ji Zifeng is returning today, and Su Qingxue is determined to resolve her matters before his arrival. After all, she promised him that she would greet him with a renewed demeanor. Lin Zai finds Su Qingxue's attitude rather unsurprising. Only a pampered heiress, untroubled by worldly concerns, would pursue a love that holds no significance for him. He chuckles softly. "What if, after the divorce, you realize you have feelings for me? Just so we're clear, once we part ways, I would never consider you again, not even if you were to beg me on your knees." Su Qingxue scoffs in response. "Me like you? You don't even compare to a single strand of Ji Zifeng's hair. How dare you think I would kneel to plead for you?" Very well. Lin Zai is successfully provoked. He swiftly pulls Su Qingxue's delicate form into his embrace. Su Qingxue panics. "You scoundrel, what are you doing? You scoundrel, let me go. You scoundrel, sob. You scoundrel, sob, be gentle." Chapter 2. Stay with me. As noon approached, the two emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Qingxue walked with a peculiar gait. To be frank, if it weren't for the fact that Ji Zifeng was returning that evening, she would have preferred not to go through with the divorce today. Unfortunately, that scoundrel had taken advantage of her twice that morning. Her body felt as though it had been pierced, and the pain was unbearable. If it were possible, Su Qingxue longed to remain in bed and rest peacefully. Gazing at the divorce certificate in her hand, her emotions were tumultuous. She had anticipated feeling elated, as divorce was her desire. Yet, she found herself far less jubilant than she had imagined. However, upon witnessing Lin Zai's smug expression, her displeasure surged. "Lin Zai, now that we're divorced, make sure to move your belongings out by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Do you understand?" she demanded, her tone sharp. Lin Zai nodded. To him, Su Qingxue was like sand slipping through his fingers. It was better to let go sooner rather than later, especially since he harbored no feelings for her. Besides, he had never been one to cling to a woman. Regrettably, he felt he had arrived too late. Otherwise, he would have conquered her both physically and emotionally long ago. "And don't you dare pursue me again, nor mention our marriage to anyone. Very few are aware of our union, not even Su Qingxue's parents." Lin Zai nodded again. Seeing Lin Zai comply so readily only fueled Su Qingxue's irritation. She had expected him to utter at least a few words to persuade her to reconsider, yet he remained silent. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" she questioned, her voice rising in frustration. "I do," he replied. A flicker of pride ignited within her, and she coldly urged, "Then speak quickly. Can we have another go at it?" Lin Zai asked with utmost seriousness. He was indeed somewhat tempted by her form. Her skin was fair and delicate, her figure enticingly curvaceous, and her slender waist accentuated her 2 alluring legs, which, when clad in stockings, were utterly mesmerizing, hard to resist. "Get lost," Su Qingxue snapped, her anger flaring. Lin Zai chuckled, audaciously pinching her tender cheek. "Take care. If you find yourself lonely, give me a call. But let me be clear, I do not engage with women who have been touched by others, not even to hold hands." With that, he strode away. Su Qingxue stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought for an extended moment. She felt that Lin Zai was indeed different from before. Take, for instance, his audacity in pinching her cheek. He would never have dared such a thing in the past. Yet now, he not only did it, but did so with reckless abandon. Su Qingxue even felt as though he was teasing her. She had expected to be angry, but instead, She found herself inexplicably drawn to his newfound charm. Perhaps she had simply never witnessed this side of Lin Zhe before. Not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, a dazzling sports car suddenly obstructed Lin Zhe's path, exuding an audacious arrogance. Subsequently, Lin Zhe beheld a stunning young woman with a captivating figure leap from her vehicle, gracefully swaying her alluring hips as she approached him. My goodness, she was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a certain self-proclaimed diva from Blue Star. Yet, this enchanting lady before him surpassed that celebrity in allure, particularly with her mesmerizing, sparkling eyes that seemed to ensnare the very soul. The memories of the original owner of this body informed Lin Zhe that this beguiling woman was named Shen Tianli, the cherished daughter of the Shen family in Haicheng and a sworn rival of Su Qingxue. Their animosity was profound, whatever the Su family pursued. The Shen family would follow suit. Su Qingxue currently managed an entertainment company, and so did Shen Tianli. Lin Zhe lowered the car window, gazing at her with a smile. Have you divorced Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli inquired with a radiant smile, her voice as enchanting as her visage. Indeed, I have. Was it your initiative? Certainly. It was my decision. Do you truly feel no regret? Shen Tianli asked with a flirtatious smile. Lin Zhe sighed. I originally felt hesitant, but upon realizing your beauty surpasses hers, I found my resolve. Puffed. Shen Tianli erupted into laughter, her mirth causing her to sway like a flower in the breeze. Lin Zhe, I always thought you were just a taciturn fellow, yet you possess such a humorous side. Lin Zhe nodded in agreement. You know, apart from my striking looks, I am left with only my humor, charm, and grace. Shen Tianli laughed heartily again, her hands gripping the car window for balance. Lin Zhe chuckled. The sun is quite harsh outside. Let us converse within the car. Shen Tianli cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Zhe before gracefully taking her seat in the passenger's side. So what brings you to seek me out? Lin Zhe inquired directly. Although directed at Shen Tianli, his gaze unabashedly roamed over her exquisitely fair legs, adorned with delicate stockings. To be frank, her legs could rival those of Su Qingxue. Shen Tianli noticed Lin Zhe's audacious stare and teasingly asked, Do you find my legs beautiful? They are so stunning they seem unreal. I cannot fathom such perfection exists in this world. May I touch them to verify? Lin Zhe asserted with faint seriousness. Ha. Shen Tianli giggled uncontrollably, remarking on his shamelessness. Very well, go ahead and touch them. I am curious to see if you truly possess such audacity. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe reached out, only for Shen Tianli to swiftly push his hand away. You rogue. Tell me, do you genuinely regret divorcing Su Qingxue? Regret is of no consequence. She simply does not hold affection for me. Lin Zhe feigned melancholy. Shen Tianli's laughter ceased, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Zhe's strikingly handsome face. An inexplicable pang of sympathy swelling within her heart. For, the despondent expression that adorned Lin Zhe's features rendered him seemingly shattered. There is no need for sorrow. In my view, the one who suffers the most from your divorce is Su Qingxue. After all, she has lost someone who deeply loved her, while you have merely lost someone who did not love you. You are right, yet I feel so distressed. Could you offer me a comforting embrace? You must be joking. Attempting to take advantage of me. Shen Tianli playfully delivered a light punch to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe chuckled and inquired, So, what brings you to me? Shen Tianli, with a flirtatious smile, asked, Do you wish to take revenge on Su Qingxue? How so? By being with me. Chapter 3. Then come stay at my place. Lin Zhe felt a surge of joy. Is this the reward for a time traveler? Just as Su Qingxue departs, Shen Tianli arrives. What, do you fancy me? Shen Tianli erupted into laughter. How audacious of you to think so. I am quite saddened. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps I might grow fond of you in the future. Pray tell, is this up pronounced with a third or fourth tone? Shen Tianli instantly understood. She playfully scolded, Lin Zhe, you are quite the rogue. Oh dear, you've glimpsed my true self by accident. Shen Tianli chuckled again. Truth be told, she found Lin Zhe rather intriguing. Their prior interactions had been limited, leading her to perceive him as rather stern. After all, during their previous encounters, he had always been so serious and unsmiling. Yet, unexpectedly, he possessed such a charming wit. Lin Zhe smiled and said, Now, what does being with you entail? Revenge on Su Qingxue. How is this revenge? She has no affection for me. True. She does not care for you, but her possessiveness is quite strong. Moreover, if you were to be with someone else, it might not provoke her. But being with me would certainly do the trick. Just imagine, you have recently divorced, and then you are seen with me. If she were to find out, wouldn't she be furious to the point of spitting blood? There is some logic to that, yet what benefit does this hold for you? Oh, plenty. Just the thought of seeing her in such a state brings me joy. So, what do you say? Are you in? Shen Tianli declared with a triumphant smile. I'm not in. What? Are you reluctant to see her suffer? No, what I mean is, it requires compensation. Uffed. Shen Tianli burst into hearty laughter. All right. Once this is accomplished, I shall grant you 10 million. Deal. Come, let us go showcase our affection before her. Not so fast. First, accompany me to move. Very well. The two returned to Su Qingshue's villa. However, Shen Tianli refrained from entering. In her words, she did not wish to set foot in Su Qingshue's territory. After 3 years of marriage, Lindsay possessed scant belongings. Apart from a few articles of clothing, he had only some toiletries remaining. The packing was swiftly completed, and Lindsay exited the villa, his things in hand, without a trace of nostalgia. Is that all? Shen Tianli asked. Indeed. Su Qingxue truly is stingy with you. Exactly. Even after our divorce, she doesn't even offer $1 billion or $2 billion. Lindsay concurred. Shen Tianli laughed charmingly, saying, How bold of you to say that. What? Is my face not worth that much? She erupted into peals of laughter. It's worth far more than just $1 billion or $2 billion. I truly admire your honesty. Lindsay said with a smile. Shen Tianli inquired playfully, Where do you plan to go? Back to the Lin family? Yes, but not at this moment. Upon traversing into this realm yesterday and accessing the original owner's memories, Lindsay realized the extent of their pitiful existence. He was the true heir of the Lin family. Abducted by human traffickers when he was merely 4 years old during an outing with a servant. After enduring 16 years of hardship in the countryside, he was finally found. The initial 2 years upon his return were relatively pleasant, yet the tranquility was short-lived. The adopted false heir began to create chaos, slandering Lindsay and accusing him of bullying. In a desperate bid to remain in the household, he offered endless apologies, but this only emboldened the false heir's antics. Ultimately, when the pretender tumbled down the stairs, falsely claiming that the original owner had pushed him, the original owner's blind and misguided parents, in a fit of rage, expelled him from the Lin family. Upon encountering this memory yesterday, Lindsay was utterly infuriated, having never witnessed such a wretched individual. However, since he had now supplanted the original owner, he felt compelled to seek justice for the grievances endured. Then you shall stay at my place. When Su Qingxue sees us cohabitating, she will surely be incensed, Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Although her intention was to provoke Su Qingxue, Lindsay found himself wanting to show her admiration. In truth, during their divorce, Su Qingxue had granted him a compensation of 20 million, with 10 million yet to be transferred. The sum already received was sufficient to secure a residence. Yet, with someone as enchanting as Shen Tianli, living together would undoubtedly bring him closer to her. Indeed, Shen Tianli, you epitomize beauty and kindness, he remarked, eliciting laughter from her. Come with me. For aside from being handsome, you are also humorous, witty, and charming, Mr. Lindsay. As you command, the stunning and alluring Miss Shen Tianli. The two exchanged banter as they exited Su Qingxue's villa, following Shen Tianli into the adjacent property. Indeed, Shen Tianli's villa was situated right next to Su Qingxue's. Originally, Su Qingxue had purchased this property, but as her nemesis, Shen Tianli was not one to fall behind. After all, this villa district was the most prestigious affluent area in Haiqing. To not reside here would be to shy away from claiming to be among Haiqing's elite. Upon entering the villa, Shen Tianli assigned Lindsay a room on the first floor. Shen Tianli, where do you reside? Upstairs. Then I shall stay next door to you. Shen Tianli teased. Why is that? Naturally, to protect you. You are so beautiful. Should any ill-intentioned individuals intrude, I would be right next door to safeguard you. You are overthinking it. The security in this villa community is exceedingly stringent. Not even a bird could enter, Shen Tianli laughed. Well, even in the absence of wrongdoers, there are still cockroaches, and storms do occur, Lindsay replied. Shen Tianli was once again amused by Lindsay, whose incessant glances betrayed his intentions, all while he feigned seriousness in their conversation. Surprisingly, Shen Tianli found herself not disliking him. This revelation was unexpected even for her. Despite her striking appearance and vivacious personality, she was by no means a frivolous individual. Apologies, but my villa is free of cockroaches, and I am unperturbed by thunder, she teased, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Come on, admit it. Are you lusting after me? Is it that obvious? Lindsay responded, a light chuckle escaping him. Shen Tianli laughed heartily, increasingly intrigued by his audacity and sense of humor. With a playful gesture, she beckoned him closer. Lindsay took a few steps forward, and she leaned in, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "If you wish to be with me, you must conquer me first. Should you succeed, I shall grant you my company every day." The alluring scent of her presence enveloped Lindsay, stirring an undeniable excitement within him. "Isn't it sufficient to simply seduce you?" he inquired with a grin. Shen Tianli burst into laughter, taken aback by his boldness. Yet, despite labeling him a rogue, she sensed a genuine respect in his gaze, which perhaps contributed to her acceptance of his playful nature. "If you seek to win me over, then from this moment onward, I shall be grading you. Once you achieve a perfect score, I shall be yours." "And how many points do I have right now?" he asked eagerly. "0. How unfortunate." Chapter 4. Long time no see. At 6 in the evening, Su Qingxue emerged at the airport's arrival area, adorned in a tailored black gown that accentuated her figure. Naturally, she was there to greet Ji Zifeng. Her presence immediately stirred excitement among the crowd, for her beauty was striking. And her alluring form, with a delicate waist and curvaceous hips, rendered her akin to a ripe peach. Many gazes lingered on her, filled with desire. Yet Su Qingxue paid them no mind. Her sole focus was on reuniting with Ji Zifeng, the object of her affection for the past 5 years. To her dismay, her heart raced uncontrollably. It had been 3 years since she last saw Ji Zifeng, and she wondered whether he still possessed the same charm or if time had only enhanced his allure. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, her anticipation reached a fever pitch when a familiar yet foreign figure came into view. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, he exuded an air of sophistication, shedding his youthful demeanor for an aura of maturity reminiscent of an elegant gentleman. It was Ji Zifeng, though he bore little resemblance to the boy she once knew. She couldn't deny that he was even more captivating now. A smile spread across Su Qingxue's face. Her decision to divorce Lindsay felt justified. Ji Zifeng spotted her as well, and upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled with astonishment, filled with admiration. After 3 years apart, Su Qingxue was far more enchanting and captivating than he had imagined, especially her figure, which possessed an undeniable allure. Ji Zifeng approached Su Qingxue with quickened steps and spoke with deep affection. "Qingxue, it has been a long time." "Indeed, a long time," Su Qingxue replied, filled with emotion. Ji Zifeng opened his arms. Although Su Qingxue felt a hint of shyness, she was prepared to embrace Ji Zifeng, as they had agreed upon. However, at that moment, a disconcerting memory flashed through her mind, Lindsay's words from earlier that day after their divorce. "I do not like women who have been touched by others." Not even a simple hand-holding. Instinctively, Su Qingxue took a few steps back, evading Ji Zifeng's embrace. A flicker of confusion crossed Ji Zifeng's eyes. What did this mean? Just a few days ago, they had been chatting amicably online, and he had directly expressed his desire to be with her. Why was she now refusing even a simple hug? In truth, Ji Zifeng was not the only one taken aback. Su Qingxue herself felt bewildered. She had divorced that scoundrel. So why was she so affected by his words? "I apologize. I'm just a bit unaccustomed," Su Qingxue said, a hint of guilt in her tone. Though she uttered those words, she had cursed Lindsay 100 times in her heart. Ji Zifeng replied gently, "It's my fault. Having spent so much time abroad, I've grown accustomed to their customs. I understand. Let us go. I have made a reservation at Yi Pensian." "Qingxue, you remain as thoughtful as ever." Flattered by the compliment from someone she admired, Su Qingxue felt a rush of sweetness within her. After they exited the airport, as Ji Zifeng was about to take the front passenger seat, Su Qingxue suddenly said, "Why don't you sit in the back?" For reasons she couldn't quite articulate, she felt uneasy about Ji Zifeng occupying the front passenger seat, a place that had only ever been occupied by Lindsay. Ji Zifeng was taken aback. He had intended to charm her from the front seat, yet she had unexpectedly asked him to sit in the back. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I feel a bit shy," Su Qingxue forced herself to explain. "I see." Ji Zifeng chuckled and took his seat in the back. "Qingxue, I regret that you have endured so much these past years." As they traveled towards Yi Pensian, Ji Zifeng spoke softly. "It's all right. During my 3 years of marriage to Lindsay, he took good care of me, so I do not feel wronged. However, if one were to nitpick, it would be that the scoundrel had slept with her 7 times from last night until this morning, a situation that left Su Qingxue feeling quite aggrieved. Yet, such matters were clearly not something she could share with Ji Zifeng. "It seems Lindsay has behaved like a man, refraining from taking advantage of you." "Has he?" Su Qingxue's mind again conjured the memory of being with that scoundrel 7 times. "When I married him, it was supposed to be a contractual marriage, so he has been somewhat principled." Su Qingxue had previously confided in Ji Zifeng about her marriage to Lindsay. candidly revealing that Lin Zhe had merely been a substitute for her. That's good. By the way, will he be coming tonight? Su Qingxue shook her head and replied, No, I have already divorced him and warned him not to harass me. In fact, I think it might be nice to let him join us for a gathering since we were all classmates. Ji Zifeng, displaying a somewhat magnanimous demeanor, remarked, Let it be. I'm just worried he might disrupt the atmosphere. It's fine. After all, we share the bond of being classmates. Su Qingxue couldn't help but express her admiration. Ji Zifeng, you are as generous as ever. A flicker of pride glimmered in Ji Zifeng's eyes, though he concealed it well enough that Su Qingxue remained unaware. Ji Zifeng was not truly a magnanimous person. His insistence on inviting Lin Zhe was merely a ploy to humiliate him. Indeed, Ji Zifeng harbored resentment towards Lin Zhe for a simple reason. Lin Zhe had usurped his title as the campus heartthrob, stealing the spotlight that rightfully belonged to him. Ji Zifeng was well aware of Lin Zhe's affection for Su Qingxue, as he had been her most devoted admirer during their university days. Yes, Ji Zifeng intended for Lin Zhe to witness firsthand that the goddess he longed for was merely another admirer in his own eyes. The thought of Lin Zhe watching helplessly as Su Qingxue fell into his embrace sent waves of excitement coursing through Ji Zifeng's body. In truth, I am quite a possessive individual, with a strong desire for ownership in the realm of love. Yet, for your sake, I am willing to be magnanimous, Ji Zifeng said. Gazing at her with tenderness, Su Qingxue felt she ought to be touched, but for some inexplicable reason, she found Ji Zifeng's words somewhat cloying. Perhaps it's simply that we haven't seen each other in a while, and there's a certain awkwardness between us. With time, it will surely improve. The changes in the country over the past few years have been remarkable. Noticing that Su Qingxue did not engage with his comments, Ji Zifeng shifted the topic. Indeed, the changes have been significant. Everything is vibrant and full of life, which presents a splendid opportunity for you to showcase your talents. Su Qingxue smiled as she replied, Yes. I will work diligently to forge a bright future for us. A slight feeling of discomfort arose within Su Qingxue. What was wrong with her? Why did Ji Zifeng's heartfelt words come off as somewhat insipid? It was all Lin Zhe's fault. Yes, she blamed him. Before long, they arrived at Yipin Xian. After parking the car, Su Qingxue led Ji Zifeng into the restaurant. By the way, Qingxue, are you currently managing an entertainment company? Yes. The entertainment industry in our country is developing quite well. In fact, I have a desire to venture into this field upon my return. Su Qingxue's eyes brightened at this revelation. Really? You could join my company. I am in need of a strong assistant. I hope I won't be a burden. Of course not. I would welcome your assistance. Su Qingxue spoke softly. All right then, I will report for duty tomorrow. Just as Su Qingxue was about to say something further, her gaze was suddenly drawn to two figures nearby. In the next moment, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with an overwhelming rage. Chapter 5. The girlfriend. Those two figures were none other than Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli, who were chatting and laughing as they awaited the elevator. Lin Zhe was unaware of the words he had uttered, which elicited a fit of laughter from Shen Tianli. Her joy so exuberant that it seemed to make the very flowers tremble. She playfully delivered a light punch to Lin Zhe. The two appeared as intimate as a couple in love. This scene caused Su Qingxue's heart to constrict painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving her almost breathless. She could not comprehend why such emotion stirred within her. After all, Lin Zhe was merely a substitute in her life, and she did not harbor any love for him. Yet, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Ji Zifeng noticed the unease etched on Su Qingxue's face and followed her gaze. His body shuddered as he beheld Lin Zhe, clad in casual attire, just a shirt and a pair of jeans, but this seemingly effortless ensemble imbued him with a youthful vigor that could easily deceive one into believing he was a university student. However, what truly astonished Ji Zifeng was not Lin Zhe himself, but rather the strikingly beautiful girl beside him, whose figure was nothing short of sensational. Her slender waist and the alluring legs encased in black stockings were undeniably captivating. Ji Zifeng had anticipated that after Su Qingxue cast Lin Zhe aside, he would lead a dismal existence. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Zhe not only thrived but also found companionship with such a stunningly attractive woman. Isn't that Lin Zhe? Qingxue. How could he be so brazen? Just divorced from you, and already he is entangled with another woman, who clearly doesn't seem respectable, Ji Zifeng exclaimed, feigning indignation on Su Qingxue's behalf. Yet, his gaze was inexorably drawn to Shen Tianli, captivated by her allure. How enticing she is! Wouldn't it be heavenly to share a night with her? Suppressing her rising anger, Su Qingxue retorted, She is not some disreputable person. Her name is Shen Tianli, the daughter of the Shen family. one of the most prestigious families in High City, and they are our family's sworn adversaries. Ji Zifeng felt a jolt of shock. How can this scoundrel Lin Zhe be so fortunate as to engage with the daughter of the Shen family? His eyes were suddenly filled with resentment towards Lin Zhe. Fortunately, Su Qingxue, consumed by her fury directed at Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli, failed to notice Ji Zifeng's expression. Qingxue, I feel it is unjust for you. You treated Lin Zhe with kindness, and yet he shamelessly associates with your archenemy. It is utterly revolting, Ji Zifeng declared, his voice heavy with righteous anger. Though he pretended to advocate for Su Qingxue, his mind was already concocting plans to pursue Shen Tianli. Su Qingxue, irritated, replied, he is nothing but a discarded trinket to me. Besides, Shen Tianli's involvement with him is merely an attempt to provoke me. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Ji Zifeng's heart surged with delight. He had initially believed that Shen Tianli had genuinely taken an interest in Lin Zhe, but now it seemed her intentions were solely to irritate Su Qingxue. If that were the case, perhaps winning her over would be a breeze. With this thought in mind, Ji Zifeng called out loudly, Lin Zhe, long time no see. Lin Zhe was engrossed in a discussion with Shen Tianli, exploring various artistic interpretations of simple romantic scenes when he suddenly heard his name being called. He turned a glance in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe immediately recognized that the figure beside her was none other than Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue's former flame. The original host's memories of Ji Zifeng lingered from 3 years prior, where he was remembered as a dashing young man. Yet, how drastically had he diminished in stature since then? Although clad in a tailored suit that exuded an air of sophistication, Lin Zhe could perceive at a glance that this man was impotent. After being incarcerated on Blue Star, Lin Zhe found himself confined alongside an elderly gentleman of remarkable medical prowess. With little else to occupy his time during those 3 years, Lin Zhe had taken the opportunity to learn a smattering of medical knowledge from him, enabling him to discern Ji Zifeng's predicament with ease. However, upon witnessing Ji Zifeng's presence alongside Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe finally grasped why Shen Tianli had insisted on bringing him to this meal. Who are you? Lin Zhe inquired deliberately. At these words, Ji Zifeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Had he changed so much that Lin Zhe could hardly recognize him? Ji Zifeng, he replied with a smile that barely concealed his discomfort. Oh, so it's you. What a pity you've become so unattractive, and you appear utterly drained. It seems your escapades abroad have taken quite a toll, Lin Zhe remarked. Ji Zifeng's heart raced in alarm. How could this wretch possibly know all this? Had he conducted an investigation into his affairs? It was imperative that Su Qingxue remained oblivious to these truths. Otherwise, how could he pursue her? You still maintain your penchant for jest, Ji Zifeng replied, his unease palpable. Lin Zhe had little desire to continue this trivial exchange. Ji Zifeng's gaze shifted to Shen Tianli. Lin Zhe, may I ask who this lovely lady is? Oh, just a friend, Shen Tianli, he replied. Your girlfriend, I presume? Shen Tianli purred. Su Qingxue's fist clenched tightly, her anger palpable. Despite her awareness that Shen Tianli was deliberately provoking her, she found herself unable to curb her emotions. Miss Shen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ji Zifeng, he declared, offering what he believed to be a charming smile. Shen Tianli's lips curled in a smirk. Ah, so you are Su Qingxue's white moonlight, she remarked, casting a scornful glance at Su Qingxue. The chill in Su Qingxue's gaze intensified. Ji Zifeng humbly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. Merely fortunate to have captured Qingxue's heart. I heard you traveled abroad with your girlfriend? Shen Tianli inquired. Ji Zifeng felt a rush of elation. He had not anticipated that this alluring woman was aware of his past. Did she harbor feelings for him? With this thought, he feigned a melancholic sigh. Alas, in my youth, I mistook a villain for a gentleman, only to discover, through the grace of fate, that my true belonging awaited me in the same place. Uft. Shen Tianli chuckled, her laughter vibrant and infectious. This man was indeed insufferably slick. It was astonishing that Su Qingxue could overlook someone as exceptional as Lin Zhe, fixating instead on a creature like this. Su Qingxue would soon find herself in tears. Ji Zifeng paused, his breath catching in his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn. She is truly stunning. I must win her over. The thought of spending every night with her in bed is irresistible. Ji Zifeng suddenly remarked, Lin Zhe, you are indeed fortunate. You are fortunate as well, Lin Zhe replied, casting a glance at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's irritation escalated. What does he mean by that? Is this fool courting disaster? After all, she was not yet with Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng chuckled and said, Yes, we are all fortunate, since we have met. Let us share a meal together. Lindsay was about to decline, not wishing to dine with Jizafeng and Su Qingxue. However, before he could voice his refusal, he heard Shen Tianli's playful voice say, "Sure." Jizafeng felt a surge of delight. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he sensed that Shen Tianli harbored some interest in him. Lindsay recognized Shen Tianli's intention to provoke Su Qingxue, but he had no desire to engage in such antics. "Shen Tianli, let us not disturb Jizafeng and his girlfriend's meal. I believe Miss Su would prefer not to be interrupted," Lindsay stated flatly. Chapter 6. Early blessings. Su Qingxue was infuriated to the point of nausea. How dare he refer to her as Miss Su? Just last night, he had called her baby in the most tender manner, making her feel as if she truly was his cherished one. Now, after their divorce, he addressed her so formally. It was one thing to call her Miss Su, but to claim he did not wish to disturb her was absurd. When had she ever feared his interruptions? What? Does he no longer want the remaining money? Su Qingxue asked, vexed. This man knew how to manipulate. During their divorce, they had agreed on 20 million, yet a further 10 million was still owed to her. If it weren't for Shen Tianli and Jizafeng's presence, Lindsay would have liked to give Su Qingxue a good slap on the backside. "You reminded me. Hurry up and return the money," Lindsay said with a grin. "Oomph, after dinner, I will give it to you," Su Qingxue retorted, hastily entering the elevator. Lindsay shrugged and followed her inside. The dining room was spacious, lavishly decorated with numerous balloons, flowers, and various embellishments, creating an atmosphere akin to a proposal. It was evident that Su Qingxue had genuine feelings for Jizafeng. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths in her preparations. Su Qingxue was busy ensuring Jizafeng took the seat of honor. Jizafeng pretended to decline a few times before finally sitting down. He couldn't deny that he relished the attention from Su Qingxue, even though he had yet to hold her hand. Nevertheless, he sensed a distinct connection from her. Casually, Su Qingxue glanced at Lindsay, only to find him observing the room with an indifferent expression. Frankly speaking, regardless of whether Su Qingxue had turned the place into a proposal setting or a bridal chamber, it was of no concern to Lindsay. After all, he did not harbor any affection for her. However, Su Qingxue suddenly felt a twinge of regret for the grandiosity of the occasion, for she sensed that beneath Lindsay's seemingly calm exterior, his heart was undoubtedly in turmoil. To be candid, everything within the private room had not been arranged by Su Qingxue herself. She had merely informed her secretary to make a simple decoration. Yet she was taken aback by the elaborate setup the secretary had executed. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have preferred to avoid the fuss altogether. Yet, this discomfort vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, for she caught sight of Shen Tianli whispering something in Lindsay's ear, prompting him to burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, Shen Tianli had uttered a remark to Lindsay, suggesting, "Do you think Su Qingxue would be so enraged to learn that her so-called white moonlight is in fact a black moonlight, that she might faint?" Lindsay inquired about the meaning of black moonlight. Shen Tianli, with a playful smile, confided in him that Su Qingxue's white moonlight was on the verge of bankruptcy and was indulging extravagantly abroad, accumulating considerable foreign debts, and was now in urgent need of a benefactor. Upon hearing her explanation, Lindsay chuckled softly and remarked, "Not only would she be furious to the point of fainting, she would likely be utterly devastated. She truly deserves it. Are you planning to unveil Jizafeng's true nature later?" Shen Tianli teased. "I am not so benevolent. Besides, if I reveal it now, Su Qingxue would merely be grateful to me. She wouldn't be devastated. It would be far more entertaining to expose it when they are in the throes of affection." "You are indeed a cunning vixen," he observed. "Are you complimenting me?" She replied, her tone playful. "Isn't it obvious?" Shen Tianli laughed charmingly. Witnessing their intimate exchange, Su Qingxue's expression darkened, and even her previously buoyant mood at the sight of Jizafeng evaporated. Were it not for Jizafeng and Shen Tianli's presence, Su Qingxue would have relished the thought of confronting Lindsay, that scoundrel. "Qingxue, this is a gift I brought for you from abroad." Jizafeng suddenly presented a necklace. A surge of joy filled Su Qingxue's heart. Although she recognized at a glance that the necklace held little monetary value, she felt a flutter of emotion. It was the first time she had received a gift from Jizafeng. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Jizafeng, thank you. I have prepared a gift for you as well, which I will present to you tomorrow." Lindsay sighed softly at her words. In the memories of the original owner, Su Qingxue had never given Lindsay a single gift throughout their 3 years of marriage. "Allow me to put it on for you," Jizafeng offered gently, rising to his feet. Yet, Su Qingxue's mind echoed Lindsay's words. "I do not like women who have been touched by others. Not even hand-holding is acceptable." The consequence of that statement was that before Ji Zifeng could approach, Su Qingxue swiftly stood and retreated a few steps. No, no, I can do it myself, she insisted. Ji Zifeng's expression soured immediately. He had intended to showcase their affection before Lin Zhe, to provoke him a little. However, he was taken aback by Su Qingxue's lack of cooperation. It was one thing to refuse his embrace at the airport, but now, she wouldn't even allow him to fasten the necklace for her. Had it not been for the clarity that Su Qingxue regarded Lin Zhe merely as a substitute, devoid of any genuine affection for him, Ji Zifeng might have truly believed that her refusal to allow him to adorn her with the necklace stemmed from a fear of provoking Lin Zhe's ire. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe, with a bemused smile, remarked, "Miss Su, I must say a word or two to you. Ji Zifeng has traveled great distances to bring you a gift, and yet you deny him the pleasure of adorning you. To be frank, it is rather excessive." Su Qingxue shot him an indignant glare, her eyes ablaze with fury akin to a sharpened blade. This insufferable rogue was truly detestable. It was he who had caused her subconscious aversion to Ji Zifeng's proximity, and yet he had the audacity to deliver such sardonic remarks. Were it not for Ji Zifeng and Shen Tianli's presence, she would have relished the opportunity to remove her high heels and unleash a flurry of strikes upon this scoundrel. At that moment, Ji Zifeng gently interjected, "It is of no concern. After all, we have not seen each other for 3 years, and there is a certain unfamiliarity between us. Nevertheless, we have ample time ahead of us. Qingxue, our future is long." Su Qingxue, touched, nodded in agreement. Casting another fierce glare at Lin Zhe, "Is that so? Then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and the swift arrival of children," Lin Zhe said with a smile. This only served to further irk Su Qingxue. To her ears, his words were painfully grating. She had yet to agree to be with Ji Zifeng, yet he was already wishing her a blissful union and offspring with him. What did he mean by that? Did he truly wish for her to marry Ji Zifeng sooner rather than later? Just then, the waiter entered, presenting a series of exquisite dishes upon the table. Ji Zifeng glanced at the culinary offerings with a smile, saying, "Qingxue, thank you for remembering my favorite dishes." "Yes, I recall many of your preferences," Su Qingxue replied softly. Ji Zifeng cast a challenging glance at Lin Zhe, who, however, was engrossed in his meal, oblivious to his presence. He was genuinely famished. Having expended energy 7 times in less than 24 hours, and urgently needed to replenish himself, Shen Tianli busily served Lin Zhe, resembling a devoted little wife. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qingxue's composure shattered. She was fully aware that Shen Tianli was deliberately provoking her, yet she could not contain the fury rising within. As she observed Shen Tianli once more using her chopsticks to serve Lin Zhe, who appeared quite pleased, Su Qingxue could no longer restrain herself. With a furious tone, she demanded, "Lin Zhe, have you no hands?" In response, Lin Zhe seemingly ignored Su Qingxue's words, continuing to eat with indifference. Shen Tianli, however, chimed in with a playful laugh. "Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe is now my boyfriend, and I am more than willing to attend to him." It was a blatant provocation, a raw challenge. Su Qingxue glared at Shen Tianli, who met her gaze defiantly. After a tense standoff, Shen Tianli eventually averted her eyes, not out of cowardice, but because Lin Zhe's plate was nearly empty. Shen Tianli resumed her role as the dutiful little wife, serving Lin Zhe with renewed vigor. In this intense moment, Su Qingxue clenched her delicate fists so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her flesh, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. At that instant, Ji Zifeng served her a pair of chopsticks laden with food. Su Qingxue shot a provocative glance at Lin Zhe, but he was engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama around him. This realization shattered Su Qingxue's composure. She had believed that Lin Zhe, who had harbored feelings for her over the past 7 years, would be incensed at the sight of another man serving her food. Yet, he appeared utterly oblivious, displaying no concern whatsoever. To further complicate her emotions, she felt an inexplicable discomfort as she watched Ji Zifeng serve her. Throughout her life, aside from her father, only Lin Zhe had ever served her food. During their 3 years of marriage, Lin Zhe would always serve her during meals, and sometimes even fed her directly with his chopsticks. She had never felt uncomfortable with his attentive care, yet now, the act from Ji Zifeng felt strangely awkward. Overwhelmed by this discomfort, she wished to discard the piece of beef Ji Zifeng had placed on her plate. Surely, it was merely a result of their long separation. With this thought in mind, Su Qingxue reined in her frustrations and softly replied, "Thank you, but please, do enjoy some yourself. I imagine you haven't had the chance to savor your hometown's delicacies in quite a while. Indeed, it has been far too long since I've tasted such authentic Chinese cuisine." Ji Zifeng responded with a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, Shun Tianli interjected with a playful smile. With so many Chinese restaurants abroad, and many of them authentic, don't you ever dine out? Ji Zifeng, oblivious to the teasing undertone in Shun Tianli's words, assumed she was interested in him and was subtly inquiring about his life overseas. Adopting what he believed to be his most charming smile, he replied, "There are indeed many Chinese restaurants, and quite a few that are authentic. But they always seem to lack the flavors of home. Isn't your family from Jiangqing?" Shun Tianli inquired with a grin, implying that the cuisine of Haiqing was not representative of his hometown's flavors. However, Ji Zifeng became increasingly convinced that Shun Tianli had feelings for him, as she seemed well informed about his origins. "Yes, my hometown is Jiangcheng, renowned for its beautiful scenery and delightful culinary offerings. Miss Shin is always welcome to visit." "I would be happy to be your guide," Ji Zifeng said with genuine warmth. "That sounds wonderful," Shun Tianli replied, continuing to serve Lin Zhe. Had Ji Zifeng not been aware of Shun Tianli's intentions to provoke Su Qingxue by being with Lin Yang, he might have genuinely believed she was Lin Zhe's girlfriend. For she presented herself impeccably. Observing Lin Zhe's insatiable appetite, Ji Zifeng chuckled. "Lin Zhe, have you not eaten in centuries? I've been working hard since last night until noon today, and I desperately need to replenish my energy," Lin Zhe replied, unabashed. Ji Zifeng mistakenly assumed that Lin Yang's words implied a move. Thus, he completely overlooked the fact that Su Qingshue's delicate face had flushed a deep crimson after hearing Lin Zhe's remarks, with even her pale pink ears turning red. While others might not grasp the true meaning behind Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue was acutely aware. The rogue's reference to laborious tasks was an unmistakable allusion to the 7 times he had shared her bed. What an audacious scoundrel, daring to speak of such intimate matters so openly. How utterly infuriating. Laborious tasks are indeed exhausting. "You must eat more," Ji Zifeng feigned concern, masking his sarcasm. Lin Zhe pretended not to catch the underlying implications, glancing up at Ji Zifeng with a smile, responding cheerfully, "Sure," although he did not look at Su Qingxue. She felt her cheeks burn with heat, and her heart raced unusually fast. Ji Zifeng chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Just wait until I have Shun Tianli under my thumb. Then you shall weep." The meal concluded amidst a somewhat awkward atmosphere. During a brief respite, Shun Tianli flirtatiously inquired, "Lin Zhe, where shall we go for some fun later?" "Where would you like to go?" Lin Zhe countered. "How about a bar?" "Sounds good." It must be said that Lin Zhe yearned to release the pent-up frustration he felt. Having inexplicably traversed into this unfamiliar world, he was perpetually plagued by a sense of disconnection. At that moment, he felt an urgent need to visit a bar, hoping to encounter some beautiful women to uplift his spirits. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's suggestion, Su Qingxue instinctively moved to object. She detested bars and had never allowed Lin Zhe to frequent such places during their 3 years of marriage. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Su Qingxue suddenly realized that she and Lin Zhe were now divorced, and thus had no right to dictate his actions. This realization sapped her of the desire to speak. Ji Zifeng, interpreting Su Qingxue's silence as fatigue, gently suggested, "Qingxue, why don't you take a moment to rest? I'll handle the bill, and then we can find a place to talk." Of course, this was a ruse. He had no intention of paying, nor did he possess the means to do so. The notion of finding a place to converse was also a facade. He merely sought a secluded spot to win over Su Qingxue. Ji Zifeng's plan was shrewd. He intended to head directly to Su Qingxue's villa afterward, convinced that her affection for him would make it easy to secure her heart. Su Qingxue hastily interjected, "There's no need to pay. This place is owned by my family, and I never have to spend money when I dine here." "Oh, I see. I apologize for the trouble," Ji Zifeng replied with feigned remorse. "Zifeng, you are too formal. We needn't be so distant." Ji Zifeng smiled and said, "All right. I'll follow your lead. Shall we go?" Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. The 4 of them rose and made their way outside, with Shun Tianli lagging behind. As she scanned the table to ensure nothing was left behind, she inadvertently caught sight of a piece of beef resting on Su Qingxue's plate. Recognizing it as something Ji Zifeng had placed there for her, Shun Tianli smirked at the sight. Chapter 8. Be your man upon exiting the restaurant. Lin Zhe immediately entered Shun Tianli's car, not sparing a glance at Su Qingxue. With their divorce finalized and Su Qingxue having clearly expressed her affection for Ji Zifeng, Lin Zhe regarded her as nothing more than a familiar stranger. While the original owner may have felt a lingering attachment to Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe felt none whatsoever. Moreover, with the alluring Shun Tianli by his side, Lin Zhe had no intention of wasting time on Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue had intended to exchange a few words with Lin Zhe, but his blatant disregard for her presence instantly soured her mood. This scoundrel, who had once pined for her, transformed into this indifferent figure the moment their marriage ended. Ah, Su Qingxue, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. I shall not disturb you and Lin Zhe any longer, Shen Tianli quipped with a playful laugh. Without allowing Su Qingxue a chance to respond, she swiftly entered the car. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle vanished into the night. Su Qingxue felt a surge of frustration, as if she might vomit blood. What did she mean by a moment of passion being worth a fortune? While it was true that she harbored feelings for Ji Zifeng and desired to be with him, it did not imply that she was ready to surrender herself to him immediately. Strangely, as Lin Zhe disappeared from view, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped her heart. Qingxue, shall we go? Ji Zifeng said gently. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Su Qingxue replied, all right. As they drove towards the hotel, her mind wandered. Despite Ji Zifeng being in the car, her thoughts fixated on what Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli might be doing. Had they already gone to a bar? Would that scoundrel kiss Shen Tianli as passionately as he had kissed her the night before? Would he share the same bed with her? The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Qingxue, where are we headed? Ji Zifeng inquired. To the hotel, she replied, snapping back to reality. Ji Zifeng, with tenderness in his voice, asked, could we go to your home instead? To be candid, I am not quite accustomed to staying in hotels. He was confident that Su Qingxue would not refuse him. Su Qingxue furrowed her brows, inexplicably averse to the idea of bringing Ji Zifeng to her home, the shared space with Lin Zhe, where she had never invited any other man. Perhaps in a few days, she said coolly. Why? Ji Zifeng responded, slightly displeased. My home is filled with traces of Lin Zhe's presence, and I fear you might find it unappealing, so I would prefer to tidy it up first. Ji Zifeng felt a wave of satisfaction. He had not anticipated that Su Qingxue harbored such deep feelings for him. It seemed that tonight he might very well win her over. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Su Qingxue personally handled the check-in process for Ji Zifeng at the front desk. To ensure he was well accommodated, she had reserved a presidential suite, believing that Ji Zifeng deserved nothing less. Upon witnessing this gesture, Ji Zifeng was genuinely taken aback. He had not expected Su Qingxue to treat him with such kindness, indicating that her affection for him ran deep. Ji Zifeng increasingly perceived Su Qingxue as a succulent piece of meat on his chopping board, easily within his grasp with a mere beckoning of his finger. The mere thought of galloping across her alluring and seductive form sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. He had even envisioned capturing numerous photographs at the moment he won her over, intending to send them all to Lin Zhe, that sycophantic admirer, to allow him a glimpse of how his cherished goddess yielded beneath him. Soon, the necessary formalities were completed. Qingxue, come over and chat for a moment. I have an abundance of heartfelt sentiments to share with you. I wish to express my regrets and my profound affection, Ji Zifeng stated, his gaze tender and his tone imbued with emotion. He firmly believed that Su Qingxue would not refuse him. Yet, Su Qingxue replied in a calm voice, perhaps tomorrow. I am rather fatigued today. She understood that she ought to acquiesce to Ji Zifeng, as she too had much to convey, but inexplicably, she felt devoid of any inclination. At that moment, all she wished to know was what that scoundrel Lin Zhe was up to. Ji Zifeng's frustration simmered, his impulse to curse rising. It was one thing to deny him the pleasure of holding her or adorning her with jewelry, but now she was even reluctant to engage in conversation. He yearned to inquire if she no longer harbored feelings for him, yet he refrained, fearing to provoke her ire. The consequences of inciting her wrath were far too daunting for Ji Zifeng, for Su Qingxue was his sole lifeline. Very well, then, do rest early. Ji Zifeng feigned a sense of grievance while displaying genuine consideration. Indeed, upon witnessing his expression, a flicker of guilt ignited within Su Qingxue's heart. You should also rest early. Tomorrow morning, when you awaken, you will find the gift I have prepared for you. I am eagerly anticipating your reaction. You will surely adore it. All right, then, see you tomorrow, Ji Zifeng replied with a gentle smile. Su Qingxue acknowledged him and departed. As she left, a glimmer of resentment flickered in Ji Zifeng's eyes. At that very moment, Lin Zhe, under the guidance of Shen Tianli, entered the night charm bar. Upon being enveloped by the deafening music and encountering the exquisitely dressed, alluring beauties, Lin Zhe felt as though he had truly come back to life. This was the life he recognized. Shen Tianli secured a private booth. With a snap of her fingers, a server presented an extravagant bottle of wine. After personally pouring Lin Zhe a glass, she raised her own in a toast, exclaiming, Lin Zhe, congratulations on your rebirth. And congratulations on finally having the opportunity to make your move on me. Shen Tianli smiled playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lindsay, you truly dare to say anything. I not only dare to speak, if you grant me the chance, I would dare to act, he retorted. Act in what manner? Shen Tianli inquired with a flirtatious smile. To be your man, he declared. Shen Tianli laughed sweetly. Then you must perform admirably. I shall certainly put forth my best effort. The vibrant, multicolored laser lights illuminated Lindsay's face, casting a mischievous and roguish smile upon him. In that moment, Shen Tianli felt that Lindsay was unlike anyone she had ever known. He was shameless, vibrant, humorous, reckless, and unrestrained. Shen Tianli chuckled softly as she poured the fiery liquor into her mouth. After consuming 2 glasses of spirits, accompanied by the deafening music, Lindsay felt his blood coursing through his veins with fervor. He yearned to dance, to release the solitude that had gripped him since his journey through time. Shall we dance? Lindsay set down his glass and suggested. Huh. Shen Tianli looked at him with a hint of skepticism, convinced she had misheard. After all, the Lindsay she knew was rather staid, not the type one would expect to dance. What do you mean? Lindsay seized her delicate hand, refusing to let go, and led her into the dance floor. Amidst the blaring music, Lindsay wrapped his arms around Shen Tianli's slender waist, pulling her alluring form into his embrace. And they began to dance wildly. The friction of their bodies rendered Shen Tianli momentarily stiff. This audacious fellow was truly brazen. Just as she was about to push him away, having never been this close to a man before, she suddenly spotted Su Qingxue, whose fiery gaze was fixed on her and Lindsay. A smirk crept onto Shen Tianli's lips as she turned, her fair arm wrapping around Lindsay's neck, synchronizing her movements with his. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingxue's composure shattered. Chapter 9. Please begin your performance. Su Qingxue's composure was completely undone. She never imagined that Lindsay, the scoundrel, would be so fervently involved with Shen Tianli right after their divorce. Watching their bodies so intimately intertwined, Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming urge to slay Lindsay. Without uttering a word, she stormed onto the dance floor, shoving Shen Tianli aside, and grasped Lindsay's hand, attempting to lead him away. However, Lindsay shook off her grip. In the cacophony of music, Lindsay leaned closer to Su Qingxue's ear, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he asked, Miss Su, what do you intend to do? Their proximity was electric, his potent masculinity crashing against her like a torrent, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Scoundrel, you. Come with me. I have something to discuss. Apologies, but we are divorced now. I have nothing to say to you. Su Qingxue felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Hadn't this scoundrel loved her for 7 years? He used to cater to her every whim. Yet now he was so indifferent right after their separation. Come with me, and once we finish our conversation, I will transfer you the money. Su Qingxue suppressed her seething anger. Lindsay turned to walk away, for he held no grudge against money. You're leaving? Shen Tianli protested. Lindsay playfully pinched her enchanting face and replied with a grin. How could I? Wait for me. I'll be back shortly, and we'll continue dancing. Seeing this, Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming desire to sever Lindsay's hand. That scoundrel. He had just pinched his own face at noon. And now he dares to pinch Shen Tianli's cheek again. How utterly infuriating. Hurry up, don't keep me waiting too long, Shen Tianli said with a flirtatious smile. Lindsay replied with a beaming grin. All right. Once they exited the bar, the world around them suddenly fell into an eerie silence. So, what shall we discuss? Lindsay asked nonchalantly, not even casting a glance at Su Qingxue. Frankly, Lindsay found it perplexing, since her white moonlight had returned. She should be engaged in passionate affairs with him, just as they had experienced the previous night. What was the purpose of seeking him out now? However, as he thought of Ji Zifeng's hollowed-out figure, a thought struck him. Had the battle already concluded? The notion made Lindsay inexplicably want to chuckle. Leave Shen Tianli, Su Qingxue said, suppressing her anger. Impossible. You scoundrel, don't provoke me. Lindsay seemed to hear the grandish joke, sneering at Su Qingxue. Miss Su, your double standards are quite remarkable. You are allowed to leave me for your white moonlight, yet I cannot seek Shen Tianli? Su Qingxue was rendered speechless by his words, her frustration causing her to stamp her foot. You scoundrel, she seeks you to irritate me. You know we are sworn enemies. How about this? If you leave her, I'm willing to offer you an additional 10 million. Lindsay crossed his arms, regarding Su Qingxue with an odd expression. Miss Su, I find you rather strange. You clearly do not harbor any feelings for me, and I must be a trivial figure in your eyes. If that is the case, how could my relationship with Shen Tianli possibly vex you? Or do you secretly like me? Su Qingxue scoffed disdainfully. Like you? What a fanciful dream. I'll have you know my affections lie with Jizafeng. As for you, there is no possibility in this lifetime. Very well, I shall remember your words. I wish you a steadfast bond with Jizafeng. Do not seek me again. As for that 10 million, if you wish to give it, I appreciate it. If not, it's inconsequential. Consider it payment for your performance last night. With that, Lindsay brushed past her and headed towards the bar. You scoundrel, stop right there. Su Qingxue yelled, a mix of shame and rage surging through her. Yet, Lindsay appeared to disregard her words entirely, slipping into the bar. As she watched Lindsay's figure vanish completely, an inexplicable pang of anguish pierced Su Qingxue's heart. She felt as though she was on the verge of losing something of utmost importance in her life. Initially intending to return home, she found herself unwilling to leave. She feared that if she departed, Lindsay and Shen Tianli would engage in the very actions she had shared with Lindsay the previous night. Fueled by anger, Su Qingxue re-entered the bar, but this time, she did not seek out Lindsay. Instead, she requested a booth in the corner and fixated her gaze on Lindsay and Shen Tianli not far away. She intended to monitor them, ensuring that wretched Shen Tianli did not dare to act inappropriately towards Lindsay. The deafening music faded, and a slick-haired individual took to the stage, cradling a guitar as he sang. Shen Tianli sat in the booth sipping her drink, with Lindsay by her side. So, did you manage to send her away? Lindsay nodded. To be honest, Su Qingxue's earlier words did not affect Lindsay's mood at all. After all, he had no affection for her. As for whom she fancies, that is her prerogative. Ideally, she would completely sever ties with Jizafeng and refrain from disturbing him, allowing him to pursue Shen Tianli in peace. What did she talk to you about? Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile. She said she regretted it and wanted to remarry me. I told her flatly that it was impossible. In this lifetime, I only have eyes for you, Shen Tianli. Wow. How touching, Shen Tianli replied with a rather perfunctory smile. Lindsay chuckled. I knew I couldn't fool you. All right, I admit it. She knows that your relationship with me is meant to provoke her. In order to make me leave you, she was willing to offer me an extra 10 million. I guessed as much, Shen Tianli said with a flirtatious grin. But I turned her down. Is that for real? Of course. If I had agreed to her, would I still be sitting here drinking with you? That makes sense. What should we do? This time, I am genuinely a bit moved. Feeling moved is not as effective as taking action. Come, let us find a place to appreciate each other's bodies through an artistic lens, shall we? Pfft. You are truly lewd, Shen Tianli chided playfully. Thank you. I am not just lewd, I'm also an old pervert. Shen Tianli chuckled, her laughter a delightful melody. This guy was indeed an honest rogue, the kind you knew was being flirtatious, yet found utterly endearing. Shen Tianli playfully punched Lindsay. Not far away. Su Qingxue clenched her fists in frustration upon witnessing the scene. Come, let us drink, Lindsay proposed, raising his glass. Shen Tianli did not refuse. As the strong liquor slid down his throat, Lindsay felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, an overly made-up performer on stage suddenly began to screech at an ear-piercing pitch. Lindsay was taken aback. What on earth is this nonsense? He complained. Don't speak ill of them. They are the prized singer of Yi Mei, came the retort. What? Lindsay was bewildered. You dare call this a prized singer? What? You don't believe it? I concede. Lindsay nodded vigorously. Shen Tianli discreetly glanced toward the corner and then smiled. How about I sing a song for you? You can sing? Lindsay raised an eyebrow. Who do you look down on? If I were to debut, those so-called singers would be nothing. Lindsay laughed. All right, please proceed with your performance. Chapter 10. Indeed, I am Lindsay. Shen Tianli took the stage. Her enchanting appearance and alluring figure instantly captivated many onlookers, with a few even whistling in admiration. Shen Tianli smiled and seemed to share a few words with the lead singer on stage, who, taken by surprise, handed over the guitar to her. Shen Tianli, clutching her guitar, perched herself upon a high stool. With a radiant smile directed at the microphone before her, she declared, This song is dedicated to Lindsay at table number 6. I wish to convey that encountering you, Lindsay, is the greatest fortune of my life. I hope you enjoy a delightful evening. All eyes turned towards table 6, filled with expressions of envy and jealousy directed at Lindsay. However, Lindsay appeared rather bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't Su Qingxue already left? What did Shen Tianli mean by these words? Could it be that she was genuinely captivated by my handsome appearance? As this thought crossed his mind, Lindsay rose to his feet, beaming as he waved to the crowd. Yes, I am Lindsay. His demeanor seemed to convey a sense of urgency, as if he were anxious for everyone to recognize that he was the Lin Zhe mentioned by Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. This fellow was truly flamboyant. In the corner, Su Qingxue seethed with anger. She never imagined that Shen Tianli would take the stage to sing for Lin Zhe. As if that weren't enough, she audaciously confessed her feelings for him in front of everyone. How dare she? Did she not realize that Lin Zhe was hers? Moreover, it infuriated her that Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, shamelessly stood up to publicly acknowledge his role as the male protagonist in Shen Tianli's declaration. Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto the stage and berate Shen Tianli for her shamelessness, yet she restrained herself. She was curious to see what song Shen Tianli would sing. Perhaps her voice would be as grating as that of a duck. As Shen Tianli's delicate fingers began to caress the guitar strings, a melodious and familiar sound filled the air. Su Qingxue trembled at the realization. Her face turned a shade of deep anger, for she recognized that Shen Tianli was about to sing the very song Lin Zhe had performed during the school anniversary celebration in his junior year. After that performance, he had boldly declared his affections for her in front of numerous school officials and distinguished alumni. It was astonishing that Shen Tianli was aware of this event. Otherwise, she would not be singing this particular song now. At that moment, Shen Tianli began to sing. In the first moments of life, I am the white poplar by the stream, its branches swaying gently, watching over the ancient bridge. You, like a butterfly, flutter into my gaze, pausing briefly, yet stirring waves in my heart. Lin Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. No, she truly could sing. Her voice was ethereal and enchanting. Although this was a song he had never heard before, he could discern that it was a love song. Meanwhile, Su Qingshue's anger intensified. She had not anticipated that Shen Tianli's voice would be so powerful, so beautifully captivating. The song was titled 3 Lifetimes, composed by the Prince of Love Songs, Li Dingqing, for his beloved wife. True to its name, the lyrics narrated a poignant tale of love across 3 lifetimes. On stage, Shen Tianli, her smile radiant as flowers, gazed down at Lin Zhe as she continued to sing. In a second life, I transformed into a soaring bird, traversing through the mist in search of a distant place where you reside. Amidst bustling streets or serene hills, I ceaselessly seek that warm radiance. Lin Zhe, still standing, playfully blew a kiss to Shen Tianli. A chuckle escaped Shen Tianli, causing her to momentarily halt her singing. The crowd cast dissatisfied glances at Lin Zhe, clearly having been drawn into the lyrical atmosphere created by Shen Tianli. Unfazed, Lin Zhe shrugged nonchalantly and leisurely lit a cigarette. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, he gazed at Shen Tianli on stage with a smile. Shen Tianli continued to sing with her ethereal, melodious voice. The affection of 3 lifetimes, like an unquenchable flame, transcends time and remains unchanged. No matter how many cycles of reincarnation we endure, my love for you will forever remain steadfast. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Shen Tianli, with her eyes sparkling with joy, waved at Lin Zhe, ignoring the crowd's request for an encore. She returned the guitar to its original owner. As she descended from the stage, she discreetly glanced at a corner of the bar. Upon catching sight of Su Qingshue's fiery gaze, Shen Tianli's smile broadened with satisfaction. Realizing that Shen Tianli was aware of her presence in the bar, Su Qingxue felt a surge of anger. Clearly, Shen Tianli had been deliberately provoking her. Even in the face of this realization, Su Qingxue was seething with frustration. What infuriated her further was Lin Zhe's eager embrace of Shen Tianli as soon as she stepped off the stage. With a beaming smile, Shen Tianli embraced Lin Zhe warmly. Witnessing their closeness, Su Qingshue's fist struck the sofa with force. She resolved to have a serious conversation with Lin Zhe, determined to steer him away from Shen Tianli. With her mind set, Su Qingxue swiftly sent Lin Zhe a message. Leave Shen Tianli, and I'll give you 50 million. Upon reading the message, Lin Zhe paused in surprise. Could it be that Shen Tianli had provoked her to such an extent that she was now willing to offer 50 million to have him distance himself from her? After sending the message, Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Zhe, eagerly awaiting his response. Yet, it seemed as though he had overlooked her message entirely. Tossing his phone aside onto the coffee table while continuing his conversation with Shen Tianli. Moments later, she witnessed Shen Tianli playfully punching Lin Zhe's arm. This scene nearly sent Su Qingxue into a frenzy. That rogue had been so tender with her just the night before, affectionately calling her baby. In the past, he would respond to her messages in an instant, yet now, merely hours after their divorce, he disregarded her message. Anger, no, fury, could scarcely encapsulate Su Qingshue's current emotions. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lin Zhe. Just then, she noticed Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli rise together, laughing and chatting as they made their way outside. Su Qingxue quickly rose to her feet and rushed outside. At that moment, she was uncertain of her own feelings. All she desired was to catch up and prevent Lin Zhe from leaving with Shun Tianli. As she exited the bar, she spotted Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli entering a car together, engaged in light-hearted conversation. This scene instantly cast a chilling frost over Su Qingxue's exquisitely beautiful face. Just as she was about to step forward and pull Lin Zhe from Shun Tianli's vehicle, she was utterly shattered by what she saw next. Shun Tianli leaned in to kiss Lin Zhe. Chapter 11. A peck? Lin Zhe was, of course, not kissing Shun Tianli. In reality, he was inquiring about the arrival of her designated driver. However, Shun Tianli suddenly leaned closer, her face mere centimeters from his cheek. The proximity allowed Lin Zhe to distinctly feel the warmth emanating from her alluring lips. Gazing at her tempting crimson mouth, he smiled and jested, "What's this? Do you want a kiss?" With a playful laugh, Shun Tianli responded, playfully punching Lin Zhe's shoulder before returning to her seat. Yet, as she settled back, she delicately caressed her luscious red lips with her slender fingertip, as if she had just smeared her lipstick while kissing someone. Witnessing this, Su Qingxue felt her blood run cold, her body trembling with anger. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, completely oblivious to the pain. A profound sorrow enveloped her, akin to a knife ruthlessly stabbing at her heart. Su Qingxue was taken aback by the depth of her anguish. It felt suffocating. Just then, Shun Tianli turned to look at Su Qingxue, and their eyes met through the car window. In that fleeting moment, Shun Tianli provocatively licked her lips, a blatant challenge. Su Qingxue's fury nearly caused her to explode. In a fit of rage, she marched toward Shun Tianli's car, but at that instant, someone else entered the vehicle, which swiftly departed from the scene. Fuming, Su Qingxue climbed into her own car and pressed the accelerator, determined to chase after Shun Tianli's vehicle. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhe, he remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding around him. As he drove back to Shun Tianli's villa, he sat in silence, gazing out the window at the enchanting city illuminated by vibrant lights. Lost in thought, Lin Zhe contemplated his future. Having crossed over into this world, his situation was far from ideal. Expelled from his family and facing divorce, he felt like a drifting weed. This precarious state instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Perhaps it was due to his accustomed dominance in the Blue Star. He had grown used to being in control. Yet now, aside from himself, he felt utterly powerless. "What are you thinking?" Shun Tianli asked with a flirtatious smile. Lin Zhe candidly replied, "I was contemplating what I should do next." He was not without options. On the contrary, a myriad of paths lay before him. Lin Zhe found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of which path to take. Although this planet bore a resemblance to Blue Star, its developmental trajectory was evidently several years behind. After a day's exploration, Lin Zhe concluded that this world resembled Blue Star circa 2014 or 2015. Food delivery services existed, yet they operated through traditional phone calls. Shared bicycles were available, but they were exclusively government-operated. There were video applications, though none akin to the short video platforms like Douyin. Numerous similar instances abounded. Lin Zhe recognized that this planet was akin to an untouched frontier for him. With the knowledge acquired from Blue Star, he could cultivate it at will. The pressing concern, however, was that he possessed a mere 10 million, a sum generously gifted by Su Qingxue. While this amount sufficed for mere survival, it proved insufficient for entrepreneurial endeavors. "Are you feeling a sense of crisis?" Shun Tianli inquired with a teasing smile. "Indeed. It's common knowledge that I've been cast out from my family and divorced. What troubles me most is my lack of funds. I need to earn money," Lin Zhe replied. "Why not join my company?" Shun Tianli suggested playfully. "All right. What annual salary are you prepared to offer?" he countered. "How much do you desire?" Shun Tianli asked with a flirtatious grin. "A casual few billion would suffice." Lin Zhe jested. "Why not just rob a bank?" She quipped. "Good idea," he said, mimicking a gun with his fingers and aiming it at Shun Tianli. "Hand over your money." Feigning fear, Shun Tianli responded, "Sir, I don't have any money," and playfully complied with his antics. "What do you possess then?" he probed. "I only have a pretty face and a seductive figure. Do you want them?" she teased, casting him a flirtatious glance. "Goodness, she truly is a temptress," Lin Zhe mused. "Never mind, I'm not interested in your body." With a laugh that sparkled with mischief, Shun Tianli erupted into giggles, leaving Lin Zhe feeling overwhelmed. Why had he been granted 4 pairs of eyes? Soon, they returned to the villa. Just as they stepped inside, Su Qingxue halted her car at the entrance of Shen Tianli's villa. Watching Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli enter, she slammed her delicate fist onto the steering wheel in frustration. Without uttering a word, Su Qingxue retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Zhe's number. As Lin Zhe entered the villa, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Su Qingxue, he instinctively reached to hang up. Although he craved her company, the memory of her brazen declaration at the bar that she fancied someone else deterred him from engaging in conversation. However, reflecting on the prior night's intimacy, he reconsidered, realizing that ignoring her call would be rather callous. Just as the signal began to wane, Lin Zhe answered, "Hello." Hearing his voice, Su Qingxue felt an unexpected urge to weep. She had braced herself for the possibility that he might not answer. Taking a deep breath, she coldly commanded, "I'm at the entrance of Shen Tianli's villa. Come outside." The inappropriateness of a solitary man and woman calls for a conversation over the phone. A solitary man and woman? Su Qingxue felt an explosive surge of anger. Was he not a solitary man with Shen Tianli? Why did he not mention being a solitary man when he was sleeping alone last night? That scoundrel. Scoundrel, why have you not responded to my messages? Su Qingxue questioned furiously. Lin Zhe retorted, "Why should I respond to you?" Su Qingxue was left speechless. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Do you have matters to discuss or not? If not, I will hang up. Leave Shen Tianli, and I will offer you 50 million. Su Qingxue suppressed her inner fury, striving to maintain a calm tone. Impossible. Su Qingxue's composure shattered in an instant. This scoundrel, who was willing to divorce for a mere 10 million yesterday, would not leave Shen Tianli even for 50 million? Did he truly hold Shen Tianli in higher regard than her? 100 million. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth as she declared. She could not believe that with her stakes raised so high, he would still refuse her. Lin Zhe's heart stirred. 100 million was indeed a staggering sum. With that money, he could rapidly expand his business empire. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, Shen Tianli, seated nearby, suddenly leaned in. With a deliberately charming tone, she said, "Perhaps it would be best not to make calls while bathing." With that, she unceremoniously snatched Lin Zhe's phone and swiftly hung up. Su Qingxue was dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli had progressed to the point of bathing together. A shiver of rage coursed through her, making her breath come in short gasps. Unwilling to concede, Su Qingxue called Lin Zhe again, but this time, the call was abruptly terminated. Su Qingxue wept, tears streaming down her face from the frustration. She did not wish to cry, yet her heart ached terribly, as if being torn by knives. Su Qingxue buried her face in the steering wheel, sobbing. While crying, she cursed, "Lin Zhe, you scoundrel, what gives you the right to bathe with her?" After shedding tears for a while, Su Qingxue drove back to the villa. Upon entering, a wave of loneliness washed over her. In the past, no matter how late she returned, Lin Zhe would always be waiting in the living room. He would eagerly take her bag, remove her high heels, and replace them with comfortable slippers. If she was particularly tired, he would even massage her shoulders for a while. But now, the entire villa was shrouded in darkness. The profound sense of isolation deepened her sorrow. She turned on the lights and sat on the sofa for a moment. Suddenly, Su Qingxue craved a drink. She seldom consumed alcohol, only indulging occasionally with Lin Zhe when she was in high spirits. But now, she desperately longed for a drink. She even wished to become intoxicated. She sought to numb her senses with alcohol. She yearned to temporarily escape the harsh reality of her divorce from Lin Zhe and the passionate affair he was having with Shen Tianli. Venturing into the wine cellar, Su Qingxue instinctively grabbed 2 glasses. However, as she attempted to uncork the bottle, her sorrow deepened. In the past, Lin Zhe had always taken care of such tasks, managing everything effortlessly for her. After struggling for quite some time without success and inadvertently piercing her finger with the corkscrew, Su Qingxue broke down in tears. Crouching on the floor, "Why did you hang up on me?" Lin Zhe asked, visibly frustrated. 100 million just slipped away, and it pains me deeply. To him, it wasn't merely money that had vanished, it was the grandeur of his career. "Are you truly willing to leave me for 100 million? He lamented. Shen Tianli felt a peculiar discomfort. "But you had already promised me," she retorted. "I'm sorry, but I lack morals and boundaries," he replied nonchalantly. Shen Tianli couldn't help but laugh at his bluntness. Initially, she felt uneasy about Lin Zhe's intention to leave her for such a sum, especially since he had agreed to help her with her act. Yet, his unapologetic admission of his lack of ethics amused her, rendering her anger obsolete and even making her find him somewhat endearing. "I can give you the money," Shen Tianli proposed. "How about this? Once the deal is done, I will give you 200 million. Are you serious?" He inquired, astonished. "Of course I'm serious." Anyone can make promises. But first, you need to pay me half as a deposit. All right, I'll transfer it to you first thing tomorrow morning. However, once you have my money, you must ensure everything goes smoothly. If I find out you're still in contact with Su Qingxue, beware, I'm not joking. Just so you know, the person who runs the underworld in Haiqing is my close friend. Making you disappear from this world is merely a word from her. Wow, she is quite fierce, Lin Zhe thought. Yet, he brushed aside her threat, not only ignoring it, but also boldly pinching Shen Tianli's alluring face. Rest assured, while I may lack morals and boundaries, I still have my desires. Shen Tianli blushed at his audacity. Was he truly so brazen? It was one thing to speak so shamelessly, but to actually touch her was another matter entirely. She expected to be angry, yet she found herself strangely enjoying the sensation of his playful pinch. The realization startled her. Am I developing some peculiar affinity? Shen Tianli, you're actually feeling shy. Don't tell me you've never been in a relationship before, Lin Zhe teased. As if discovering new territory, Shen Tianli shot him a disdainful glance. Even with her eye roll, she remained captivating. Is that so wrong? Wouldn't that be a bargain for me? Lin Zhe responded with a grin. Shen Tianli looked at him, exasperated yet amused. What do you mean by a bargain for you? It seems as though one is already in a relationship with him, Shen Tianli playfully chided. Rogue. I shan't waste any more words with you. I'm off to bed. Do you require warmth? I have been a professional at warming beds for 25 years. Shen Tianli chuckled heartily. This fellow truly possessed an audacity that was quite shameless. They each retreated to their respective rooms. Lin Zhe was preparing to squat in a horse stance. Having traversed dimensions, the original body was exceptionally feeble. Last night, after 5 encounters, he felt utterly drained. He needed to swiftly regain the peak condition he had known on Blue Star. A true man does not stop at 9 attempts. Not to mention the charming and dashing readers of Tomato, who are relentless engines of endurance. Just as he began to squat, Lin Zhe's phone unexpectedly received a message. It was from a contact labeled as spam. Brother, you claim to be the biological one. Yet why did father purchase me a villa worth over 100 million? Are you envious? You should be, for I intend to make you envious. Lin Zhe, you are but a stray dog. Everything belonging to the Lin family is mine. Does it matter that I am not the biological child? Oh, and by the way, I am to go on a blind date tomorrow with the esteemed Shen Tianli, the jewel of Haiqing. Once I become the favored son-in-law of the Shen family, rest assured, I will make your life a living hell. Lin Zhe chuckled. This fool still believed himself to be the original. Unable to resist, he perused the conversation history between this scoundrel and the original owner. There were countless messages, spanning from the moment the original was found until now, totaling approximately 10,000. These messages clearly chronicled the original's torment. They detailed the original's cautious attempts to appease this brother upon his return, as well as the various provocations he endured after being expelled from the Lin family. Infuriatingly, this so-called good brother had explicitly stated that the previous slanders and schemes against him were intentional. Yet, he still implored this brother to speak kindly to their parents on his behalf. What a fool indeed. Fortunately, 3 years prior, whether out of enlightenment or resignation, he ceased to respond to this brother's taunts. After reviewing these records, Lin Zhe felt an urge to smash his phone. Thankfully, he now occupied this body, having supplanted the original. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to madness. Ignoring the provocations from this scoundrel, Lin Zhe resumed his squats. After all, his good days were soon to conclude. After squatting for an hour, Lin Zhe was utterly exhausted. The original's body was frilier than he had anticipated. Had it not been for Lin Zhe's formidable willpower, even 5 minutes would have been his limit. He took a shower and lay on his bed, contemplating his future path. After a while, Lin Zhe established his life goals: to earn more money, to pursue more women, and to reclaim everything the original had lost. Then, he resolved to become a heartless rogue. Chapter 13. Show off. The following morning, upon rising, Lin Zhe beheld Shen Tianli seated at the dining table in her uniform, enjoying her meal. Her long, snow-white legs were elegantly wrapped in sheer stockings. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with delight. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zhe asked with a smile, "Shall we head directly to the bank?" Shen Tianli understood that Lin Zhe was referring to the money she had promised him the previous evening. Hold on. I will certainly give you what I promised, but I have something more pressing to attend to right now. What could possibly be more important than transferring money to me? Shen Tianli replied with a hint of frustration. My company has invested in a fantasy drama that is about to be released, but the theme song is still unresolved. I need to finalize some songs that have been gradually submitted over the past few days. That is indeed significant. Let us go. As they made their way to Shintianli's company, Lindsay occasionally glanced at her shapely legs. Damn, they are truly alluring. With a playful smile, Shintianli remarked, I say, although we are a bit rogue, could you perhaps tone it down? You've already stared at my legs 17 times since this morning. Do you really like them that much? I do, he replied. You must prefer stockings. Shintianli laughed and teased, Are you saying you like my legs in stockings? Not at all. I prefer the sight of you wearing them, Lindsay said, eliciting another burst of laughter from her. Soon, they arrived at Shintianli's company. Located in the prestigious Jin Gang building, the finest office complex in Haicheng. Her company was substantial, covering over 1,000 square meters. Upon entering, Lindsay was greeted by the warm salutations of the staff, to which Shintianli responded with a cheerful nod. As they stepped into her office, the secretary followed them in. Though of average appearance, her figure was commendable. Lindsay glanced at her briefly before turning his attention elsewhere. General Manager Shun. We have received 13 new songs over the past few days. Shall we play them now? Shintianli nodded. Yes, let us play them. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue awoke to find it was already past 9 in the morning. After crying the previous night, she had sought solace in a bottle of whiskey. One drink led to another, and soon she felt dizzy. Eventually, she succumbed to her discomfort and fell asleep on the sofa. Upon opening her eyes, Su Qingxue felt a throbbing pain in her head. Instinctively, she called out, Lindsay, my head hurts. Silence greeted her. It was only then that she remembered she was already divorced from Lindsay, who had moved out. A wave of profound loss washed over her. Sitting on the edge of her empty bed, she reflected on the intimacy they had shared just 2 nights prior. Now, they were worlds apart. As her phone rang, Su Qingxue pondered what she should do today. She knew she had to keep herself occupied. Otherwise, her thoughts would inevitably drift back to Lindsay. The call was from an unfamiliar number, and habitually, she hung up without answering. Soon after, a text message arrived. Qingxue, it's me, Jizafeng. Upon seeing that name, Su Qingxue paused. She suddenly realized that since parting ways with Jizafeng at the hotel yesterday, she had not thought of him even once. This realization filled her with a sense of panic. What was happening to her? Despite having cherished Jizafeng for 5 long years, and with his return, it seemed that a mere nod from her would unite them. Yet, astonishingly, throughout this duration, he had scarcely crossed her mind. Instead, her thoughts were consumed by Lindsay. A terrifying notion suddenly invaded Su Qingxue's consciousness. Could it be that I have developed feelings for Lindsay? The emergence of this thought startled her deeply. She vigorously shook her head, proclaiming, Impossible. How could I possibly harbor affection for that rogue? My heart belongs to Jizafeng. Yes, I adore Jizafeng. I am merely incensed by that scoundrel's association with Shintianli. At that moment, her phone rang once more. It was Jizafeng calling again. And Su Qingxue promptly answered. Qifeng, I apologize. I thought it was a stranger, she spoke softly. On the other end, Jizafeng chuckled. No worries. Have you risen yet? Yes, I'm up. Have you managed to get your new number? Indeed, I just took care of that. I shall come to fetch you now. No need. Just wait for me at the hotel. For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, Su Qingxue was reluctant to disclose her whereabouts to Jizafeng, let alone invite him to her residence. Very well, I shall await your arrival, he replied. After a brief interval, Su Qingxue reached the hotel. Jizafeng was anxiously awaiting her in the lobby, and just as his patience was waning, Su Qingxue appeared. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she radiated an ethereal charm. Despite her simple attire, it captivated Jizafeng instantly. Frankly, he regretted not choosing Su Qingxue during their university days. She surpassed his current girlfriend in beauty by every measure. Moreover, what weighed heavily on his mind was that she had once held feelings for him so fervently. Had he chosen her, he would not find himself in such a passive position now. I'm sorry, Zifeng, for keeping you waiting, Su Qingxue expressed with a hint of remorse. Jizafeng replied gently, Qingxue, there is no need for apologies between us. His gaze toward her was laden with profound and unbreakable affection. Su Qingxue smiled and said, You are right. We need not exchange apologies. Come, I wish to show you your gift. I am genuinely looking forward to it, Jizafeng replied with enthusiasm. Exiting the hotel with Jizafeng, they were greeted by a luxurious car, quietly parked at the entrance. Upon seeing the vehicle, Jizafeng's heart raced. Surely, Su Qingxue was not intending to gift him that supercar? She retrieved the car key from her bag and pressed a button, causing the headlights to flicker. Jizafeng was astounded. This supercar was worth over 7 million. Even in the height of the Ji family's prosperity, contemplating the purchase of such an extravagant vehicle would have required considerable thought. Yet now, Su Qingxue was offering it so freely. Her generosity was indeed remarkable. After the initial shock came an overwhelming sense of joy. No, it was far beyond mere joy that characterized Ji Zifeng's emotions at this moment. He was elated, to the point of wanting to lift Su Qingxue and twirl her around in circles. Yet, he restrained himself. Upon returning yesterday, he sensed a slight distance between them. He feared that such exuberance might startle the lady. After all, she had already gifted him such an extravagant sports car, a clear testament to her deep affection for him. If that were the case, why the rush? Qingxue, please tell me, is this truly your gift to me? Ji Zifeng feigned surprise as he asked. Su Qingxue nodded. Do you like it? Indeed. Even if you gave me just a piece of paper, I would cherish it. However, Qingxue, this is far too lavish. I cannot accept it. Ji Zifeng replied, pretending to be troubled. Zifeng, there is no need for such formality between us. Besides, it's merely a car. It holds little significance for me. Su Qingxue remarked. Very well then. Su Qingxue tossed the car key to Ji Zifeng. Go on, try it out, and see if you like the interior. Ji Zifeng nodded, suppressing his racing heart as he leisurely climbed into the car. The moment the door closed, he pinched his thigh hard to stifle his laughter. Su Qingxue did not join him in the car. She stood below, watching as Ji Zifeng lovingly caressed the steering wheel of the sports car. For some inexplicable reason, this scene evoked memories of Lin Zella. When Su Qingxue married Lin Zhe, she had wished to gift him a car, but he had declined. He later acquired a vehicle worth over 200,000 through his own efforts, which he still drives to this day. Suddenly, Su Qingxue realized that in 3 years of marriage, she had never truly given Lin Zhe any gifts, while he had showered her with numerous presents. From extravagant bags to small trinkets, filling her room to the brim. Though Ji Zifeng was the one driving the sports car before her, she inexplicably envisioned Lin Zhe seated within it. Surely, he would have liked it as well. A surge of guilt washed over her, and she found herself regretting the gift she had bestowed upon Ji Zifeng. After a while, Ji Zifeng exited the car. So what do you think? Do you like it? Su Qingxue inquired. Ji Zifeng smiled and nodded. By the way, Qingxue, could you share Lin Zhe's contact with me? Why do you want to add him? Oh, he has cared for you for 3 years. I believe he must know your habits quite well, since I will be the one looking after you from now on. I thought it wise to seek his advice, Ji Zifeng said, feigning shyness. A pang of sadness struck Su Qingxue. She recalled Lin Zhe's meticulous care over the past 3 years, yet here she was, gifting a sports car to another man. Nevertheless, she forwarded Lin Zhe's contact to Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue believed she would gradually acclimate to life without Lin Zhe, for she felt that her affections were now directed toward Ji Zifeng. With impatience, Ji Zifeng clicked to add him as a friend. The moment the verification was approved, Ji Zifeng promptly sent the photograph of the supercar he had just taken, accompanied by a message to Lin Zhe. Why must Qingxue gift me such an extravagant sports car? Chapter 14. A bright future ahead. Upon receiving Ji Zifeng's message, Lin Zhe could not help but smile. He never anticipated that Ji Zifeng would be such a pretentious individual. To Lin Zhe, his divorce from Su Qingxue meant that her gifts, even if they included the company, were of no consequence to him. After all, he harbored no affection for Su Qingxue. Furthermore, he was indeed earning money, much more than the value of a mere supercar. Disregarding Ji Zifeng's display of wealth, Lin Zhe continued to listen to music with Shen Tianli. They had already spent over an hour listening to 13 songs, and Lin Zhe was beginning to find the experience rather torturous. Shen Tianli also seemed to be on the brink of frustration. When the last song concluded, she slumped back in her chair, feeling utterly dejected. Disappointment. Nothing but disappointment lingered in the air. Lin Zhe observed her figure, nearly bursting through her crisp, white shirt, and he involuntarily swallowed hard before asking with a smile, "What is the plot of your drama? Could you share it with me? Are you planning to write a theme song for me?" Shen Tianli teased with a laugh. "Well, I do have such intentions," Lin Zhe replied with a grin. Back on Blue Star, before he had fully immersed himself in society, Lin Zhe was just an ordinary university student who enjoyed music, television, and idolizing stars. The music and cinematic works on this planet were starkly different from those on Blue Star. Composing a theme song seemed infinitely simpler than breathing to Lin Zhe, as his mind was brimming with ideas for themes and fantasy dramas. Of course, his willingness to assist her stemmed from a singular motive. Shen Tianli was skeptical that Lin Zhe could craft a theme song that would satisfy her. But she was currently engulfed in frustration and desperately needed someone to converse with to alleviate her inner turmoil. The fantasy drama revolved around a celestial being reincarnating on Earth to undergo trials, where the male lead encountered numerous romantic interests, some who adored him, and others whom he cherished. Their intertwined tales were filled with twists and poignant moments before he ultimately returned to the heavens. As Lindsay listened to Shun Tianli's narration, he found the storyline oddly familiar. Isn't this a rather low-budget version of a fantasy tale? If that were the case, then Carefree Psy would be the perfect fit. Is there a guitar available? Lindsay inquired. Suddenly, Shun Tianli sat up straight, her laughter ringing out as she asked, "Are you really planning to create a song for me?" "Well, I am feeling a spark of inspiration," Lindsay said, feigning nonchalance. When it came to charming women, a bit of pretentiousness was par for the course. Is that for real? To be candid, Shun Tianli was not particularly well acquainted with Lindsay's past. She merely knew that he could sing and possessed a decent voice. However, the idea of him being a composer was beyond her belief. "Is it true? Just get me a guitar, and you'll find out," Lindsay chuckled. Seeing Lindsay's playful demeanor, coupled with a hint of seriousness in his gaze, Shun Tianli wondered if he might genuinely possess the talent to compose. Without unnecessary preamble, Shun Tianli dialed her secretary, requesting her to bring in a guitar. Shortly thereafter, the secretary entered, guitar in hand. The moment Lindsay grasped the instrument, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been over a decade since he last played. While attending university on Blue Star, he had formed a band, not for the sake of music, but rather as a means to attract women. At that time, the guitar was indeed a potent tool for charm. He tentatively strummed a few chords, the sound slightly jarring. Shun Tianli teased him with a smile. "Hey, are you even capable of playing?" Lindsay chuckled in response. "I think you can start recording now." "What? Are you not afraid of embarrassing yourself?" she quipped with a playful grin. Lindsay shrugged nonchalantly. Shun Tianli then activated her phone's camera and began recording. Lindsay flashed her a smile before launching into his performance. As the melodious notes flowed forth, Shun Tianli was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Was he truly skilled? The prelude was surprisingly beautiful, almost resonating with the theme of her recent drama. As he sang the lyrics, "The years seldom remain silent. The autumn wind weary of wandering. The sunset lingers, reluctant to depart, hanging on the wall, unwilling to part with me." Shun Tianli couldn't help but marvel. His voice was captivating. Could this guy really be so talented? And his singing is exquisite? She pondered, struggling to believe her own eyes. Lindsay remained unfazed by her astonishment, continuing to sing. "Love has reached its end. Hatred relinquishes promises. Fate considers itself humorous. Too many thoughts, beyond my control." With each line, Shun Tianli stood up, utterly mesmerized, her filming becoming intensely focused. Lindsay, however, wore a pensive expression, his gaze growing dim. Indeed, his mood had soured. The lyrics struck a chord deep within him. Fate considers itself humorous. Too many thoughts, beyond my control. Lofty ambitions met with scant rewards. How few true friends remain. As I look back, laughter echoes in my dreams. These lines resonated with Lindsay, as if they were narrating his own destiny. In that moment, memories of his past on Blue Star flooded back. Once a student at a prestigious university with a promising future, he found himself thrust into turmoil after his father was betrayed and perished. Reluctantly, he inherited his father's legacy, spending 3 years building a formidable gang, earning the title of the King of the Night on Blue Star. Just as he sought to transition to a normal life with his brethren, he was betrayed by the woman he cherished most. It was only in his final moments that he discovered she had been an undercover agent. The song continued, and Lindsay's voice soared. Amidst laughter and sighs of despair, the ancient folly and modern madness ultimately culminated in emptiness. With dulled blades and waning resolve, severed bonds of affection shattered dreams. On a desolate path, lamentations echoed, as the footprints of a journey went unrecognized. For many years, with yearning eyes, I gazed through the tumultuous world, yet failed to discern its essence. As the final word fell, Lindsay's gaze pierced through the window, contemplating the woman who had betrayed him. He wondered if, in the stillness of the night, she felt even the slightest twinge of remorse. Yet, he deemed this inconsequential. What truly mattered was her successful obliteration of his trust in women. Therefore, in his rebirth, he resolved to become a heartless scoundrel. Shun Tianli felt an urge to weep, perplexed by the surge of emotions that enveloped her. Though she was merely listening to a beautiful song, Lindsay's voice resonated with a sense of life's futility, the inevitability of fate, and the profound sorrow nestled within him. An inexplicable pang of compassion blossomed in her heart, compelling her to embrace Lindsay. Just then, Lindsay flashed a playful smile. "Do you love me?" In an instant, all melancholy vanished without a trace. Shun Tianli chuckled, saving the video and gleefully sending it to Su Qingxue, fully aware that it would infuriate her. After dispatching the video, Shun Tianli cast a flirtatious smile at Lin Zhe. Congratulations, you've scored 20 points. Keep it up. Lin Zhe felt elated. In less than 2 days, he had already amassed 20 points. It seemed that the prospect of intimacy was imminent. Chapter 15. Lacking confidence in pursuit after sending the video to Su Qingxue, Shun Tianli playfully inquired. What is the name of this song? Xiao Yao Tan. Shun Tianli's eyes sparkled. Wow, what a splendid name. Indeed, I think so too. Not only is the title melodious, but the lyrics and melody are exquisite, perfectly tailored for my fantasy drama. Name your price. It's yours as a gift, Lin Zhe declared with a grand gesture. Is that for real? Shun Tianli's enchanting face illuminated with disbelief. Lin Zhe retorted, if I were to gift you this song, would you be happy? I wouldn't just be happy, I'd be overjoyed. Shun Tianli replied with a beguiling smile. Then it is yours. Your happiness is what matters. Though Shun Tianli recognized Lin Zhe's playful provocation, she could not fathom why her heart raced at his words. It seemed no one had ever uttered such sentiments to her before. Do you realize how much profit this song could generate for you? How much? Lin Zhe inquired. Let me put it this way. I cannot predict whether my drama will be a success, but this song will undoubtedly gain popularity. The royalties, along with various fees, will surely exceed 7 figures. If you sing it and it becomes a hit, numerous businesses will seek to hire you for performances, which would yield substantial income. Wow. Is it really that lucrative? Are you having second thoughts? Shun Tianli teased with a smile. Indeed, I regret it deeply. My heart feels as if it has been pierced by a knife. Could you give it a gentle rub, Lin Zhe? You're not taking advantage of me, are you? Are you feeling uneasy? Shun Tianli teased. Uneasy? Why not let me soothe you? Soothe what? Your heart. Pfft. Shun Tianli burst into laughter. You shameless rogue. Lin Zhe chuckled in response. Once Shun Tianli had calmed her laughter, she asked earnestly, on a serious note, how did you compose this song? I plagiarized. Lin Zhe admitted candidly. Don't jest. This song is so melodious that it will undoubtedly become a sensation once released. I can't possibly have missed it. Shun Tianli implied that such a beautiful song could not have been unheard of, suggesting it had yet to be published. If that's the case, how could I have plagiarized? I never claimed it was from this planet. What do you mean? You mean you plagiarized from another planet? Precisely. Shun Tianli shot Lin Zhe a disbelieving glance. Unconvinced by his whimsical tale, noticing her skepticism, Lin Zhe decided against further debate. Well, now that the theme song is settled, can we proceed with the transfer? Not so fast. First, you must agree to one thing. Oh no, you're not trying to default on payment, are you? Shun Tianli, after all my yearning for you. Is this how you treat me? Shun Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, both amused and exasperated. She wanted to ask how his desire for her had anything to do with this. Don't worry, you'll definitely receive your payment. What I mean is, could this song be sung by you? Once the recording is complete, I will transfer the funds. I can sing it, but it requires rearranging. It would be best to incorporate other instruments, such as flutes or bamboo pipes, to give it a more ethereal quality. Shun Tianli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, I believe you're right. Why not let you handle the arrangement? I would love to assist you, but unfortunately, I have not studied arrangement. Very well, I shall have someone else arrange it. Once they finish the arrangement, we can begin recording. So while they're working on that, let us proceed with the transfer. Shun Tianli chuckled. You truly seem to be fixated on money. Lin Zhe wished to convey that he was not merely obsessed with wealth. He was in dire need of operating capital. With lucrative opportunities within reach, he felt helpless. Akin to guarding a treasure mountain yet being unable to mine it. Damn it, money is a man's courage. I'm currently so broke that I only have 10 million left. I lack the confidence to pursue you. Ha ha, Lin Zhe. You're going to make me die of laughter. Thus, in order for me to have the chance to be with you sooner, hurry and transfer the funds. Shun Tianli erupted in laughter again. How effortlessly this rogue managed to flirt so smoothly. All right, seeing how eager you are, let us go. I'll make the transfer. Shun Tianli, you truly are a soft-hearted deity. Heaven will surely bless you to be with me soon. Shun Tianli nearly laughed herself into a fit. This rogue. After sending the video of Lin Zhe singing to the company's dedicated arranger, Shun Tianli led Lin Zhe towards the bank. Su Qingxue had just arrived at the company with Ji Zifeng when she received the video from Shun Tianli. Without needing to watch, she knew the content was meant to provoke her. Without a second thought, she attempted to delete it. Yet, inexplicably, she clicked play. In the next instant, Lin Zhe's face appeared on the screen. A jolt of emotion surged through her. The melodious strumming of a guitar resonated from the video. Su Qingxue instantly felt a surge of displeasure. What was this? That scoundrel was singing for Shun Tianli? before their divorce. He had claimed he would only sing for her throughout his life. Soon, Lin Zhe's rich, magnetic voice flowed through the phone into Su Qingshue's ears. Time rarely stays silent. The autumn wind grows weary of wandering, the sunset lingers, reluctant to depart, hanging on the wall, unable to let go of me. Su Qingxue was entranced. This was a song she had never heard before. Moreover, the emotional depth clearly infused by Lin Zhe made the song sound poignant, yet liberating, and tinged with a sense of longing. In short, she was captivated, irresistibly drawn in, and eagerly continued to listen. Love has reached its end. Hatred relinquishes promises. Fate assumes a humorous stance, thoughts abound, beyond my control. As these lyrics reached her ears, a resonating hum echoed in her mind. Love has reached its end. Hatred relinquishes promises. Su Qingxue murmured these lines, questioning if Lin Zhe was singing about their relationship. She noticed her eyes had become red-rimmed without her realizing it. Although Lin Zhe smiled in the video, she sensed a profound sorrow within him. After all, the woman he loved for 7 years had chosen another man over him. The song continued, yet Su Qingxue could no longer bear to listen. She recalled the Lin Zhe of the past, the kind and proud man he once was, the campus heartthrob. Top of his class, student council president, and recipient of national awards. He was destined for an exceedingly brilliant future. However, out of love for her, he willingly stepped into the abyss of marriage, fully aware he was but a substitute. In their 3 years of marriage, he had concealed his brilliance, willingly becoming a homemaker solely to care for her. Yet, in the end, he was left abandoned. As these thoughts flooded her mind, a sharp pain pierced Su Qingxue's heart. Chapter 16. My taste is not so poor. This was already the 7th time Lin Zhe had checked the balance of his bank account. With each count, a broader smile spread across his face, revealing a childlike innocence. Yet, to be candid, Lin Zhe was not entirely inexperienced. At the pinnacle of his career on Blue Star, his bank account had once held over 7 billion. His elation stemmed from the realization that his career was finally set to take off, and he could finally unleash his potential. He finally had the opportunity to take complete control of his life. I remarked, "It's just 100 million. Why are you so thrilled?" "Listen, Shen Tianli, are you speaking human language? What do you mean it's just 100 million? Do you comprehend the magnitude of its power? How great. It could allow me to indulge in you 9 times in one night without feeling fatigued." Shen Tianli burst into laughter. "You rogue. You truly are a rogue." Lin Zhe chuckled, "Just joking. 5 times is already my limit." "As if you've ever tried," she teased. "Who knows?" Lin Zhe replied with a grin. As he spoke, the image of his passionate entanglement with Su Qingxue from the previous night involuntarily surfaced in his mind. What had initially been a tantalizing scene now left him with a pang of melancholy. He truly craved Su Qingxue's body, especially her long, pristine legs that, when clad in stockings, were utterly irresistible. Damn it, why couldn't I have crossed over sooner? If I had, I would have already charmed Su Qingxue into submission, and she wouldn't have had the chance to divorce. Noticing Lin Zhe's mischievous smile, Shen Tianli curiously inquired, "Have you really tried?" "Yes," he replied. "You slept with Su Qingxue?" Shen Tianli's eyes widened like saucers. "Take another guess." Upon hearing this, Shen Tianli inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I guess you're bluffing. It's time for lunch. Treat me." "Not a chance." "What? Don't you want the remaining payment?" Lin Zhe quickly smiled and said, "Just joking. Don't think of it as just a meal. I could treat you to something else." Shen Tianli, intrigued, asked, "What else can you treat me to besides a meal?" "Oh, plenty. For instance, suffering a loss or being taken aback." Lin Zhe replied with a grin. "I understand the first one, but what does being taken aback mean?" Lin Zhe didn't clarify, but he cast a suggestive glance at Shen Tianli. She looked at him suspiciously. After pondering the idiom for a moment, Shen Tianli quickly comprehended. Her fair face instantly flushed with a captivating blush. This rogue is truly shameless. Observing her reaction, Lin Zhe realized she understood. He expected her to retaliate, but unexpectedly. In a flustered manner, Shen Tianli suddenly smiled and said, "All right, if you wish to conquer me, then I shall consume you." Goodness. Lin Zhe's heart raced. To be honest, she certainly knew how to tease. They had lunch at Yiping Xian. "Aren't you and Su Qingxue sworn enemies? This place is owned by her family. Why are you here dining?" Lin Zhe asked in confusion. Shen Tianli sighed. "The food here is delightful. Then why not poach the chef from here?" "Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? I could open Erpen Xian." "Uft, Erpen Xian, what a childish name." The two exchanged banter as they made their way into the restaurant. Just then, the roar of a supercar pierced Lin Zhe's ears. He instinctively turned to glance. only to see a brand new supercar arrogantly halting at the entrance of the restaurant. Behind the sports car trailed a luxurious vehicle of considerable value, belonging to Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue, the devoted admirer, treated her beloved with utmost care. Suddenly, Shen Tianli, with a playful smile, inquired, "Are you aware that this sports car was a gift from Su Qingxue to Ji Zifeng?" With a chuckle, Shen Tianli continued, "Of course. She reserved this car 2 weeks ago. Are you envious?" Lindsay nodded. "Indeed, I envy Ji Zifeng immensely." Shen Tianli pressed on. "Do you envy Su Qingxue's affections towards him?" "Yes," Lindsay confessed. "I envy the way Su Qingxue cares for him. If someone were to treat me with such kindness, I would undoubtedly be moved to reciprocate deeply." With that, Lindsay glanced at Shen Tianli, feeling he had hinted quite overly, expecting her to be touched. Shen Tianli giggled. "You rogue. But let us put that aside. I'm going to tease Su Qingxue's beloved." "What? Do you wish to entice Ji Zifeng and make Su Qingxue jealous?" "Don't be absurd. My taste is not that poor." Shen Tianli winked at Lindsay. With a radiant smile, Shen Tianli approached Ji Zifeng. "Ji Zifeng, it's a pleasure to see you again." Upon seeing Shen Tianli, particularly as she initiated the greeting, Ji Zifeng felt an exhilarating thrill in his heart. He increasingly believed that Shen Tianli harbored interest in him. Otherwise, she would not be so forthcoming. Moreover, her alluring smile was undeniably captivating. Ji Zifeng waved back with a grin, then his gaze shifted to Lindsay, who was fixated on the sports car. Ji Zifeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Lindsay, are you envious? I intend to make you feel that way." When Su Qingxue spotted Lindsay, she was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated encountering him here. The sight of Lindsay brought to mind the song he had sung while holding a guitar, causing a subtle ache in her heart. She had expected him to glance in her direction, yet he didn't spare her a single look. Instead, he was engrossed in admiration of the supercar she had gifted to Ji Zifeng, and for reasons unknown, Su Qingxue felt a pang of guilt. "Su Qingxue, how do you find Lindsay's song?" "To be honest, it was composed specifically for me," Shen Tianli said with a flirtatious smile. Su Qingxue's heart quivered. "What? That song was indeed written for Shen Tianli?" A wave of displeasure washed over her. She shot Lindsay a resentful glance. That scoundrel had never composed a song for her. "What song?" Ji Zifeng inquired with curiosity. "I want to tell you," Shen Tianli replied with a playful giggle. Her enticing gaze and charming smile left Ji Zifeng utterly captivated. He genuinely believed Shen Tianli was flirting with him. Were it not for Su Qingxue's presence, Ji Zifeng would have eagerly pursued her. He was convinced that with a little teasing, she would undoubtedly respond. "No, I must add Shen Tianli's charm to my arsenal and properly entice her." As he pondered this, Ji Zifeng chuckled. "Lindsay, who would have thought we share such a connection? In that case, why not dine together? After all, we had a meal together last night." Of course, his intention was not genuinely to share a meal with Lindsay. Rather, he sought to flaunt his affection for Su Qingxue and provoke Lindsay, all the while hoping to garner the attention of Shen Tianli. "I'm sorry, but I cannot dine with someone as unattractive as you," Lindsay replied indifferently. Shen Tianli erupted into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. Even Su Qingxue found it difficult to suppress a smile. Chapter 17. Such rudeness. Ji Zifeng was infuriated, feeling that Lindsay had humiliated him. Yes, Lindsay was slightly more handsome, but it was unacceptable to say such things in front of a lady. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining his image, Ji Zifeng would have unleashed a torrent of insults. Nevertheless, despite his inner turmoil, he feigned indignation and remarked, "Qingxue, since Lindsay does not fancy me, perhaps we should change venues." He believed that his display of victimhood would surely provoke Su Qingxue to defend him. The thought of Lindsay's affection for Su Qingxue and her willingness to reprimand him on his behalf sent a delightful shiver through Ji Zifeng. However, to his surprise, Su Qingxue remained silent. Not only did she refrain from speaking, but she also inexplicably found Ji Zifeng somewhat tiresome. Even more troubling was the sudden realization that she felt nothing when Shen Tianli greeted Ji Zifeng in a flirtatious manner. In fact, she felt no displeasure whatsoever. Conversely, her anger flared up at the mere sight of Lindsay standing beside Shen Tianli, irrespective of their actions. Could it be that I've genuinely developed feelings for that scoundrel Lindsay? She pondered. No, that cannot be. I must simply be irked by his absence now that he is with someone else. Yes, that must be it. Upon hearing Ji Zifeng's words, Lindsay exchanged a glance with Shen Tianli, and they both smiled knowingly. Their eyes clearly expressed disdain for Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue, initially reluctant to speak, found herself enraged by the apparent intimacy between Lindsay and Shen Tianli. At 25 years old, still judging by appearances? Lindsay, you have made no progress whatsoever. In my eyes, Ji Zifeng is 100 times more handsome, Su Qingxue declared angrily. Lindsay chuckled. Indeed, he is incredibly handsome. You two should make it official. Why don't you? Su Qingxue, incensed, felt a surge of blood rise to her face. How could this scoundrel, who professed to have feelings for her, remain unfazed by her words? It was inconceivable. He must be putting on a facade. Ji Zifeng was elated, reveling in his triumph, feeling an overwhelming joy that made him want to laugh aloud, knowing that Su Qingxue, the devoted admirer, would support him. Yet, he restrained himself. Mindful of his carefully crafted persona, Su Qingxue scrutinized Lin Zhe for a moment, noticing his calm demeanor, which sent a jolt of unease through her. She couldn't help but think, could it be that this scoundrel no longer harbors feelings for me? The fleeting thought pierced her heart like a dagger, and regret washed over her. Why had she said such things? She instinctively wanted to convey to Lin Zhe that she was neither defending Ji Zifeng nor retaliating for him. She was simply incensed by the situation. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, Su Qingxue swallowed them back. She feared that uttering such sentiments would invite ridicule from Shen Tianli. After all, she perpetually sought to mock herself, to provoke her own insecurities. Shen Tianli also noticed the dimness in Lin Zhe's eyes and understood that Su Qingxue's earlier remarks had caused him distress. Truth be told, she empathized profoundly with Lin Zhe's current emotions. To have harbored feelings for 7 years, only to be brazenly humiliated for another man, would be unbearable for anyone. Lin Zhe, let us relocate, she suggested. It's just a meal, and besides, don't you enjoy the dishes here? A tremor coursed through Shen Tianli's heart. Despite his evident sorrow, he still insisted on staying for the sake of the food he favored. It would be disingenuous for Shen Tianli to claim she was unmoved. Lin Zhe, however, was not overthinking. He simply found the cuisine at Yiping Xian delectable. Having been a leader for many years in Blue Star, his palate had become exceedingly discerning, rendering ordinary fare unappealing to him. Very well, we shall dine here. Order whatever you desire. It's on me, Shen Tianli declared with a bold air. Lin Zhe's earlier gloom dissipated, and he responded with a smile, then I shall indulge myself thoroughly. I welcome the opportunity, Shen Tianli replied with a flirtatious grin. Although she was referring to dining, Ji Zifeng, upon hearing Shen Tianli's words, inexplicably felt as though she was inviting Lin Zhe to her bed, especially when he saw Shen Tianli entwining her arm with Lin Zhe's as they entered the restaurant. Ji Zifeng couldn't shake the impression that they were heading to a hotel room. He was displeased. Damn it, why should that be? What gives Lin Zhe the right? Shouldn't Shen Tianli be enticing him instead? Su Qingxue, witnessing Shen Tianli's embrace of Lin Zhe, felt an even greater surge of frustration than Ji Zifeng. She longed to rush forward and shove Shen Tianli away, demanding to know why she had the audacity to encircle Lin Zhe's arm. Qingxue, let us enter as well, Ji Zifeng gently urged, suppressing his irritation. Su Qingxue snapped back to reality, nodded, and hastily made her way into the restaurant without waiting for Ji Zifeng. He felt a twinge of disappointment, not because Su Qingxue did not wait for him, but because she did not hold his arm in the same manner Shen Tianli did with Lin Zhe. Ultimately, they all ended up dining together. As there were no other private rooms available, and this room happened to be Su Qingxue's designated one, there was no choice. Yiping Xian was simply too popular. Upon learning that they would be sharing a meal, Su Qingxue felt a surprising thrill of joy. She couldn't quite understand why such emotions had surfaced. Yet she reveled in them, even taking the initiative to sit directly across from Lin Zhe. Shen Tianli was equally delighted, for she could once again flaunt her affection for Lin Zhe and provoke Su Qingxue. She relished witnessing Su Qingxue's discomfort. Ji Zifeng, too, was overjoyed. Even more so than Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli, for Shen Tianli was seated right across from him. The close proximity allowed Ji Zifeng to perceive Shen Tianli as an enchanting beauty. Her appearance and her laughter captivated him utterly. However, Lin Zhe felt somewhat disgruntled. He had no desire to dine with Su Qingxue, and even less to share a meal with Ji Zifeng, whom he considered insufferably pretentious. Lin Zhe remarked, I need to use the restroom. Shen Tianli, with a charming smile, inquired, would you like me to accompany you? What, are you going to let me assist you? Her laughter was infectious, causing Lin Zhe to seize the opportunity to exit the private room. Lin Zhe is so crude, Ji Zifeng chuckled. Shen Tianli replied flirtatiously, yes, I rather enjoy his rudeness. Ji Zifeng found himself momentarily taken aback. What was going on with Shen Tianli? Wasn't she interested in him? Why was she now defending Lin Zhe so fervently? Su Qingxue also felt a pang of dismay, realizing that Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli's relationship had grown so intimate. Once outside the private room, Lin Zhe exhaled in relief. To be frank, there was a restroom within the room. But he was reluctant to witness the interaction between Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng. He merely wished to catch his breath. After washing his hands and lighting a cigarette, he strolled back towards the room at a leisurely pace. As he passed one of the private rooms, a hand suddenly reached out and forcefully pulled him inside. Chapter 18. Lin Zhe was startled. Instinctively, he prepared to retaliate, but when he recognized the face of his captor, he smiled. Miss Su, you didn't pull me into this room to engage in something intimate, did you? I must regretfully inform you that I have no interest in women who have been touched by others. Even holding hands is out of the question. Indeed, the one who had drawn him into the room was none other than Su Qingxue. Her anger flared at Lin Zhe's words. She had intended to persuade him to distance himself from Shen Tianli, but his unjust accusations made her dismiss that thought entirely. You bastard, I did not. What do you mean? I did not let him touch me. Su Qingxue retorted furiously. Lin Zhe regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. I don't believe you. You divorced me for him, which clearly indicates your affection for him. Moreover, you picked him up yesterday. I find it hard to believe you didn't hold hands, embrace, or kiss. Su Qingxue's anger intensified. How dare he presume to judge her? She shouted, bastard. No, I did not let him hold my hand, embrace me, or kiss me. Although she aimed to refute Lin Zhe's claims, her desperate explanations made it seem as though she was eager to clarify everything to him. She continued, almost pleadingly. I didn't even let him sit in the passenger seat. I didn't eat the food he offered me yesterday, and when he wanted to stay at our home, I didn't permit him. At this point, Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Despite having never allowed Ji Zifeng to touch her in any way, this fellow surprisingly does not believe her words. Based on the original host's understanding of Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe is convinced that she is not speaking nonsense. However, Lin Zhe finds himself perplexed by Su Qingxue. Wasn't she deeply in love with Ji Zifeng? Even before he returned, she hastily sought a divorce from him. Moreover, upon his return, he gifted her an extravagant sports car. Yet, to this day, she has not even let him hold her hand. If that is the case, perhaps he could indulge in her a few more times. There is no denying that Lin Zhe is genuinely tempted by Su Qingxue's physique, particularly those two long, snow-white legs, which are utterly captivating when adorned with stockings and high heels. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe is acutely aware that, given Su Qingxue's affection for Ji Zifeng, seducing her would not be a simple endeavor. Years of experience in romance have taught Lin Zhe that he must first entice her appetite. With this in mind, Lin Zhe suddenly sighed. Alas, although you have not yet engaged in any intimate contact, your heart is entirely devoted to him. It is merely a matter of time before he claims you. Su Qingxue instantly became anxious. I haven't thought of letting him take me. Her fervent denial raises Lin Zhe's suspicions about her true feelings for Ji Zifeng. I don't believe it. You would spend such a fortune on a car for him. Yet you have never given me anything like that. Su Qingxue inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. I ordered the car for him before he returned to the country. But after delivering it today, I regretted it. If you are unhappy, I can buy you one too, and it will be even more expensive. Lin Zhe's doubts about Su Qingxue's feelings for Ji Zifeng deepened. If she truly liked him, how could she express regret immediately after giving him a gift? Forget it. Your money seems to come easily, he said, feigning grievance. Pretending to be innocent? Who can't do that? Su Qingxue felt a jolt in her heart, increasingly believing that she owed Lin Zhe an apology. It's all right. I really can buy you an even more expensive one. No need. I do not wish to receive what you have given to others. I dislike duplicates. Then, what else can I give you? What do you desire? Lin Zhe deliberately gazed deeply at Su Qingxue, his expression dimming as he replied, What I desire no longer belongs to me. Lin Zhe silently applauded his own performance. It was simply magnificent. He believed that this heart-wrenching statement, coupled with his sorrowful gaze, would undoubtedly leave Su Qingxue feeling utterly despondent. Su Qingxue's heart quivered. What he desired no longer belonged to him. Could it be that he longs for her? It seemed the only explanation, for she indeed no longer belonged to him. As this thought struck her, Su Qingxue felt a sudden, sharp pain in her heart, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. She opened her mouth, attempting to articulate something, yet after much effort, no words escaped her lips. All right, Su Qingxue, you should head back now. Do not let Ji Zifeng know about our conversation here. I fear he may misconstrue it and direct his ire towards you. After all, no man wishes to witness the one he cherishes drawing so close to another. With this remark, Lindsay deliberately turned and walked towards the door, confident that with words spoken to this extent, he would not be permitted to leave. Su Qingxue gazed at Lindsay's retreating figure, her eyes growing increasingly red-rimmed. It felt as though, with his departure, she would lose him forever. This sensation was indeed dreadful. Furthermore, Lindsay's final words struck Su Qingxue's heart like a heavy hammer. Yes, Lindsay cherished her so deeply, yet she was parading around with another man before him. This was tantamount to pouring salt into his wounds. No, it was akin to sprinkling poison. Just as Lindsay grasped the doorknob, poised to exit, Su Qingxue suddenly called out, her voice trembling, "Stop." A mischievous grin adorned Lindsay's face. He acknowledged his own mischief. Turning around, his expression turned more sorrowful. "Is there something else? Why did you compose a song for Shen Tianli?" she asked. "Is she not currently wallowing in the remorse of her self-inflicted pain? Shouldn't her path to redemption be rooted in repentance and seeking solace in your embrace? Why the sudden preoccupation with this matter?" "Oh, I happened to be inspired and casually wrote her a song." "You have never composed a song for me." Su Qingxue's voice conveyed a sense of grievance. "Is that so? Would you like one?" "I would," she replied. A song held little significance for Su Qingxue. Yet the fact that Lindsay had specifically sung one for Shen Tianli stirred an imbalance within her heart. Thus, she too desired one. "Fine. Wait for me at home tonight. I shall create one for you." A wave of immense joy surged within Su Qingxue. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Why? Do you not wish for me to return?" "I do," Su Qingxue blurted out. Lindsay chuckled lightly, playfully pinching her cheek. "All right, then await my return this evening." Su Qingxue nodded eagerly. "I will take my leave now." She nodded once more, watching Lindsay depart, suddenly filled with anticipation for their meeting later that night. Chapter 19. Taking action upon returning to the private room, Lindsay found Ji Zifeng animatedly discussing various customs from abroad with Shen Tianli. Ji Zifeng spoke with great enthusiasm. While Shen Tianli gazed at him adoringly, her chin resting on her hands, her smile radiant. To be honest, this scene filled Ji Zifeng with pride. He increasingly believed that Shen Tianli harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such adoration in her gaze. Having just added her to his contacts, he resolved to charm her thoroughly. Ji Zifeng was confident that with a mere flick of his finger, he could entice the alluring Shen Tianli into his embrace. At that moment, one must capture the scene of oneself galloping upon Shen Lizhou and then send it to Lindsay to provoke her spirit. What if he is more handsome than I? The woman he desires must obediently climb into my bed, after all. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Lindsay walked in, smiling. Ji Zifeng scoffed disdainfully. After Lindsay took his seat, he sent a message to Shen Tianli. What a fickle woman, moving on so swiftly. Upon receiving this message, Shen Tianli cast a flirtatious glance at Lindsay and promptly replied, "Does he even qualify? I'm merely teasing this fool." "Nonsense. You're clearly smitten." Shen Tianli burst into laughter. Her exuberance was so exaggerated that it led to a fit of coughing, while Lindsay remained unperturbed. Ji Zifeng feigned concern, asking, "Tianli, are you all right?" Shen Tianli waved her hand dismissively. "Lindsay, I must admonish you, seeing your girlfriend cough so violently. Yet you remain indifferent. If she were my girlfriend, I would be utterly distressed." With that, Ji Zifeng shot a compassionate glance at Shen Tianli. "Truly, what a master of seduction." Lindsay chuckled. "How do you know I'm not concerned? Besides, there are myriad ways to express care. Mere words lack significance. I prefer to demonstrate through action. I haven't seen you take any actual steps," Ji Zifeng retorted. Lindsay shrugged, brazenly wrapping his arm around Shen Tianli's slender waist, drawing her close, and then, gripping her chin, inquired, "Have I not shown you affection in bed?" Shen Tianli was taken aback. How dare this scoundrel embrace her so audaciously? Surely, he had become addicted to such liberties at the bar last night. Moreover, he uttered such flippant words. Shen Tianli felt she should be angry. Yet inexplicably, she found herself devoid of ire. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The potent scent of his masculine pheromones struck her like a barrage, relentlessly assaulting her senses. How infuriating! Shen Tianli protested, genuinely flustered, not merely playing along. Ji Zifeng was incensed, his fists clenched. Not only were his fists taut, but his eyes also seemed to blaze with fury. How is it that he had yet to even touch Su Qingxue, while Lindsay had already shared a bed with Shen Tianli? How dare he? What right does he possess to be so fortunate as to lay with Shen Tianli? "Oh, Ji Zifeng, why are you so upset about me sleeping with my girlfriend? Are you perhaps envious?" Lindsay feigned innocence. Ji Zifeng forced a chuckle, hastily concealing his anger, and replied, "No, I just think you lack respect for Tianli." Discussing such matters in public is rather inappropriate. I find Lin Zhe refreshingly candid. He speaks his mind, Shen Tianli remarked with a playful smile. Ji Zifeng felt as though he might explode with rage. What does it mean? What does that wretched Shen Tianli mean? Why does she speak to Lin Zhe, that brute? Does she truly relish such a simplistic and coarse manner of expression? Observing Ji Zifeng's near breaking point, Lin Zhe could not resist squeezing Shen Tianli's slender waist. Goodness, her waist is remarkably delicate. Leaning closer to her ear, Lin Zhe whispered, Shen Tianli, how is your waist so slender? Upon hearing this, Shen Tianli was about to push Lin Zhe away. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of Su Qingxue entering the private room just then. Shen Tianli deliberately leaned closer into Lin Zhe's embrace and, in a particularly alluring tone, inquired, Do you like it? Indeed, Lin Zhe replied with a cheerful smile. As Su Qingxue stepped into the room, she was met with the sight of Shen Tianli seductively nestled against Lin Zhe. This scene ignited her anger, causing her to clench her fists. Though she was uncertain why Shen Tianli posed such a question to Lin Zhe, his response sent her into a fury. This scoundrel had harbored affection for her for 7 years, yet now he uttered words of affection towards Shen Tianli. Seething with indignation, she took a seat opposite Lin Zhe and, noticing Shen Tianli still leaning against him, coldly remarked, Shen Tianli, this is a dining establishment, not your playground for flirtation. What can I do? I simply want to be flirtatious in Lin Zhe's presence. Is that wrong? Shen Tianli responded with a sultry smile. Damn. Ji Zifeng felt an urge to weep with envy. How could Su Qingxue always maintain such an icy demeanor? Couldn't she learn a thing or two from Shen Tianli? No, I must win over Shen Tianli and ensure she experiences exquisite torment in bed. Lin Zhe remained unfazed, for he understood that Shen Tianli was intentionally provoking Su Qingxue. Frankly speaking, Su Qingxue was aware that Shen Tianli was deliberately riling her up. After years of acquaintance, no one understood Shen Tianli's character better than Su Qingxue. Despite her seemingly flirtatious appearance, her personality was quite the opposite. Yet, knowing she was being provoked did little to quell the fury simmering within Su Qingxue. Moreover, witnessing Shen Tianli so shamelessly nestled against Lin Zhe stirred in her a strong impulse to pull Shen Tianli away. She felt as though something that belonged to her was being usurped, a sensation that was profoundly unsettling. Just then, Su Qingxue's phone emitted the notification sound of a green bubble. Her heart leaped with joy, momentarily believing it was a message from Lin Zhe. However, disappointment swiftly followed as she realized it was a message from Ji Zifeng. Glancing at the message from Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue suddenly recognized that since entering the private room, she had paid no attention to him at all. Instead, all her focus had been on Lin Zhe. This realization caused her brow to furrow. Wasn't she fond of Ji Zifeng? Why was she so easily drawn away by Lin Zhe's presence? It must be the irritation caused by that scoundrel in Shen Tianli. Yes, that must be it. After reassuring herself, Su Qingxue promptly began to read Ji Zifeng's message. Qingxue, how utterly inconsiderate of Shen Tianli. Knowing full well that Lin Zhe divorced you just yesterday, she now eagerly leans into his embrace. Lin Zhe, too, is quite detestable, showing no regard for the situation. To be candid, Ji Zifeng's words warmed Su Qingxue's heart. He truly stood by her side in a moment of need. Grateful. She cast a glance in Ji Zifeng's direction. Realizing he had touched her, Ji Zifeng promptly sent her another message. Qingxue, since they wish to provoke you, shall we reciprocate? If Lin Zhe adores you so, wouldn't it infuriate him to see you nestled in my arms? Upon reading this message, Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. Was Ji Zifeng seeking to initiate physical contact under the guise of provocation, or was he merely trying to incite Lin Zhe? Regardless of his intentions, she felt averse to both. Suddenly, she rose, her demeanor displeased as she addressed Ji Zifeng. Absolutely not. Chapter 20. Let us discuss when you've achieved your goals. Ji Zifeng felt as if he might perish. He never imagined Su Qingxue would rebuff him. Yet, that was not the sole reason for his distress. What troubled him more was her outright refusal in front of Lin Zhe. Where could he possibly hide his embarrassment? Could she not have conveyed her rejection in a more private manner? What did she mean by no? At that moment, Shen Tianli, with a sudden flirtatious smile, interjected. What is it to you? Su Qingxue then realized her reaction had been somewhat impulsive. Her expression darkened, and feigning indifference, she retorted, Mind your own business. With that, she returned to her seat, but not before casting a glance at Lin Zhe. Noticing him smiling as he toyed with a lighter, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief, yet also a hint of grievance. That scoundrel! Did he not care to inquire why she had uttered those words? Just then, Ji Zifeng, unwilling to concede, sent another message. Qingxue, why did you refuse me? Have you lost interest in me? Su Qingxue frowned slightly, her gaze meeting Ji Zifeng's, who looked at her with a wounded expression. Seeing him in such distress, she expected to feel a pang of sympathy. After all, Ji Zifeng had been the object of her affection for 5 long years. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no sorrow. Instead, her thoughts drifted back to Lin Zhe's despondent eyes from moments earlier. In juxtaposition, she realized it was Lin Zhe's gaze that stirred her heart more profoundly. I'm sorry. I simply find it difficult to engage in such displays in public. Furthermore, it has been 3 years since we last met, and we seem somewhat estranged. Please allow me some time, Su Qingxue replied to Ji Zifeng. Upon receiving her message, Ji Zifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that Su Qingxue was a reserved girl, unlike the exuberant Shen Tianli. The thought of Shen Tianli leaning against Lin Zhe's side resurfaced in his mind. Damn it. Why was he not endowed with Lin Zhe's luck? Their meal concluded swiftly, and the 4 of them exited the restaurant together. Upon catching sight of his sports car, Ji Zifeng's momentary gloom in the restaurant dissipated entirely. He feigned benevolence and remarked, Lin Zhe, would you care to join me for a spin? Lin Zhe, however, paid him no mind. Instead, with a look of indignation, he turned to Shen Tianli and said, Shen Tianli, look at this. Both of us are girlfriends. And yet your performance is utterly lacking. I want to stand for it. If others have it, I want it too. A chuckle escaped Ji Zifeng. He found Lin Zhe's audacity rather pathetic, brazenly asking Shen Tianli for a sports car. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of pleasure, knowing that Lin Zhe would soon be met with a stark reality check. After all, a sports car costs several million. There was no way Shen Tianli would buy one for him. Su Qingxue was infuriated. What enraged her was the fact that she had previously offered Lin Zhe a more expensive car, only for him to decline. Now he was audaciously soliciting a vehicle from Shen Tianli. Was he truly playing a role he had become convinced of? Shen Tianli would never purchase him a sports car. She anticipated the moment when Shen Tianli would reject him, eager to witness his humiliation. Yet, despite her thoughts, Su Qingxue was already contemplating what car she should buy for Lin Zhe. Nothing else mattered. It simply had to be more expensive than the one she would give Ji Zifeng. Shen Tianli couldn't help but smile. She was amused to discover Lin Zhe possessed a side reminiscent of a green tea bitch. However, she refrained from laughing, instead apologizing, I'm sorry. I had no idea you liked sports cars, so I didn't prepare one for you. But don't worry, I've already ordered a wind child for you. And it will arrive within 3 days at the latest. Ji Zifeng was left speechless. The wind child was the pinnacle of sports cars, worth more than the 3 vehicles he currently owned combined. Yet, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real shock was that Shen Tianli was genuinely willing to buy it for Lin Zhe. Why on earth would she do that? Wasn't she fond of him? Why would she gift a car to that insufferable creature? Could it be an attempt to provoke Su Qingxue? Yet, the cost seemed exorbitant for such a motive. Su Qingxue was equally stunned. She had not anticipated that Shen Tianli would actually gift Lin Zhe a car, let alone one of such extravagance. I don't want a second-hand one, Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly. Shen Tianli smiled. Rest assured, it will be brand new. As she spoke, she cast a flirty glance at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue felt her temper flare. Her ire was not directed at Shen Tianli, but rather at Lin Zhe. What did this scoundrel mean? She had given him her first kiss and her first hand-holding with a male. How could he now dismiss her as second-hand? She felt an overwhelming urge to remove her high heels and strike him soundly. Suddenly, Su Qingxue recalled that Lin Zhe was supposed to come sing for her that night. With this thought in mind, she resolved to confront him and demand to know how she had become second-hand in his eyes. As she watched Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli depart, Ji Zifeng finally regained his composure. He reached out to take Su Qingxue's hand. Truth be told, Lin Zhe had indeed provoked him just moments ago. Ji Zifeng resolved to hasten his pursuit of Su Qingxue. Once he successfully won her over, her wealth would be at his disposal. However, as he reached out, Su Qingxue recoiled in evident alarm, stepping back a few paces. Ji Zifeng was taken aback, staring at her in bewilderment. He could not comprehend why, despite their pleasant online conversations prior to his return and her promise to become his girlfriend upon his arrival, she now seemed unwilling to even hold hands. Su Qingxue was equally startled by her own reaction. She had not anticipated such a strong response. As if she were evading a venomous serpent. Zifeng, I'm sorry, but I think we should take things slowly. Holding hands is something meant for romantic couples. And we haven't seen each other in 3 years, so much has happened during that time. Please give me a little more time, she said. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but he could only endure it. He knew he could not afford to provoke Su Qingxue at this moment. Yet, despite his restraint, he inwardly seethed, vowing that once he had her, He would show her who was truly in control, and he would seize all her assets. With that thought, Jizafeng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He smiled gently and said, "I apologize for being so abrupt. I merely wish to embrace my beloved sooner." Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, finding his words rather distasteful. The notion of wanting to embrace her so soon sounded as if he were eager to claim her physically. However, upon reflection, she considered that perhaps Jizafeng's eagerness stemmed from his deep affection for her. "Just give me a bit more time. Let us head back to the office. I need to take you through the onboarding process. Our company is currently facing a challenge that requires your exceptional talents to resolve." "What challenge?" Jizafeng inquired with curiosity. "One of our top contracts is about to expire, and the talent is reluctant to renew. I need you to help persuade her," Su Qingxue explained. "Not a problem. Persuasion is my forte. I guarantee she'll be more than willing to renew," Jizafeng asserted confidently. "Then I'll leave it in your capable hands." Jizafeng, with a smile, asked Qingxue, "If I manage to secure her renewal, would you consider being my girlfriend?" Su Qingxue's mood soured instantly. She detested individuals who impose conditions before any agreement was reached. If he had made a different request, it might have been tolerable, but this felt excessively presumptuous. In contrast, Lindsay had never acted in such a manner. During their 3 years of marriage, he had always contributed silently, with many things only coming to her attention after the fact. "Let us discuss that after you successfully persuade her," she replied with an indifferent tone. Chapter 21. The ruthless woman Lindsay and Shen Tianli did not return to the office. After leaving the restaurant, they headed straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Indeed, Lindsay was about to register a company. "Did you really secure a luxury sports car for me?" Lindsay asked with a smile. "Don't be ridiculous." "That was merely to play along with your charade," she retorted. "Damn it, I knew a woman's words were deceptive," he exclaimed. "Huh." Shen Tianli laughed heartily. How is it that this fellow manages to criticize himself, yet remains completely unperturbed? Not only is he unfazed, but he also finds himself quite amusing. "However, I have made a decision," Shen Tianli remarked with a smile. "Wow, I knew you were both beautiful and kind-hearted." Shen Tianli gazed at Lindsay in exasperation. This guy is truly extraordinary. He berates himself, yet simultaneously praises himself, and the transition is so seamless. "Don't be too hasty in thanking me. The funds for the sports car will simply be deducted from the remaining billion." "What a ruthless woman." Haha. Shen Tianli could no longer contain her laughter. This fellow always has a retort ready for her. "Let us put it this way. If you perform well, perhaps in my joy, I might just gift you the car." "Damn it, am I not performing well enough? You needed a theme song, and I created one for you. You wanted to provoke Su Qingxue, and I cooperated. What more do you want me to do for you? Must I offer myself in return?" "Ha ha ha. Lindsay, you truly lack shame." Lindsay chuckled and replied, "Why bother with shame? It won't fill your stomach." "Fair point. How about this? If you assist me with a task, once it is accomplished, I shall grant you the vehicle." "What task? Are you familiar with Jiang Qingwei?" "No. What about her?" "Hey, don't you keep up with female celebrities? Why would I concern myself with them when I can focus on you? After all, none of them compares to your beauty," Lindsay asserted confidently. This flattered Shen Tianli. She giggled and said, "I love hearing that." So, Jiang Qingwei is one of the few top female stars in the country. She was originally signed under Su Qingxue's company, but her contract is nearing its end, and I've heard she does not wish to renew. Here is the deal. If you can recruit her for my company, I will gift you that sports car." "All right, leave it to me," Lindsay replied readily. Jiang Qingwei is quite proud and difficult to pin down. Lindsay smiled and said, "I never claimed I could definitely secure her. I merely promised to give it a try." Shen Tianli conceded. Soon, they arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Shen Tianli had made prior arrangements, so the various formalities were completed swiftly. Lindsay named the company Rice Technology, and its operational scope encompassed nearly everything. Shen Tianli couldn't help but scoff. "What a ridiculous name. You wouldn't understand. I want my company to be indispensable. Much like Rice itself. You really dare to dream big, don't you?" Shen Tianli laughed. Lindsay stated with righteous fervor, "One must have dreams. Otherwise, what sets one apart from a salted fish?" Shen Tianli could no longer find humor in the situation. She simply could not mock someone with aspirations. "So, what does your company intend to do?" "It's a secret. I'll discuss it after I rent an office. Then come to my company. We have an extra floor upstairs, with all the office equipment ready and in use. Goddess, allow me to offer myself to you. I beg you," Lindsay expressed gratefully. Shen Tianli replied with a flirtatious smile. "Such beautiful thoughts. You have yet to conquer me." "Damn it, Conquering in bed counts as conquering too. This shameless fellow. Upon exiting the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Lindsay inquired, "Where to next?" "Let us seek out Jiang Qingwei. I have arranged a meeting with her agent, and we shall have an hour in the afternoon," replied Shen Tianli. As they walked, Lindsay expressed his eagerness to witness the allure of a leading star firsthand. However, when Shen Tianli's vehicle entered the villa community where she resided, Lindsay appeared somewhat bewildered. "Are we not going to find Jiang Qingwei? Why are we heading home?" "Jiang Qingwei lives right next door," Shen Tianli replied with a charming smile. "Goodness, these villas must be quite costly. Do stars really earn that much?" Lindsay mused. "Indeed, they do. A luminary like Jiang Qingwei earns an annual income that rivals the net profit of a mid-sized publicly listed company. Then Jiang Qingwei is truly a cash cow," Lindsay remarked. "Absolutely," Shen Tianli confirmed. "It's no wonder you wish to sign her. I'm not particularly fixated on signing her. It's more about the fact that she is currently under Su Qingshue's representation. Securing her would deliver a significant blow to Su Qingxue. That makes sense. You wouldn't let your fondness for Su Qingxue hinder your efforts to recruit talent, would you?" "Why would I? The one I desire to be with is you, not Su Qingxue," Lindsay stated with utmost seriousness. Shen Tianli, with a playful smile, responded, "Then you must put in your utmost effort, as you have already earned 20 points in my book. And if I help you secure Jiang Qingwei, how many points will you grant me?" 5 points. "Ms. Shen, think bigger. Can you not offer me 80 points outright?" Shen Tianli chuckled heartily. "You dare dream." "I dare to act," Lindsay retorted. "What will you do?" he asked, grinning at Shen Tianli. Though he said nothing more, his gaze spoke volumes. Shen Tianli instantly understood, her cheeks flushed with a coy reprimand. "You rogue." After parking in her designated spot, she led Lindsay to the adjacent villa. Pressing the doorbell, Shen Tianli cautioned, "When we meet Jiang Qingwei, please temper your demeanor. She is somewhat socially anxious and not as exuberant as I am. You mustn't frighten her." "Really? I appear as innocent as a blank slate. And yet I need to temper myself?" Lindsay laughed. Shen Tianli giggled, her amusement nearly causing her discomfort. How does one possess the audacity to utter such words? At that moment, the villa's door swung open, and Shen Tianli ushered Lindsay inside. The interior was tastefully decorated, reflecting the owner's exquisite taste. However, it was not the decor that captivated Lindsay's attention, but rather the stunning beauty seated on the sofa, dressed in flowing white. She resembled a celestial being from an ancient painting, akin to the luminous moon in the sky, so pure that one could not harbor even a fleeting thought of desecration. Lindsay was taken aback by Jiang Qingyue's breathtaking beauty. As he gazed at her, he noticed she was also observing him, whether it was a figment of his imagination. He felt that Jiang Qingwei appeared somewhat excited upon seeing him. "Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again," Shen Tianli greeted. Jiang Qingwei, however, did not acknowledge Shen Tianli. Instead, she turned to Lindsay with a sweet smile, saying, "Senior, it has been a long time." Chapter 22. Now I remember you. Lindsay was taken aback. What was happening? Jiang Qingwei actually recognized him? Shen Tianli was equally astonished. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Qingwei would know Lindsay. "Jiang, do we know each other?" Lindsay inquired, curiosity dancing in his voice. Jiang Qingyue's luminous eyes, tinged with a hint of melancholy, gazed at him. "Senior, it saddens me that you do not recall me." Shen Tianli was once again stirred by Jiang Qingyue's words. It was well known that she suffered from social anxiety, yet now it seemed as though she was playfully teasing Lindsay. Moreover, the implication of her words suggested a deeper connection between them. Lindsay, too, was affected by Jiang Qingyue's revelation. What did she mean? Could it be that the original owner of this body had wronged her in the past? However, as he meticulously searched through the original owner's memories, he found no recollection of Jiang Qingwei. Seeing Lindsay's bewildered expression, Jiang Qingwei softly continued, "Senior, I am also from Haida University. You sponsored my education." Lindsay was even more perplexed. How could he have no memory of this? Jiang Qingwei elaborated, 6 years ago, at the entrance of Haida, a girl lost her tuition and cried bitterly. A remarkably handsome senior passed by, learned of the situation, and generously gifted her 50,000 yuan, offering many words of encouragement. That girl was me, and you were the one who helped me. Goodness, the original owner had performed such a benevolent act? Shen Tianli was left speechless by the tale. However, she was amazed to discover the connection between Lindsay and Jiang Qingwei. As for Lindsay giving Jiang Qingwei 50,000 yuan, Shen Tianli was not surprised. She understood his capacity for such generosity. "Senior, do you truly not remember it all?" Jiang Qingwei asked, a touch of sorrow in her voice. Lindsay scratched his head. feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, I must have done so many good deeds that I've forgotten. It is widely known that I am a kind-hearted person. Shen Tianli couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was remarkably shameless. He spoke as though he were a paragon of virtue. Yet, Jiang Qingwen nodded earnestly. Indeed, during university, you helped many people. It is only natural that you would not remember me. However, I now remember you. Lin Zhe smiled. Jiang Qingyue's eyes sparkled with delight, her happiness evident. Observing her reaction, Shen Tianli felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed that being remembered by Lin Zhe was a matter of great joy for her. Was Lin Zhe that significant to Jiang Qingyue? As this thought crossed her mind, Shen Tianli felt an inexplicable discomfort. Nevertheless, she concealed her feelings and smiled. Miss Jiang, the reason I came today was to discuss a potential collaboration with you. I am aware, Jiang Qingwen nodded in response. Miss Jiang, since you are aware, I shall speak candidly. You are well acquainted with the prowess of Mingwei Entertainment. Should you choose to sign with our company, the terms are entirely at your discretion. Not only that, but we would also. Jiang Qingyue interrupted Shen Tianli's words with a wave of her hand. She then inquired, Senior, are you currently employed at President Shen's company? Lin Zhe was about to respond when Shen Tianli suddenly interjected with a smile. Yes, he is now my assistant, and furthermore, I intend to grant him shares in the company. Shen Tianli, being quite astute, discerned from Jiang Qingyue's earlier reactions that Lin Zhe held considerable significance for her. Hence, Shen Tianli articulated her statement. Then I shall sign with Mingwei, Jiang Qingyue declared with commendable decisiveness. Shen Tianli was taken aback once more. Despite already knowing Lin Zhe's importance to Jiang Qingyue, the ease with which she consented to the contract was still a jolt to Shen Tianli. It also made her realize that Lin Zhe's standing in Jiang Qingyue's eyes surpassed her initial assumptions. Shen Tianli felt increasingly unsettled. She was perplexed as to why such thoughts invaded her mind, yet discomfort lingered. Is my intention to sign the contract displeasing to President Shen? Jiang Qingyue suddenly asked. Shen Tianli snapped back to reality, quickly replying, No, absolutely not. I was merely taken aback. I did not anticipate Miss Jiang's swift agreement. I thought my proposal would displease you. How could that be? Shen Tianli smiled. However, before we formalize the contract, I have one condition. State it. Shen Tianli replied with a grin. I want Lin Zhe to have full responsibility for all my activities at Mingwei Entertainment. Shen Tianli was momentarily stunned. She did not foresee Jiang Qingyue making such a request, expecting instead that she would demand an exorbitant signing fee. Shen Tianli had braced herself to acquiesce. But who would have thought she would propose such a condition? Very well, Lin Zhe chuckled. Shen Tianli had previously stated that if she could recruit Jiang Qingyue, she would reward him with a supercar and additional perks. There was nothing more advantageous than this. Jiang Qingyue smiled. Then let us collaborate harmoniously, President Shen. You may begin preparing the contract. We shall hold the signing ceremony tomorrow. Shen Tianli finally regained her composure. All right, I shall attend to it immediately. At that moment, Jiang Qingyue suddenly remarked, Senior, may I treat you to dinner this evening? Lin Zhe was about to agree, as he relished dining with beautiful women, especially with a stunning beauty like Jiang Qingyue. Yet, Shen Tianli interjected with a tone of regret. Miss Jiang, I'm afraid that won't be possible today. I must return with Lin Zhe to draft the contract. After we sign tomorrow, I will take you out for dinner. President Shen, I only wish to dine with my senior. This is also one of my conditions for signing, Jiang Qingyue said with a playful smile. Shen Tianli felt her defenses falter. She had not anticipated Jiang Qingyue's profound regard for Lin Zhe. Truth be told, she found herself increasingly reluctant to sign with Jiang Qingyue. To speak candidly, given Shen Tianli's identity and background, she could easily disregard Jiang Qingyue. After all, although Jiang Qingyue is a top-tier celebrity in the face of capital, such status is truly negligible. However, the thought of how signing Jiang Qingyue could provoke a reaction from Su Qingxue compelled Shen Tianli to suppress her displeasure. Lin Zhe, I would appreciate it if you could accompany Miss Jiang for dinner tonight, Shen Tianli remarked with a smile that held a hint of irony. At your service? Lin Zhe replied with a cheerful demeanor. Miss Jiang, we shall take our leave now. Lin Zhe will come to fetch you this evening. All right. Jiang Qingyue responded with a smile directed at Lin Zhe. She had initially wished to keep Lin Zhe around, but remembering that Su Qingxue would soon arrive, she decided against it. After all, she was aware that Lin Zhe was Su Qingxue's ex-husband, and he harbored feelings for her. Keeping him there would undoubtedly cause him distress. Lin Zhe also smiled at Jiang Qingyue. See you tonight. I'll be waiting, Jiang Qingyue replied obediently. Chapter 23. Unprecedented audacity, what is going on between you two? As soon as they exited Jiang Qingyue's villa, Shun Tianli could not contain her curiosity. Lin Zhe, looking bewildered, stated, to be honest, I have no recollection of her, nor do I remember ever assisting her. Shun Tianli was inclined to believe Lin Zhe. There was no reason for him to deceive himself. Let me ask you this. Upon learning of your acquaintance and noting that Jiang Qingyue's attitude towards you is markedly different, did you not feel a sense of delight? Of course, she is exceptionally beautiful, he replied. So, do you wish to be with her? Lin Zhe asked in astonishment. Did you really perceive that? Shun Tianli was momentarily at a loss for words. This rogue seemed to desire every woman he encountered. However, an idea suddenly struck Shun Tianli, and she flirtatiously remarked, even if you desired her, the opportunity may have slipped away. Lin Zhe was taken aback. What do you mean? Is Jiang Qingyue in dire straits? Ah! Shun Tianli burst into laughter. In your mind, does it take her demise for you to relinquish your desire for her? Of course. I do not have a penchant for the deceased, Lin Zhe retorted. Shun Tianli gazed at him, bemused. What a peculiar individual you are. So, Jiang Qingyue is indeed in danger? Lin Zhe inquired. Not quite. Someone has taken an interest in her. Who? The most prominent heir of Haiqing, Bai Daolong. That name carries weight. It seems he is of significant stature. Indeed, he is the heir of the Bai family, the most prestigious among Haiqing's 3 major families. In Haiqing, there are indeed 3 major families, the Su family, to which Su Qingxue belongs, the Shin family of Shun Tianli, and the Bai family, which holds greater power than both the Su and Shin families. After hearing Shun Tianli's words, Lin Zhe patted his chest. You nearly scared me. I thought Jiang Qingyue was on the verge of death. Are you not concerned about Bai Daolong? Lin Zhe countered. Does he possess extraordinary abilities? Shun Tianli could no longer contain her laughter. The Lin family was merely a first-tier family in Haiqing, not a true aristocracy. Even during his time with the Lin family, Lin Zhe had never possessed the clout to challenge the Bai family, let alone now that he had been expelled from the Lin family. What immense confidence does he possess? How dare he disregard Bai Daolong? Although Bai Daolong does not possess 3 heads and 6 arms, his distinguished identity and background are undeniable. If you truly dare to covet Jiang Qingyue, he could eliminate you in an instant. Trust me, he could extinguish your existence with greater ease than swatting an ant. Lin Zhe scoffed, stating, since he lacks such extraordinary attributes, I have no fear of him. Regardless of his background, if he displeases me, I shall deal with him accordingly. Throughout his career in launching, Lin Zhe has encountered numerous elite second-generation individuals, some illustrious, others infamous. While he may not currently have the leverage to confront Bai Daolong, he remains unperturbed. Shun Tianli, with her enchanting, watery eyes, gazed at Lin Zhe for a moment before bursting into laughter. You truly possess audacity beyond measure. Nonsense. I'm actually quite timid, he retorted. Then what are you so grand about? Shun Tianli asked with a playful smile. Soon you shall find out. Lin Zhe replied with a grin. In an instant, Shun Tianli grasped his meaning. Her cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded, You rogue. As they conversed, the thunderous roar of racing cars suddenly reached their ears. Lin Zhe glanced over and saw 2 luxurious vehicles approaching Jiang Qinghue's villa. Leading the convoy was none other than Su Qingxue, followed closely by the ostentatious Ji Zifeng. Upon seeing the duo, Shun Tianli smirked and remarked, Tell me, if Su Qingxue discovers that you have enticed Jiang Qingyue away, won't she be furious? I am uncertain. She likely would be, Lin Zhe chuckled. Oh, I eagerly anticipate that moment. You are truly wicked, Lin Zhe laughed. Not as wicked as you scoundrel. Touch. Before Su Qingxue had even exited her vehicle, she spotted Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli standing at the entrance of Jiang Qinghue's villa. The sight of them together darkened her expression. She realized that Shun Tianli had brought Lin Zhe to Jiang Qinghue's door, clearly for the purpose of engaging with her. However, her anger did not stem solely from this. Rather, it was intensified by the sight of Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli sharing laughter, provoking her ire further. Ah, Su Qingxue, have you come to discuss a contract renewal with Jiang Qingyue? It seems you are late, Shun Tianli proclaimed with pride. What do you mean? Su Qingxue inquired coldly. Shun Tianli, growing increasingly smug, replied, Jiang Qingyue has already agreed to sign with us. I advise you to return home early and not waste your time. Su Qingxue scoffed. Just 2 days prior, during her conversation with Jiang Qingyue, the latter had expressed her intent to seriously consider the renewal. Now, Shun Tianli's claim seemed utterly absurd. Qingxue, let us leave. Why waste time with them? Do they truly believe they can secure Jiang Qingyue? That is a fantasy. Besides, with me around, there is no one I cannot win over, Ji Zifeng remarked nonchalantly, having chosen not to extend any courtesy to Shen Tianli, wishing instead to put her in her place. Shen Tianli's act of purchasing Son of the Wind for Lin Zhe left him quite displeased. He felt compelled to make Shen Tianli recognize her misstep and subsequently seek his favor. After all, during lunch, the gaze Shen Tianli cast upon him had already convinced Ji Zifeng that she harbored feelings for him. Su Qingxue shot Lin Zhe a cold glance before turning to stride towards Jiang Qingyue's villa. Observing their retreating figures, Shen Tianli smirked and said, "What do you think? Should we wait for them? I am quite eager to witness Su Qingxue's flustered demeanor. With this time, we might as well return home and chat comfortably," Lin Zhe retorted. Shen Tianli playfully chided, "You rascal, if we're going to chat, why must we lie in bed? In this chilly weather, it's impossible to converse without cozying up. Ha ha. In 40-degree weather, you dare claim it's cold? I suspect you are merely afraid that Su Qingxue will confront you after discovering you have won Jiang Qingwei over," he replied. "Ah, you caught me. It's not that I fear her retribution. Rather, I dread that she might suddenly find me incredibly impressive, regretting our divorce and then becoming entangled with me again," he confessed with a chuckle. "You rogue, you truly dare to say anything. If Su Qingxue were fond of you, why would she have divorced you?" Lin Zhe, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Damn it, Shen Tianli, must you sprinkle salt on my wounds? Lift your backside." Shen Tianli's face flushed crimson. "You rogue, what are you up to? I want." In an instant, Shen Tianli's face turned scarlet. That mischievous rogue. Chapter 24. Silence. When Ji Zifeng laid eyes on Jiang Qingwei, he was momentarily taken aback. Upon his arrival, he had seen photos of Jiang Qingwei online and had found her stunning, akin to a celestial being. However, upon meeting her in person, he discovered she was even more breathtaking than he had anticipated, rivaling Su Qingxue in beauty. In ancient times, she would have undoubtedly been a source of chaos and calamity. "Qingwei, it has been so long," Su Qingxue spoke softly. Though top-tier talent may seem inconsequential in the face of capital, both Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli represented significant assets. Nevertheless, Su Qingxue's feelings for Jiang Qingwei were distinct, as she was the first artist Su Qingxue had signed. At that time, Jiang Qingwei had already secured victory in a national singing competition, her exquisite visage and remarkable vocal talent drawing the attention of numerous prominent companies. Despite her own company being newly established, though not a mere small enterprise, it was still relatively modest. Yet, Jiang Qingwei resolutely chose to sign with Su Qingxue. Consequently, over the years, Su Qingxue had always remembered Jiang Qingxue's loyalty. Before the expiration of her contract, Su Qingxue had offered a new agreement that dwarfed the previous one in value. Yet Jiang Qingwei had yet to sign it. Su Qingxue was perplexed by her reluctance, given that her company had now flourished. She possessed the means to elevate Jiang Qingwei to greater heights. "Sister Qingxue, it has been a while. Who is this?" Jiang Qingyue's gaze fell upon Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng remained silent, his eyes fixated on Jiang Qingyue's face, utterly captivated by her beauty. Su Qingxue's expression darkened as she suppressed her inner displeasure and spoke. "His name is Ji Zifeng, my assistant. Incidentally, he is also a student at Hai University, a year above you." Jiang Qingwei nodded thoughtfully. "Sister Qingxue, may I be so bold as to ask if this is your unattainable white moonlight?" Su Qingxue was taken aback. "How do you know? You may have forgotten. But a week ago, we shared a drink, and you recounted many previous events," Jiang Qingwei replied. Su Qingxue then recalled that she had indeed celebrated with Jiang Qingwei after she received the Golden Phoenix Award for Best Actress, one of the 3 major awards in the country. Frankly speaking, under Jiang Qingyue's curious gaze, Su Qingxue suddenly felt reluctant to acknowledge it, as she found Ji Zifeng's demeanor somewhat embarrassing, akin to a man who had never encountered a woman before. However, Su Qingxue was not one to lie, and she reluctantly nodded. "Yes, Miss Jiang, I am indeed Qingxue's white moonlight," he said with a hint of pride. Su Qingxue's mood darkened further. Jiang Qingwei then asked, "Sister Qingxue, did you divorce your husband Lin Zhe for him?" Su Qingxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jiang Qingwei would be aware of her divorce from Lin Zhe. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had mentioned it during their drinking session. Before Su Qingxue could respond, Ji Zifeng interjected proudly, "That's right, Qingxue divorced Lin Zhe for me. I must say, Qingxue has good taste, after all. Lin Zhe is merely a house husband, hardly worthy of Qingxue, while I am different, having studied abroad." Su Qingxue felt a surge of irritation at that moment. She despised anyone who spoke ill of Lin Zhe. Nevertheless, with Jiang Qingwei present, she refrained from expressing her anger. Jiang Qingwei cast a meaningful glance at Su Qingxue, remaining silent. Yet, despite her silence, Su Qingxue sensed a hint of mockery in Jiang Qingyue's eyes. Miss Jiang, I believe you are well aware of our intentions. When you first joined the company as a newcomer, we invested considerable resources to promote you. Now that you have become a top star, it is wise to remember your roots. Moreover, you are aware of the strength of Jinli Entertainment. If you insist on not renewing your contract, we may not even be able to remain friends in the future, Ji Zifeng stated nonchalantly. From the outset, Ji Zifeng had plotted this approach. Although Jiang Qingyue was now a top star, in the face of capital, a top star meant little. With a blend of intimidation and persuasion, he was confident she would not dare refuse. Hearing Ji Zifeng's words, Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened. She remained silent, turning her gaze back to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was enraged. The stunningly beautiful face was suddenly cloaked in an eerie frost. She realized that the most foolish decision she had made today was bringing Ji Zifeng to persuade Jiang Qingyue. She had explicitly instructed him to maintain a courteous demeanor upon meeting Jiang Qingyue. He had agreed wholeheartedly at the time, yet now he uttered such words. If it were not for Jiang Qingyue's presence, and if this endeavor were not aimed at persuading her to renew the contract, Su Qingxue would have erupted long ago. Forcing herself to suppress her anger, Su Qingxue lowered her voice and said, Qingyue, his expression might have been poorly articulated. What I mean to convey is that if you are willing to continue the partnership, I am prepared to make further concessions regarding the profit share. Additionally, I will establish a dedicated studio just for you, equipped with the most professional team. You may select any script you desire. And Jinli Entertainment will continue to increase its investment in you. I assure you that our future collaboration will elevate your career to new heights. To be candid, Jiang Qingyue felt touched by Su Qingxue's offer, for she could genuinely perceive her sincerity. Even if she were to transition to another agency, such conditions would be unparalleled. However, Jiang Qingyue remained unmoved. With a rare smile, she replied, Thank you for your kindness, Sister Qingxue. Ji Zifeng was utterly captivated by Jiang Qingyue's rare smile, his spirit soaring at her beauty. He had never anticipated that she could be so enchanting when she smiled. Yet, Su Qingxue's heart sank. For her intuition warned her that Jiang Qingyue would not renew the contract. Qingyue, are you rejecting me? Su Qingxue asked, her voice trembling. To be honest, she felt a pang of sadness. The bond between her and Jiang Qingyue was akin to that of sisters. Now, the thought of Jiang Qingyue leaving filled her with an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Jiang Qingyue nodded slightly. I'm sorry, Sister Qingxue, but it seems we cannot collaborate this time. Thank you for your goodwill. Ji Zifeng was incensed. What do you mean, Jiang Qingyue? Are you being ungrateful? Su Qingxue could no longer contain her frustration. She snapped, Be quiet. Chapter 25. Gratitude. Su Qingxue was infuriated. She was genuinely enraged. She had anticipated that upon returning from studying abroad, Ji Zifeng would have matured and become more composed, speaking with utmost politeness. Yet, observing his recent statement, it was evident that only a fool could utter such nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't say something so absurd. Ji Zifeng was taken aback, but quickly succumbed to anger. He was furious that he had acted out of goodwill to help Su Qingxue, only to be told to be silent. Is she really that important? Why must I grovel before a mere celebrity? If she chooses not to renew, we can simply blacklist her. Moreover, with Jinli Entertainment's current capabilities, elevating a top-tier star is exceedingly easy. One of the reasons that angered Ji Zifeng was the feeling that Su Qingxue had shown him no respect, reprimanding him so openly in front of Jiang Qingyue. How could he possibly court Jiang Qingyue under such circumstances? Indeed, Ji Zifeng had intentions to entice Jiang Qingyue. It was unavoidable. Her beauty captivated him from the very first glance. His earlier disparagement of Jiang Qingyue was a calculated move, aimed at drawing her attention. Ideally, he wanted her to recognize that he was the one who held sway over her destiny, thus compelling her to ingratiate herself to him, making it effortless for him to win her over. However, all of this was thwarted by Su Qingxue, which left Ji Zifeng incensed. He had initially contemplated retorting to Su Qingxue, but upon witnessing her formidable presence, he quickly succumbed to silence. Though Ji Zifeng refrained from speaking, his mind was already devising ways to charm Shen Tianli. He even began to envision scenarios where Shen Tianli was enchanted by him, leading to Su Qingxue beseeching him for just a glance in her direction. The thought of these stunning women vying for his attention, battling fiercely for his favor, thrilled Ji Zifeng immensely. Su Qingxue took a moment to regain her composure and addressed Jiang Qingwei, saying, Qingwei, I apologize for the embarrassment. Since you have made your decision, I shall respect it. However, although we cannot collaborate now, we remain friends. Jiang Qingwei nodded in agreement. Of course, Sister Qingxue. I am grateful for your support over these past 3 years. It's no trouble at all. Perhaps our fates only entwine this much, but that is all right. We shall have opportunities to collaborate in the future, Jiang Qingwei replied, nodding once more. Noticing that the earlier incident had not dampened Jiang Qingyue's spirits, Su Qingxue inquired, Qingwei, could you provide me with a reason for not wishing to renew our contract? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qingwei responded, Sister Qingxue, do you recall why I signed with you back then? Su Qingxue shook her head, genuinely unaware. In truth, I had better options available at that time. Something you should understand well. I see, Su Qingxue replied solemnly. The only reason I chose to sign with your company was to repay a kindness. Su Qingxue was taken aback. Repay a kindness? But I don't recall having helped you before you signed with me. Jiang Qingwei clarified. It is not your kindness I wish to repay, but that of Lin Zhe. Since you married him, I felt compelled to honor his favor. The revelation struck Su Qingxue like a thunderclap, leaving her mind in disarray. So, the reason Jiang Qingwei had signed with her was due to Lin Zhe? A troubling thought suddenly crossed Su Qingxue's mind. She quickly pressed, so, your decision not to renew with me is also because of Lin Zhe? Jiang Qingwei nodded. Yes. Since your divorce, he has invited me to join another company, and I have agreed. Su Qingxue had already surmised that the other company Jiang Qingwei mentioned was undoubtedly Shin Tianli's. Yet, at this moment, she was too preoccupied to dwell on such details. Su Qingxue inquired, does Lin Zhe know that you initially joined my company out of gratitude? Jiang Qingwei pondered for a moment before replying, I am uncertain. But I believe that someone as astute as he is could likely surmise it. Su Qingxue was utterly taken aback, swiftly followed by a wave of sorrow. While the loss of Jiang Qingwei would indeed be detrimental to the company, it was not the source of Su Qingxue's grief. What troubled her was the realization that she had been completely oblivious to the extent of Lin Zhe's sacrifices on her behalf. She lamented the fact that after 3 years of marriage, she had unreservedly enjoyed Lin Zhe's meticulous care, yet had contributed nothing in return. Not only had she failed to offer him any form of support, but she had also callously severed ties with him upon Ji Zifeng's return, plunging him into a chasm of despair. At that moment, Su Qingxue felt a profound sense of shame. An emotion known as guilt began to seep into her heart, swiftly engulfing her. Ji Zifeng was utterly stunned. He had never imagined that Jiang Qingwei could become entwined with that wretched Lin Zhe, much less that she would be so obedient to his whims. He yearned to inquire what Lin Zhe had done to elicit such gratitude from Jiang Qingwei. Su Qingxue inadvertently voiced Ji Zifeng's unspoken question. What has Lin Zhe done for you that has made you so appreciative of him? Jiang Qingwei responded softly. When I first entered university, I lost my tuition fees. Qingxue, you are aware of my family's circumstances. Losing the tuition felt like the sky was collapsing around me. Just when I was at my most desperate, Lin Zhe appeared. He provided me with 50,000 yuan and encouraged me to pursue my studies, assuring me that my life was just beginning and a brilliant future awaited me. Su Qingxue fell into complete silence. A tumult of emotions churned within her. She recognized that such benevolence was characteristic of Lin Zhe, for he was inherently kind-hearted. During their university years, he had extended his aid to many, not just Jiang Qingwei. She recalled a classmate whose mother had fallen gravely ill, burdening him with exorbitant medical expenses of 200,000 yuan, nearly driving him to despair. Upon learning of this, Lin Zhe had directly given him the sum, insisting that he repay it only when able, and if not, to consider it a wedding gift for his future. Countless similar instances flooded her mind. At this juncture, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that Lin Zhe had long been cast out from the Lin family. This meant that, some time ago, she had been his sole pillar of support, yet she had cruelly divorced him, stripping him of all reliance. No wonder his songs were imbued with such sorrow and anguish. Su Qingxue felt the urge to weep. Tears began to well in her eyes. What have I done? Qingxue, are you all right? I also helped many people during my university years, Ji Zifeng stammered, sensing her distress. He was somewhat flustered, having observed her eyes redden in response to Lin Zhe's story. A woman shedding tears for another man evokes not only feelings of poignancy, but also a deep sense of compassion. However, neither of these possibilities was what Ji Zifeng wished to witness. Su Qingxue disregarded Ji Zifeng's presence. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Jiang Qingwei and expressed her gratitude. Qingwei, thank you for sharing this with me. Then, addressing Ji Zifeng, she added, "You should return to the hotel. I am feeling quite distressed and would like some time alone." Ji Zifeng was immediately displeased. How dare Su Qingxue, who had always been his devoted admirer, treat him in such a manner? He resolved to contact Shen Tianli soon, eager to see how she would attempt to win him back. With this determination, Ji Zifeng scoffed inwardly. Su Qingxue drove back to her villa, her desire to see Lin Zhe more urgent than ever. She opened her phone and sent him a message. "Bastard, I want to hear you sing." Chapter 26. Compensation. Lin Zhe was in a horse stance when he received Su Qingxue's message. Shen Tianli had initially planned to take him to the company to draft a contract with Jiang Qingwei, but after receiving a phone call, she hurriedly left, leaving Lin Zhe alone to return to her villa. Upon reading Su Qingxue's message, Lin Zhe smiled. He understood that her request for him to sing was merely a pretext. Her true intention was to meet him. As for her reasons for wanting to see him, Lin Zhe was uncertain. Perhaps she sought to confront him about taking Jiang Qingwei away, or perhaps it was due to other feelings of anger. Regardless of her motivations, Lin Zhe intended to see her, hoping to seize the opportunity for intimacy. After showering and changing into fresh attire, Lin Zhe left the villa. As he re-entered Su Qingxue's home, he felt an odd sense of disconnection, as if he had been away for much longer than merely 2 days. Everything within the villa seemed strangely unfamiliar. Su Qingxue was seated on the sofa, having changed her outfit. An hour prior, he recalled seeing her in a flowing white dress that exuded an ethereal charm. Now, she donned a form-fitting black gown. And Lin Zhe's recollection informed him that black was Su Qingxue's favorite color. Most of her wardrobe consisted of garments in that hue. However, the focal point was her current black skirt, which barely reached 1/3 of her thigh, leaving a substantial portion of her alluring, fair legs exposed to the air. Lin Zhe felt his breath catch at the sight. He couldn't discern whether Su Qingxue's legs were simply too captivating or if he himself was a pervert. Su Qingxue noticed Lin Zhe's gaze lingering on her legs, aware that his stare was bold, unreserved, and entirely unhidden. Surprisingly, she did not find it off-putting. Rather, a sense of secret delight welled up within her. Su Qingxue was aware of Lin Zhe's fondness for her legs, as he had been quite unabashed about it the previous night in bed. However, the mere thought of that night, when Lin Zhe playfully admired his own legs, caused a charming blush to rise on Su Qingxue's fair cheeks. An inexplicable flutter stirred within her heart. Lin Zhe casually settled beside Su Qingxue, their bodies almost touching. Yet, she did not shy away. In fact, she felt an unexpected longing for him to draw even closer. This notion startled her. Why was she having such thoughts? "What brings you here?" Lin Zhe inquired with a smile. Su Qingxue reined in her emotions and asked, "Why didn't you tell me about your assistance to Jiang Qingwei?" "Primarily, I don't recall it myself," Lin Zhe admitted candidly. "Is it that you truly don't remember? Or are you afraid that if I knew, I would feel guilty towards you?" Lin Zhe chuckled. "It's inconsequential. After all, it's all in the past." Inconsequential? Was he afraid that knowing would deepen her sense of guilt? A pang of sorrow welled up within Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe was truly a wonderful person. How could it be inconsequential? Had he confided in her sooner, she wouldn't have treated him this way. "What do you mean by treating me this way? By not divorcing me, or by not abandoning me?" Lin Zhe asked with a teasing smile. Su Qingxue felt a heaviness in her heart. Indeed, even if Lin Zhe had revealed this matter, would it have prevented her from considering divorce? Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue declared, "Regardless, you should have told me. That way, I could have compensated you more." "Compensate? With what? Money?" "Yes, I am in need of money, but Su Qingxue, you know that what I desire from you is not financial." Lin Zhe's gaze burned intensely upon her. Su Qingxue was taken aback. If it wasn't money he sought, then what did he want? Why did he look at her with such intensity? Did he perhaps desire her? As this realization dawned, her heart raced uncontrollably. Unable to meet Lin Zhe's gaze, she stammered, I don't know what you want. Perhaps I could compensate you with a house?" Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile. How astutely clever Su Qingxue was. She could not have missed his previous words. Yet, since she preferred to feign ignorance, Lin Zhe was more than willing to indulge her. "Indeed, I could use a house. You know, since you cast me aside, I have had nowhere to stay and am currently lodging at Shen Tianli's home. This state of living under someone else's roof is quite uncomfortable, but I wouldn't want a house from you." Lin Zhe had no need for Su Qingxue to provide him with a house. After all, cohabiting with Shen Tianli was rather delightful. Although thus far, their physical interactions had been limited to a few embraces, the ambiguous atmosphere was intoxicating for Lin Zhe. Hearing Lin Zhe's mention of needing a house, Su Qingxue felt a profound sense of disappointment wash over her. Yet, upon learning of his homelessness and dependence on others, a wave of compassion surged within her. Why don't you want what I offer? You have just gifted Jizafeng a car worth over 7 million, and if you were to bestow upon me a house, it would require an exorbitant expenditure. Your finances are not derived from the winds of fortune. I am aware that you are now economically independent, spending only the wealth you have earned yourself. Though we are divorced, and though you no longer desire my presence, I still wish for you to avoid excessive hardship. Lin Zhe felt like a beast, torturing Su Qingxue's heart. Indeed, after hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue felt a piercing pain within her. The one truly suffering was him. Yet he still expressed concern for her well-being. Su Qingxue wanted to weep. Lin Zhe was genuinely a good man, yet what had she done? It would not be a significant expense. A house in the neighboring villa district is also quite splendid. If you desire it, I can gift you one. Su Qingxue resolved to compensate Lin Zhe for all he had done for her. He had given her so much, and she felt it was her duty to reciprocate. Lin Zhe wanted to laugh, amused by her performance. It seemed a stronger remedy was needed. With a pained expression, Lin Zhe said, Su Qingxue, I beseech you, do not gift me a house. Why not? I would choose a splendid one, certainly far more valuable than that car. Lin Zhe gazed at Su Qingxue with a despondent look. However, Su Qingxue, no matter how magnificent the house, without the one she loves to share it with, it would merely be a prison for him. Chapter 27. A health check. Su Qingxue was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Zhe. Gradually, her eyes began to well with tears. She realized she had acted foolishly. Why insist on gifting Lin Zhe a house? She had already rejected him. To have him reside in a house she provided, constantly reminded of her, while she pursued another, was an act of profound cruelty. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I just felt you. You currently have no home. Lin Zhe interrupted her. It's all right. I do not blame you. If blame is to be placed, it should be directed at the fate that has eluded us. Su Qingxue, do you know? During those 3 years of marriage, I thank the heavens daily for allowing me to marry you, for orchestrating our bond. Yet, I despise it even more for granting us the connection but not the resolution. Lin Zhe's voice was laced with grievance, fragility, and sorrow, his expression one of utter desolation. Su Qingxue's heart ached fiercely, a pain so intense it rendered her breathless. She recognized Lin Zhe's affection for her, yet she had not anticipated that his love had grown to the point of resenting the heavens. Observing Su Qingxue's anguish, Lin Zhe understood that holding her close and feigning comfort would not anger her. Instead, she would only grow more appreciative of him. In that moment, he could seize the opportunity to kiss her, perhaps even take her to bed, and she might not refuse, for she was now ensnared in her own guilt. Yet, Lin Zhe refrained from such actions. He was indeed a rogue. He is devoid of morals and boundaries, yet he is not at fault. His desire to bed Su Qingxue is equally justifiable. However, Lin Zhe is not one to force the hand of another. To be more precise, he prefers Su Qingxue to take the initiative in joining him in his bed. Lin Zhe is confident that such a day is not far off. Having been granted a second chance at life, he believes that if he lacks even this modicum of influence, his previous decades would have been in vain. Su Qingxue wept. I'm sorry, I truly had no idea my actions would hurt you so deeply. Lin Zhe handed her a tissue. Do not cry. You know that seeing you in tears pains me immensely. Lin Zhe continued to express his feelings, not only with words but with tender gestures. His gaze was filled with profound sympathy for Su Qingxue. Unable to hold back any longer, she suddenly threw herself into Lin Zhe's embrace and wept uncontrollably. Lin Zhe chuckled softly. You see, winning a girl over is not difficult at all. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her onto his lap. As he caressed her alluring legs, he gently said, Please, stop crying. Let me take you out for a meal, shall we? Su Qingxue's sobs intensified. In the past, whenever she felt wronged and cried in Lin Zhe's arms, he would comfort her in the same manner, preparing a feast of her favorite dishes and sharing a drink, which would significantly uplift her spirits. Reflecting on these memories, a sense of regret about her divorce from Lin Zhe began to stir within her heart. After weeping for a while, Su Qingxue suddenly lifted her tear-streaked face to Lin Zhe, asking, Did you sleep with Shen Tianli? Goodness, her thoughts were rather erratic. How could that possibly be? You're lying. You two took a shower together. Her voice was laden with a sense of injustice. She was deliberately trying to provoke him. I do not believe it. Truly, to this day, you are the only one I have ever slept with, Lin Zhe declared with utmost sincerity. This was not mere bravado. Indeed, since his arrival in this world, he had only been with Su Qingxue. Just yesterday morning, this truth would have been unbearable for Su Qingxue. Yet now, as Lindsay spoke it, she felt an unexpected relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, when she recalled that Lindsay was now living with Shen Tianli, her heart swelled with resentment as she questioned, "Then, will you sleep together in the future?" "Certainly." Lindsay replied candidly. He certainly desired to share a bed with Shen Tianli. After all, who could resist such a captivating beauty? Frustrated, Su Qingxue fell silent. "What is the matter? Are you angry?" Lindsay teased. "Can't you just leave her? It's obvious she is with you just to provoke me." Her voice was tinged with deep grievance, coupled with a hint of a sulky tone. "I'm afraid that is not possible." Su Qingxue felt tears welling up again. It was clear that whenever she made a request in the past, this scoundrel would always fulfill it. Yet now, so soon after their divorce, he was no longer inclined to heed her wishes. Lindsay feigned a sense of grievance as he explained, "Su Qingxue, my association with her is not to provoke you. Rather, I find myself utterly alone, adrift like a water lily. I must survive, after all. Shen Tianli has treated me quite well, offering me 200 million to accompany her in a performance." Lindsay's hand had already slipped beneath Su Qingxue's short skirt. Goodness, her skin was truly supple, a touch akin to caressing exquisite jade. Lindsay was elated beyond measure. Su Qingxue's heart raced in shock. While 200 million was not an insignificant sum for either herself or Shen Tianli, it was certainly not a trifling amount either. Her astonishment did not stem from Shen Tianli's generosity towards Lindsay, but rather the motives behind such a substantial gift. Did Shen Tianli genuinely wish for Lindsay to act alongside her to provoke herself? Or did she harbor ulterior motives? After all, Lindsay was undeniably handsome. Though he had reached the age of 25, he still radiated vitality and vigor. As these thoughts crossed her mind, an inexplicable sense of crisis began to burgeon within Su Qingxue. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten that she had already divorced Lindsay. "I will give you 300 million if you leave her." Lindsay was taken aback, his heart racing. 300 million was a staggering offer. While earning money from women seemed somewhat disreputable, Lindsay had little regard for moral constraints. Noticing Lindsay's silence, Su Qingxue feared her offer had not satisfied him and was about to sweeten the deal when she suddenly realized that Lindsay's hand was audaciously exploring her thigh. Anger surged within her. How dare he, in such a state of distress, still think of touching her? "You stop that!" she exclaimed, both embarrassed and furious. Lindsay, with a straight face, countered, "Nonsense. I am not touching you. I merely noticed you have lost weight these past few days and wanted to check on your health." Su Qingxue was taken aback. Had she misjudged Lindsay? "I'm sorry, I thought you were groping me." Reluctantly withdrawing his hand from her alluring legs, Lindsay graciously offered, "No worries. Didn't you want to hear me sing? Allow me to serenade you." A flicker of joy ignited in Su Qingxue's heart, and she nodded eagerly. Chapter 28. Awakening from the dream, there was a guitar at home, an instrument Lindsay had purchased to pass the time. He had not taken it with him during the move, and now it unexpectedly found its purpose. Su Qingxue gazed at Lindsay with anticipation, genuinely eager to hear the song he would sing for her. After hearing Lindsay's singing that morning, she realized his vocal prowess had grown far more enchanting since their school days. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about which song he would choose for her. "What song will you sing for me?" "I don't want to hear one you've sung for Shen Tianli." Lindsay remained silent, contemplating what song to sing for Su Qingxue. It was not that he lacked options. Rather, he was overwhelmed by the multitude of possibilities, hesitating in indecision. After a moment's reflection, a smile suddenly spread across Lindsay's face. "I wish to serenade you with Awakening from the Dream, a song dedicated to both you and myself." "Awakening from the Dream," murmured Su Qingxue, reflecting on a melody she had never before encountered. Could it be yet another original creation by Lindsay? Thus, her marriage to Lindsay felt like a mere illusion to him? Now, with their divorce finalized, had his dream finally dissipated? As this thought crossed her mind, a pang of anguish seized Su Qingxue's heart once more. Frankly speaking, Lindsay was being intentionally cruel. He believed that upon hearing the lyrics of this song, Su Qingxue would undoubtedly crumble. Even if she did not break down, her heart would be tormented to the point of despair. At that moment, he could feign comfort. And would she not willingly offer her heart to him? Ah, how absurd to offer her very essence. As this realization dawned upon him, Lindsay could not help but scorn himself. What a beast I have become. In anticipation of Su Qingxue's reaction, Lindsay began to strum the strings of his instrument. The melodious notes filled the air, and he commenced to sing. "You say you love someone you shouldn't have. Your heart is laden with scars. You say you made a mistake you shouldn't have, regret weighs heavily upon your heart. As Lin Zhe's magnetic voice resonated with these lines, a deafening buzz echoed in Su Qingshue's mind. Her complexion drained of color, and her heart felt as though it had been violently squeezed. Pain, an overwhelming wave of pain, engulfed her entire being. Su Qingxue trembled, realizing that the you in the lyrics was indeed Lin Zhe himself. Was he confessing to himself that he regretted loving her? Did his heart now brim with wounds? Tears welled in her eyes, and she yearned to weep, desperately wishing to release her emotions. Lin Zhe, satisfied with Su Qingshue's poignant response, continued to sing in a sorrowful tone. You say you have tasted the bitterness of life, unable to find anyone to trust. You say you feel utterly dejected, even beginning to question your existence. Su Qingshue's eyes reddened further. She recognized that their divorce had caused Lin Zhe immense suffering. Yet, she had not fathomed that his anguish had escalated to the point of questioning life itself. How deeply did he love her? Yet she had cast him aside for another man. What a wretched person she was. Lin Zhe pressed on with his song. Had I known that sorrow is always inevitable. Why did you love so deeply? For love is always hard to let go. Why concern yourself with a mere shred of tenderness? Finally, Su Qingshuo could no longer contain her tears. They streamed down her face like pearls, tracing the contours of her exquisite features, but she paid them no mind. She had become ensnared in the lyrics. From these lines, she discerned Lin Zhe's anguish and despair, which pierced her heart like a blade. She felt as though she could not bear the pain. Lin Zhe continued to sing. Know that sorrow is always unavoidable, in every moment of awakening from dreams. There are certain questions you need not ask now, and some individuals you need not wait for eternally. A sudden shiver coursed through Su Qingshue's heart. Her emotions morphed from excruciating pain to sheer panic. Yes, it was panic. She was engulfed in panic by the lyrics Lin Zhe had just sung. Some people you never have to wait for. Was he bidding farewell to himself? Was he resolved to forget who he was? No. Su Qingshue's heart screamed in protest. Just then, the sound of the guitar came to an abrupt halt. And so too did Lin Zhe's singing. It seemed he had only just noticed Su Qingshuo was in tears. He quickly grabbed a few tissues and handed them to her. Why are you crying again? I'm sorry, I never intended to make you cry. Su Qingshuo accepted the tissues and dabbed at her tears, but they only flowed more freely. She remained lost in the haunting melodies of the song, each word slicing through her heart like a dagger. Through her sobs, she uttered, Lin Zhe, I'm so sorry. I truly am. I never meant to hurt you, but I know I've caused you pain. Please, don't leave me. Lin Zhe smiled, though his heart was heavy with resignation as he replied, but what about Jizifeng? Su Qingshuo froze, then shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I don't know. I truly don't. She could feel a lingering attachment to Jizifeng within her heart, though she was uncertain if it stemmed from affection or a haunting obsession over a love that had slipped away. Lin Zhe forced a smile and said, It's all right. Su Qingshuo, I understand. I know he is the one you have cherished for 5 long years. Your choice is clear, given his esteemed background, while I. He paused deliberately, and his gaze turned desolate. While I have nothing now. His voice carried a blend of resignation, disappointment, fracturing sorrow, and a whisper of despair. Lin Zhe felt as though he had been reborn as a mere green tea, for who could portray such a role with such exquisite finesse? Su Qingshue's sobs intensified. Lin Zhe, I want to make it up to you. Please, grant me an opportunity to compensate you. Forget it, Lin Zhe replied, shaking his head. Why? Su Qingshuo cried. Because I cannot bear to see you in distress, Lin Zhe said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Moreover, what I desire, you cannot provide. He felt overwhelmed by his own performance, deciding then to award himself an Oscar for his acting. His heart ached deeply. For the first time, Su Qingshuo truly understood the meaning of that phrase. What do you want? She implored through her tears, vowing that even if Lin Zhe asked for a fortune, she would not hesitate to give it to him. Lin Zhe hesitated, then gently pulled Su Qingshuo onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist. As he caressed her alluring leg, he spoke with utmost sincerity, What I desire is you. Chapter 29. Continuing the effort, Su Qingshuo was taken aback, her heartbeat quickening. Even her cheeks flushed with a shade of pink. You want my body? Lin Zhe sighed and said, What I truly desire is your heart. Yet, since you harbor no feelings for me, how could you possibly offer it? Thus, I must settle for second best. His words caused Su Qingshue's body to tremble. So, he yearned for her heart after all. To spare her the burden, he resorted to expressing a desire for her physical form. But should she truly surrender herself to him? Although she had already given herself to him 7 times, the circumstances were different. That occasion had been during a time when they were on the verge of divorce. And after sharing drinks, She had been swept away in a haze of confusion. Moreover, they had not yet divorced then, still bound by the ties of marriage. So their union had seemed permissible. Now, however, they were divorced, and if she were to allow him to bed her again, would that not render her a wanton woman? What terrified Su Qingxue most was the possibility that, after their encounter, he might wish to repeat the experience. Such matters could easily lead to addiction. After all, recalling that night when Lin Zhe had explored every inch of her body ignited an inexplicable longing within her. No, this must not happen. I can give you money, how about that? Su Qingxue tilted her head to gaze at Lin Zhe, her eyes glimmering with a hint of desperation. Lin Zhe anticipated that the situation would not unfold so smoothly. Had he been dealing with an ordinary girl, she would have already thrown herself at him in that moment. Yet despite her profound sorrow and overwhelming guilt towards him, her rationality remained intact. It seemed that his earlier performance had not yet fully conquered her. He needed to press on. With a forlorn gaze, Lin Zhe looked at Su Qingxue and said, "There's no need for that. In truth, I never intended for you to compensate me. My previous words were merely uttered out of helplessness. You need not take them to heart." The tactic of retreating to advance was at play here. In the face of Su Qingxue's refusal, Lin Zhe employed this strategy not only to alleviate their mutual awkwardness, but also to deepen her sense of guilt towards him. Classmates, these are all valuable lessons, he thought. A shiver ran through Su Qingxue. So he had only said that to spare her from feeling obligated to compensate him. Guilt, like an avalanche of snow, weighed heavily upon her heart, leaving her feeling profoundly uneasy. "Very well, you should rest well. I shall take my leave," Lin Zhe suddenly remarked. Oh, yet another tactic of retreat to advance. Su Qingxue panicked internally, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin Zhe's waist. She did not wish for him to depart. She was even more reluctant to face the emptiness of the room alone. "Please, don't go," she begged, tears welling in her eyes. "But if I stay, seeing you would only make me want to kiss you." "What then?" Lin Zhe retorted. In her urgency, Su Qingxue offered, "Then, let me kiss you just once, and afterward, you can choose not to leave?" She was not devoid of reason. However, she had become ensnared in the emotional web woven by Lin Zhe. Thus, she found herself uttering such words. Women, after all, often prioritize emotion over logic. A kiss? Lin Zhe chuckled inwardly. Once their lips met, how far could they be from the bed? He was about to speak when Su Qingxue's crimson lips suddenly brushed against Lin Zhe's, only to swiftly retreat. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe found himself overwhelmed with a tingling sensation coursing through his entire being, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Can we stay a little longer?" Su Qingxue implored. Her fair cheeks flushed. As her words hung in the air, Lin Zhe's lips descended fervently upon her luscious mouth. It was a jest, having initiated this. How could Lin Zhe settle for mere fleeting contact? A soft, bone-deep moan escaped Su Qingxue's lips, igniting an electric thrill that enveloped them both, rendering her mind momentarily blank. Lin Zhe's kiss was fervent and insatiable, leaving Su Qingxue breathless, as if he were extracting every ounce of air from her lungs. The intoxicating dizziness overwhelmed her, leaving her body weak and aflame, her hands instinctively entwining around Lin Zhe's neck, as though she were suspended in his embrace. Just as she felt on the brink of suffocation, Lin Zhe withdrew his lips from hers, a wave of inexplicable emptiness washing over her, prompting her to instinctively return the kiss. Lin Zhe chuckled. "See, stirring a girl's emotions is not a daunting task," he responded playfully while guiding her to the sofa. As they momentarily paused, Su Qingxue gasped for breath, her eyes glistening with allure. Lin Zhe, panting heavily, met her gaze with fervent intensity. They exchanged a knowing look before succumbing to another passionate kiss. Su Qingxue felt herself surrendering, her desires consuming her rationality. Though her mind urged her to halt this perilous game, her desires compelled her body to entwine around Lin Zhe like an octopus. Lin Zhe was unfastening his belt, while Su Qingxue's skirt had already been hiked up to her waist, leaving only a final tremor before completion. Suddenly, the jarring ringtone of a mobile phone shattered the villa's intimate atmosphere. Su Qingxue, as if awakening from a dream, hastily pushed Lin Zhe away. The call was from her phone. Lin Zhe felt an urge to smash the device, cursing under his breath, as they were so close. Su Qingxue glanced at her phone. It was Ji Zifeng calling. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, she answered the call. "Qingxue, I'm calling to apologize." Ji Zifeng's voice was thick with remorse and guilt. Su Qingxue replied coolly, "There's no need." She understood the reason behind his apology. Essentially, it was due to his blunder concerning Jiang Qingwei. Although Jiang Qingwei had decided not to renew her contract from the start, Ji Zifeng's words in her presence had been utterly foolish. However, his apology had alleviated some of her anger. Hearing Su Qingshue's response, Ji Zifeng smirked with a sense of triumph. He was acutely aware of Su Qingshue's affection for him. Even when he erred, she could not bring herself to chastise him. No, I must apologize. You need not do so out of your magnanimity, for I cannot evade the consequences of my own mistakes. After returning, I reflected deeply and realized that I should not have spoken to Jiang Qingwei in that manner. However, Qingxue, I was merely indignant on your behalf. After all, you elevated her to stardom, yet she treated you so poorly, which provoked my words towards Jiang Qingwei. Su Qingxue felt a warm sensation in her heart. It turned out that Ji Zifeng was defending her honor. Indeed, he was not foolish enough to utter such foolish remarks. Just as she was about to respond, a firm hand suddenly grasped her delicate, porcelain-like neck. Then, she felt Lin Zai's ardent lips press against hers. Su Qingxue instinctively emitted a sultry sound. Ji Zifeng heard it, and his entire being ignited with fervor, for Su Qingshue's alluring moan was utterly captivating. He had encountered many women, yet none had ever produced such an enchanting sound. Trembling, Ji Zifeng inquired, Qingxue, are you all right? Chapter 30. The green tea bitch. Su Qingxue was nearly petrified by Lin Zai's bold kiss. How audacious could this rascal be? He was fully aware that she was on the phone, yet he still chose to kiss her forcefully. Su Qingxue believed she should be furious. However, inexplicably, apart from feeling exhilarated, she found no other emotion stirring within her. She pushed Lin Zai away and feigned composure, saying, it's nothing. Just a little nip from my family's dog. With that, she shot a mixture of embarrassment and irritation at Lin Zai, lighting a cigarette. Lin Zai exhaled smoke as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Su Qingxue struggled in vain and ultimately succumbed to his grasp, allowing him to hold her soft, fragrant body. This rogue must have undergone some transformation. He was utterly different from before. Previously, he had been gentle and respectful, but now he exuded a roguish charm, unabashed and brazen. What? You were bitten by a dog? Is it serious? Give me your address. I'll come find you right now. Ji Zifeng's tone betrayed a hint of panic. Yet in truth, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he experienced a flicker of delight. He had long desired to stay at Su Qingshue's home, knowing that only by residing there could he win her over more swiftly. Despite his numerous hints and overtures, she had never provided him with her address nor permitted him to stay. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. There's no need. It merely nipped at my pant leg. I've already decided to chase it away, Su Qingxue declined. Is that so? Qingxue, do you have time this evening? I would like to dine with you. You know, having just returned, I am unfamiliar with this place, and dining alone is rather pitiful. Having failed in his initial attempt, Ji Zifeng began to play the sympathy card. However, he successfully reminded Su Qingxue that Lin Zai was also alone. Comparatively, Su Qingxue preferred to dine with Lin Zai. She even longed for the days when they would go grocery shopping together, followed by Lin Zai preparing a meal for her. I'm quite tired today. Let us postpone it. But what would you like to eat? I can have someone deliver it to you. Ji Zifeng sighed with a hint of grievance. Forget it. If you're not coming, I have no appetite for anything. Lin Zai felt a wave of nausea wash over him upon hearing this. Damn, what a despicable green tea. He scorned. Wait a minute. He realized he was being just as insipid. A smile crept upon Lin Zai's face at this thought. All right, since we are both green tea, let us see whose prowess is greater. With this in mind, Lin Zai suddenly spoke softly into Su Qingshue's ear. Qingxue, if he wishes to come, then I shall take my leave. Su Qingshuo instantly panicked. Ji Zifeng, I have other matters to attend to. I must hang up. With that, she hung up without allowing Ji Zifeng a chance to respond. Lin Zai chuckled, surprised by her reaction. He genuinely wanted to ask Su Qingshuo if she truly had feelings for Ji Zifeng. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you, Su Qingshuo suddenly suggested. Yearning to share a meal with Lin Zai, with a hint of reluctance, replied, I'm having dinner with Jiang Qingwei tonight. Su Qingshuo was immediately taken aback. She had even turned down Ji Zifeng's invitation just to dine with him, only for him to inform her he would be having dinner with another woman. Angered, Su Qingshuo struggled out of Lin Zai's embrace and sulked on the nearby sofa, refusing to speak. Lin Zai recognized her vexation. All right. Considering I haven't yet been intimate with her, I should appease her, he thought. What has got you upset? Why do you insist on meeting Jiang Qingwei? She told me she has decided to sign with you. Su Qingshuo became irate again upon mentioning this. This scoundrel, who clearly harbored feelings for her, was poaching her people for another woman. It was infuriating. Oh, the dinner is with Jiang Qingwei. She probably wants to express her gratitude for my past support. And it's also one of the conditions for signing. Then why are you helping Shen Tianli to poach Jiang Qingwei? Don't you know she is mine and holds great significance to me? Is that so? But Shen Tianli informed me that Jiang Qingwei doesn't wish to renew her contract with you, which is why I pursued her. Besides, I had no idea she knew me before I attempted to recruit her, nor did I anticipate it would go so smoothly. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger. Damn Shen Tianli, she deceived Lin Zhe into confronting me. How did I never see her treachery before? Is the song you composed for Shen Tianli the theme song for that fantasy drama she is recently working on? Su Qingxue shifted the topic. Lin Zhe nodded in affirmation. They were indeed bitter rivals, fully aware of each other's circumstances. Su Qingxue felt a wave of frustration wash over her once more. Whether Shen Tianli's fantasy drama will become a sensation remains uncertain to Su Qingxue, however. She is acutely aware that the theme song composed by Lin Zhe is destined to achieve great success. The lyrics and melody undoubtedly constitute a remarkable creation. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Qingxue gazed at Lin Zhe with a complex expression. After 3 years of marriage, she realized that her concern for Lin Zhe had been alarmingly insufficient, and she had been oblivious to his extraordinary talent. It seemed that he had sacrificed much for her sake. A sense of guilt began to swell within her heart. Suddenly, she inquired, Lin Zhe, have you ever considered becoming a star? I have not and do not wish to, he replied. The mere thought of that profession evoked a feeling of being prey, a sensation he despised. Furthermore, while stardom may appear glamorous, it pales in comparison to the allure of cultivating capital. Once his company flourished, he would have no shortage of stars at his disposal. Why not? You are exceptionally handsome, possess a melodious singing voice, and most importantly, you are a talented songwriter. If you are willing, I could sign you and ensure you become the most dazzling sensation, she urged. Has Ji Zifeng already joined your company? Su Qingxue was taken aback, realizing Lin Zhe's implication. He simply did not want to encounter Ji Zifeng. I apologize, I did not consider it deeply at the time. I merely thought he had returned from abroad with a broad perspective and impressive abilities, and I thought he could assist me. If you prefer not to see him, I can establish a new record label dedicated solely to promoting you. Let it be. Managing one company is already quite exhausting for you. If you were to start another, you might work yourself to the bone, and I would be the one to suffer, Lin Zhe retorted. Su Qingxue was so moved that she found herself at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Zhe. Simultaneously, regret over her divorce from him surged anew within her heart. Chapter 31. I am here to eat, not to devour you. After accompanying Su Qingxue through dinner, Lin Zhe prepared to take his leave. The meal had been prepared by her, an act she had never done during their 3 years of marriage. Ironically, it was only after their divorce that she began to cook for him. Human nature can be quite contradictory at times. As Lin Zhe was about to depart, Su Qingxue felt a profound reluctance. She knew that once he left, she would be left to confront the emptiness of their home alone, a feeling she despised. She longed to persuade him to stay but could not find the words, fully aware that even if he remained, she could not provide him with what he truly desired. It seemed better to remain silent. At the door, she suddenly remarked, I want to change the password for the electronic lock. You can return whenever you wish. Please don't. What if you bring Ji Zifeng back? If I suddenly miss you and return to find him here, it would be quite awkward. Lin Zhe feigned a gloomy tone. I want to bring him back, Su Qingxue replied urgently. In an effort to prove her words to Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue hastily exclaimed, I am not deceiving you. Honestly, I am quite confused about my feelings for Ji Zifeng. I am uncertain whether it is affection or merely an obsession with what I cannot have. Lin Zhe felt a chuckle rising within him. Had she truly become so flustered after his mere initiation? If he were to exert himself further, would she not completely sever ties with Ji Zifeng? Yet, to speak candidly, even if she distanced herself from Ji Zifeng, Lin Zhe would not welcome her back. The original owner of her heart might forgive her for her divorce in pursuit of her white moonlight, but Lin Zhe would not. At present, he was merely infatuated with her physical form, and nothing more. Fear not, time shall reveal all. Next time, I shall return while you are asleep. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. What do you mean? Oh, nothing. I merely fear that if you are awake, you might not wish to see me. So I can only sneak back when you slumber. Tears welled in Su Qingxue's eyes. She had thought Lin Zhe intended to take advantage of her while she slept. But to her astonishment, it was his fear of her waking that moved him. In that moment, Su Qingxue felt a mix of emotions, touched yet heartbroken. I wish to see you. Whenever you choose to return, it is fine by me. Lindsay smiled. At this rate, it seemed only a matter of time before they would share a bed. I truly am a beast, he mused, playfully pinching her delicate, fair face. All right, I understand. Next time, I shall return while you're asleep. You mustn't bully me when you sneak back, Su Qingxue protested, her face growing even more radiant. You must remain vigilant. Who knows, I may just crawl under your covers, Lindsay replied with a grin. Ah? This scoundrel wishes to invade my bed? Su Qingxue's heart raced unexpectedly. Amidst the chaos of her heartbeat, an inexplicable sense of anticipation blossomed within her. She wished to say more, but Lindsay had already turned to depart. As he was about to leave the villa, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Su Qingxue found his demeanor inexplicably charming. However, after watching Lindsay leave, she returned to the empty villa, and her heart sank into desolation. She realized that it was not the house that felt empty, but rather her own heart, which now felt achingly hollow. On his way to Jiang Qingyue's home, Lindsay had searched for information about her online, ensuring he had a basic understanding of her before their conversation. It would be rather awkward to engage in discussion with a beautiful woman without any knowledge of her. Lindsay was certainly not one to put a lady in an uncomfortable position. Standing at the entrance of Jiang Qingyue's villa, he pressed the doorbell, and the grand door swung open promptly. There stood Jiang Qingyue, beaming with a smile as she welcomed him. It must be said, Jiang Qingyue was truly stunning. Her slender figure gave her an elegant presence as she stood at the threshold. It was indeed captivating. Lindsay smiled and quickly walked towards her. Have you been waiting long? He inquired as he stood before Jiang Qingyue. No, it's perfectly fine if you're a bit late, she replied hastily. That's good to hear. With that, Lindsay strolled into the villa with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Qingyue promptly bent down to retrieve a pair of brand new slippers from the shoe cabinet, even intending to assist Lindsay in removing his shoes. This startled Lindsay. Was it possible? Jiang Qingyue was a top-tier celebrity. When did she become so approachable? I'll manage on my own, Lindsay said. Jiang Qingyue's cheeks flushed, and she quickly acquiesced. While changing shoes, Lindsay casually asked, What delicious dishes have you prepared? Jiang Qingyue had initially intended to invite Lindsay to a restaurant, having made reservations at the finest establishment in Haiqing. However, 2 hours prior, when she messaged Lindsay to check his availability, he mentioned he had something to attend to and suggested she prepare something at home. In a flurry, Jiang Qingyue had her assistant deliver the ingredients and began cooking at home. She had learned to cook at a young age, as her family struggled financially. While her parents worked in the fields, Jiang Qingyue took it upon herself to prepare meals. Although the dishes were simple, this routine instilled in her a love for cooking. As she became more financially stable, she often indulged in cooking whenever she had a break, honing her culinary skills over time. Oh, I made fish, beef, and some vegetables. Jiang Qingyue stammered. She appeared somewhat nervous. Lindsay chuckled. Why do you sound a bit anxious? Jiang Qingyue's face reddened further. I suppose a little, to be honest. Even she could not comprehend why she felt this way in Lindsay's presence. She had never felt this way around even the most prominent tycoons. Could it be because of her feelings for Lindsay? Indeed, Jiang Qingyue harbored affection for him. More accurately, she had a crush on him. During her most desperate and helpless moments, the 50,000 yuan Lindsay had offered her was not just money, it was a lifeline. Yet, she had never dared to confess her feelings to anyone, including Lindsay. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather that she lacked the courage. Poverty had made her particularly sensitive and insecure from a young age. In university, she had deliberately orchestrated encounters with Lindsay, secretly smiling when they brushed past each other. She had witnessed Lindsay's heartache from unrequited love for Su Qingxue, his moments of solitude when he sought solace in alcohol, and even the tears he shed in private. During those times, all she could do was feel a pang of sympathy. She could do nothing else. Yet, she vowed that if she ever had the chance to be with Lindsay, she would treat him well and ensure he would never shed a tear. As Jiang Qingyue gradually built her confidence and finally mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Lindsay, she was met with the devastating news of his impending marriage to Su Qingxue. On that day, the usually sober Jiang Qingyue succumbed to inebriation. Subsequently, she participated in a singing competition and emerged victorious. Upon learning that Su Qingxue had established an entertainment company and extended an olive branch to her, Jiang Qingyue unhesitatingly signed a contract, driven by a desire to repay kindness and, more so, to draw nearer to Lindsay. Just when she thought her life would remain thus, she was suddenly informed of Su Qingxue's intention to divorce Lindsay. A flicker of life ignited in Jiang Qingyue's once despondent heart. Don't be nervous. I'm here to dine, not to devour you, Lindsay remarked with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Qingwei burst into laughter, her smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle spring of March, vividly vibrant and enchantingly captivating. Chapter 32. 3 minutes for you. After laughing, Jiang Qingwei felt her nerves dissipate. She promptly led Lindsay to the dining room, where an impressive array of dishes adorned the expansive table. Goodness, Jiang Qingwei, do you intend to fatten me like a pig? Lindsay teased. I didn't tea. She quickly refuted. Lindsay chuckled. Then why prepare so many dishes? 2 or 3 would suffice for just the 2 of us. No more overindulgence next time. Next time? A wave of joy washed over Jiang Qingwei at the prospect of dining with Lindsay again. She nodded eagerly. Once seated, Jiang Qingwei transformed into a devoted attendant, diligently serving Lindsay a piece of fish. Give it a try. Tell me how it tastes, she encouraged. Lindsay graciously took a bite. Wow, this is exquisite. The flavors are truly delightful. Jiang Qingwei, I believe your culinary skills could win the hearts of many men. His compliment was sincere, not mere flattery. Could it win your heart? Jiang Qingwei instinctively inquired, immediately regretting her words. Despite her affection for Lindsay, she wished to maintain a semblance of decorum. What if she frightened him away? Is this top-tier celebrity attempting to flirt with me? Lindsay chuckled, to conquer my heart. Culinary delights are unnecessary. Beauty will suffice. Jiang Qingwei, not typically one to smile, found herself laughing genuinely, a rarity shaped by life's hardships, which had conditioned her to conceal her emotions. Entering the entertainment industry only fortified the walls she had built around herself, leaving her devoid of heartfelt connections and true friends. Yet, in response to Lindsay's playful banter, she beamed with a radiant smile that lit up her eyes, sparkling like a sky full of stars. Jiang Qingwei felt that Lindsay possessed an enchanting charm. Although they had only spoken twice in 6 years, their interaction bore no trace of awkwardness. It was a remarkably wondrous sensation. Jiang Qingwei was acutely aware that Lindsay was indulging her. Otherwise, the atmosphere would not have been so harmonious. After all, she was genuinely not adept at social interactions. What are your plans moving forward? Lindsay inquired as he continued to eat. I shall see how President Shin arranges things for me. If all goes according to plan, I will join the cast for filming. Noticing her apparent lack of enthusiasm for acting, Lindsay asked, aside from acting, is there anything else you wish to pursue? Jiang Qingwei pondered for a moment before responding. I want to sing. I truly adore singing, but after signing with Su Qingshui's company, she believes I am more suited for acting. After all, I do possess a decent appearance, so I heeded her advice and focused on acting, which has proven to be a wise choice. Lindsay smiled and said, if singing is your passion, I will speak with Shin Tianli and request that you refrain from taking on acting roles temporarily, allowing you to concentrate on preparing your new album. Jiang Qingwei let out a slight sigh. However, finding good songs is quite challenging. Su Qingshui has considered releasing an album for me, but despite enlisting numerous top lyricists, the results have been underwhelming. Out of the demos I received, only 1 or 2 were satisfactory, the rest were simply mediocre. Leave this to me, Lindsay assured her. After all, I will be fully responsible for your work moving forward, so let us begin with your album. For Lindsay, creating a sensational album for Jiang Qingwei was not an insurmountable task, as his mind was brimming with countless classic songs from Blue Star. Not to mention, producing just 1 album for Jiang Qingwei would be a breeze. Even 10 albums would be easily manageable. However, arranging music was Lindsay's weak point. While he could manage simple performances, he would need to engage top professionals for the actual arrangements. Jiang Qingwei was slightly taken aback. Senior, can you really find quality songs? An album requires at least 10 tracks. It was not that she doubted Lindsay, but rather she was acutely aware of her own high standards. Any minor flaw in a song would leave her dissatisfied. Rest assured, Lindsay replied with a smile. Given the splendid meal you've treated me to today, I am determined to create a sensational album for you. Jiang Qingwei felt a surge of excitement. She raised her glass and declared, Senior, I toast to you. If you can truly help me produce a groundbreaking album, then, she paused, taking a deep breath as if summoning great resolve, and continued, Senior, if you can help me achieve a nationwide sensation, you can ask anything of me. At that moment, her fair, flawless cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Jiang Qingwei was not without principles. Had she been devoid of them, her wealth would have multiplied tenfold by now. After all, more than once, venture capitalists had approached her with propositions to become their mistress. She understood that with a simple nod, riches would come pouring in. Yet she had steadfastly rejected all such advances. Having been in the industry for over 2 years, Jiang Qingwei has steadfastly avoided any kissing scenes or even physical contact interacting, adhering firmly to her principles. She believes that if she were ever to be with Lindsay, she must maintain her purity. Thus, the words she expressed to Lindsay were ultimately driven by her desire to be with him. Lindsay chuckled and replied, "All right, I shall remember your words." The meal they shared was filled with joy and camaraderie. After dining, Lindsay offered to help with the dishes, but Jiang Qingwei adamantly refused to let him lend a hand. Left with no choice, Lindsay stood in the kitchen, watching Jiang Qingwei wash the dishes while inquiring about her preferred genre of music. She revealed her fondness for lyrical songs. Lindsay nodded, planning to listen to the songs she had sung in the past to assess her vocal quality and determine whose songs might be suitable for her to cover. As they engaged in light conversation, Lindsay's phone rang. It was a call from Shen Tianli. He excused himself to the living room to answer. "Where have you been, you rascal?" Shen Tianli's sultry voice reached his ears, though it carried an undertone of displeasure. "Are you back?" She countered. "I'm at Jiang Qingyue's place. We just finished dinner." Despite Shen Tianli knowing this was planned since the afternoon, the mention of Lindsay being at Jiang Qingyue's home stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. She was even struck by the thought of not wanting to sign Jiang Qingyue. Suppressing her unease, Shen Tianli asked with a feigned lightness, "When will you be back?" "What? Do you miss me?" she teased. "Indeed, I do," she purred. "How much do you miss me?" "So much that it's unbearable," Lindsay replied with a chuckle. "Then you should take a shower first. I'll return shortly to ease that itch," she flirted. "No need. I've already showered and am currently lounging in bed." "Oh, and I'm not wearing any clothes," she added mischievously. "You have 3 minutes. Don't keep me waiting. Little enchantress, just wait. I shall attend to you shortly." Chapter 33. In moments of loneliness, Lindsay ended the call and bid farewell to Jiang Qingyue, preparing to leave. Upon hearing that he was departing, a wave of reluctance washed over her. She had envisioned spending more time with him, perhaps enjoying a glass of red wine, watching a movie, and deepening their connection. However, it seemed he was intent on leaving. "Lindsay, may I message you in the future?" Jiang Qingwei asked cautiously. Lindsay smiled and assured her, "Of course. You can message me anytime you feel lonely or unable to sleep." Jiang Qingyue's cheeks flushed, her heart swelling with sweetness. Lindsay waved goodbye and hurriedly made his way toward Shen Tianli's villa. The mere thought of Shen Tianli's alluring figure ignited a fervor within him. Within 3 minutes, Lindsay arrived at Shen Tianli's villa. Upon seeing her, Lindsay was instantly displeased, for he found Shen Tianli seated on the sofa engrossed in her phone. "Where is the trust between people?" Lindsay lamented. Shen Tianli shot him a flirtatious glance. "What's the matter? Are you angry?" "Of course. I'm about to burst with rage." "Well, go ahead and be angry. After all, you currently have only 15 points here. Whenever you accumulate 100 points, then perhaps I shall grant you some relief." Lindsay was infuriated. "Damn it, just this afternoon, you told me I had 20 points. And with the addition of my signing Jiang Qingyue for you, shouldn't it be 25 now?" "Oh, when I returned home and found you absent, I deducted 10 points from you." "Damn, why didn't you just deduct it all?" "That wouldn't do. I must leave you with some hope, right?" Lindsay couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "You truly are a shrewd negotiator, Shen Tianli." "My father says the same," Shen Tianli replied, a hint of pride in her smile. "Now call me daddy." Shen Tianli's charming face instantly flushed crimson. "You lewd rogue," she scolded playfully, her shyness evident. "By the way, what did you do tonight?" "I went on a blind date." Lindsay suddenly recalled that scoundrel who had told him yesterday about his blind date with Shen Tianli today. He had initially thought it was mere boasting, but it turned out to be true. "What, are you cheating?" Shen Tianli burst into laughter, nearly collapsing from Lindsay's words. After a while, her amusement gradually subsided. "Guess who I went on a date with?" "Don't tell me it's my half-brother?" Lindsay inquired. Shen Tianli raised her delicate brows, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling with surprise. "How did you know?" she asked, astonished. "Since you asked me to guess, it must be someone I know. And among those I know, the only one whose status could barely match yours is that scoundrel." The reason Lindsay referred to the other person as a scoundrel was that the original owner had labeled him as such. "You are truly clever," Shen Tianli remarked with a laugh. "Given my brilliance, could I be rewarded with a wet kiss?" Shen Tianli said with a seductive smile. "Your beauty." "I actually didn't want to go on a blind date, but upon hearing about the other party's identity, I decided to go. If nothing unexpected occurs, your brother will soon start to harass me relentlessly." "What, does he have a crush on you?" "I'm so beautiful and my figure is so alluring. If you want me, how could that scoundrel resist?" Shen Tianli said proudly. Lindsay chuckled. That's true. When he pursues me, I'll flirt with you right in front of him. Do you think that would drive him mad? Shen Tianli giggled. Lin Zhe was amused. He hadn't anticipated that Shen Tianli had such schemes in mind. However, it must be said that her strategy was quite ruthless. If that scoundrel truly fancied her, and she were to flirt with him while being close to Lin Zhe, it would most likely infuriate him. No wonder you deserve to be with me. Shen Tianli playfully scolded. Get lost. Now tell me, how do you intend to thank me? Let us pledge ourselves to each other. Truly, beyond this, I cannot fathom a more fitting way to express my gratitude towards you. You scoundrel, it appears you are not merely seeking to thank me, but rather to conspire against my very existence. Nonsense. I could manage no more than 5 encounters in one night. How could 5 ever lead to my demise? Shen Tianli burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. This rogue was simply too shameless. She feared that continuing the conversation with Lin Zhe would lead her to an untimely death by laughter. You scoundrel, I can't talk to you any longer. I'm off to bed. Wait, there's something I must discuss with you. What is it? Jiang Qingwei is planning to release an album, and I have given my consent. I have no objections. I shall arrange for someone to invite top lyricists for the songs. No need. Leave it to me. Witnessing Lin Zhe's earnestness regarding Jiang Qingwei stirred an unsettling feeling within Shen Tianli. You rogue, tell me the truth. Do you harbor some feelings for Jiang Qingwei? Indeed. She is exceedingly beautiful. It would be unnatural not to have some thoughts. However, rest assured, the one I desire most at present is you. Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, torn between amusement and exasperation. How could he deliver such shameless words with such earnestness? Then do your best. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently, aiming to embrace you sooner rather than later. Shen Tianli offered Lin Zhe a sultry glance before ascending the stairs. Once back in his room, Lin Zhe began to practice his horse stance. Although flirtation with Shen Tianli was paramount, maintaining his physical discipline was even more crucial. After enduring for an hour and a half, Lin Zhe was utterly exhausted. This was even more tiring than the 5 encounters with Su Qingxue that night. Nevertheless, he deemed the effort worthwhile. After all, every additional minute of training now would translate to greater enjoyment in the future. The next morning, upon rising, Lin Zhe spotted Shen Tianli enjoying her breakfast. Today, she donned a pair of light-colored jeans, which perfectly enveloped her alluring, snow-white legs. With a heavy heart, Lin Zhe lamented. Shen Tianli, the heavens bestowed upon you 2 exquisite legs to showcase for my viewing pleasure, yet you have chosen to conceal them entirely. Do as I say, and change into a black silk mini-skirt. Change your mind. Hurry and eat. We still need to draft Jiang Qingyue's contract at the company. How difficult can that be? Just have your legal team draft it. I must at least review it, and additionally, I need to communicate with Jiang Qingyue to ascertain her terms. All of this must be incorporated into the contract. Lin Zhe nodded, about to respond when his phone suddenly chimed with a message from Ji Zifeng. Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue is insisting on joining me for a heartfelt breakfast. Do you have time to join us? Chapter 34. Are you feeling down? Lin Zhe felt somewhat speechless. Was he out of his mind? He had shared 7 intimate encounters with Su Qingxue and even kissed her the previous night, yet he did not boast about it. What was there to brag about over a mere meal? Moreover, the most crucial point was that he held no affection for Su Qingxue. His boastfulness held no lethal power over him. Oh, understood. Enjoy your meal, Lin Zhe replied. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's response, Ji Zifeng felt a sense of vulnerability. How could he respond so nonchalantly? Surely he should be furious. Realizing this, Ji Zifeng couldn't help but smirk, convinced that Lin Zhe was merely putting on a facade. He decided to take a picture of himself having breakfast with Su Qingxue and send it to Lin Zhe, determined to provoke a reaction. After finishing his conversation with Ji Zifeng, Lin Zhe promptly shared a screenshot of their dialogue with Su Qingxue, adding a note. Could you please ask Ji Zifeng to refrain from sending me such messages? I'm genuinely feeling quite distressed. Alas, pretending to be the innocent party is something anyone can do. The reason Lin Zhe hadn't forwarded Ji Zifeng's photo of the sports car was because he believed that, given their previous relationship, it wouldn't provoke any jealousy from Su Qingxue. However, the dynamics had changed after last night's emotional confrontation. Lin Zhe was acutely aware that Su Qingxue's feelings towards him had shifted. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe reaching out to her, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Yet, upon reading the message, her anger flared instantly. Her stunning visage was cloaked in an icy frost, and her heart felt as if it were being relentlessly stabbed by a knife, excruciatingly painful. She had always thought that despite Ji Zifeng's changed appearance, he remained the gentleman she remembered, naive and kind-hearted. Now, however, It seemed she had been mistaken. Without further adu, Su Qingxue dialed Ji Zifeng's number. "Qingxue, have you arrived?" he asked gently. "Shut up. Tell me, what gives you the right to send such messages to Lin Zhe?" Su Qingxue rebuked fiercely. Ji Zifeng was taken aback. How could Lin Zhe have the audacity to share their conversation with Su Qingxue? But now was not the time to dwell on that. He needed to placate Su Qingxue immediately. "Qingxue, I genuinely invited him to breakfast out of goodwill. Please believe me, I meant no harm," he pleaded. His voice tinged with helplessness. "Silence. You know full well that Lin Zhe has loved me for 7 long years, and my divorce has already devastated him. Yet you still dared to provoke him with your messages. How could you?" Su Qingxue's voice seethed with fury. Ji Zifeng panicked. He had never witnessed Su Qingxue this enraged. "Qingxue, I know Lin Zhe has cared for you for many years, but I truly had no idea that your divorce caused him such anguish. I thought you two had a mutual agreement that it was merely a matter of separation. I only invited him for breakfast out of respect for our shared past as classmates." At this point, Ji Zifeng realized he could never admit that he had intentionally provoked Lin Zhe with his message. Otherwise, not only would he risk shattering his image in front of Su Qingxue, but he would also face the imminent threat of losing her. "Ji Zifeng, do not underestimate my intelligence. Speak candidly, your trustworthiness in my eyes is plummeting rapidly. The moment it turns negative, it will be time for you to leave. You may have breakfast alone." With that, Su Qingxue abruptly ended the call. Ji Zifeng was infuriated. He yearned to inquire who, in fact, was the person she cherished. Although she repeatedly professed her affection for him, her recent words unmistakably suggested that her true affections lay with Lin Zhe. Yet, he dared not ask. The last statement from Su Qingxue had instilled a sense of peril within him. He refrained from provoking her further, genuinely fearing that his trust would soon dwindle into the negatives. At that point, he would likely find himself without a refuge even to weep. After concluding her call with Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue hastily sent a message to Lin Zhe. She had initially intended to call him but feared the sorrowful tone of his voice. "Do not be upset. I will not be having breakfast with him. And I have already reprimanded him, instructing him to refrain from provoking you in the future." After sending the message, Su Qingxue anxiously awaited Lin Zhe's response. However, after an agonizing wait, no reply came. Her heart sank further, as she believed Ji Zifeng's boastfulness had deeply wounded Lin Zhe, leaving him in a state of profound sadness. Otherwise, he would not have left her message unanswered. Overcome with regret, she pondered why she had consented to breakfast with Ji Zifeng in the first place. Had she declined his invitation, none of this turmoil would have ensued. As these thoughts consumed her, Su Qingxue recalled the message Ji Zifeng had sent to Lin Zhe. The anger she had managed to suppress surged forth once again, and she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few resounding blows to Ji Zifeng. Upon receiving Su Qingxue's message, Lin Zhe smiled. Clearly, his performance the previous evening had left her engulfed in guilt. Otherwise, she would not have felt the need to explain herself or scold Ji Zifeng. "What is so amusing?" Shen Tianli inquired suddenly. Lin Zhe chuckled as he explained, "It's nothing. Ji Zifeng sent me a provocative message, and I simply forwarded his taunts to Su Qingxue. Speaking of which, that greasy fellow messaged me last night. Can you believe how repulsive he is? Did he profess his feelings to you?" Lin Zhe responded with a look of mock curiosity. "Far worse than that. He sent me a picture of himself, flaunting his disgusting chest hair. The most revolting part was that he retracted it and innocently claimed it was a mistake. Had I not wished to tease this fool, I would have blocked him on the spot. It's utterly repugnant." Lin Zhe could no longer hold back his laughter. He found Ji Zifeng to be a green tea type, but he had not anticipated such foolishness. He feigned a romantic demeanor in front of Su Qingxue, yet turned around to flirt with Shen Tianli. Unfortunately, Shen Tianli was not the same kind of submissive admirer as Su Qingxue. How I long for time to fast forward to the moment when Su Qingxue discovers the true nature of that greasy man. I can only imagine the overwhelming sense of despair she will feel. Just thinking about it fills me with delight, Shen Tianli remarked with a playful smile. "How delightful?" Lin Zhe inquired with a grin. Shen Tianli shot him a glare. That rogue is at it again. As they conversed, Lin Zhe's phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from his younger brother. "Big brother, congratulate me. After my mother's relentless efforts, father has consented to my inheritance of the Lin family. And you, my dear brother, shall be left with nothing. Are you feeling down? No worries, as long as I am happy." Chapter 35. You are my father. A surge of fury erupted within Lin Zhe. Yes, this was his own emotion. Upon traversing into this realm and accessing the memories of the original owner, Lin Zhe felt not only pity for him but also heartache for everything he had endured. Now, this brother was daringly provoking him. "Just wait, when I rise again, I shall dismantle your Lin family, he thought angrily. What's wrong? Your expression suddenly changed. Has that greasy man provoked you again? Shen Tianli asked with concern. Lin Zhe regained his composure. No, it's my younger brother. What did he say to you? Shen Tianli inquired curiously. Lin Zhe chuckled. Oh, nothing much, just the usual provocations. You can still laugh? What should I do, cry? Lin Zhe smiled and replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianli grew increasingly convinced of Lin Zhe's remarkable character. Having been ousted from his family and now facing taunts from the son of a mistress, most would have been driven to the brink. Yet Lin Zhe remained unperturbed, even managing to smile. This composure and grace were truly exceptional. Don't be disheartened. Once you conquer me, I shall help you exact your revenge. How shall we do that? How about bringing down the Lin family? Shen Tianli asked with a flirtatious grin. Let us go. We shall head to the bedroom now. Shen Tianli giggled. You rogue. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zhe took Shen Tianli's car to her company. Shen Tianli was busy finalizing a contract with Jiang Qingwei, while Lin Zhe proceeded to the 9th floor, which Shen Tianli had graciously offered for his use. The entire 9th floor spanned over 1,000 square meters and, as Shen Tianli had mentioned, was equipped with every necessary office facility. Particularly, the executive office was tastefully decorated in understated luxury, boasting an impressive view of the river. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied. He settled into the spacious executive chair, gazing out at the stunning scenery while browsing recruitment software on his phone. Yes, Lin Zhe was about to embark on hiring. He planned to start a delivery service. Though he currently possessed a mere 100 million, a sum insufficient for establishing a thriving company, it would suffice for the initial stages. Once the company was assembled, he could pursue further financing. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone rang unexpectedly. A phone call came from a contact named Chen Qishan. Lin Zhe searched through the memories of the original owner and discovered that the caller was a college classmate with whom he had a reasonably good relationship. Lin Zhe answered the phone. Zhe Gu, what have you been busy with lately? A voice, unfamiliar yet tinged with familiarity, resonated from the other end. Lin Zhe chuckled. Just the usual chaos. What made you think to call me? I was hoping you could help me with something, the caller replied, somewhat bashfully. What is it? Lin Zhe inquired. Could you help me find a job? I'm truly at my wit's end. What can you do? I can code. The caller said with a bitter smile. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with interest. Isn't this a case of someone delivering a pillow when you're in need of sleep? I could certainly use a programmer, given that I need to develop software for a food delivery service. However, he refrained from immediately agreeing. Instead, he smiled and said, Why don't you come to the 9th floor of the Jin Gang building? All right, I'll be there shortly, the caller responded before Lin Zhe hung up. Half an hour later, a young man with thinning hair and dressed in a checkered shirt appeared before Lin Zhe. After a moment of scrutiny, Lin Zhe finally recognized the face from his memories. Zhe Gu, it's been a while. Chen Qingshan smiled warmly. Lin Zhe nodded and asked, I recall you had quite a full head of hair in college. What happened? Don't even mention it. 3 years as a programmer has taken its toll. But you, Zhe Gu, still look as handsome as ever. Chen Qingshan replied with a grin. Tell me about your situation, Lin Zhe urged. Chen Qingshan sighed, expressing frustration. Do you remember Ji Buchang? Who? The Ji Buchang from our class, the one who was particularly close with Ji Zifeng, that troublesome fellow. Oh, I have a vague recollection, Lin Zhe replied, though he couldn't truly recall who Chen Qingshan was referring to. That scoundrel was dismissed from his last job last year and begged me for help. Out of loyalty to our shared past, I pleaded with my superior to hire him. Little did I know, I had brought a viper into our midst. Lin Zhe's interest peaked. What did he do? Upon joining, he refused to do his work, instead ingratiating himself with everyone. Just days ago, our team worked tirelessly to complete a new project, yet he shamelessly took all the credit for himself. My supervisor is utterly blind to his deceit. And after I confronted him about it, it proved fruitless. Not only did he get me fired, but he also dismissed our entire team. To make matters worse, he leveraged his connections to completely blacklist us. I truly had no other option but to seek your help, Zhe Gu. By the way, that scoundrel seems to be your brother, Lin Nan? Lin Zhe asked with curiosity. Shen Qingshan nodded. So, you've been working at his company all this time? Yes. Lin Zhe felt a surge of relief. Although Chen Qingshan's tale did not resonate with Lin Zhe, who had endured far harsher betrayals, he was in dire need of a programmer. As for Lin Nan, Lin Zhe dismissed the thought entirely. How many people are in your team? 11. Chen Qingshan found himself utterly bewildered as he stared at Lin Zhe. Brother Zhe, what do you mean by that? To put it simply, I am preparing to establish a company, and at this moment, I am in dire need of talented individuals. particularly exceptional software developers like you. A surge of joy rushed through Chen Qingshan. Brother Zhe, I won't say anything more. I am eager to join you. Not just you. It would be ideal if you could bring your entire team along. Chen Qingshan's excitement intensified. He felt a pang of guilt for his colleagues who were dismissed, knowing that although he wasn't the one who fired them, it was ultimately Ji Buochang, that worthless individual he had brought into the company, who was to blame. Now that Lin Zhe wanted to recruit his entire team, how could he not be thrilled? Moreover, he had developed a strong rapport with his colleagues, and their synergy was exceptional. The prospect of continuing to work with them was exhilarating. By the way, what was your last company's monthly salary? Lin Zhe inquired. 20,000. Chen Qingshan replied candidly. Excellent. I will offer you 50,000, and from this moment forth, you shall be the head of our technical department. If you perform well, I will also grant you equity. A wave of exhilaration washed over Chen Qingshan at Lin Zhe's words, his heart racing with excitement. Brother Zhe, no more words are needed. From now on, you are like a father to me. Lin Zhe chuckled. Get lost. I certainly do not have a son as unattractive as you. Chen Qingshan wiped away his tears with a smile. Now, let me share my plans with you. Chen Qingshan promptly nodded. Please, go ahead. Chapter 36. Simply perfect. After half an hour, Lin Zhe articulated his vision to Chen Qingshan. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's business plan, Chen Qingshan felt a shiver run down his spine. If what Lin Zhe proposed came to fruition, and the software became universally applicable across the nation, the commercial value would reach an astronomical figure. Although Chen Qingshan felt immense gratitude towards Lin Zhe for offering him a position and doubling his salary, he was somewhat apprehensive about Lin Zhe's intentions. However, that apprehension had dissipated entirely. He now felt as though he was on the brink of witnessing the birth of a monumental enterprise. His excitement was palpable. He was overwhelmed with enthusiasm. So, Brother Zhe, what should I do next? Once you have recruited those brothers, expedite the development of a delivery service. Absolutely, Brother Zhe, this task is manageable. How long will it take? A month should suffice, Chen Qingshan replied with unwavering confidence. That won't do. We need to be quicker. Chen Qingshan grit his teeth and declared. Then we shall complete it in half a month. We will work overtime. Only then did Lin Zhe nod in satisfaction. He then communicated additional requirements and features to be included in the software, which Chen Qingshan diligently recorded on his phone. After their conversation, Lin Zhe spoke with a grave tone. Chen Qingshan, this matter holds profound significance, both for you and me. I hope you can keep it confidential. Rest assured, Zhe Ge. I won't divulge a word, Chen Qingshan replied earnestly. Lin Zhe nodded, saying, while the technical skills of a candidate are undoubtedly important, their character must also be impeccable. I understand, Chen Qingshan affirmed, nodding decisively. Once he exited the Golden Port building, Chen Qingshan opened the Green Bubble app and posted a message in the group named Technology First. Half an hour later, he wrote, meet at the usual place. I have monumental news to share. After bidding farewell to Chen Qingshan, Lin Zhe proceeded to Shen Tianli's company. Shen Tianli was immersed in music, specifically listening to the accompaniment of Xiao Yao Tan. Upon noticing Lin Zhe's arrival, she flashed a charming smile and said, You're just in time. The arrangement is complete. Come listen. That was quick, Lin Zhe remarked. Of course. I instructed them to finalize it as swiftly as possible, she replied. Lin Zhe approached her, and Shen Tianli graciously offered her office chair. She wanted him to listen closely and identify any areas for improvement. After all, this song was his creation, and he had the most authority to critique it. Lin Zhe took a seat in her chair without hesitation and hit play. After listening, Lin Zhe felt generally satisfied. Although it did not reach the perfection of his past life, it was still worthy of a commendable score of 90. How is it? Shen Tianli asked, her expression slightly anxious. It's quite good, Lin Zhe responded. Shen Tianli's heart leaped with joy, and she asked, Does that mean we can proceed to recording? Yes. Lin Zhe nodded. Shen Tianli exclaimed with excitement. Then let us go to the recording studio. Her company housed a recording studio equipped with an array of professional gear. The recording engineer, Sun Shiji, engaged in a brief conversation with Lin Zhe before they entered the recording room. Once equipped with headphones, Lin Zhe gestured to begin. Sun Shiji started the music, and as the melody filled the air, Lin Zhe began to sing. Before long, the recording was complete. How was it, teacher Sun? Shen Tianli inquired with a smile. Sun Shiji nodded vigorously, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Miss Shun, it was excellent. Mr. Lin's skill is exceptionally high. He rivals professional singers. Moreover, his vocal quality is remarkable and unique. If he pursued a singing career, Given his appearance and vocal talent, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. Shen Tianli's eyes sparkled with delight. For some reason, hearing others praise Lin Zhe filled her heart with immense happiness. Do we need to record again? Shen Tianli asked playfully. Ms. Shun, I believe it's unnecessary. It's already perfect, Sun Shiji replied. Very well, please finalize everything promptly. This afternoon, have the publicity team prepared to release the teaser for the fantasy drama alongside the song online, Shen Tianli instructed. Understood, he replied. As they conversed, Lin Zhe stepped out of the recording studio. How did it go? Lin Zhe inquired curiously. Shen Tianli beamed. It was fantastic, simply perfect. It seems I truly have a knack for this. How extraordinary. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal and vent your frustrations. What does that mean? Shen Tianli said proudly, your insipid younger brother invited me to dinner. I initially intended to decline, but upon reflecting on how he bullies you, I suddenly felt compelled to help you relieve your grievances. Are you planning to flirt with me in front of him? Lin Zhe inquired with a chuckle. Indeed. When we met for a blind date yesterday, his gaze was utterly vile. He must have some feelings for me. If that is the case, then wouldn't it be delightful to flirt openly before him? It would surely drive him mad. Lin Zhe laughed heartily. What a splendid idea. Perhaps we could share a passionate kiss, and he might just burst into tears. Frankly speaking, Lin Zhe found no satisfaction in this method of revenge. For him, true gratification lay in the complete ruin of the Lin family, leaving them destitute and bereft. However, since Shen Tianli wished to assist him in this manner, he certainly would not decline. After all, who could resist the allure of flirting with a captivating beauty? Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe and retorted with a smile, you certainly have a vivid imagination, a passionate kiss, indeed. Why not suggest that we simply sleep together in front of him? I wouldn't mind. I just fear you might feel shy. Get lost, Shen Tianli playfully scolded. Lin Zhe grinned. The two departed the office together. As they made their way to the restaurant, Shen Tianli teased, you rogue, do you wish to become a star? Why do you ask? Lin Zhe replied, perplexed. Has someone inquired about you before? Shen Tianli asked, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Yes, Su Qingxue asked me about it yesterday. Shen Tianli's heart skipped a beat. You scoundrel, you didn't compose a song for her, did you? Lin Zhe nodded. Indeed, I crafted one for her as well. A wave of discomfort washed over Shen Tianli. She felt as though something that belonged to her was being taken away, and it left her feeling quite unsettled. You rogue. Why did you create for her? She divorced you for another man, and yet you still compose for her? Do you still have feelings for her? Lin Zhe chuckled. Which of your eyes saw that I still have feelings for her? You wrote a song for her last night. Of course, because I wish to sleep with her. Chapter 37. You've seen through me. Shen Tianli felt a mix of anger and amusement. This rogue was truly invincible, speaking so shamelessly with such conviction. She wanted to retort, yet she realized that her relationship with Lin Zhe could only be classified as friendship for now. It seemed she had no right to reprimand him. However, not countering him left her feeling somewhat irked. She was genuinely displeased because hearing Lin Zhe express a desire to sleep with Su Qingxue filled her with a sense of betrayal. What is going on between you and Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli asked, suppressing her discomfort. It's just as it is, he replied. Then why did you compose a song for her? Isn't it your fault? You sent her Xiaoyao Tan, and she became upset. Shen Tianli was momentarily stunned. She suddenly wanted to slap herself. How foolish of her to provoke Su Qingxue for no reason. Although she harbored no affection for Lin Zhe, her possessiveness was undeniable, especially since he was her sworn rival. Lin Zhe had composed a song for her, and she was certain she would demand it from him. Shen Tianli was filled with regret. It seemed that not every circumstance could be used to provoke Su Qingxue. Otherwise, she would find herself the one provoked. You scoundrel. Do not treat her so well in the future, do you hear me? Why? Because it displeases me, and if I am displeased, you shall not have the privilege of my company. Lin Zhe chuckled. Shen Tianli, I am merely your hired actor, if that is the case. Then who I choose to share my bed with is of no concern to you. Unless perhaps you have become so immersed in your role that you find yourself enamored with me? She erupted into a fit of laughter, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Lin Zhe, you truly are amusing. Do you think I could ever fall for a divorced man? I merely consider you as someone I have engaged for my convenience. Should you be unfaithful, I would naturally be displeased. Lin Zhe patted his chest, feigning alarm. You nearly frightened me. I thought you had developed feelings for me. Shen Tianli grew increasingly irked. What did this scoundrel mean? She was confident in her looks, her alluring figure, and her impressive family background. Was he not eager for her to fall for him? Yet, why did he appear so apprehensive about her affections? At that moment, a thought struck Shen Tianli. Could it be that Su Qingxue had made some promise to this rogue? Otherwise, why would he not desire her affection? Was Su Qingxue attempting to mimic her, deliberately flirting with Lin Zhe to provoke her? The instant this notion crossed her mind, she felt a surge of anxiety. No, she could not allow Su Qingxue to steal Lin Zhe away. Perhaps it would be wise to offer Lin Zhe a little sweetness first. Resolute, Shen Tianli smiled after dinner. Let us go to the hot springs. Sounds delightful, Lin Zhe replied with a beaming smile. As they conversed, they arrived at the restaurant, another Yipin Stian. Lin Zhe realized he had become rather accustomed to this place. Having traversed 3 days in this realm, he had dined here for 3 consecutive meals. Even the most delectable fare could become tiresome. Shen Tianli, is there no other restaurant in Haicheng? He lamented upon entering. What, are you tired of it? Of course. 3 days in a row at the same place, no matter how delicious, it becomes monotonous. Shen Tianli laughed. Then what would you like to eat? I crave hot pot. Very well, after we finish at the hot springs this afternoon, we shall have hot pot for dinner. Shen Tianli, you truly embody the essence of beauty and kindness. It is no wonder I am drawn to you, Lin Zhe jested. Shen Tianli retorted playfully, you are utterly shameless. Do you wish to be with me simply because of my looks and figure? Alas, you've seen through my facade, she laughed heartily. The two soon arrived at the door of their private room. Shen Tianli pushed the door open, with Lin Zhe following closely behind. Inside the spacious room sat but a single individual. The individual before him was rather unimpressive in appearance, yet adorned in garish attire, seemingly eager to proclaim his wealth through a plethora of designer labels. Upon encountering him, Lin Zhe found himself at a loss for words. For this was none other than his insipid younger brother, Lin Nan. The moment Lin Nan laid eyes on Shen Tianli, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. It was inevitable. Shen Tianli possessed an alluring beauty and an extraordinarily captivating figure. The mere sight of her evoked thoughts of intimacy. Just yesterday, upon first encountering her, Lin Nan had vowed to himself that he would indeed take her to bed. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Nan was poised to greet Shen Tianli. Yet before he could utter a word, he caught sight of Lin Zhe behind her. Lin Nan was taken aback. How could this worthless Lin Zhe possibly be in the company of Shen Tianli? Instinctively, he wished for Lin Zhe to vacate the premises. What right did he have to dine alongside him? However, out of respect for Shen Tianli's presence, Lin Nan refrained from expressing his displeasure. In fact, he donned a radiant smile and proclaimed, Brother, it's been a while. Lin Zhe seemed to ignore him entirely. Taking a seat directly across from him, Lin Nan's annoyance flared. How dare this castaway, expelled from the family, disregard him? What an audacious fool. Brother, you still have such a distinctive personality. Tianli, feel free to order whatever you desire, Lin Nan chimed in. What would you like to eat, Lin Zhe? Shen Tianli appeared oblivious to Lin Nan's words, instead smiling sweetly at Lin Zhe. Anything is fine. Shall I take the lead then? Lin Zhe nodded. Lin Nan's patience was wearing thin. Why should this be? He was the sole heir to the Lin Group, while this scoundrel had long been cast out. Why did Shen Tianli treat him with such kindness? Was it possible that he was still parading under the Lin family name to deceive others? Otherwise, why would Shen Tianli be so amiable towards him? No, he had to expose this fraud. Brother, do you still resent father for expelling you from the Lin family? Lin Nan believed he had made his point clear, confident that Shen Tianli would no longer pay heed to Lin Zhe. As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Shen Tianli gazed at Lin Zhe in shock. You were expelled from the Lin family? Lin Zhe shot a glance at Lin Nan, as if to say she should already be aware of this fact. What, Tianli, you didn't know about this? Lin Nan feigned surprise. I had no idea. If I had known. Shen Tianli's sentence was interrupted as Lin Nan eagerly inquired, Tianli, if you had known, what would you have done? I would certainly dote on him even more. Come here, Lin Zhe, let me embrace you. Lin Zhe smiled and brazenly wrapped his arm around Shen Tianli's slender waist, pulling her soft form into his embrace. Shen Tianli shivered slightly, leaning in close to Lin Zhe's ear, both shy and indignant as she whispered, You naughty rogue. Don't touch me so recklessly. Chapter 38. Come, stand before me and speak. Lin Nan was furious. He had initially believed that Shen Tianli had fallen prey to Lin Zhe's deception, which was why she treated him so well. To his utter astonishment, she was now fully aware of the truth, yet was even kinder to Lin Zhe. She even allowed Lin Zhe to embrace her. As he observed Lin Zhe holding the alluring figure of Shen Tianli in his arms, Lin Nan could no longer contain himself. He was seething with rage. Why should Shen Tianli permit this worthless individual to hold her? His fists clenched tightly in frustration. Yet, Lin Zhe acted as though Lin Nan were invisible, maintaining a thoroughly intimate embrace with Shen Tianli. It was only after her petite hand pinched his waist for the 9th time that he reluctantly released her. Shen Tianli shot Lin Zai an indignant glare, feeling a mixture of shame and anger. This audacious rogue dared to touch her in front of Lin Nan. Hey, Lin Nan, why do you look so grim? You resemble someone who has just consumed something foul, Lin Zai remarked with a smirk. Lin Nan's fists tightened even further. He yearned to land a solid punch on Lin Zai, ideally marring that insufferable face of his. He wanted to see how Lin Zai would attempt to seduce Shen Tianli afterward. However, Lin Nan hesitated, for he feared provoking Shen Tianli. Given her apparent affection for Lin Zai, their relationship seemed profound. If he truly angered Shen Tianli, the Lin family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Brother, you jest. Lin Nan forced a smile, though his gritted teeth betrayed him. What is the matter? Are you angry? Lin Zai inquired with a teasing smile. No. I know you and Tianli are merely good friends. A hug is inconsequential. Lin Zai chuckled. Tianli, what do you think? My dear brother claims we are just good friends. Should we clarify our relationship to him? Boom. Lin Nan was deeply provoked by this statement. What did it mean? Was it possible that this worthless individual's relationship with Shen Tianli exceeded mere friendship? Could they be lovers? No way. Absolutely not. This scoundrel was nothing but a disgrace. Cast out from his family, how could Shen Tianli possibly have feelings for him? It had to be that this rascal was deliberately trying to provoke him. Yes, that was it. Brother, stop joking. How could Tianli possibly be interested in you? Lin Nan's gaze conveyed a hint of disdain. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Tianli suddenly planted a flirtatious kiss on Lin Zai's cheek. After the kiss, her face flushed a deep crimson. This was her first kiss with a male. Although it was merely his cheek, Shen Tianli's heart raced uncontrollably. She hadn't intended to kiss him. But Lin Nan's disdainful demeanor toward Lin Zai irritated her. Lin Zai was taken aback. Shen Tianli was certainly overdoing it. Lin Nan could no longer restrain himself. His eyes blazed with fury, ready to explode. Indeed, he had never imagined that Shen Tianli would initiate a kiss with this worthless individual. Why should he deserve her affection? Lin Nan was indignant, truly indignant. Lin Zai observed with a dismissive smile. Is this too much for you? But we are only just beginning. In the midst of Lin Nan's furious gaze, Lin Zai suddenly wrapped his arm around Shen Tianli's slender waist, lifting her onto his lap. Lin Nan's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging out of their sockets. He was utterly astonished, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. However, the overwhelming fury that accompanied his astonishment surged forth. You scoundrel! Release Tianli at once! Lin Nan bellowed. Lin Zai let out a cold chuckle and suddenly pressed his lips against Shen Tianli's fiery red ones. No. Lin Nan's heart screamed in despair. He was collapsing, utterly shattered. Shen Tianli was his goddess, and now she was being forcibly kissed by Lin Zai. That scoundrel seemed to have even slipped his tongue into her mouth. Shen Tianli was in even greater turmoil. Her first kiss, snatched away by this rogue. Moreover, he had dared to invade her mouth with his tongue. How could he be so audacious? Shen Tianli felt as if she were in a daze, enveloped by an electric sensation that coursed through her body, leaving her feeling both tingly and numb. It was a strange yet exhilarating feeling. Lin Zai, on the other hand, was not dismayed. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. He never anticipated that Shen Tianli's lips could be so soft. And the sensation of the kiss was utterly intoxicating, completely different from kissing Su Qingshue's crimson lips. Initially, Lin Zai aimed to provoke Lin Nan. But now those thoughts evaporated from his mind. At that moment, all he desired was to savor every breath of air within Shen Tianli's mouth. After what felt like an eternity of kissing, Lin Zai was nearly breathless when a sudden sharp pain jolted through his waist. His thoughts returned to clarity. He released Shen Tianli, only to find her looking at him with tear-filled eyes, so pitiful and enchanting. Lin Zai's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. He had gone too far. Just as he was about to apologize, Shen Tianli abruptly stood up and said, I need to use the restroom. With that, she hurriedly left the private room. Once Shen Tianli departed, Lin Nan dropped the pretense. He shouted furiously, Damn it, Lin Zai. You are nothing but a family outcast. A worthless failure. How dare you lay claim to Shen Tianli? I've given you a chance. Leave her at once, or I will end you. Lin Zai merely scoffed, lighting a cigarette, and as he exhaled the smoke, he took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Tianli's green bubble. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. If you're angry, just kiss me back later, and we'll call it even. Shen Tianli, still fuming, felt like smashing her phone upon reading Lin Zai's message. This scoundrel had forcefully kissed her and now pretended to be innocent. The most infuriating part was his audacity to suggest that a reciprocal kiss would settle the score. Shen Tianli had long recognized Lin Zhe as a beast, a shameless rogue. But she never expected him to be so brazenly audacious. No, this matter could not be resolved so easily. She needed to devise a way to teach this rogue a harsh lesson. Once she had made up her mind, Shen Tianli swiftly began to strategize. In the private room, Lin Nan noticed that Lin Zhe appeared oblivious to his words, displaying an air of nonchalance. This infuriated Lin Nan once more. How had this scoundrel become so audacious? In the past, whenever Lin Nan scolded him, Lin Zhe would humbly offer explanations. Yet now, he blatantly disregarded Lin Nan. Could it be that Shen Tianli had given him this newfound confidence? No, I must ensure this waste of space distances himself from Shen Tianli. If he were to claim her, it would be an utter calamity for both myself and the Lin family. Moreover, someone like him does not deserve Shen Tianli. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Nan suddenly bellowed, "Hey, did you hear what I said? I didn't tea, my hearing is poor. Come stand in front of me and speak." Lin Zhe replied indifferently. Fuming, Lin Nan marched toward Lin Zhe. I said, "Get the hell away," before he could finish. Lin Zhe delivered a sharp blow. Chapter 39. What? Are you jealous? In this dismal place, had this trash dared to speak to him like that back on Blue Star, he would have already dealt with him. Lin Nan's head throbbed painfully from the strike. Ignoring the searing pain, he attempted to charge at Lin Zhe, but was instantly deterred by Lin Zhe's piercing gaze. What a pair of eyes they were, cold, merciless, sharp, dangerous, terrifying, and unnerving. In that moment, Lin Nan felt as if he were being targeted by a fearsome beast, as though he would be torn to shreds in the next instant. He faltered. He truly faltered. He had never encountered Lin Zhe in such a formidable state before. "Leave," Lin Zhe commanded coldly. Lin Nan fled the private room as though his life depended on it, not daring to utter another word. Observing this, Lin Zhe let out a slight scoff and continued smoking. When Shen Tianli returned to the private room, she found only Lin Zhe present. Curiously, she inquired, "Where's Lin Nan?" "He left." "What do you mean?" "That scoundrel provoked me and claimed you were his, demanding I step away from you." "Damn it, I haven't even had the chance to be with you yet. So who does he think he is?" Thus, I struck him. Shen Tianli had become immune to Lin Zhe's shamelessness. "If he dares to retaliate, I'll handle it for you." Lin Zhe glanced at Shen Tianli, surprised, and found himself somewhat touched. "Shen Tianli, you're truly wonderful. Come here, let me give you a hug. Get lost." "I haven't even settled the score for that kiss you forced on me earlier," Shen Tianli retorted, irritation in her voice. Lin Zhe chuckled, unabashedly taking Shen Tianli's hand. "How about you kiss me back once, and we'll consider it even." To be fair, her hand felt incredibly soft, akin to the touch of exquisite jade. Just as Shen Tianli was about to scold Lin Zhe for his lewdness, she suddenly realized he was caressing her hand. Shen Tianli found herself somewhat disarmed. She forcibly withdrew her hand from Lin Zhe's grasp. "Oomph, you rogue, your audacity grows by the day." Lin Zhe chuckled, pinching her chin and blowing a smoke ring towards her. As the mist enveloped Shen Tianli's enchanting visage, her heart suddenly raced. "See? This is true audacity." With that, he released her. Shen Tianli was momentarily bewildered by Lin Zhe's actions. She felt she should be angry and contemplated smashing the ashtray on this scoundrel's head. After all, at her age, no one had ever dared to tease her so brazenly. Yet, why was it that instead of anger, she found his earlier demeanor rather charming? Especially when their eyes met, her heart began to race inexplicably. What was happening? Just as Shen Tianli was lost in thought, Lin Zhe extinguished his cigarette. "When will the dishes arrive?" "I'm quite hungry. I'll go check," Shen Tianli instinctively replied. However, as she stepped out of the private room, realization struck her. Wait. She was the esteemed young lady of the Shen family. Shouldn't that rogue be serving her? Why was she so compliant to his whims? Never mind. Considering he recorded the theme song for her, she decided to begrudgingly forgive him this once. Resolute, Shen Tianli summoned a waiter to hasten the meals. After dining, she drove Lin Zhe towards the company. Originally, they intended to indulge in a hot spring, but Jiang Qingyue's contract had arrived. After reviewing it together, the other party expressed no objections and was ready to sign. Jiang Qingyue was already at the company, awaiting Shen Tianli's return to finalize the agreement. "Play me a few of Jiang Qingyue's songs," Lin Zhe requested. Shen Tianli felt displeased. Why did this rogue insist on listening to Jiang Qingyue's music? Why do you want to hear her songs? Well, I promised to write her a song, so I ought to listen to determine which style suits her best. So, it's not just because you want to hear her songs? Lin Zhe smiled and asked, "What, are you jealous?" Shen Tianli shot him a glare and began to play Jiang Qingyue's music. Jiang Qingyue's voice was cool and ethereal, perfectly complementing her temperament. After listening to a few tracks, Lindsay formed a general idea. Soon, they arrived at the company. Jiang Qingwei was already waiting in Shun Tianli's office. Today, she donned a flowing white dress. And with her slightly aloof demeanor, she appeared as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting, ethereal yet extraordinary. However, her aloofness vanished the moment she laid eyes on Lindsay, replaced by a shy smile. Shun Tianli witnessed this scene and felt a pang of discomfort. Moreover, she increasingly regretted signing Jiang Qingwei. Although signing her would undoubtedly bring him numerous benefits, it seemed he was not in dire need of that money. Moreover, compared to the pursuit of wealth, Shun Tianli cherished her happiness far more. Yet, she found herself in a state of discontent. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, even in her unhappiness, Shun Tianli could endure. She greeted Jiang Qingwei with a smile, and Jiang Qingwei reciprocated with a nod. Just as Shun Tianli was about to speak, she suddenly noticed Jiang Qingwei gazing affectionately at Lindsay. This sight caused Shun Tianli's heart to skip a beat. She couldn't help but think, could Jiang Qingwei genuinely have feelings for that scoundrel? It is said that girls easily develop affection for those who have once saved them. Could she have come to like Lindsay simply because he had once given her 50,000 yuan? As this thought crossed her mind, Shun Tianli felt increasingly displeased. She flashed a charming smile at Lindsay and coyly suggested, "Darling, would you like to review the contract between the company and Qingwei?" Shun Tianli was, of course, being intentional. She aimed to convey to Jiang Qingwei that Lindsay belonged to her and was not to be coveted. Upon hearing Shun Tianli refer to Lindsay as darling, Jiang Qingwei's face turned ashen and her body trembled slightly. She felt a deep discomfort. Shun Tianli's endearment struck her like a knife. How could Lindsay, who had just divorced Su Qingxue, now be claimed by Shun Tianli? When had they become involved? Regret washed over Jiang Qingwei. She lamented not confessing her feelings to Lindsay the previous night. Had she declared her love then, perhaps Shun Tianli would not have come into the picture. Meanwhile, Lindsay was irked. Damn it, was Shun Tianli trying to sabotage his chances? He was frustrated by the thought that Jiang Qingwei might perceive him as being with Shun Tianli. Of course, he desired to be with the alluring Shun Tianli. But he also longed for the enchanting Jiang Qingwei. Therefore, he could not allow Shun Tianli to provoke Jiang Qingwei in such a manner. If it drove her into someone else's arms, he would be the one left grieving. Casting a disapproving glance at Shun Tianli, Lindsay remarked, "Shun Tianli, cease this nonsense. Jiang Qingwei is not Su Qingxue. There is no need for theatrical pretense." Jiang Qingwei was taken aback by Lindsay's words. So, Lindsay and Shun Tianli were not yet together? Thus, Shun Tianli's earlier affectionate address was intended to provoke her? An overwhelming wave of joy surged through Jiang Qingwei, transforming her previously sorrowful demeanor into one of excitement, her pallor giving way to a vibrant glow. She felt as though a precious treasure that had been lost was miraculously returned to her. In stark contrast to Jiang Qingwei's exhilaration, Shun Tianli felt a twinge of frustration. She had not anticipated that Lindsay, that insufferable rogue, would unravel her deceit. How utterly vexing. Shun Tianli shot Lindsay a glance. Then with a smile that was neither fully amused nor annoyed, remarked, "Qingwei, my apologies. I momentarily forgot that you were not Su Qingxue. Manager Shun, it's perfectly all right. May we proceed with the contract signing now?" Jiang Qingwei inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Shun Tianli nodded. After the completion of the contract, Jiang Qingwei extended her hand, saying, "Manager Shun, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Shun Tianli replied with a smile, "Rest assured, your exclusive studio is already under construction. You can take this time to relax." Jiang Qingwei nodded and, with a shy smile directed at Lindsay, asked, "Lindsay, may I treat you to a cup of coffee? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lindsay inquired with a grin. Jiang Qingwei responded affirmatively, stating, "I would like to talk about the album." Shun Tianli's mood soured again. She felt that Jiang Qingwei was making subtle attempts to get closer to Lindsay. What could possibly be so urgent about discussing the album? Shun Tianli suspected this was merely a pretext for Jiang Qingwei to approach Lindsay. To be candid, Shun Tianli was right. It indeed served as a guise for Jiang Qingwei's intentions. There were matters Jiang Qingwei had hoped to approach gradually, such as pursuing Lindsay. However, Shun Tianli's earlier endearment had jolted Jiang Qingwei into a realization that such matters could not be delayed. If she did not take action soon, Lindsay might very well be swept away by Shun Tianli, who was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed an alluring and voluptuous figure. It was undeniable that even as a woman, Jiang Qingwei found herself captivated by Shun Tianli's charm. Lindsay, smiling and on the verge of agreeing to Jiang Qingwei's invitation, Who could refuse the company of such an enchanting young lady? Was interrupted just as he was about to voice his acceptance. Shen Tianli interjected with a cheerful tone. Qingwei, I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to with Lin Zhe this afternoon. If you are amenable, perhaps you could discuss your album with him tomorrow. Jiang Qingwei fell silent, her gaze shifting to Lin Zhe as she awaited his response. Lin Zhe glanced at Shen Tianli, only to find her eyes brimming with a veiled threat, as if to say that should he agree to Jiang Qingyue's proposal, she would draw a line between them. Lin Zhe was reluctant to see such a scenario unfold, especially since he had yet to fully explore his connection with Shen Tianli. Thus, Lin Zhe smiled and replied, Indeed, there are some commitments, ones that were made long ago. However, Qingwei, if you are willing, I can visit you this evening. He certainly would not relinquish the opportunity to connect with Jiang Qingwei, and visiting her home was evidently more convenient. Initially feeling somewhat disheartened, Jiang Qingyue's spirits lifted upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, and she responded with a bright smile. Then I shall await your arrival tonight. Lin Zhe nodded with a grin. Shen Tianli felt a wave of displeasure wash over her, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, having resolved to monopolize Lin Zhe's attention that evening, ensuring he would not be able to leave. As Jiang Qingyue departed, Lin Zhe accompanied Shen Tianli to the entrance. Qingwei, shortly, the company will announce your signing on social media. I hope you can also share a post to coincide, Shen Tianli instructed. No problem, Mr. Shen. After the company releases it, remind me, and I will share it. Shen Tianli smiled and said, All right, then let us collaborate joyfully. Jiang Qingwei responded affirmatively. After watching Jiang Qingwei depart, Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe towards the hot spring resort. You rascal, are you thinking of sleeping with Jiang Qingwei? Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he replied with a grin, Indeed. Beast, you think you can sleep with me? Lin Zhe teased. Damn, as if you would let me. You think I don't know? The scores you give me are merely to keep me on my toes, making me strive to be good to you. To be your loyal dog. Shen Tianli was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Zhe's astuteness. Her intention behind scoring him was indeed as he had guessed. She aimed to use this method to keep him under her influence, compelling him to assist her in provoking Su Qingxue. Initially, she believed that with this bait, combined with her striking appearance and alluring figure, Lin Zhe would be utterly captivated, transforming into an obedient pet. Yet, to her astonishment, he had already unraveled her intentions. However, there was no way Shen Tianli would admit this. If she did, Lin Zhe would likely instantaneously lose his expectations of her, possibly turning his affections towards Jiang Qingwei, or even Su Qingxue. In such a scenario, she would become a laughingstock. Absolutely not. Such a scenario must not materialize. With this in mind, Shen Tianli smiled seductively and said, What nonsense you speak. I clearly intended for you to sleep with me. The scores I gave you were merely to foster mutual understanding. When the time is right, I shall allow you to be with me. Lin Zhe regarded Shen Tianli with a bemused expression. Do you think I believe you? Really? Every word I say is true, Shen Tianli asserted earnestly. Let us do this. If you kiss me, I shall believe that you genuinely wish for me to be with you, rather than keep me dangling. Shen Tianli was at a loss for words. Initially, she had aimed to dissuade this scoundrel from pursuing Jiang Qingwei, yet somehow the conversation had turned, and now she found herself needing to prove her sincerity to him. What a ridiculous turn of events. But none of that mattered now. The real question was whether she truly had to kiss this rogue. Not kissing him might lead to doubts about her intentions, and she feared his potential wrath. Yet, to kiss him felt like a loss. You see, Shen Tianli, I was merely pretending to test you, and you slipped up. Since it is thus, pull over. I shall go find Jiang Qingwei, Lin Zhe adeptly countered. He certainly knew how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Shen Tianli felt a sharp sting from his words. Fine, a kiss it shall be, after all. Her first kiss had already been taken by this rogue, so what was one more? Resolute in her decision, Shen Tianli parked the car by the roadside. She gazed at Lin Zhe with a flirtatious look. You rascal, do not stick out your tongue. Chapter 41. Close your eyes. Lin Zhe laughed. You see, tricking a girl into a kiss is not difficult at all. What do you mean by do not stick out your tongue? Once we kiss, does it even require me to stick out my tongue? Very well, I won't, Lin Zhe said with a smile. Now close your eyes. My goodness. Once your eyes are closed, who knows how you might kiss me? I want to see you kiss. You rogue, if you don't close your eyes, I'll feel shy. Shen Tianli's enchanting face flushed with a captivating crimson. Oh, is that so? Then I shall kiss you. Close your eyes. Humph, how naive you are. Shen Tianli replied with a flirtatious smile. If I were to allow this rogue to kiss me, who knows how he might proceed? Shen Tianli dared not give him such an opportunity. So will we kiss or not? Lin Zhe was growing impatient. Taking a deep breath, Shen Tianli's alluring figure slowly leaned towards Lin Zhe. He too leaned in closer. Soon, the distance between them was reduced to mere centimeters, and they could distinctly feel each other's warm breath brushing against their faces. The atmosphere became undeniably intimate. Shen Tianli's heart began to race. Just as her luscious lips were about to touch Lin Zhe's, he suddenly grasped her head and kissed her fiercely. The unexpected kiss elicited a sound from Shen Tianli that resonated deep within, nearly overwhelming Lin Zhe. The sensation sent shivers down his spine, and his heart raced in tandem. He instinctively extended his tongue, attempting to explore. However, Shen Tianli bit down on her delicate teeth, refusing to allow him entry. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Zhe grew anxious. He grasped Shen Tianli's slender waist and swiftly pulled her from the driver's seat to straddle his lap, their bodies pressed tightly together. As Lin Zhe held her close, Shen Tianli snapped back to reality and instinctively tried to struggle, but Lin Zhe's kisses grew more fervent. A delightful sensation coursed through her body, enveloping her in a euphoric tingling. Her lips involuntarily swelled, allowing Lin Zhe's tongue to skillfully invade her mouth, teasing her tongue with fervent kisses. Shen Tianli felt increasingly intoxicated by the kiss, her rationality being consumed by desire. She sensed herself sinking deeper into bliss, reveling in Lin Zhe's possessive and passionate embrace. Time seemed to lose all meaning until they finally parted, gasping for breath. Lin Zhe panted heavily, while Shen Tianli's sultry eyes sparkled, her breath coming in soft gasps as she melted against him like a puddle of fragrant clay. What should I do? I want to sleep with you. Lin Zhe's voice was low and husky. Humph, you want to get to sleep, Shen Tianli replied in a soft, playful tone. Lin Zhe's heart fluttered, yearning to kiss her again. Goodness, she truly knows how to entice. Her lips are so soft, and her tongue is equally tender. Kissing her feels utterly different from kissing Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe found himself becoming addicted, pressing his lips fiercely against Shen Tianli's delicate, red lips. Yet, to his surprise, Shen Tianli summoned unexpected strength and pushed him away. Breathing heavily, she chided, "Rogue, no more kisses." "Why not?" Lin Zhe asked, equally breathless. As I leaned in closer, I feared that I might truly wish for you to share my bed. Isn't that just perfect? No. I will only grant you that privilege once you achieve a perfect score. Lin Zhe was at a loss for words. Even at this moment, she managed to maintain her composure. It seemed that the kiss he had just shared with her was insufficient. He leaned in again. But Shen Tianli suddenly flung open the door of the passenger seat and jumped out of Lin Zhe's embrace. Damn it. However, Lin Zhe did not pursue her further, as that was not his style. Besides, they were heading to the hot springs, and he believed that with a little persuasion, he would surely win her over by the end of the day. Soon, they arrived at their destination. This is our family's developed hot spring resort exclusively for members. Ensuring a high degree of privacy, Shen Tianli remarked with a smile. Will we be sharing a pool? Shen Tianli's cheeks flushed as she nodded. The memory of Lin Zhe's kiss in the car flashed through her mind. Lin Zhe replied, That's wonderful, Shen Tianli. You truly are a kind-hearted person. Humph, you rogue. I'm only here to enjoy the hot springs with you, and you must refrain from any strange antics. Who else could it be if not you? Lin Zhe grinned. It seems you have quite a knack for discerning character. A giggle escaped Shen Tianli's lips. The two exited the car, preparing to enter, when an exceptionally annoying voice pierced through the air. Lin Zhe, Miss Shen, what a coincidence. Damn it. Why is Ji Zifeng, that insufferable green tea, everywhere? Indeed. The speaker was Ji Zifeng, who stood beside Su Qingxue and another girl wearing sunglasses. Upon spotting Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue initially felt a rush of joy, but her mood soured instantly when she noticed Shen Tianli next to him. She realized that it must be Shen Tianli who had brought Lin Zhe to such a place. Otherwise, he would never have come here. Lin Zhe nodded, his smile devoid of warmth, and said, It is quite a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the hot springs? Ji Zifeng asked excitedly, his gaze lingering on Shen Tianli despite directing his words to Lin Zhe. Although Shen Tianli wore merely a pair of jeans, they clung enticingly to her alluring legs. Lin Zhe regarded him with a look of incredulity and retorted, What else could it be? Are we here for a meal? Why not join us? Ji Zifeng suggested with a grin. Forget it, I don't want to add to your troubles, Lin Zhe replied with a feigned air of disappointment, deliberately casting a dim glance at Su Qingxue. A pang of hurt shot through Su Qingxue's heart. She longed to explain herself to Lin Zhe. She had not brought Ji Zifeng for leisure. She was accompanying a female singer from her company who needed to unwind. Since Jiang Qinghua switched companies, this singer had become the most prominent artist in the firm, and Su Qingxue hoped that a visit to the hot springs would provide an opportunity to discuss her upcoming album. Moreover, she had no intention of soaking in the same hot spring as Ji Zifeng. However, Su Qingxue found herself unable to voice her thoughts, fearing ridicule from Shen Tianli. She was even more apprehensive about revealing her lingering feelings for Lin Zai, which would only provoke Shen Tianli further. "Darling, let us go," Shen Tianli suddenly said, wrapping her arm around Lin Zai's. Lin Zai nodded in agreement. Watching the two depart, Su Qingxue clenched her fists in frustration. Ji Zifeng, with a look of genuine regret, remarked, "Qingxue, let us also enter." His disappointment was palpable. To be candid, he had sincerely invited Lin Zai to join him in the hot spring, as he wished not only to soak with Su Qingxue, but also with Shen Tianli. "Do not go in, just wait outside," Su Qingxue replied coldly. The thought of Ji Zifeng's invitation to Lin Zai infuriated her. In Su Qingxue's eyes, Ji Zifeng's actions were merely an attempt to provoke Lin Zai, using her as a pawn. How dare he? With that, she led her entourage into the hot spring facility, leaving Ji Zifeng momentarily stunned. Chapter 42. Do not move. Lin Zai relished the experience of soaking in hot springs, especially in the company of beautiful women. Fortuitously, Shen Tianli was indeed one such beauty, a stunningly alluring one at that. Despite her modest attire, the exposed portion of her alabaster legs and her slender waist captivated Lin Zai's attention. However, she maintained a distance that seemed to indicate her wariness of him. "Shen Tianli, what do you mean by keeping such a distance?" Lin Zai inquired. Shen Tianli replied with a playful smile. "Am I not merely guarding against you being a rogue?" Lin Zai feigned innocence. "Shen Tianli, Lin Zai, am as pure as jade. How could you dare to utter such words? How can you say such things? Were you not the one who shamelessly kissed me in the car earlier, thrusting your tongue into my mouth? Very well, if that is the case, I shall seek out Su Qingxue, as I am certain she would not keep her distance from me," Lin Zai declared, prompting an immediate reaction from Shen Tianli. Furious at the thought of Lin Zai pursuing Su Qingxue after having spent a fortune to entice him to provoke her, Shen Tianli exclaimed, "You dare?" Lin Zai shrugged nonchalantly. "Why should I not? We are merely collaborators. There is no rule preventing me from approaching her." With that, Lin Zai stood up, feigning an intention to leave. Shen Tianli, alarmed, quickly approached him and seized his arm. After all, if Su Qingxue discovered that she had spent a considerable sum to have Lin Zai act in a way that would provoke her, only to find him seeking out Su Qingxue, she could only imagine the ridicule that would ensue. Shen Tianli was determined to prevent such a scenario. Lin Zai smiled, knowing she would try to keep him close. Since that morning, he had sensed that Shen Tianli's possessiveness rivaled that of Su Qingxue. While it might be somewhat unethical to exploit her jealousy, it was not as if Lin Zai himself were a paragon of virtue. He resumed his seat in the hot spring, and upon seeing this, Shen Tianli exhaled in relief, preparing to distance herself from him. However, Lin Zai firmly grasped her arm and gave it a gentle tug, causing Shen Tianli to tumble into his embrace. Their gazes met, and Shen Tianli clearly discerned the desire reflected in Lin Zai's eyes. "You rogue, let me go," she exclaimed hurriedly, her voice betraying a slight tremor, revealing her nervousness. Lin Zai chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper warm breath against her ear. The sensation sent a shiver through Shen Tianli's heart, her cheeks instantly blooming with a captivating flush. And even her ears felt scalding. No, she had to distance herself from this cat. If he continued to tease her, she feared she might unwittingly succumb to his advances. After all, during their kiss in the car, she had felt her rationality slipping away. Just as Shen Tianli prepared to struggle, Lin Zai suddenly murmured, "Don't move. Su Qingxue is watching us." Shen Tianli was taken aback. She discreetly glanced to the side and indeed saw Su Qingxue glaring daggers at her and Lin Zai from a distance. Although the hot spring pools were meant to be private, the surrounding faux rocks were not particularly high, allowing for a clear view of neighboring pools. Shen Tianli ceased her resistance, even playfully wrapping her arms around Lin Zai's neck, deliberately positioning her lips tantalizingly close to his. From afar, it appeared as though they were kissing. Seeing this scene, Su Qingxue was seething with rage, feeling as if her lungs might burst. How dare that wretched Shen Tianli kiss Lin Zai? What gave her the right? Why was Lin Zai not pulling away? Why was he allowing her to kiss him? Was his own mouth not soft enough? Couldn't he seek affection from her instead? Just then, Shen Tianli suddenly released Lin Zai, casting a provocative glance at Su Qingxue. Fueling her fury, Su Qingxue felt as if she might spit blood. She knew Shen Tianli had intentionally kissed Lin Zai, But that was no longer of importance. What mattered was that Su Qingxue could no longer endure it. She was determined to keep Lin Zhe away from that shameless woman today. Resolute, Su Qingxue climbed over the faux rocks, positioning herself directly in front of Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli. "Oh, Su Qingxue, do you wish to join us in the pool?" Shen Tianli inquired with a flirtatious smile, leaning against Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue shot her a fierce glare, suppressing her anger as she addressed Lin Zhe. "Come with me." "Su Qingxue, you're already divorced from Lin Zhe. What gives you the right to take him away?" Shen Tianli retorted. "Be quiet. I'm not speaking to you." "You wretched girl," Su Qingxue snapped back. Despite being insulted, Shen Tianli only smiled with greater satisfaction. Fully aware that her earlier actions with Lin Zhe had driven Su Qingxue to the brink of losing her composure. After all, with her upbringing, how could she resort to such vulgarity? This was precisely the scene Shen Tianli had longed to create. She delighted in provoking Su Qingxue to madness. Shen Tianli smiled mischievously and said, "Indeed, I am a shameless person. Not only am I shameless, but I am also promiscuous. I intend to kiss Lin Zhe, and I wish to sleep with him as well. After all, Lin Zhe is mine now." This was a blatant provocation. Su Qingxue could no longer contain herself. She seized Lin Zhe and forcibly pulled him out of the hot spring. Naturally, Lin Zhe covertly cooperated with her. Otherwise, even Tensu Kingsus would not have been able to move him. Lin Zhe complied because he was curious about what she wanted to say to him. Seeing Lin Zhe being pulled out, Shen Tianli grew anxious. She was about to climb ashore, but Su Qingxue had already taken Lin Zhe away from the hot spring. By the time Shen Tianli managed to chase after them, Lin Zhe had already been led to the adjacent lounge by Su Qingxue. Shen Tianli hurriedly followed, pushing the door, only to find it locked. Frustrated, she contemplated smashing the door. For some reason, the mere thought of Lin Zhe being with Su Qingxue left her exceptionally irked. Lin Zhe, observing Su Qingxue locking the door, asked nonchalantly, "Qingxue, why did you lock the door?" Su Qingxue snorted coldly and suddenly extended her delicate finger to wipe Lin Zhe's lips. She did it with such force that Lin Zhe felt a twinge of pain. Pushing Su Qingxue away, Lin Zhe interrogated her irritably. "Su Qingxue, what are you doing? Why didn't you move away when she kissed you? Why did you let her kiss you?" "Oh, that matter," Lin Zhe said, casting a meaningful glance at Su Qingxue. However, he pretended to be aggrieved as he replied, "I would have liked to kiss you, but you wouldn't allow it." Su Qingxue was infuriated. "You jerk. Who said I wouldn't let you kiss me?" Chapter 43. I have a plan. What is going on? Is Su Qingxue driven mad by Shen Tianli? Then just kiss her. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed by Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue's face flushed. "If you leave Shen Tianli, I will let you kiss me." "What? There are conditions?" Lin Zhe was instantly displeased. "Damn it, when I kissed Shen Tianli, she didn't impose so many conditions. Why is it different with you?" Lin Zhe shrugged it off, feeling indifferent. He was already passionately entangled with Shen Tianli. With a little more effort, he could probably end up sleeping with her. To ask him to abandon Shen Tianli now was nothing short of absurd. Of course, Lin Zhe desired to kiss Su Qingxue. He craved her, especially her two alluringly white and sexy legs, which lingered in his thoughts. Yet, to forsake Shen Tianli for the chance to sleep with Su Qingxue seemed to be asking too much of him. Su Qingxue was instantly displeased. She had said that if he left Shen Tianli, she would allow him to kiss her. Yet, he refused to leave Shen Tianli. Did he find Shen Tianli's lips softer and more enjoyable to kiss? Or had he developed feelings for Shen Tianli? As this thought fleetingly crossed her mind, a wave of immense panic surged within Su Qingxue, almost as if her heart were being wrenched. "Are you infatuated with her?" Su Qingxue asked, her voice trembling. "Not yet." Lin Zhe replied candidly. A flicker of joy ignited in Su Qingxue's heart. She had always known that this scoundrel could not possibly fall for Shen Tianli so swiftly. After all, he had cherished her for 7 long years. Such deep affection could not be relinquished so easily. Just as Su Qingxue was about to speak, Lin Zhe continued. "However, if this continues, who can say for sure?" The joy in Su Qingxue's heart vanished in an instant, replaced by a wave of anxiety. Frankly, she understood that if Lin Zhe remained in Shen Tianli's company, the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly high. After all, Shen Tianli's alluring beauty and captivating figure could enchant any man, Lin Zhe included. "Scoundrel, when will you finally sever ties with Shen Tianli?" Su Qingxue asked, her expression betraying her turmoil. The mere thought of Lin Zhe developing feelings for Shen Tianli twisted her heart with unbearable pain. If that day were to arrive, she could scarcely fathom how devastated she would become. She was determined to prevent such a calamity. Lighting a cigarette, Lindsay exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of leaving her. Tears welled in Su Qingshua's eyes. She felt a profound sense of injustice. This rogue, who clearly harbored affections for her, was now refusing her for another woman. Scoundrel, you know you like me. You are aware that she is with you merely to provoke me, yet you still refuse to part ways with her. Su Qingxue choked out, her voice thick with emotion. She wept, large tears spilling from her glistening eyes, rendering her utterly enchanting and heart-wrenchingly vulnerable. Why did her tears evoke such excitement within him? And why did he feel an overwhelming urge to hold her close and express his desires? Am I truly a pervert? Lindsay silently chided himself. Yet his hands had already betrayed him, pulling Su Qingxue into his embrace. Enough. Stop crying. I'm going to cry. After all, you scoundrel, you don't care for my feelings. Su Qingxue whimpered, though her tone unmistakably resembled playful teasing. How did you end up bringing Jizafeng here? Lindsay deftly shifted the conversation. As anticipated, Su Qingshue's attention was diverted, and she momentarily forgot her tears. I didn't bring him. I brought an artist, and Jizafeng just tagged along. I never intended to share a pool with him. I don't believe you. Scoundrel, I'm not lying. I have not had any physical contact with him. I haven't even let him hold my hand. Numerous times he attempted to take my hand, but I always evaded him. Fearing Lindsay's disbelief, Su Qingxue fervently continued. My hand, my first kiss, and even my first time all belong to you. I have no intention of letting him touch me. Lindsay couldn't help but laugh. He wondered how Jizafeng would react if he heard her declarations. Bro, you see, women are indeed not to be coddled. The more you indulge them, the more spirited they become. The original protagonist harbored feelings for Su Qingxue for 7 years, devoted himself to her for 7 years, only to be met with betrayal. Before Jizafeng even returned to the country, she hastily discarded the original protagonist. Lindsay, having ceased his adoration, found Su Qingxue and now behaving like a devoted admirer, constantly pledging her loyalty to him. Furthermore, he had not even been invited in. He remained outside waiting. Su Qingxue remarked. Lindsay nodded in agreement, responding with a commendation. Su Qingxue was not a vain individual, yet at that moment, receiving Lindsay's praise made her heart swell with delight, akin to indulging in honey. Why aren't you wearing stockings today? Lindsay suddenly inquired, his hand slipping beneath the slit of Su Qingxue's skirt, unabashedly caressing her fair, alluring legs. It was only then that Su Qingxue became aware of his touch. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, You scoundrel, stop touching me. What's wrong with a little touch? Lindsay retorted. Su Qingxue huffed, countering, Do you enjoy seeing me in stockings? Of course, he replied, causing her exquisite face to redden further. Well, if you come home tonight, I'll wear them for you. Can I be touched? Lindsay asked with a grin. Su Qingxue, feeling bashful, responded, Humph, no. Then forget it, Lindsay said. You pig, she exclaimed in frustration. Lindsay chuckled, Not tonight. Why not? Su Qingxue's mood soured. She had already promised to wear stockings, yet he was refusing her. Tonight, I have to discuss her album with Jiang Qingwe. Su Qingxue paused. Jiang Qingwe was releasing an album? Was she no longer acting? Yes, for now, she has decided to focus on singing. I promised to help her with an album. A wave of bitterness washed over Su Qingxue. You are going to write songs for Jiang Qingwe? Indeed. Su Qingxue wished Lindsay would not compose songs for Jiang Qingwe. It wasn't that she feared the success of Jiang Qingwe's new album, but rather, she did not want Lindsay writing for any woman other than herself. However, she recognized that she currently had no standing to voice such concerns. Wait, wasn't her intention in bringing Lindsay into this room to persuade him to leave Shen Tianli? How had she been so easily swayed by this scoundrel into hugging and touching? She recalled that last night at home had been similar. Her initial aim had been to make him distance himself from Shen Tianli, only to end up being embraced and kissed by him. Scoundrel, I ask you, will you leave Shen Tianli or not? I already said I won't leave, but I swear, my time with her is not meant to provoke you. But it hurts. Seeing her kiss you drives me insane, Su Qingxue exclaimed angrily. Lindsay smiled. Actually, I have a way for you to vent your frustrations. What method? Why not cuckold her? That way, you can truly release your pent-up anger. Chapter 44. You must decide for me. Su Qingxue was taken aback. What do you mean? Lindsay replied with a grin. It's simple. As of now, I am hers. If you were to sleep with me, wouldn't that mean you've betrayed her? Once she becomes aware of everything, she will undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Humph, it seems you desire to take advantage of me. Hence this flimsy excuse. How foolish of her to believe she could be easily deceived. Qingxue, you misunderstand my intentions. I merely wished to provide you with an outlet for your frustrations. Humph, if you truly wanted to help me vent my anger, wouldn't it be simpler to keep your distance from her? If I were to distance myself from her, wouldn't all the grievances I endured be in vain? Can you accept that? Su Qingxue fell silent. Of course, she could not. As the eternal rival of Shen Tianli, she had always believed she held the upper hand over her. Yet now, she found herself provoked to such an extent, having nearly lost her composure on several occasions. How could she be content with this? She dreamed of witnessing Shen Tianli so incensed that she would spit blood. However, the thought of needing to sleep with Lin Zhe to provoke her made Su Qingxue hesitant. Lin Zhe, noticing her reluctance, lamented, "Qingxue, how can you still hesitate at this moment? If you continue to dither, you will only watch helplessly as she continues to provoke you. Humph. We can engage in some intimate gestures. I believe that might also incite her without the necessity of sleeping together." Lin Zhe was deeply pained. When would she finally use her intellect? But I fear that mere intimate gestures might not provoke her sufficiently, Su Qingxue replied, her glistening eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhe. "You scoundrel, tell me honestly, do you wish to sleep with me?" "Indeed," Lin Zhe replied with unwavering certainty. In his view, desiring to sleep with Su Qingxue was not shameful. What was truly disgraceful was wanting it yet being too timid to admit it. Fortunately, Lin Zhe had a thick skin and was willing to confess. Su Qingxue gazed at him with a resentful look. "I knew you wanted me." Lin Zhe playfully pinched her exquisite cheek. "With your stunning beauty and alluring figure, is it not entirely natural for me to desire you? It would be abnormal if I did not. Humph, I would never allow you, you scoundrel, to sleep with me. After that night, I still feel a bit sore. Where does it hurt? Shall I massage it for you?" Su Qingxue, both embarrassed and indignant, delivered a light punch to Lin Zhe. He felt a stir in his heart at her playful blow and, entranced by her luscious lips, leaned in to kiss her. However, Su Qingxue swiftly covered her mouth with her delicate hand. "Be good, remove your hand and let me have a taste." Observing Lin Zhe's frantic demeanor, Su Qingxue found him amusing and could not help but laugh. She was not typically one to smile, yet when she did, it felt as though the ice was melting, radiating an enchanting charm. "You scoundrel, after 3 years of marriage, how was I unaware of your shamelessness?" Su Qingxue teased. Lin Zhe, looking pitiful, replied, "What good is dignity without a wife?" A heaviness settled in Su Qingxue's heart. She understood the profound hurt that divorce had inflicted on Lin Zhe. "I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Lin Zhe placed a finger on her fiery red lips. "Do not utter apologies to me, never again. And besides, you are not at fault. After all, everyone has the right to pursue true love." In an instant, Su Qingxue's eyes turned a vivid red. Lin Zhe was truly a remarkable person. Despite having caused him pain, he now sought to comfort her instead. As they conversed, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open, revealing Shen Tianli at the threshold. A wave of panic washed over Su Qingxue, for she was seated upon Lin Zhe's lap, just as she was about to rise. The fiery gaze from Shen Tianli made her reconsider. So, she too could be unsettled by the sight of Su Qingxue's closeness to Lin Zhe? A cold chuckle echoed in Su Qingxue's heart, and emulating Shen Tianli's earlier demeanor in the hot spring. She entwined her arms around Lin Zhe's neck and cast a defiant glance at Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli was seething. Logically, she had never been married to Lin Zhe, nor did she harbor any affection for him. Thus, such emotions should not have arisen. Yet, she found herself consumed by an inexplicable rage, a fury so intense that she yearned to slap Su Qingxue across the face. It felt as if her cherished possession had been snatched away. She despised this feeling, deeply despised it. Without further ado, Shen Tianli strode towards them with a stormy expression. She forcefully pushed Su Qingxue aside and exclaimed, "Su Qingxue, you truly lack shame. Even after your divorce, you still have the audacity to sit on Lin Zhe's lap? None of your business," Su Qingxue retorted disdainfully. "Shameless." With that, Shen Tianli seized Lin Zhe's hand and attempted to leave. However, Su Qingxue positioned herself in their path. "Lin Zhe does not belong to you. What gives you the right to take him away?" "Because I will not divorce him for someone like you," Shen Tianli replied with a scornful tone. In that moment, Su Qingxue felt her confidence wane. Indeed, she had already chosen to abandon Lin Zhe for another man. What right did she have to prevent their departure now? A wave of helplessness surged through her. Her expression transformed into one of profound despondency. She parted her lips as if to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. With a triumphant snort, Shen Tianli led Lin Zhe away from the lounge. Although she initially intended to continue bathing in the hot spring with Lin Zhe, the earlier scene of Su Qingxue, perched upon his lap, had ignited her fury, extinguishing any desire for relaxation. Upon exiting the lounge, Shen Tianli grasped Lin Zhe's hand and made her way outside. Just as they stepped out of the hot spring resort, Lin Zhe spotted Ji Zifeng, who was leaning against his sports car, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli, Ji Zifeng grinned and remarked, "Lin Zhe, why do you look so glum? Did Su Qingxue scold you?" "Get lost," Lin Zhe snapped. Hearing this, Ji Zifeng became even more convinced that Lin Zhe had indeed been chastised by Su Qingxue, for he would not have been so irate otherwise. With a smug expression, Ji Zifeng continued, "Lin Zhe, let me tell you, Qingxue is not someone you should aspire to. She has eyes for me. If you know what is good for you, keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you'll be the one embarrassed. I'm only offering this advice out of consideration for our past as classmates." In a fit of rage, Lin Zhe could only manage a bitter laugh. "Come here and repeat what you just said," Ji Zifeng declared, positioning himself directly in front of Lin Zhe. Such an exquisite opportunity to humiliate Lin Zhe was not one he intended to squander. "Lin Zhe, let me hear you say slap." In response, Lin Zhe delivered a resounding blow. "How dare you? You're just trash. Time and again, you think you can walk all over me. Do you believe I have no temper?" Previously, Lin Zhe had refrained from dealing with him, considering someone like Ji Zifeng beneath his notice, unworthy of his attention. Confronting him felt like it would tarnish his own hands. Yet, Ji Zifeng's audacity only escalated. Therefore, Lin Zhe resolved not to indulge him any longer. After all, Lin Zhe's life motto was clear: "If you make me uncomfortable, I shall ensure you suffer doubly." Ji Zifeng was momentarily stunned by the blow, covering his stinging cheek. He glared at Lin Zhe with fiery rage. Just as he was about to retaliate, he suddenly spotted Su Qingxue and changed his mind. Yes, he intended for Su Qingxue to handle Lin Zhe, the brute, on his behalf. He was certain she would not disappoint him. The thought of Lin Zhe's affection for Su Qingxue and the image of her chastising him on Ji Zifeng's behalf filled him with a thrill. Resolute, Ji Zifeng pitifully turned to Su Qingxue and implored, "Qingxue, Lin Zhe hit me. You must stand up for me." Chapter 45. No heartstrings allowed. Su Qingxue's expression darkened, a thin veil of frost descending upon her exquisite visage. Witnessing this, Ji Zifeng felt a swell of satisfaction. He was sure Su Qingxue, the devoted admirer, would deliver a severe lesson to Lin Zhe. At that moment, Su Qingxue coldly commanded, "Apologize." Ji Zifeng feigned magnanimity, saying, "Qingxue, let us just forget it. Lin Zhe only struck me out of jealousy. Let us not escalate things, considering we are all classmates." He didn't genuinely wish to be magnanimous, but aimed to leave a favorable impression on both Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli, particularly Shen Tianli, who stirred intense excitement in him every time he laid eyes on her. He dreamed of a night with her. Unfortunately, his previous messages had gone unanswered. If he could leave a good impression, perhaps she would respond. Then, with a little flirtation, he believed she would be moved. However, before Ji Zifeng could finish his thought, Su Qingxue interrupted him. "Silence. I command you to apologize." Her voice was as frigid as ice. Ji Zifeng was taken aback, teetering on the brink of despair. What was happening? Was Su Qingxue supposed to be his admirer? Why was she demanding an apology to Lin Zhe, the brute? Why should he? "Qingxue. It was he who struck me," Ji Zifeng retorted, his displeasure evident. "Why should I apologize?" Su Qingxue regarded him with indifferent eyes. How kind-hearted is Lin Zhe? If you hadn't provoked him, would he have struck you? Ji Zifeng's defenses crumbled. He could hardly believe Su Qingxue had uttered such words. Wasn't he the one she cherished? Since you cherish yourself, why then do you now gravitate towards that wretched Lin Zhe? If it were not for my absence, Su Qingxue would have hastily divorced Lin Zhe. Had I not just returned, she would not have bestowed upon me such an extravagant sports car. Ji Zifeng truly suspects that her affections lie with Lin Zhe. Shen Tianli was somewhat taken aback by Su Qingxue's remarks. She understood that Lin Zhe occupied a corner of Su Qingxue's heart. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so fiercely when provoked. Yet, Shen Tianli had always believed that Su Qingxue's heart belonged to Ji Zifeng, and logically, she should have unconditionally supported him, seeking to avenge his grievances. To her astonishment, Su Qingxue chose to side with Lin Zhe. Could it be that her fondness for Lin Zhe surpasses her feelings for Ji Zifeng? The mere thought of this sent a wave of discomfort through Shen Tianli's heart. Lin Zhe, however, was not the least surprised by Su Qingxue's words. After all, her recent reactions had made it abundantly clear that her feelings for Ji Zifeng were not as profound as he had believed. Otherwise, why would she express her loyalty to him and drop hints so frequently? "What are you standing there for? Apologize." Su Qingxue's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Jizafeng felt utterly crushed. Being coerced by his devoted admirer to apologize to another man was a humiliation he had never experienced before. Yet, he dared not refuse. He had yet to win over Su Qingxue, and he was counting on her to rescue his family's company. With a mix of reluctance and indignation, Jizafeng stiffly addressed Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, I apologize. I forgive you. After all, I am magnanimous, unlike you, who makes a fuss over trivial matters. Lin Zhe replied with an air of superiority. Jizafeng's eyes blazed with fury. How dare the scoundrel utter such shameless words? It was he who had struck Jizafeng. Yet now it seemed as if Jizafeng had been the aggressor. Observing Lin Zhe's smug expression, Jizafeng silently vowed that he would win over both Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli. He would make Lin Zhe kneel and bark like a dog. And that wretched Su Qingxue, once he captured her heart, would also find herself on her knees. With this thought, Jizafeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Dear, let us leave, Shen Tianli said, linking her arm with Lin Zhe's and smiling coyly. Lin Zhe nodded in agreement. Watching them depart, Su Qingxue's gaze dimmed instantly. Her heart wrenched with agony. Qingxue, I was wrong earlier, but truly, I did not provoke him, Jizafeng explained, his tone laden with grievance. What is done is done. Bringing it up serves no purpose. Please return to the company. I need to discuss the album with Ji Shanshan. For reasons unknown. Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming aversion to Jizafeng at that moment. His presence was simply irksome. Ji Shanshan, the artist she had just brought along, was currently the most prominent talent in Su Qingxue's company. Qingxue, I can actually assist with this matter. During my time abroad, I made the acquaintance of numerous elite producers, all of whom have crafted albums for top-tier Western artists. Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Just a few days prior, Ji Shanshan confided in her that she wished her new album to embody an international flair. Qingxue had been contemplating inviting foreign producers to create her new album. So it was quite serendipitous to discover that Jizafeng knew such individuals, thereby alleviating a considerable amount of her burdens. With this thought in mind, Su Qingxue's demeanor softened noticeably. She spoke in a calm tone, Please, come in with me. Jizafeng felt a surge of joy within him. The mere thought of being able to soak in the hot springs alongside Su Qingxue, while admiring her alluring figure, filled him with exuberance. He believed that as long as they shared the same hot spring, a few sweet words from him would surely persuade Su Qingxue, this infatuated admirer, to grant him a kiss. With this thought, he hurriedly followed Su Qingxue into the hot spring establishment. After Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe away from the hot spring, she eagerly inquired, You rogue, what did Su Qingxue say to you in the lounge? And why was she sitting on your lap? She told me to leave you. Lin Zhe replied with a smile. Humph, I knew she would say something like that. You didn't tee-heat her, did you? I was quite tempted. As she mentioned that if I left you, I could sleep with her, Lin Zhe jested. Shen Tianli, however, took his words at face value, convinced that such a statement was indeed within Su Qingxue's character. After all, she had completely lost her rationality due to her provocations. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Lin Zhe, this scoundrel, had genuinely been tempted. A wave of anxiety washed over Shen Tianli. You rogue, you must not be swayed, she exclaimed. Damn it, with Su Qingxue's beauty and her stunning figure, if I were to leave you, I could certainly be with her. Unlike you, who not only grades me, but also deducts points. Even a fool would know how to choose. Shen Tianli grew increasingly frantic. You rogue, I won't deduct your points anymore. I'll actually add to them. Chapter 46. I will follow your lead. Lin Zhe felt a rush of delight. How many points can you add for me? 35, no, 40. I'll add you up to 40 points. Lin Zhe, profoundly disappointed, remarked, Only 40? That still leaves 60 points to reach 100. Forget it. I'd rather leave you since if I do, Su Qingxue will let me sleep with her. Shen Tianli felt somewhat vulnerable. This scoundrel had done nothing yet already received an increase to 40 points, and to her surprise, he was still unsatisfied. However, upon recalling the conditions Su Qingxue had laid out for Lin Zhe, she quickly concluded that 40 points indeed seemed rather meager. After a moment of silence, Shen Tianli gritted her teeth and stated, You rogue, 50 points. It cannot be more. Lin Zhe chuckled. With 50 points, am I not much closer to 100? Fine. 50 it is, but you must not deduct points from me in the future. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's agreement, Shen Tianli inexplicably felt a sense of relief. She smiled alluringly and said, Do not diminish, do not diminish. Hurry and earn 100 points, and I shall grant you the favor of my company. Just as Lin Zhe was about to respond, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed his father's name. In an instant, Lin Zhe's good mood evaporated, and his brow furrowed. Upon traversing into this world, he had gleaned the original owner's feelings towards his parents, and the sole emotion that remained was an overwhelming hatred. Although Lin Zhe had never met his father, the original owner's sentiments had undeniably influenced him. Thus, upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned sour. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe answered the call. Sooner or later, he would bring ruin to the Lin family. Gaining a basic understanding of the original owner's father could hardly be deemed disadvantageous. Beast, how dare you harm Xiaonan? The moment he picked up the phone, a thunderous voice erupted from the other end. So loud that it made Lin Zhe's eardrums ache. It was merely the father venting his fury on his adopted son. Lin Zhe had foolishly thought he might show some concern for his biological offspring. No wonder the original owner harbored such profound hatred towards them. What sort of father would inspire anything but contempt? And who might you be? Lin Zhe feigned ignorance. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded coldly. Beast, do you think pretending not to know me will absolve you of your transgressions against Xiaonan? I warn you, return immediately and kneel to apologize to Xiaonan. A sharp pang surged through Lin Zhe's heart, a manifestation of the original owner's emotions. He chuckled, though his countenance grew increasingly frigid. Lin Xiaodian, first. I have severed all ties with your Lin family, rendering your words as inconsequential as mere flatulence, offensive but ultimately without impact. Second, you would do well to protect that worthless wretch. Otherwise, I shall strike him every time I encounter him. Third, savor your remaining moments. For it will not be long before I bring your Lin family to ruin. With that final word, Lin Zhe hung up and blacklisted the number. In his view, having severed ties meant they were now strangers. He had no desire to squander his time on inconsequential individuals. Do you need assistance? Shun Tianli suddenly inquired. Lin Zhe smiled and replied, I do not require help. My brother does. Your brother? Shun Tianli asked, bewildered. You mean Lin Nan? No, I refer to my own brother. Shun Tianli appeared increasingly perplexed. She stared at Lin Zhe for a moment, and upon noticing a hint of flirtation in his smile, she finally understood. With a playful smirk, she scolded, You truly are a rogue. Lin Zhe chuckled but chose not to respond further. He turned his gaze towards the world outside the car window. Although he was not the original owner and held no feelings towards Lin Xiaoyan or the Lin family, he now inhabited the original owner's body and, consequently, inherited all of his emotions, experiences, and fate. The three statements he just made to Lin Xiaodian over the phone were not uttered in jest. Particularly the third one resonated deeply with Lin Zhe's innermost desires. Lin Zhe genuinely harbored intentions to drive the Lin family into bankruptcy, allowing them to experience the bitterness of despair. Noticing Lin Zhe's silence, Shun Tianli cast a glance at him, but his back was turned, obscuring his expression from her view. Yet, the solitary silhouette he presented in the car evoked a profound sense of loneliness within her, a loneliness that felt alien to this world. It was a peculiar sensation, one that inexplicably stirred feelings of empathy for him. Did your father's words just now upset you? Shun Tianli inquired. Lin Zhe chuckled softly, replying, Not at all. He is merely a stranger, so there is nothing to be upset about. Then why are you silent? Lin Zhe turned to glance at Shun Tianli with a smile, teasingly stating, I'm afraid I might unintentionally act inappropriately with you. As if you've never acted inappropriately with me before, Shun Tianli retorted with a playful laugh. Lin Zhe smiled and asked, Where to? Where do you want to go? Let us head home. I plan to write a song for Jiang Qingwei. Oh. Have you found inspiration? Lin Zhe chuckled. Isn't it enough to have hands? Is that so? I'll be sure to appreciate it thoroughly. All right. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Zhe instructed Shun Tianli to fetch a guitar. After setting up the recording equipment, he embraced the guitar, ready to sing. Suddenly, Shun Tianli's phone rang. After a brief exchange, she hurriedly departed. Lin Zhe did not inquire about her destination. His primary focus was to create a song. After all, what could he use to charm Jiang Qingwei when he sought her out? He sang Obsessed and Unrepentant by the diva Fei Jia. Upon concluding the performance, Lin Zhe wrapped up the recording. Frankly, he could complete the songs for Jiang Qingwei's album in just an hour, given the plethora of classic tunes residing in his mind. However, if he revealed all the songs at once, how could Jiang Qingwei be touched? How could he win her heart? She needed to perceive the task as challenging to truly appreciate it and ultimately yield herself to him. After finishing the recording, Lin Zhe called Jiang Qingwei to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon learning that she was at home, he promptly headed to her residence with the recorded video in hand. Indeed, Jiang Qingwei was at home, dressed rather lightly due to her presence within the confines of her abode. She wore a white, oversized shirt that barely covered her form. Her slender, snow-white legs accentuated by the starkness of the fabric, appearing even more luminous. The whiteness radiated, exuding a sensuality that rendered Lindsay momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated her legs to be so alluring, slim and straight. They rivaled those of Su Qingxue. With a shy smile, Jiang Qingwei quickly invited Lindsay inside. "I've written a song and recorded a version. Would you like to listen?" Lindsay inquired. Jiang Qingwei's heart leapt with joy. "Really? I want to hear it." Lindsay activated the recording device and clicked to play the video. As the sound of the guitar resonated, a magnetic voice enveloped Jiang Qingwei's ears. "This time, I confront my desires with a reckless abandon, indifferent to whether it is right or wrong. Even if I am deeply entangled, I will disregard everything." Upon hearing these 6 lines of lyrics, Jiang Qingwei trembled all over. Goosebumps instantly covered her body, and she felt a profound connection that struck her very soul. The lyrics seemed to articulate her own feelings, or more precisely, her emotions towards Lindsay. Particularly the line that expressed indifference to right or wrong, it echoed her innermost thoughts at that moment. From the moment she learned of Lindsay's divorce, Jiang Qingwei vowed to win his heart, regardless of any moral implications. She simply wished to warm Lindsay's wounded heart with her own. Lindsay's voice continued to resonate. "Whose heart should I use to truly feel my surroundings? Even if it is painful, even if it brings tears. It belongs to my sorrow. Whose heart can I employ to genuinely sense what is around me? Even if I am weary, even if I am exhausted, I can only remain obsessed and unrepentant." Upon hearing these lines, Jiang Qingwei felt a sharp pain in her heart, akin to a needle's prick. Did Lindsay pour his feelings for Su Qingxue into these lyrics? Had his years of loving Su Qingxue left him weary and tormented? Her mood plummeted, and she felt a deep sadness. With red-rimmed eyes, she gazed at Lindsay, her heart aching for him. She longed to embrace him and reassure him that the worst was over. However, Jiang Qingwei hesitated, fearing that she might frighten him. Lindsay had just emerged from a tumultuous marriage and likely was not prepared to step into another relationship. If she were to impulsively embrace him, it would surely startle him. She could not bear to frighten him. As the song concluded, Lindsay smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "Huh, why are you crying?" Jiang Qingwei wiped her tears and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. I just found it truly beautiful. If you think it's good, how about we take it to the next level?" "What do you mean? You haven't sung for years. Your fans may have forgotten that you debuted as a singer. Since you plan to release an album, let us start with this song. Later, sing it again, record it, and post it on your social media to rekindle your fans' anticipation." Jiang Qingwei's eyes brightened. She considered Lindsay's marketing strategy to be brilliant. Once such a beautiful song was shared on his social media, given his current fan base, it would undoubtedly create a sensation and spark their excitement. When their anticipation reached its peak, he could seamlessly release the new album. As long as the album's quality was high, it was destined to be a massive success. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingwei contained her excitement, smiled sweetly, and playfully said, "All right, I'll follow your lead." Chapter 47. She desired more. It must be said that Jiang Qingwei possessed a remarkable talent for singing. To be more precise, she was born to sing, an innate vocalist. The lyrics of this song are quite lengthy and challenging to perform. However, after listening to it just 2 or 3 times and requesting the lyrics from Lindsay, Jiang Qingwei fetched her guitar and asked Lindsay to accompany her. Launching into song. The moment the first line emerged, Lindsay was struck with a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Goodness, how could she sing so beautifully? Her voice was so enchanting that it made Lindsay feel as though his own singing was utterly trivial by comparison. It is well known that Lindsay is a person of extreme narcissism and shamelessness. Ordinarily, he considers himself the best in the world. Yet now, in the face of Jiang Qingwei's singing, he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Her performance was so captivating that Lindsay believed this song was truly crafted for her. As the final note faded, Jiang Qingwei, slightly anxious, turned to Lindsay and asked, "How was it?" Lindsay gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It was splendid. So much so that it feels as if this song was tailor-made for you." Jiang Qingwei beamed with joy. Her heart sweetened as if she had just savored honey. She realized how delightful it was to receive praise from someone she admired. Eager for more, Jiang Qingwei, with her eyes twinkling, remarked, "It can't be that good." "It truly is," Lindsay insisted, "and that is also due to your exceptional writing and composition." Lindsay chuckled, "All right. Let us refrain from mutual flattery and promptly post this to your social media. I am certain your fans can hardly wait." Jiang Qingwei obediently nodded. "I'll sing it once more, and then you can help me record it. No need, Lindsay replied. I already recorded it while you were singing just now. Oh, will the first version have any flaws? She inquired. Trust me, it is already perfect. No more compliments, or I shall become conceited. She teased. I permit you to be proud, Lindsay laughed. Jiang Qingwei chuckled heartily. For a long time, she had perceived Lindsay as somewhat melancholic. This impression had lingered since their university days, when every time she encountered him, he wore a gloomy expression, appearing quite despondent. Over time, Jiang Qingwei had come to regard him as a sorrowful person. However, after their interaction yesterday, she discovered that Lindsay was, in fact, quite humorous and charming. What to do? She found herself liking him even more, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a brief edit, Jiang Qingwei opened her social media, a platform akin to Bluestar Weibo. Lindsay glanced at her account and was taken aback by the sheer volume of 999 notifications. With her follower count soaring over 90 million, Lindsay felt a surge of astonishment. Is this the terrifying power of a top female influencer? Jiang Qingyue's last post, made in the afternoon, announced her signing with Shun Tianli's company. Within just a few hours, the comments had skyrocketed to an astonishing 7 million. With over 3 million shares and likes exceeding 10 million, Lindsay was once again left astounded. He truly wished to inquire of Jiang Qingwei whether she had purchased data. For how else could the figures be so astonishing? Jiang Qingwei swiftly finalized the content. Hello everyone, this is my new song. I hope you will enjoy it. Once the content was settled, she uploaded the video and clicked send. In less than a second, the sound of notifications began to resonate incessantly. Jiang Qingwei refreshed the data and saw that Lindsay had already liked her latest post, which had garnered over 70,000 likes. Astonishing. Lindsay was taken aback. He began to reconsider his desire to pursue Jiang Qingwei. Goodness, her fan base was formidable. After they might become intimate, would her fans retaliate against him? This was no trivial matter. Lindsay had heard during his time on Bluestar that some extreme fans of celebrities had committed drastic acts upon learning of their idols' romantic entanglements. The sound of notifications continued to echo around him. Jiang Qingwei playfully stuck out her tongue at Lindsay, a sight so adorable and enticing. He wondered if her lips would be as soft. Lindsay, what would you like to eat tonight? It's on me. Hot pot, please. Lindsay genuinely craved hot pot. Having been in this desolate place for 3 days, he had grown weary of the local cuisine and yearned for a spicy feast to invigorate his palate. Then let us dine in. Let's stay home. Given her current status, if they were to eat out and be recognized, it would surely trend on social media, potentially causing chaos. Dining at home was a safer option. Moreover, with just the two of them, they could indulge in some playful mischief. All right, I'll have someone deliver the ingredients, Jiang Qingwei said with a smile. For her, sharing a meal with Lindsay was a source of immense joy. She cherished their time together. To be more precise, she relished being in Lindsay's company. Meanwhile, having concluded their trip to the hot springs, Su Qingxue was en route to dinner with Ji Shanshan and Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng was at the wheel while Su Qingxue and Ji Shanshan occupied the back seat. Their conversation had flowed remarkably well that afternoon at the hot spring resort, largely thanks to Ji Zifeng's efforts. He had directly contacted a top producer overseas in front of Ji Shanshan. Although Su Qingxue had not heard of the individual, he spoke with exceptional professionalism. After a lengthy discussion, he agreed to meet in the country in a few days. Witnessing this mature side of Ji Zifeng had improved Su Qingxue's impression of him significantly, leading her to invite him to dinner that evening. Qingxue, will Jiang Qingwei continue filming? Ji Shanshan suddenly asked. Su Qingxue recalled Lindsay's words from earlier and shook her head. She should also be releasing an album. She's releasing an album? Can she sing? Ji Zifeng, the driver, interjected, causing Su Qingxue to feel somewhat exasperated with him. In the afternoon, as this fellow incessantly urged her to visit a hot spring, Su Qingxue found herself increasingly irritated with him. Were it not for his facilitation of that renowned foreign producer to assist Ji Shanshan with her new album, she would have preferred not to see him at all. She could distinctly sense her admiration for Ji Zifeng gradually waning. Jiang Qingwei, who debuted as the champion of a singing competition, possessed a commendable singing talent. Su Qingxue calmly elucidated, moreover, if all goes as planned, her new album will be produced by Lindsay, encompassing songwriting and composition as well. Huh? Ji Zifeng chuckled. Qingxue, I do not mean to belittle Lindsay, but can he truly write songs? Can he produce an album? Su Qingxue's expression darkened. She abhorred anyone who disparaged Lindsay. Furthermore, she had witnessed Lindsay's talent firsthand. What right did Ji Zifeng have to look down upon him? Just as Su Qingxue was about to respond, Ji Shanshan suddenly exclaimed, Jiang Qingwei has released a new song. Shanshan, how do you know? Su Qingxue inquired hastily. She posted it on social media, and it has already garnered over 2 million likes and more than 1 million comments. I just checked the comments, and they're overwhelmingly positive. A tremor coursed through Su Qingxue's heart. Her intuition suggested that Lin Zhe must have composed Jiang Qingyue's new song. She yearned to listen, to discover what Lin Zhe had created this time. Shanshan, please play it. Chapter 48. Then you should return home early this time. I resolutely confront my desires, indulging in them carelessly. I care not whether this is right or wrong. Even if I am deeply ensnared, I shall disregard everything. Even if I am infatuated, my passion remains unwavering. As the ethereal melody resonated within the luxurious vehicle, Su Qingxue felt a jolt in her heart. She swiftly glanced at Ji Shanshan, who returned her gaze. In that fleeting moment, both women discerned a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. They remained silent, continuing to listen. However, Ji Zifeng interjected nonchalantly, what is this song about? All this love and romance, it's utterly dreadful and lacks any international flair. His words were deliberately provocative. In his view, Jiang Qingwei had already severed ties with Su Qingxue and was now signed with her adversary's company. Hence, he presumed Su Qingxue would harbor a deep resentment towards Jiang Qingwei. By belittling Jiang Qingwei, he believed he would elicit joy from Su Qingxue. Yet, to his astonishment, the moment his words fell, Su Qingxue coldly commanded, shut up. Ji Zifeng instantly bristled. Damn it, after helping her significantly this afternoon, she not only denied me the chance to accompany her to the hot springs, but now won't even allow me to speak. If this continued, how could he expect to be with her in the future without her dominating him? No, he resolved to continue pursuing Shen Tianli. Once he captured her attention, Su Qingxue would undoubtedly feel a sense of urgency. When that happened, the initiative would revert to him. At that point, he could manipulate her as he pleased. Once he had made up his mind, Ji Zifeng resolved to send some provocative photographs to Shen Tianli that evening. He was confident that, with his impressive physique, Shen Tianli would be unable to resist. As this thought crossed his mind, Ji Zifeng cast a disdainful glance at Su Qingxue through the rearview mirror. The song concluded, and an almost palpable silence enveloped the car, as if a pin could be heard falling. After an indeterminate period, Ji Shanshan suddenly remarked, that was beautiful, and it is bound to be a hit. As a professional singer, Ji Shanshan was confident in her discerning taste. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, the lyrics were remarkable, and the melody was top-notch. There was no reason it should not succeed. Yet, as she spoke, Su Qingxue's tone betrayed a hint of bitterness. For she knew that the song had undoubtedly been penned by Lin Zhe for Jiang Qingwei. However, that was not the crux of her distress. Rather, it was the poignant emotions conveyed in the lyrics that weighed heavily on her heart. In the song, Su Qingxue discerned a fervent devotion to love and an unwavering commitment. Despite the knowledge that such devotion might not yield a favorable outcome, she was reminded of her own marriage to Lin Zhe. At the onset of their union, she had made it abundantly clear that it was a contractual arrangement, and when Ji Zifeng eventually sought her out, she would divorce Lin Zhe. This marriage had been inherently unfair to Lin Zhe from the very beginning, yet he had willingly agreed, fully cognizant of the lack of a promising future, simply because of his affection for her. For 3 years, he had selflessly dedicated himself to her without a hint of regret. Su Qingxue recalled the nights when she was ill, and Lin Zhe had stayed awake by her side. She remembered the times he donned a clown's guise to lift her spirits during her melancholy. She recalled Lin Zhe's earnest pilgrimage to the temple, bowing with each step in prayer for her safety. Most hauntingly, she remembered the look in his reddened eyes when she had revealed that Ji Zifeng was returning and that she intended to divorce him. There were countless such moments, overwhelming her to the point that she felt utterly wretched. He had adored her so profoundly that he had surrendered his dignity, while she had, in her impatience, kicked him aside even before Ji Zifeng had returned. At this realization, Su Qingxue felt as though her heart had been viciously grasped, causing her great pain. The agony was nearly suffocating. Unbeknownst to her, her hands had clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh until they drew blood, yet she remained oblivious. Qingxue, are you all right? Ji Shanshan inquired suddenly. Su Qingxue shook her head. I'm fine, she replied, her voice faint. Ji Shanshan looked at her with concern. Her pallor was striking. Yet she insisted she was okay. Maybe you're just hungry, she suggested. Su Qingxue casually offered this excuse, not wishing her employee to perceive her inner turmoil. Ji Shanshan exhaled in relief. Qingxue, do you know who wrote the song for Jiang Qingwei? Su Qingxue nodded, saying, I do. She was 100% certain that this song had indeed been composed by Lin Zhe. Is it that talented lyricist and composer from our country? Ji Shanshan inquired once more. As she heard Ji Shanshan speak so highly of Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. She herself was uncertain why, but she took delight in hearing others praise Lin Zhe. He might not yet have achieved fame, but his talent was undeniable. As she uttered this sentiment, the image of Lin Zhe's handsome face flashed in her mind. Furthermore, it seemed she could envision him. Who is he? Su Qingxue candidly replied, It's Lin Zhe. The young man you saw earlier today at the hot spring entrance, the one with Shen Tianli. He asked that exceptionally handsome and charming young man. Ji Shanshan asked in astonishment. Ji Zifeng was equally taken aback. What? The song that Jiang Qingwei just performed was actually written by that scoundrel Lin Zhe? Although Ji Zifeng had previously disparaged Jiang Qingyue's singing as unpleasant, it was merely to defend Su Qingxue's honor. However, after listening to the entire song, he couldn't help but acknowledge its beauty. As Su Qingxue had asserted, both the lyrics and the melody were of the highest caliber. Yet, he could hardly fathom that it was penned by Lin Zhe. When did he become so remarkable? Yes, it is indeed him, Su Qingxue replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. She relished the compliments directed at Lin Zhe's handsomeness. I initially thought he was a newcomer just signed by President Shen. Considering his striking looks and apparent charisma, he truly is handsome and possesses an undeniable charm, Su Qingxue concurred with a smile. Qingxue, I suddenly have no desire for an international style. Could you ask Lin Zhe to write a song for me? Having just experienced the entire song, Ji Shanshan felt it was the music she had longed for. What international style? To hell with it. I'll ask him, Su Qingxue replied, already taking out her phone to message Lin Zhe. Can you come home tonight? I have something to discuss with you. After sending the message, Su Qingxue pondered for a moment and added, What color stockings do you like? I could wear them for you. Lin Zhe's reply came swiftly. White shirt, black fitted skirt, sheer stockings, and high heels. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed. Wasn't that exactly what she wore on the day she proposed the divorce? No wonder he had prevented her from undressing and had been so fervent. Remembering that moment made her face burn with embarrassment and her heart raced. Taking a deep breath, she responded to Lin Zhe, Then you should head home early. Chapter 49. When did you develop a romantic mindset? Ji Zifeng was on the verge of a breakdown. His distress wasn't solely due to the revelation that Jiang Qingwei's song was written by Lin Zhe, but rather because Ji Shanshan claimed she no longer desired an international style. You see, Ji Zifeng had intended to capitalize on this situation. The Ji family was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and having grown up accustomed to a life of luxury, Ji Zifeng had developed a penchant for extravagance. Yet, having returned home for several days, he had earned not a single cent. With less than 200 yuan in his pocket, this penurious existence felt more unbearable than death. Had it not been for Su Qingxue's reservation at the hotel and the provision of meals within its premises, Ji Zifeng would likely be wandering the streets, perhaps even facing hunger. He had initially intended to profit handsomely from his collaboration with Su Qingxue while working on Ji Shanshan's album, but unexpectedly, Ji Shanshan had a change of heart. He loathed Lin Zhe intensely, attributing all his misfortunes to that scoundrel. Had it not been for Lin Zhe composing a song for Jiang Qingwei, would Ji Shanshan have altered her decision? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, wishing fervently for Lin Zhe to appear before him, so he could accelerate his vehicle and end him. This matter could not simply be left unresolved. Ji Shanshan's vision for her album was of no concern to him. However, he was determined not to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Qingxue, what about David? Ji Zifeng inquired with an air of feigned difficulty. David was the producer in question, yet to be candid, he was hardly a top-tier musical producer. To express it in colloquial terms, he was merely a charlatan, adept at embellishing his capabilities without any real talent. Ji Zifeng had encountered him while indulging abroad. Upon learning this afternoon that Ji Shanshan's new album aimed for an international flair, he conceived a plan. He subsequently reached out to David, informing him of this development. Initially, their collaboration was progressing smoothly, aligning with Ji Zifeng's expectations. He had even envisioned where he would revel after receiving his payment. However, the sudden emergence of Lin Zhe disrupted everything. Let us cancel the collaboration, Su Qingxue stated coolly. To be frank, she had never supported Ji Shanshan's endeavor to pursue an international style of music. Her branding had always been that of a heart-wrenching ballad singer, with her fan base largely rooted in the Chinese-speaking community. A hasty shift in musical direction would likely lead to failure, as there were numerous examples in the industry to substantiate this. Nevertheless, Ji Shanshan was the most prominent artist in her agency, and Su Qingxue reluctantly allowed her to explore this path. Ji Zifeng's dissatisfaction intensified. Not only was he displeased, but he was also growing anxious. Of course, we can cancel the collaboration, Qingxue, but I am concerned that if we abruptly withdraw, it would be equivalent to letting the other party down. David is a person who values integrity. Should Lin Zhe fail to secure Ji Shanshan's album, he certainly would not be inclined to collaborate with us in the future. That won't happen. Lin Zhe will manage it, Su Qingxue retorted bluntly. Moreover, our agreement with him was merely an intention to collaborate. It does not constitute a formal partnership. Ji Zifeng felt utterly defeated. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, veins bulging with frustration. Damn it, why couldn't Lin Zhe just vanish? Su Qingxue had divorced him. Yet she still placed such faith in that scoundrel. He could not fathom whether Su Qingxue's affections lay with him or with Lin Zhe. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that his plans for financial gain had been irrevocably shattered. Overwhelmed by despair, Ji Zifeng was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was in high spirits. Upon receiving a message from Su Qingxue, he smiled, realizing that tonight would indeed be a challenging one for his brother and his own stamina. Upon envisioning Su Qingxue's immaculate white shirt, form-fitting skirt, sheer stockings, and elegant stilettos, Lin Zhe felt a surge of excitement. He was utterly captivated by her alluring ensemble, which exuded sensuality. Lin Zhe resolved to indulge in a hearty meal of beef and lamb during dinner, preparing to replenish his energy. The ingredients arrived promptly, delivered by Jiang Qingyue's manager, Zhao Tailan, a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a notably reassuring demeanor. Zhao Tailan, affectionately referred to as Sister Lan by Jiang Qingwei, was slightly taken aback upon encountering Lin Zhe, as she had been with Jiang Qingwei for 2 years and had never before met a male companion in her presence. Moreover, the tender demeanor Jiang Qingwei displayed suggested that Lin Zhe held significant importance to her. Seizing a moment while Lin Zhe arranged the ingredients, Zhao Tailan whispered, "Yeah, don't tell me he is the one you've had feelings for all these years." Although their relationship was that of employer and employee, over 2 years, they had cultivated a bond akin to that of sisters. Jiang Qingwei had confided in Zhao Tailan about her long-standing affection for Lin Zhe. Yet she had never revealed his identity. Upon hearing Zhao Tailan's remark, Jiang Qingwei shyly nodded. "He's incredibly handsome and undeniably charming," Zhao Tailan remarked with a smile. "Sister Lan, do you think I could win his heart? Please, you are Jiang Qingwei, the hottest female celebrity in the country. You are beautiful, with an alluring figure. If you set your mind to it, that man would surely be captivated by you. I lack confidence, though. Besides, if I were to win him over, I wouldn't mind being the one to worship him," Jiang Qingwei replied. Zhao Tailan, exasperated, chided, Yeah, when did you become so infatuated? You've always been a romantic at heart. Otherwise, how could you have adored Lin Zhe for 6 years? Sister Lan, how should I pursue him? This is simple. Just be kind to him, gift him tokens of your affection, and win his favor. However, there is one thing you must refrain from. What is it? Do not offer your body too readily, as it may come across as cheap. Jiang Qingwei blushed even more. Sister Lan, what are you saying? I would never give myself away so quickly. Zhao Tailan chuckled. One can never be too sure. After all, you are a hopeless romantic. That is impossible. At most, I would hold his hand or share a kiss, but I would never go that far, Jiang Qingwei declared with conviction. Zhao Tailan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Just remember not to rush into anything. You might end up regretting it. Understood, Sister Lan. Please leave me to pursue my romantic interests. Zhao Tailan smiled. All right, I wish you success in your endeavors. After departing from Jiang Qingyue's villa, Zhao Tailan entered her car and promptly placed a call. The line connected swiftly. Mr. Bai. It's me, Qingwei's manager. I have an important matter to discuss. The person Qingwei has feelings for has appeared. His name is Lin Zhe. Chapter 50. I must charge a fee after bidding farewell to Zhao Tailan. Jiang Qingwei skipped merrily into the kitchen. Lin Zhe, what can I do for you? Just eat. He replied. But I don't wish to be a mere glutton, she protested. Very well, then you can cook while I take a break. Jiang Qingwei chuckled at his words. Her eyes sparkling as she replied, All right, but will you keep me company while I work? Of course, but I must charge a fee, he jested. Sure. I'll pay you. How much do you want? She laughed. Forget it. Discussing money could tarnish our friendship. Let us settle for something more corporeal. Jiang Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She truly adored Lin Zhe's humor, slightly mischievous, yet undeniably charming. The ingredients were soon prepared. Lin Zhe, reclining like a lord, began to relish the attentiveness of Jiang Qinghua. She, like a dutiful wife, eagerly served tender slices of beef into his bowl. Initially, she contemplated feeding him directly with her own chopsticks but hesitated, fearing it might be too intimate and scare him away. "Do taste the beef and tell me if you enjoy it," she urged. "Given that you personally served it, how could it possibly be unpalatable?" Lindsay replied with a grin. "Come on, just try it," Jiang Qinghua playfully chided. If her fans were to witness this scene, they would surely be left in disbelief. The typically aloof Jiang Qinghua was indulging in playful banter. No sooner had she spoken than Lindsay had already taken a piece of beef into his mouth. Quite tough. Perhaps it needed less time in the boiling water. "Also, I don't consume vegetables. Tonight, I crave only meat." "Understood," Jiang Qinghua responded with a smile, continuing to serve him. As the meal concluded, it was already past 9 in the evening. Lindsay had devoured 2 pounds of beef and a pound of lamb, feeling invigorated and robust. Everything was now in place. Only Su Qingshua's presence was needed to complete the picture. During a brief respite, Jiang Qinghua received a video call from an unknown number and excused herself to her room. Lindsay was about to leave when he suddenly received a message from Shen Tianli. "Rascal, what are you up to?" "Just working," Lindsay excitedly replied. "Stop being cheeky. I asked what you were doing." "Damn, you should be clearer in your queries. You've made me overly excited for nothing. You owe me some compensation, at least a dozen sweet kisses." Shen Tianli was speechless. Although it wasn't her first encounter with Lindsay's shamelessness, she was still taken aback by his audacity. "Compensation? For what? What are you even doing?" "I just had dinner with Jiang Qinghua." "Oh, you didn't join me." "But she did." Upon reading Lindsay's message, Shen Tianli felt a surge of annoyance. "What do you mean she did what you did in tea? It was merely a hot pot meal. It's as if you're painting me as a heartless betrayer." "Humph. I can also accompany you for hot pot tomorrow." "Not interested. When I craved it most, you weren't there for me. Now that you wish to treat me, I'm afraid it's too late." Shen Tianli chuckled softly. This cheeky rascal always had a way with words that could leave one in stitches. What does it mean to withhold something from him when he desires it most, only to offer it when the moment has passed? It is merely a trivial matter of a hot pot, yet it is expressed with such depth of emotion. What a rogue. "Oh, you mischievous scoundrel. Could you not be a bit more serious? I am quite troubled at the moment." "What troubles you? Speak of it, and let me find some amusement in it." "How annoying. It's not even about me. It concerns my dear friend." "Your friend, the underground empress of Haiqing?" "Yes. What has happened to her?" "She is suffering from severe menstrual pain, to the point of hospitalization, which is why I could not join you for hot pot." Lindsay may not have experienced womanhood, yet he understands that some women endure excruciating pain during their menstrual cycle. Is it that severe? Indeed, it is quite serious. The hospital cannot help. It is futile. It is a matter of cold in the womb that requires nurturing. Perhaps I could offer her some treatment. Lindsay was not merely speaking idly. During the 3 years of his incarceration on Blue Star, he had learned a bit of medicine from an old man to pass the time. Treating a cold womb is rather straightforward. "You rogue, do not jest. My friend is beautiful, but her background is intricate. If you dare to act inappropriately, she could easily deal with you." "What? She is beautiful? Then I must indeed treat her, for saving a beauty is a noble duty," Lindsay replied with enthusiasm. Shen Tianli laughed despite her irritation. She quickly exited the ward and sent Lindsay a video. As the video connected, Shen Tianli's stunningly alluring face filled the screen. Undeniably, she was exceptionally beautiful, especially when her eyes sparkled with mischief. It felt as if they were electrifying. "Come, let us see your legs," Lindsay initiated. Shen Tianli scolded playfully. "You rogue, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lindsay chuckled and then, with utmost seriousness, stated, in all honesty, "I possess some medical knowledge and could surely treat a cold womb." Shen Tianli's laughter faded. "Are you serious?" Lindsay nodded. "Why was I unaware of your medical skills? You are oblivious to many things. Remember, my looks are merely the least impressive of my attributes." Shen Tianli burst into laughter. Why does she look so captivating when she laughs? No wonder I find myself drawn to her. Don't joke. My friend is truly extraordinary. If you mishandle this, she might actually take care of you. Rest assured, I have yet to reach the point of intimacy with you. I wouldn't dare to court disaster. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lindsay. "So, did you enjoy your hot pot with Jiang Qinghua?" "Indeed, it was delightful, accompanied by a beauty." "How could it not be?" Lindsay replied with a smile. Shen Tianli felt a pang of envy. "Well then, enjoy your happiness. I shall hang up." "Don't. Let me see your legs." "Go away," Shen Tianli retorted with a laugh. Lindsay inquired, "By the way, have you heard Jiang Qinghui's new song?" Upon hearing this, Shen Tianli's mood soured. She had indeed listened to the song as it was trending, but that was precisely why she felt displeasure. Such a beautiful song. And this rogue had given it to Jiang Qingwei. Indeed, Shen Tianli felt a twinge of jealousy. You rogue, regardless, you must compose another song for me. You're not even a star. What is the point of writing for you? It's a waste of my energy, she retorted. Humph, I'm not backing down. All right. A 10-minute kiss in exchange for a song, Lin Zhe replied with a grin. A kiss it is, Lin Zhe exclaimed, his excitement palpable. When will you return? Tomorrow. Shen Tianli replied curtly. All right, I'm hanging up, Lin Zhe said, promptly ending the video call. Shen Tianli was left speechless. Lin Zhe hadn't truly intended to end the call. He was merely distracted by a message from Su Qingxue. I'm back. When will you come over? After putting away his phone, Jiang Qingwei was still engaged in a video call, speaking in dialect. It appeared to be a family chat. Lin Zhe discreetly mouthed to her that he was leaving, and Jiang Qingwei nodded with a smile. Once outside Jiang Qingwei's villa, Lin Zhe hurriedly made his way to Su Qingxue's residence. Chapter 51. A past of pride upon entering the villa and entering the password. Lin Zhe immediately spotted Su Qingxue seated on the sofa. Absent were the white shirt, form-fitting skirt, and high heels. She was still dressed in her afternoon gown. Lin Zhe turned to leave, thinking it was a waste of his time. However, adhering to the principle of having come this far, he opted to sit beside Su Qingxue. It was merely a matter of changing her outfit. How difficult could that be? Not to mention, even if it involved undressing her, it likely wouldn't pose much of a challenge. How was your afternoon soaking in the hot springs with Jizifeng? Lin Zhe inquired with a smile. I didn't soak with him at all. I didn't even get in the water, Su Qingxue quickly clarified. Then how about we go to the hot springs together next time? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently nodded. By the way, what did you need to discuss with me? Lin Zhe asked, believing it best to settle these trivial matters before addressing Su Qingxue's concerns. Was that popular song by Jiang Qingwei something you composed? Yes, I wrote it, Lin Zhe affirmed. Although Su Qingxue had anticipated such an outcome. Hearing it from Lin Zhe's own lips stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Could you help arrange an album for the artists at my company? Money is no object. Certainly, however, I can only assist you with writing the songs and performing them once. The rest will need to be handled by others. Lin Zhe replied with a nod. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Su Qingxue's heart. Her primary aim was to have Lin Zhe write songs for her. And she had thought that after their divorce and the pain she caused him, he would refuse to assist. Yet, to her surprise, he readily agreed. Lin Zhe was indeed agreeable. He harbored no animosity towards Su Qingxue, and since money was not a concern for her, he had no qualms regarding that either. Most importantly, Lin Zhe genuinely desired to be intimate with her. He was very much drawn to her. Are you not deceiving me? Su Qingxue asked, her excitement mounting. Lin Zhe grasped her delicate waist and effortlessly drew her soft, fragrant form onto his lap. Now, look into my eyes and tell me, what do you see? Lin Zhe asked earnestly. Su Qingxue initially felt a tinge of shyness and discomfort due to Lin Zhe's teasing. However, upon hearing his words, she momentarily set aside her embarrassment and earnestly scrutinized the depths of his gaze. Yet, as their eyes met, her delicate face flushed a captivating crimson. She bashfully turned her head away, unable to withstand the intensity of Lin Zhe's fervent stare, which felt as if it scorched her very heart. Clumsily, she stammered, I see sincerity. Indeed, sincerity it was. Then do you think I was deceiving you just now? Lin Zhe intended to declare, no, in my eyes. There is only you. Yet he deemed such a statement excessively corny and utterly nauseating. Even if he was indeed being deceitful, he believed it should not be done in such a distasteful manner. Su Qingxue quickly shook her head. I didn't really doubt your words. I just found it hard to believe you would agree so readily. Do you know why I agreed so readily? Lin Zhe inquired. With her heart racing, Su Qingxue asked. Why? Because I want to sleep with you. I thought that by doing so, you would surely be moved and offer yourself to me. Lin Zhe's honesty was almost shocking. After all, he had no morals, no boundaries, and was utterly shameless. Su Qingxue felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. She was embarrassed by Lin Zhe's audacity and directness, yet frustrated because she had believed he was willing to help her out of lingering affection. In the end, it turned out he was simply interested in her physically. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that upon hearing Lin Zhe's intentions, Su Qingxue's mind immediately conjured images of the two of them entangled in bed that very night. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Will you let me? Lin Zhe asked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gazed at her. Su Qingxue, Her cheeks flushed, replied, "No." There was a hint of playful defiance in her tone. "Then let us not. You go change first. I want to see you in a white shirt, a fitted skirt, sheer stockings, and high heels." Lindsay chuckled. Such matters could not be rushed. They must be savored slowly. Moreover, Lindsay relished the process of teasing her. He was determined to win her over under his shameless advances. Su Qingxue shot him a glare. "Do you really have such a fondness for that attire?" "Fondness? It could very well be the death of me," he replied. A strange sense of pride welled up within her. "Humph, when I used to dress like that, I never noticed you were particularly fond of it. Back then, I had some semblance of shame," he retorted. Su Qingxue laughed at his words, her laughter enchanting and heart-fluttering. "You're quite shameless now. I can go change, but I haven't had dinner yet. Could you make me some noodles?" Her tone carried an unconscious hint of coaxing. "You haven't had dinner? No wonder when I held you earlier, you felt so slender," Lindsay remarked. Su Qingxue felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Almost on the verge of tears. She had indeed gone to a restaurant that evening, but once there, Ji Zifeng incessantly discussed matters related to foreign producers, subtly hinting at the expectation for her to compensate them. This left Su Qingxue feeling quite disheartened. She comprehended that Ji Zifeng's actions were driven by a desire to avoid offending the other party, as there might be future collaborations to consider. It wasn't that she was particularly attached to the money. However, Su Qingxue had never heard of a principle that dictated one must incur losses if a partnership failed. Subsequently, she didn't even have dinner, and with the anticipation of her evening rendezvous with Lindsay weighing on her mind, she hurriedly returned home. Observing Su Qingxue's distressed expression, Lindsay remarked, "Go change your clothes. I'll prepare some noodles for you." Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly. Upon returning to her bedroom, she gazed at the expansive bed and recalled that night when Lindsay had playfully exhausted her 7 times. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In truth, every time she lay on that bed over the past few days, memories of that night would flood her thoughts. Entering her wardrobe, Su Qingxue selected the outfit and stockings that Lindsay had specifically requested. As she delicately slipped her legs into the sheer stockings, admiring her alluring form in the mirror, her complexion deepened with a rosy hue. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Su Qingxue, why do you heed that scoundrel's words? Surely, you don't genuinely wish for him to take you to bed." Yet, despite her words, she found herself eagerly anticipating Lindsay's reaction to her appearance, convinced it would utterly captivate him. As the noodles neared completion, Su Qingxue descended the stairs. The moment Lindsay laid eyes on her, his breath became momentarily unsteady. Clad in a white shirt, a form-fitting skirt, sheer stockings, and delicate high heels, she embodied the quintessential office attire, a common sight on the streets. Yet inexplicably, whenever Su Qingxue donned such attire, Lindsay's heart raced with fervor. He pondered whether it was a peculiar penchant of his or if Su Qingxue simply appeared irresistibly enchanting in those clothes. When Su Qingxue caught Lindsay's gaze, brimming with intensity, she felt a flutter in her chest, causing her heart to race erratically. The instant their eyes met, she bashfully turned away, igniting a deeper longing within Lindsay. Damn it, tonight, he must have her. Chapter 52. Let me give you a massage. As Su Qingxue savored the noodles prepared by Lindsay, a torrent of emotion surged within her. Lindsay's culinary skills had indeed improved, honed over their 3 years of marriage. She distinctly remembered that when they first wed, Lindsay could hardly manage to fry an egg. Yet, for her sake, he diligently practiced his cooking, and with each passing day, his meals became more delectable. Initially, she had been indifferent to dining at home, but eventually, her greatest anticipation transformed into the desire to enjoy Lindsay's cooking. Before their separation, Su Qingxue had tasted Lindsay's dishes countless times. To her, they had merely been delicious, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Yet now, as she indulged in his cooking once more, tears threatened to spill. She understood that her tears were not solely due to the joy of relishing Lindsay's culinary creations again. It was not merely the taste of Lindsay's cooking that transported her back to the time before their divorce. Rather, it was the overwhelming nostalgia for the days when they had yet to part ways. Yes, she found herself yearning for the moments spent together before their separation. "Why aren't you eating? Are you waiting for me to feed you?" Lindsay suddenly inquired with a playful smile, causing Su Qingxue's cheeks to flush. During their 3 years of marriage, she had certainly been fed by him before. She remembered one winter when she had fallen ill, weakly lying in bed while Lindsay prepared congee for her. The delightful aroma of the millet pumpkin porridge wafted through the air, making her crave it. Although she lacked the strength to eat, eventually she leaned against Lindsay, who carefully fed her spoonful by spoonful. blowing gently on each morsel to ensure it was at a safe temperature before offering it to her. Su Qingxue had thought that with the passage of time, these memories would fade, yet they resurfaced unexpectedly. She felt a twinge of resentment towards her vivid recollections. The beautiful moments they had shared now felt like sandpaper, incessantly rubbing against her heart, causing her pain akin to being cut by a knife. "I don't need you to feed me," she replied, her face still flushed, as she began to eat. "By the way, which singer from your company do you want me to write a song for?" Lindsay casually asked, intending to first gauge her musical style before crafting a similar piece. "Ji Shanshan, you met her at the hot spring resort this afternoon. All right. You eat first while I listen to her music," Su Qingxue responded. Lindsay opened his phone and searched for Ji Shanshan. The young woman had a safe appearance, explaining why he had no prior impression of her. However, he had to admit that she possessed a commendable singing talent. Her style was not heart-wrenching, but rather leaned towards the pathos, striking a deep chord within the listener. After a brief listening session, Lindsay shut off his phone, already formulating his plan to borrow elements from her songs. "Can you write it?" Su Qingxue asked with curiosity. "Of course," Lindsay replied with a grin. "But you should consider her musical style. Writing a poignant song is not an easy task." "I understand. To be honest, I'm already feeling inspired," Su Qingxue exclaimed, her heart fluttering with excitement. She had not anticipated Lindsay's talent for songwriting. She had truly been blind to the potential of having such a gifted individual at home as a mere house husband, a waste of talent indeed. "Then hurry and write it for her. The entire album consists of 10 songs, and I'll offer you 5 million for it. Sound good?" To be frank, that was a generous sum, but Su Qingxue believed Lindsay was worth it, having witnessed his extraordinary abilities. "You still owe me 10 million, Lindsay chuckled. Su Qingxue understood that this amount referred to the sum she had promised him during their divorce. I can transfer it to you all at once. No rush, just eat your noodles first." Su Qingxue nodded. "By the way, are your feet tired? If so, I could give you a massage." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed once more as she murmured, "You rascal, are you trying to take the opportunity to touch my feet? Am I that obvious?" Lindsay teased, eliciting a laugh from Su Qingxue. I had no idea this fellow could be so lascivious. However, she indeed wished for Lindsay to assist her for a while. With a playful smile, she extended her foot, clad in slender high heels, from beneath the table towards him. Lindsay cast a glance downward, his eyes catching sight of her delicate foot encased in sheer stockings, undeniably alluring. He grasped her ankle and removed her high heel. The moment his hand enveloped Su Qingxue's foot, her delicate form quivered involuntarily, and her fair complexion instantly flushed with a rosy hue. It was inevitable. Lindsay's palm radiated warmth, sending her heartbeat into a disarray. Su Qingxue lost her appetite for her meal. In a playful manner, Lindsay teased her by tickling the sole of her foot. Su Qingxue trembled even more intensely, playfully protesting, "Stop it, that tickles." Lindsay glanced at her. Noticing her white teeth gently biting her luscious red lips, her gaze filled with a poignant longing directed at him. Goodness, who taught her to nibble on her lips like that? It was utterly captivating. Lindsay felt his heart race at her actions. Observing that Su Qingxue had abandoned her meal, he took a deep breath and inquired, "Do you still want to eat?" She shook her head, expressing her disinterest. "Then shall we move to the sofa for a while?" Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled as she playfully remarked, "Humph, do you genuinely wish to massage me? Or is this merely an opportunity to touch me?" "Both," he replied with a smirk. "How annoying, then I shan't allow you to massage me." "Really not going to let me?" Lindsay asked with a cheerful glint in his eyes. Su Qingxue fell silent. Truth be told, she was somewhat tempted. Before their divorce, Lindsay would often give her massages, and each time, she felt her fatigue dissipate entirely. Yet, she feared that this rogue might take liberties while massaging her. After a moment of silence, Su Qingxue suddenly said, "Put my shoes back on. Are you truly not going to let me massage you?" Lindsay felt reluctant to let go. Damn, he hadn't had his fill yet. "Humph, how can I go to the sofa without my shoes? Are you expecting me to let you carry me?" "Gladly at your service," he replied, as she wasn't heavy, and her body was soft and fragrant, an enticing thought for Lindsay. "Then carry me." Su Qingxue opened her arms. Lindsay released her foot and moved beside her, clasping her slender waist and lifting her effortlessly. His motion was somewhat abrupt, causing Su Qingxue to gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Their bodies pressed closely together, their eyes locking in an intimate gaze, causing Su Qingxue's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. The vibrant hue stirred Lindsay's emotions. As he savored her soft, fragrant form, he felt a wave of desire wash over him. His throat dry and voice hoarse, he murmured, Su Qingxue, I suddenly find myself disinterested in giving you a massage. Initially intending to proceed gradually, Lin Zhe could no longer restrain himself. With Lin Zhe's fervent gaze upon her, Su Qingxue's heart raced as she boldly asked, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 53. Your audacity grows by the day. With her alluring short skirt and long legs, Su Qingxue presented an irresistible sight to Lin Zhe. She resembled the most delectable delicacy in the world, igniting a tempest of emotions within him. A longing so profound he wished to devour her whole. Struggling to contain his surging desires, Lin Zhe managed to utter a single word. "Want?" Su Qingxue, no naive child, comprehended the weight of his utterance. It struck her heart like a heavy hammer, sending her pulse racing. Her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and her lustrous eyes glimmered with a hint of seduction. "How dare you become so audacious?" "Humph. Last time on the sofa, you nearly took advantage of me. Put me down at once. I wish to walk on my own," she exclaimed playfully. Yet, Lin Zhe, stirred by her teasing, had no intention of releasing her. "Let me hold you a little longer. Soon, when you are with Jizifeng, I will no longer have the chance. I do not wish to be with him," she asserted. During the days Jizifeng had returned, Su Qingxue felt an unsettling dissonance in their interactions. She realized her affections for him had waned, or perhaps more accurately, had transformed into a growing aversion to his company. It dawned on her that it would not be long before she severed all ties with him completely. "Su Qingxue, I wish to kiss you," Lin Zhe declared, disregarding her previous words. Her cheeks blushed even more fiercely. "Humph, I shall not grant a kiss to you, you scoundrel," she retorted playfully. Damn, what on earth has she been nourished on? She is not only stunningly beautiful and well-proportioned, but her words are equally tantalizing. A mere refusal from her sent Lin Zhe into a frenzy of desire. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned in to kiss her. To be frank, Lin Zhe was not lacking in self-control. However, having endured 3 years of confinement and hardship, the opportunity to indulge in such pleasures was too enticing to resist. The moment their lips met, an electrifying sensation coursed through their bodies. Lin Zhe parted her soft lips, his tongue exploring her mouth, entwining with her sweet, tender tongue. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank, as she felt herself becoming lightheaded. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself pressed beneath him, caught in a whirlwind of passion. The scoundrel not only kissed her but had also slipped his hand beneath her fitted skirt, though she yearned to push him away. A deep-seated desire began to blossom within her. This feeling left Su Qingxue utterly enchanted. The night they first shared an intimate moment, despite the lingering ache in her body, she could not deny the euphoric sensation that enveloped her. In truth, she found herself somewhat fond of that feeling. Just as she felt on the verge of losing consciousness from the intensity of the kiss, Lin Zhe temporarily released her. Upon glancing at Su Qingxue beneath him, her originally fair visage had taken on an alluring flush. Her lustrous eyes were now completely suffused with desire. As their gazes intertwined, an electrifying tension filled the air. Before Lin Zhe could utter another word, Su Qingxue entwined her arms around his neck and initiated a kiss. Her eagerness surpassed even his. Indeed, she had been utterly ignited by his kiss. This time, it was she who boldly extended her soft, fragrant tongue. Lin Zhe was overwhelmed. Those who have shared such intimate moments understand that kissing another is an entirely different experience from being kissed. Lin Zhe was thoroughly enraptured, his blood coursing with fervor as his desires flared to life. He hastily began to disrobe, not his own attire, but that of Su Qingxue. He kissed her passionately, while deftly removing her clothing. As for Lin Zhe's own garments, his pants had long since vanished. Damn it! He regretted ever allowing her to wear so many layers, especially the stockings, which proved to be incredibly troublesome to remove. In a fit of impatience, he chose to rip them apart. Yet, as he tore away those enticing stockings, his exhilaration soared. He had never fathomed that such an act could elicit such excitement. It appeared that this could become a frequent indulgence. With the constraints of the stockings removed, everything became significantly easier. Observing Su Qingxue's seductive demeanor, Lin Zhe was suddenly struck by a mischievous thought. Although he was even more impatient than she, he found the door stubbornly refusing to yield. Su Qingxue, yearning for more, gazed at him with sultry eyes and playfully admonished, "You naughty boy." At that moment, Lin Zhe could no longer resist and was about to enter the house when a loud, insistent knocking interrupted them. The sound was so forceful it seemed as if it might dismantle the door. Startled by the unexpected commotion, Lin Zhe nearly lost his composure. Damn it! Anger surged within him. Who dared to intrude at such a critical moment? He had been on the verge of indulging in pleasure, only to be thwarted by this unwelcome interruption. Initially, Lin Zhe wished to ignore the knocker, reasoning that the door was sturdy enough to keep them out. The priority was to seize the moment and enjoy their intimacy. Yet, Su Qingxue was not so inclined. She abruptly pushed him aside and, in a flustered manner, urged, "You. Go answer the door. Don't mind him. Let us continue." Lin Zhe was reluctant to comply. Damn it, the next opportunity for such indulgence might not come easily. What if it were his parents? He kissed her invitingly on her luscious lips and replied, "Fine, I'll check. But even if your parents arrive, they won't stop us. You go upstairs and wait for me." Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she nodded and hurried upstairs. Lin Zhe cast a glance at his neglected desires, a surge of frustration coursing through him, and he slapped himself in annoyance. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "Damn it. You're feeling sorry for yourself? Just wait. I'll make sure you get your due." After hastily donning his pants, Lin Zhe swiftly approached the door. The instant he opened it, he was met with an expression of utter disbelief. Damn it, he regretted having opened the door. Perverse rogue. You truly are at Su Qingshue's residence. Pray tell, why did you take so long to open the door? Indeed, before Lin Zhe stood Shen Tianli, her countenance marred by displeasure as she regarded him. Her doe-like eyes burned with a ferocity that seemed ready to consume. Naturally, we were in the midst of an intimate moment. With you interrupting our delightful encounter, do you truly expect me to have hastily donned my trousers? Lin Zhe retorted with irritation. Shen Tianli, initially seething, could not help but smile at his words. You audacious rogue, you truly dare to utter anything. If Su Qingxue were able to share such intimacy with you, would she still consider divorce? Lin Zhe cast her a sidelong glance. Aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? What brings you back? You, foul rogue, were the one who claimed to possess some medical skill, correct? What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting I should rush to attend to your friend's ailment in the dead of night? Indeed, the truth unraveled as Lin Zhe hung up the phone. Shen Tianli had called Jiang Qingyue upon discovering that Lin Zhe had departed from her home. After checking the surveillance in her villa, she realized Lin Zhe had not returned and deduced he was heading to Su Qingshue's place, though she had not intended to return. The thought of Lin Zhe with Su Qingshuе ignited her ire, prompting her to abandon her friend in haste. Initially, she had planned to take Lin Zhe to examine her friend's condition the following day. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe flatly refused, "Not tonight. Let us postpone until tomorrow morning. You should leave. I have matters to attend to with Su Qingshuе." Chapter 54. Keep a close watch. What a jest. This was precisely the pivotal moment for him. And the soft, fragrant Su Qingshuo awaited him in bed. Lin Zhe had no desire to depart with her. Moreover, leaving now would undoubtedly humiliate Su Qingshuo. Although he held no affection for her, he certainly wished to be intimate. Angering Su Qingshuo would spell disaster for any future endeavors. Thus, Lin Zhe resolutely refused to allow such a scenario. What business do you have with Su Qingshuo? Shen Tianli inquired, her tone probing. Lin Zhe nonchalantly replied, "Naturally. It pertains to Ji Shanshan's album." Shen Tianli's expression darkened. "Are you intending to write songs for Ji Shanshan? Is that forbidden?" "It is indeed. I shall not permit you to compose for any of Su Qingshue's artists," she declared with an air of authority. To be candid, she was not a miserly person. Rather, she feared that should Lin Zhe showcase too much of his talent, Su Qingshuo might regret her decision to divorce him. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly pursue Lin Zhe again if given the chance. Shen Tianli was determined to prevent such an occurrence. If Su Qingshuo were an ordinary individual, Shen Tianli might not be overly concerned, but the reality was that Su Qingshuo was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed a striking figure. Lin Zhe, being a notorious lecher, could easily be swayed by her allure. Damn it, we are merely collaborators. On what grounds do you obstruct my opportunity to earn? Lin Zhe protested, vexed. Humph. If you wish to continue your pursuits with me, then you are forbidden from writing. Lin Zhe was both amused and exasperated. Very well. Should you wish for me to engage with you now, I could acquiesce. Shen Tianli chided playfully, "You scoundrel. Are you seeking death? I've already elevated your score to 50. Do not push your luck. Push my luck. Spare me your nonsense. Just leave. I was in the midst of a critical discussion with Su Qingshuo, and your interruption has left me utterly frustrated. Humph. I shall not leave." With that, Shen Tianli stepped into Su Qingshue's villa. When Lin Zhe moved, Shen Tianli had never entered this abode, declaring that it was a place where even dogs would not tread. Yet now, not only did she enter, but she audaciously settled upon the sofa, occupying the very spot where Lin Zhe had shared tender moments with Su Qingshuo moments ago. A closer inspection would reveal the telltale moisture on the cushions. Just as Lin Zhe was about to persuade her to depart, Su Qingshuo descended gracefully from the upper floor. clad in a flowing black gown that enveloped her enchanting figure, revealing only her face and arms. Lindsay felt a stirring within him. How could she be so alluring in anything she wore? Were it not for Shen Tianli's presence, he would have yearned to press Su Qingxue against the dining table. Perhaps that could be a venture for another time. This is my home. I ask you to leave, Su Qingxue declared with a frosty tone. Shen Tianli retorted defiantly. I shall not leave. If you dare, call the police. Su Qingxue scoffed lightly. Do you think I wouldn't? With that, she produced her phone and began dialing for the authorities. Shen Tianli was taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Qingxue would indeed take such a step. Although the police could do little to her, the humiliation of such an incident becoming public was daunting. If I must go, then let us return home to kiss. You scoundrel, she said, linking her arm with Lindsay's in a show of defiance. She was deliberately provoking Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's expression darkened. Her gaze towards Shen Tianli icy. Earlier, when Shen Tianli had banged on the door, Su Qingxue's desires had been quelled, and after splashing cold water on her face upstairs, she had regained her composure. If Lindsay wished to depart, then let him, but seeing Shen Tianli swaggering about, intent on kissing Lindsay, ignited a spark of displeasure within Su Qingxue. Though she had divorced Lindsay, he was now indeed a free man, capable of kissing whomever he chose. Yet, she understood the rationale, yet could not quell the fury surging within her. She would not permit anyone to kiss Lindsay. Even the sight of Shen Tianli entwining her arm with his was enough to incite her wrath. Release Lindsay, Su Qingxue commanded, her voice laced with authority. Why should I heed your command? You are divorced. Lindsay is now mine, Shen Tianli replied smugly. The sight of Su Qingxue's faltering composure thrilled her immensely. As Shen Tianli not only refused to let go, but also taunted her further, Su Qingxue's anger intensified. Staring blankly, she implored, Lindsay, have her leave. Let us continue what we were doing. Lindsay felt a surge of delight in his heart. He was genuinely concerned that Shen Tianli's arrival would diminish Su Qingxue's interest. Yet to his surprise, she proactively uttered such words. Shen Tianli, you may leave. We have important matters to discuss, Lindsay stated bluntly. While he certainly harbored desires for Shen Tianli, his father had consistently used grades to constrain him. The prospect of being with her seemed distant. However, Su Qingxue was readily available, and even a fool could discern the wiser choice. Seeing Lindsay so obediently heed Su Qingxue's words, Shen Tianli felt a pang of vulnerability. Nevertheless, she sensed that Su Qingxue's intent to continue their previous conversation differed from what Lindsay had conveyed to her. If it were merely about writing a song for Ji Shanshan, Su Qingxue would not have employed it as bait to entice Lindsay. Furthermore, the allure of such a proposition was minimal, certainly not compelling enough to make Lindsay relinquish his desire to remain. This indicated that their prior discussion was not about composing for Ji Shanshan, as Lindsay suggested. Could it be that, as Lindsay implied, they had been engaged in something more intimate? Yet, Shen Tianli quickly dismissed this notion. It was evident that Su Qingxue had divorced Lindsay for her beloved, the so-called Black Moonlight, making it implausible for her to share affection with Lindsay. What, then, could possess such immense allure for him, regardless of the circumstances? The priority was to extricate Lindsay from the situation. If he were allowed to stay, how could she later use him to provoke Su Qingxue? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Shen Tianli suddenly smiled seductively and remarked, You rogue, don't I still owe you 10 wet kisses? Come with me first, and I shall grant you your wish at home. Lindsay felt a stir of interest, not for the 10 kisses, but for the possibilities that might ensue thereafter. However, before he could respond, Su Qingxue interjected with a cold laugh, Shen Tianli, do you think such foolish lies will provoke me? Do you believe I'm as dim-witted as you? Shen Tianli, beaming with pride, retorted, Thank you for the compliment. I do possess quite a figure, and Lindsay certainly enjoys it. If you think I am lying, then watch closely. With that, she playfully wrapped her arms around Lindsay's neck and pressed his head down. In the next instant, her sultry crimson lips met his. Chapter 55. The tool. Su Qingxue was infuriated. She never expected Shen Tianli to be so brazen, daring to kiss Lindsay right before her eyes. Although it was not the first time she had witnessed Shen Tianli kiss him, the proximity was unprecedented. You wretched girl, who permitted you to kiss Lindsay? Su Qingxue nearly roared. Shen Tianli, her face alight with triumph, replied, I wish to. If you're dissatisfied, then you kiss him too. She knew that Su Qingxue could never be as reckless as she was in pursuing Lindsay, as her heart belonged solely to her white moonlight. However, before Shen Tianli could finish her taunt, Su Qingxue swiftly stepped forward, forcefully pushing her aside. in the bewildered gaze of Lin Zhe. She entwined her arms around his neck and, rising on her toes, kissed him passionately. The soft, fragrant tongue swiftly delved into Lin Zhe's mouth, fervently squeezing the air within. Shen Tianli stood frozen, utterly astounded. She could hardly fathom that Su Qingxue had truly kissed Lin Zhe, and with such fervor, even extending her tongue. Yet, before she could fully process this shocking spectacle, a surge of inexplicable fury erupted from the depths of her heart. Shen Tianli was livid. Not only was she enraged, but she also felt an unbearable ache within, as if her heart were being ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. Her complexion had inexplicably turned deathly pale, and she felt unsteady on her feet. The sensation of having her cherished possession snatched away ignited an impulse within her to eliminate Su Qingxue. Regret washed over Shen Tianli. She lamented having kissed Lin Zhe in front of Su Qingxue. Had she refrained from such an action, she would not have provoked herself into a state of irrationality. She wished to slap herself for her folly. Just as she felt on the verge of suffocation, Su Qingxue released Lin Zhe, casting a provocative glance at Shen Tianli. Upon seeing Shen Tianli's fiery eyes and ashen face, clearly shaken, Su Qingxue felt a surge of satisfaction. The kiss had indeed been spurred by Shen Tianli's earlier provocations. Yet now, witnessing Shen Tianli's disarray, Su Qingxue recalled Lin Zhe's words at the hot spring resort, where he had suggested she should make Shen Tianli green with envy. Initially, she thought he merely sought to take advantage of her, but now it appeared he had spoken wisely. Truth be told, Su Qingxue had not anticipated that her actions would provoke such a reaction from Shen Tianli. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that she had discovered a means to counter Shen Tianli. Su Qingxue, you truly lack shame. Having divorced Lin Zhe, how dare you still kiss him? What? Did Lin Zhe marry you? Su Qingxue retorted with a cold laugh, her words further unraveling Shen Tianli. It was not merely a breach of composure. It was as if she were about to explode with fury. How dare Su Qingxue utter such words? Shen Tianli seethed. You are utterly shameless. Su Qingxue smiled, her expression radiant, reveling in Shen Tianli's disarray. She had never felt such exhilaration before. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe stood bewildered, questioning if these two women viewed him merely as a tool for their rivalry. Yet, he wanted to commend their performance. How could he have ever dreamed of such a scene? What had he done to deserve this? He stifled his laughter, observing Su Qingxue's triumphant demeanor. A frantic Shen Tianli suddenly grasped Lin Zhe's arm and pulled him toward the exit, leaving Su Qingxue unimpeded. Though a twinge of disappointment lingered in Su Qingxue's heart as she watched Lin Zhe depart, she felt a sense of triumph. Wait a moment, Lin Zhe exclaimed hastily. Shen Tianli's anger intensified. You scoundrel, what do you mean? You don't want to leave? No, I just need to speak with Su Qingxue for a moment before I go. Humph, then be quick about it. Rest assured, it won't be long. You may wait for me outside. Shen Tianli, at that moment, wished to avoid Su Qingxue, for the sight of her smug demeanor evoked the painful image of her kissing Lin Zhe. This thought pierced her heart like a dagger. As Shen Tianli departed the villa and the door closed behind her, Lin Zhe swiftly enveloped Su Qingxue in his warm embrace. Startled, Su Qingxue exclaimed, What audacity! You think you can just hold me whenever you please? Let go of me. Lin Zhe retorted, Just a moment ago, you clung to me to provoke Shen Tianli. Now that she has been stirred, you wish to sever ties? Humph, who initiated this game? Indeed, she was in the wrong, but that is in the past. Don't stay up too late tonight. Wait for me, he added. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she tilted her head and asked, What do you mean? I mean, of course, to sleep with you. Not a chance. She protested, a mixture of embarrassment and anger coloring her response. Come now, I'm nearly suffocating here. Serves you right. He grumbled, incensed, and playfully smacked her voluptuous backside. With a delicate huff, Su Qingxue gazed at him with a pout. You've never laid a hand on me in the 3 years of our marriage. Very well, I concede. Allow me to soothe you, he replied, lifting her long skirt and beginning to massage her. Yet, after a brief moment, Lin Zhe's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, Su Qingxue, you aren't wearing any underwear? In that instant, he had already explored the contours of her form. How thrilling. Su Qingxue's face turned a deep shade of crimson, exuding an allure that was almost palpable. Stop it. I didn't mean to go without. I was so flustered by Shen Tianli's voice that I forgot. I thought you were teasing me. Don't deny it. It is I who am ensnared by your charms, Lin Zhe chuckled. Of course, it was your doing, Su Qingxue pouted, her soft lips quivering playfully. How is she so irresistibly captivating? He could hardly contain himself, urgently kissing her. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, her body melting against him. After an extended kiss, as he released her, Her sultry gaze was tinged with a hint of reproach. You are becoming increasingly audacious. Breathless, Lindsay replied. It is you who grows ever more alluring. Wait for me tonight, do you understand? A flutter surged within Su Qingxue. Why did his compliment bring her such joy? I don't want to wait until tonight. I desire you now, she playfully insisted. Lindsay, stirred by her words, found himself in a predicament. He yearned to act upon his desires, yet the thought of Shun Tianli lingering nearby tethered him to reality. If she interrupted halfway, Lindsay would undoubtedly lose his mind. It was evening, and Shun Tianli was now like a persistent adhesive, following me wherever I went. If I try to stay behind, she would provoke you again. Once she falls asleep, I will come to find you. Then I shall lock the door, preventing your entry. Fear not, I will climb through the window. No. It makes it seem as if we are engaging in an affair. Isn't that all the more thrilling? Lindsay remarked with a grin. Su Qingxue shot him a glare. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, Shun Tianli's voice echoed from outside. You scoundrel, have you not finished your conversation? Lindsay quickly planted a kiss on Su Qingxue's luscious red lips and said, Wait for me. I will be back shortly. With that, he slipped out of the villa. Upon seeing Lindsay emerge, Shun Tianli stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and inquired, What were you discussing with Su Qingxue? It took so long. We were kissing. Had Lindsay made such a statement in the past, Shun Tianli would have never believed it. However, after witnessing Su Qingxue forcefully kiss him, she no longer dared to jump to conclusions. Scoundrel, you are not allowed to see Su Qingxue again. Do you hear me? Why not? I refuse. Who do you think you are to dictate my actions? Lindsay replied, irritated. He thought to himself, their relationship was merely a partnership, so why the fuss? Shun Tianli was infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood. This scoundrel actually dared to disregard her words. I don't care. If you wish to be with me, keep your distance from Su Qingxue. Fine, then I shall not be with you. You may leave. Always dangling this matter before him, did she truly think herself a fish? Shun Tianli was growing anxious. Scoundrel, what do you mean? Are you going to find Su Qingxue? I can seek whomever I wish. Why do you concern yourself so much? If we can collaborate, we will. If not, then so be it. Lindsay did desire her, but only under the condition that there were no unnecessary complications. Shun Tianli was increasingly furious, feeling as if she could vomit blood. She had thought she could easily manipulate this scoundrel, but it seemed she had overestimated her abilities. It appeared she needed to sweeten the deal a bit more. Otherwise, if he truly returned to find Su Qingxue, she might very well die of anger. Resolute. Shun Tianli smiled alluringly and said, Do not be angry. I was wrong for being harsh with you. While speaking, she swayed Lindsay's arm playfully. Lindsay felt his heart flutter at her antics. While she swayed her own arm, what did it mean for her to rub against his arm with such intent? Damn it. I am quite irate. What do you propose we do? A kiss, perhaps? Shun Tianli suggested with a flirtatious smile. She was confident that once he tasted her lips, he would no longer be upset. Come, let us return home. Once they arrived at Shun Tianli's villa, before she could utter a word, Lindsay had already wrapped his arms around her slender waist and seated her on the sofa. By the time Shun Tianli regained her senses, Lindsay's lips were already pressed against her vibrant red ones. A tingling sensation surged through her, sending her heart racing. She could not help but recall their previous kiss in the car. However, that thought quickly faded, as Lindsay's kiss left her head spinning, as if intoxicated. However, unlike the effects of intoxication, she did not feel discomfort. Rather, it was exhilarating and immensely pleasurable. Shun Tianli found herself somewhat addicted to the sensation. She entwined her arms around Lindsay's neck and began to reciprocate the kiss, their tongues dancing in a passionate embrace. Just as she felt on the verge of breathlessness, Lindsay reluctantly released her. Shun Tianli gasped softly, her doe-like eyes shimmering with seductive desire. Lindsay was not faring much better, panting heavily, his gaze a vivid crimson. You rogue, is kissing me more enjoyable than kissing Su Qingxue? Shun Tianli teased breathlessly. Oh no, I was too hasty before and didn't savor it enough. Perhaps we should repeat it, so I can truly discern who is more pleasurable to kiss. She looked at Lindsay with a mix of irritation and amusement. This rogue would say anything to coax a kiss. You wish. Tonight ends here. I am off to shower and sleep, Lindsay declared, having just succumbed to the allure of her lips, only to find Shun Tianli pulling away. He wished to continue. But then he remembered that Su Qingxue was waiting at home. The thought of Su Qingxue's graceful figure prompted Lindsay to temporarily let Shun Tianli go. After all, with her, it was merely a matter of kisses, while with Su Qingxue, it promised something far more substantial. After watching Shun Tianli depart, Lindsay returned to his room. After cleansing himself, he lay quietly on his bed, awaiting Sun Tianli's slumber. His concern was not that she would discover his rendezvous with Su Qingxue, but rather that she might cause a disruption. He was genuinely apprehensive about being interrupted mid-encounter. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was deep into the night. Lindsay rolled out of bed and stealthily exited his room, treading lightly as he ascended the stairs. He paused at Sun Tianli's door and listened. It was eerily silent within. She must have already fallen asleep. Lindsay turned and descended the stairs, swiftly exiting the villa. Su Qingxue's villa was shrouded in darkness, likely indicating she had retired for the night. Yet, Lindsay paid no mind to this. He hurriedly entered Su Qingxue's abode, making his way directly to her sleeping quarters. Su Qingxue was indeed asleep. After having bid farewell to Lindsay earlier, she had taken a shower and lay down on her bed. Although Lindsay had instructed her to wait for him, Su Qingxue was acutely aware that he would most likely not return. After all, Sun Tianli would be keeping a close watch on him. Once her expectations faded, sleep descended upon her swiftly, and before long, she was lost in dreams. Lindsay, standing at the edge of Su Qingxue's bed, found himself somewhat speechless. He had told her to wait, yet here she was, fast asleep. Nevertheless, even in slumber, he resolved to rouse her. After all, his desires had begun to protest. Without further ado, Lindsay swiftly shed his clothing and slipped beneath Su Qingxue's covers. As he felt her warm hands gliding across his body, Su Qingxue jolted awake, on the brink of a scream. She feared an intruder had entered her home, one intent on violating her. At that moment, fervent lips suddenly sealed her soft, crimson mouth. A familiar sensation surged forth. It was Lindsay, for reasons unknown. The mere realization that it was Lindsay flooded Su Qingxue's heart with immense delight. She yearned to speak, but Lindsay's lips pressed fiercely against hers, his tongue wildly sweeping through the air of her mouth. Su Qingxue felt dizzy from the kiss. Just as she was on the brink of suffocation, Lindsay released her. Gasping for breath, Su Qingxue exclaimed, "I thought you scoundrel, wouldn't show up. Take off your clothes." Lindsay had no intention of exchanging unnecessary words. "Humph, you take them off," he retorted. Su Qingxue responded with a sultry tone, her voice dripping with allure. There was no denying it. Lindsay's kiss had left her utterly enchanted. Lindsay felt weak in the knees as he swiftly took action. In no time, Su Qingxue found herself mirroring Lindsay's fervor. He lunged towards her fragrant, supple form, panting heavily. Chapter 57. Of course, you can indulge me. Brothers. We struck gold. Lindsay was overwhelmed with excitement. Although he had indulged just a few days prior, one could never have too much of such pleasures. Moreover, the ecstasy he experienced felt insatiable. He devoured with fervor, relishing every moment. The allure of her flesh was simply irresistible. Throughout the night, Lindsay indulged in 4 sumptuous feasts, on the bed, in the bathroom, at the dining table, and on the kitchen island. By the end, he was utterly sated and content. Reclining on the bed with Su Qingxue nestled in his arms, she was exhausted, glistening with fragrant sweat, radiant as a flower. Truth be told, had he not feared causing her distress, Lindsay would have continued indulging. She was simply too tantalizing. "Are you tired?" Lindsay inquired. Su Qingxue let out a playful huff, replying, "You tell me, you scoundrel." Lindsay chuckled softly. "Would you like to continue?" A look of sudden alarm crossed Su Qingxue's alluring face. "Scoundrel, are you never satisfied?" "I don't wish for it either." "But you have no idea how delectable you are," Lindsay remarked, caressing her exquisite visage. "Humph, I once let you scoundrel, sleep with me again." "What? Was I not attentive enough just now?" Lindsay teased. Flustered and indignant, Su Qingxue playfully delivered a light punch to Lindsay. However, her body, still weary from their recent escapades, rendered her strike more akin to a gentle tickle. Lindsay laughed, pulling her fragrant, soft form into his embrace. Su Qingxue was taken aback, fearing he was about to continue. "Scoundrel, spare me." She was genuinely frightened. While such experiences were undeniably pleasurable, her body could hardly withstand repeated indulgences. She felt a twinge of discomfort, primarily due to the lengthy duration of Lindsay's endeavors. She had heard from her friends that such activities should last half an hour at most, yet this scoundrel seemed to stretch it to nearly an hour each time. Moreover, not only was he enduring, but his vigor was also relentless. It was truly overwhelming. "Don't worry, I won't push you further." Lindsay lit a post-coital cigarette and remarked, "Humph, I do not believe your words." He chuckled softly, adding, "Truly, I lack the energy. If we continue this way, I fear I won't be able to walk during the day. Idiot. Do you think I would buy your nonsense? That night, you said the same, and what happened? You took me 7 times. Do you have any idea how sore I was for 2 days afterward? I had to buy medicine to remedy it. Apologies. That was my fault. Let me massage you, he offered. Su Qingxue, flustered and embarrassed, retorted, You, don't mess around. Lindsay chuckled. Look at you, so startled. I was merely teasing. Su Qingxue shot him a glare. You scoundrel. By the way, you should buy a few flight attendant uniforms, he suggested. I am not a flight attendant. Why would I buy such attire? Su Qingxue realized the implications of his words and blushed, delivering a playful punch to Lindsay's arm. You fool. As if I would buy such clothing for you. Come on, your figure is so alluring. If you wore it, it would be quite tempting. As if. Besides, what I wear is already enticing. Lindsay replied, Indeed, even without clothing, you are captivating. But if you refuse to buy it, perhaps I shall ask Shen Tianli to do so. I suspect she would be quite eager. Su Qingxue's mood soured instantly as she straddled Lindsay, her anger flaring. Idiot. What do you mean by bringing her up right after being with me? I didn't want to mention her. It's just that you won't buy it for me. Lindsay said, feigning innocence. Su Qingxue fell silent, realizing he had made a rather shameless suggestion yet was now acting wrong. How brazen of him. Are you buying it or not? Please give me a clear answer. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue, infuriated, bit Lindsay's arm fiercely. Su Qingxue, are you a dog? Humph. It's your fault for provoking me. Honestly, I've seen you without clothes. What's the big deal about a flight attendant uniform? Su Qingxue felt both embarrassed and angry. Fine. If you distance yourself from Shen Tianli, I will buy it. And not just the uniform. I will also purchase enticing lingerie for you to see. You like stockings and high heels, right? I can buy plenty and wear them just for you. How about that? Wow. Are you really planning to use your charms on me? To be fair, she certainly knows how to entice. Fortunately, Lindsay is quite the rogue. Otherwise, he might truly succumb to her allure. Perhaps we should leave it at that. Su Qingxue felt vulnerable, realizing she had said so much in an attempt to please him. To her dismay, he had rejected her advances. Did he not like her? Why was he turning her down? Su Qingxue could no longer contain her emotions. Idiot. Do you truly have feelings for Shen Tianli? She asked, her eyes red-rimmed as she gazed at Lindsay. No, he replied earnestly. Ever since our divorce, I vowed to lock away my heart, believing I would never again feel for anyone. The only reason I have not left her is that she is of use to me. Lindsay's words were not mere fabrications. This afternoon, Lindsay unexpectedly learned that Shen Tianli and her family held a 7% stake in Green Bubble. Lindsay was not particularly interested in these shares, rather. He recognized that once his food delivery software launched, he would require Green Bubble for payment processing, especially since he lacked a payment license. If he were to part ways with her now, what would become of his software? Moreover, there was another reason. He had yet to experience intimacy with Shen Tianli, and Lindsay was unwilling to let go. Upon hearing Lindsay's resolve to lock away his heart and never love again, Su Qingxue felt a sudden pang of anguish. She understood that she had deeply wounded Lindsay. Otherwise, why would he choose to close himself off emotionally? Su Qingxue yearned to express her apologies. Yet the damage had already been done. What use were words of contrition now? Lindsay perceived her guilt and reassured her, saying, You need not blame yourself. Such matters cannot be laid at your feet. After all, you are free and have every right to pursue true love. Comforted by Lindsay's words, Su Qingxue could no longer maintain her composure. She collapsed into Lindsay's embrace, sobbing quietly. After a while, she suddenly choked on her tears and asked, What utility does Shen Tianli serve for you? How perplexing. Why did her thoughts leap so erratically? Shouldn't she be pleading to be with him once more? I intend to establish a company, which will require connections from the Shen family, Lindsay stated, while his fingers gently roamed over her soft form. The Shen family is formidable, but does that mean the Su family is ineffectual? If you wish to leverage connections, can I assist you? Su Qingxue felt increasingly wronged. Lindsay chuckled as he tightened his embrace around her delicate figure. Of course you can assist me, and tonight, you've already granted me 4 opportunities. You scoundrel. You only know how to deceive me. That night, you tricked me into believing you wanted a divorce because you were suffering, and then you took my innocence. Now, you begin to deceive me again for the sake of Shen Tianli. Su Qingxue exclaimed through her tears. How did she know I desired Shen Tianli? Lindsay wondered. Was his longing too apparent? I truly am not deceiving you. The company I am establishing requires Green Bubble for payment, he asserted earnestly. Su Qingxue paused. What kind of company do you intend to start? That's a secret, but I promise to inform you when the time comes. May I invest in it? Chapter 58. Viewing women as heir. Something felt amiss. Su Qingxue sensed something was profoundly wrong. Why would she want to invest in him? Why? Lin Zhe inquired, puzzled. Su Qingxue shook her head. There is no particular reason. I simply wish to help you. After all, we are bound by marriage. And you have been cast out of the Lin family, left with no support. Are you feeling pity for me? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue fell silent. Indeed, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Zhe, for his loneliness struck a chord within her. Lin Zhe playfully pinched her cheek and remarked, Su Qingxue. Feeling sorry for a man is often the harbinger of misfortune. I'm not afraid. Very well, should I require investment in the future, I shall reach out to you. Su Qingxue nodded. She spoke earnestly, as long as you ask, no matter the amount, I shall provide it for you. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Goodness. This was a perilous sign. Past life experiences had taught him that when a woman was willing to lavish money upon a man, when she unreservedly offered to spend extravagantly, she was either a fool, or she had fallen for him, or she was simply a fool in love. Su Qingxue was clearly no fool. Did this mean she had developed feelings for him? Or was it possible she had yet to realize her affection? Regardless, it was an alarming indication. Lin Zhe, a rogue at heart, only deceived for physical intimacy, never for emotions, and certainly not for money. No, he could not continue to linger in her presence. If she were to discern his true feelings, it would spell disaster for him. Lin Zhe chuckled. All right, I'll remember that. It's getting late. You should rest. I'll take my leave. What? You're leaving? Su Qingxue exclaimed, visibly distressed. She did not wish to confront the vastness of the house alone. Well, primarily because I fear that Shen Tianli might discover this and cause a ruckus. If word got out, it would tarnish your reputation. Furthermore, you are quite tempting. And if I were to stay, I might not be able to restrain my impulses. She lamented, I simply do not want to face this enormous house alone. How about this? I will wait until you fall asleep before I depart. Very well, she acquiesced. Lin Zhe turned off the bedside lamp. Su Qingxue nestled in Lin Zhe's embrace, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. For reasons unknown, a peculiar sense of happiness blossomed within her at that moment. It was an odd feeling, yet one she cherished, steadfast, serene, and comforting. Perhaps Lin Zhe had worn her out, for it wasn't long before she drifted into slumber. Once Lin Zhe confirmed she was sound asleep, he rolled out of bed and swiftly vanished into the night. Silence enveloped the night. Shen Tianli arose early. After getting out of bed, she donned yoga pants and practiced in the villa's living room for a while. Shen Tianli possessed a supple physique, effortlessly executing various challenging poses. The snug fit of her yoga pants accentuated her form, rendering her movements particularly alluring. By the time the servants prepared breakfast, she had finished her shower and changed into a black slit dress. She opted not to wear stockings, allowing her long, snow-white legs to tantalizingly peek through as she walked. Even more seductive than if she had been clad in stockings. Lin Zhe had yet to awaken. Perhaps it was the comfort of sharing breakfast with him that she missed. Now, without his presence, Shen Tianli felt oddly disconcerted. She resolved to rouse him. Pushing open the door, she immediately spotted Lin Zhe, sound asleep. His peaceful slumber struck her as charming. His skin was fair, his eyelashes long, and his nose was not only pronounced but also perfectly proportioned. Suddenly, she recalled a saying she had once encountered. A man with a large nose is said to possess other impressive attributes as well. Shen Tianli's delicate face suddenly flushed a rosy hue. Her gaze drifted again to Lin Zhe's lips, which were neither too thin nor too thick, yet appeared quite soft. Memories of the kiss from the previous night flooded her mind, intensifying her shyness. Just then, Lin Zhe broke the silence, inquiring, Have you had your fill of looking? The moment Shen Tianli had stepped into his room, Lin Zhe had sensed her presence. Though he had traveled from another realm, he felt that his perceptive abilities had traversed with him to this new world. He feigned sleep, curious to discern Shen Tianli's intentions. Startled, Shen Tianli exclaimed, You scared me. You incorrigible rogue. Lin Zhe smiled at her, teasingly stating, Should I refrain from speaking? If I were silent, would you be tempted to kiss me? Shen Tianli's cheeks reddened even more, for Lin Zhe's words rang true. While gazing at his lips, she had indeed felt an urge to kiss him. However, such admissions were far too embarrassing for her. Impudent rogue, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and get up for breakfast, then accompany me to my friend's house. With that, she attempted to make her exit. Yet, Lin Zhe suddenly reached out, pulling her gently but firmly, causing her to tumble onto his bed. Shen Tianli was momentarily taken aback. Is this rogue truly so audacious as to draw me onto his bed? A wave of apprehension washed over her. She feared being taken advantage of by this mischievous scoundrel. She struggled to rise. Lin Zhe chuckled. Fear not. I am currently in a sage mode, devoid of interest in women, merely wishing to hold you. What is this sage mode? She inquired. You may interpret it as a state where one's desires are satisfied, rendering women as inconsequential as air. Satisfied desires? What do you mean? Have your desires been fulfilled? Indeed, I spent the night with Su Qingxue, and we indulged several times. I am utterly exhausted, otherwise, how could I still be in bed at this hour? A laugh escaped Shun Tianli's lips. While she might have believed Lin Zhe had merely shared a kiss with Su Qingxue, the notion of him sleeping with her was utterly implausible. Despite being rivals, Shun Tianli was well aware that Su Qingxue was not the type to engage in casual encounters. Moreover, during the previous night, while Su Qingxue had been preoccupied, Shun Tianli had discreetly sought to gauge their relationship's progress. Despite the oily man insisting he was pure and that they had merely held hands, she suspected that it was Su Qingxue who had set boundaries. You are quite bold with your words, Shun Tianli said, smiling coyly. If you don't believe me, let me hold you for a while. Rest assured, it is merely a simple embrace, with no ulterior motives. Shun Tianli initially intended to refuse but recalled Su Qingxue's forceful kiss on Lin Zhe, which instilled a sense of danger within her. Very well, just 3 minutes, no more. Agreed, Lin Zhe replied, enveloping her in his arms. Neither of the two spoke. It is unclear how much time passed. Suddenly, Shun Tianli, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, You scoundrel! You deceived me. Did you not claim to be in sage mode? Chapter 59. I am someone who turns red even when speaking to a girl. Lin Zhe felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He believed he was in sage mode, yet his body betrayed him. Shun Tianli, I believe this cannot be blamed on me, Lin Zhe shamelessly remarked. Shun Tianli was both amused and infuriated. Scoundrel, it's not my fault, is it? Indeed, it is your fault. You are too beautiful, too alluring, Lin Zhe retorted. Shun Tianli, with a playful smile, shot back, a dog cannot spit out ivory. Let me go. Lin Zhe, chuckling, released her. It was not out of fear of angering Shun Tianli, but rather a concern that continuing to embrace her would lead his body to betray his mind, prompting him to engage in acts his youthful self would not withstand. After all, many beautiful women awaited his comfort in this world. Shun Tianli was taken aback by Lin Zhe's obedience. With a flirtatious smile, she remarked, Scoundrel, I have never seen you so compliant. I wish it were otherwise, but I fear for my body, Lin Zhe replied, a look of frustration on his face. If it weren't for last night's excessive revelry and my lack of physical prowess, which hinders my ability to practice the technique taught by that old man in prison, I would certainly show you some color. However, once his constitution improved and he mastered that technique, he would fearlessly embrace the night, regardless of whether it involved 4 or even 9 encounters. Shun Tianli shot Lin Zhe a glare. Enough chatter, rise and let us eat. May I have a kiss first? After all, you owe me 9 wet kisses, she asserted. Shun Tianli was taken aback. When did I owe you 9 wet kisses? Last night. When I was at Jiang Qingyue's house, you called me, and we agreed that 10 wet kisses would exchange for a song. After returning from Su Qingxue's last night, we shared 1 kiss, so you still owe me 9, and I am not mistaken, Lin Zhe explained. Shun Tianli was speechless. She had assumed it was a jest. Yet this scoundrel took it seriously. Seeing Shun Tianli silent, Lin Zhe continued, With your remarkable looks, you wouldn't consider reneging on our agreement, would you? If you do, I shall seek out Su Qingxue to reclaim what you owe. What? This rascal intends to approach Su Qingxue? Shun Tianli felt a surge of anxiety. In the past, she would not have been so concerned, but having witnessed Su Qingxue forcibly kiss Lin Zhe the previous night, she feared that he might indeed receive another kiss from her. The image of that scene clenched Shun Tianli's fists in frustration. She resolved not to allow this scoundrel to seek out Su Qingxue again. Have I ever said I would renege on my debt? Lin Zhe chuckled, knowing he could easily manipulate her with this tactic. All right then, bring it on. I am ready. Feel free to ravage me, and do not hold back simply because I am a man. Unable to contain herself, Shun Tianli burst into laughter, rolling on the ground with mirth. As the laughter subsided, Shun Tianli remarked, You shameless rogue, I owe you, but I never specified when I would repay you. She was skeptical that he would dare to kiss her forcefully. Lin Zhe, with a playful smile, responded, No worries, take your time with the debt. After all, those 9 kisses will accrue interest. Today it's 9, tomorrow it could be 10, and the day after that, 20. However, if you were to bestow upon me a morning kiss each day, the interest would be waived. Shun Tianli found it difficult to smile. She was thoroughly exasperated with this rogue. In all her years, it was the first time she had heard of kisses accruing interest. Humph. Once you've treated my friend's ailment, I will repay you. Shen Tianli dared not repay Lin Zhe just yet, for they were still in bed. And what if this rascal's kiss ignited feelings within her? That would be disastrous. All right then, Lin Zhe replied with a grin. After finishing breakfast, Shen Tianli led Lin Zhe out of the villa. As they were about to enter the car, the door of the neighboring villa creaked open, revealing Su Qingxue, who emerged with an oddly peculiar gait. Upon seeing Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli immediately linked her arm with Lin Zhe's, casting a challenging glance at Su Qingxue. Had Su Qingxue witnessed this scene before, she would undoubtedly have been incensed. However, today she felt no anger. Instead, she harbored a sense of pride and even cast a disdainful glance at Shen Tianli. In her eyes, Shen Tianli could only link arms with Lin Zhe, whereas she had engaged in a genuine exchange with him the previous night. Comparatively, linking arms seemed trivial, hence her lack of anger. Yet, upon spotting Lin Zhe, her expression shifted to one of deep resentment. It was all his fault. If not for him, would she be walking in such a peculiar manner? Lin Zhe discerned the meaning behind Su Qingxue's gaze and concealed his unease with an awkward smile. Once they had parted ways and entered their respective vehicles, Shen Tianli quickly drove away. Lin Zhe sent a message to Su Qingxue. I want to be so harsh next time. Su Qingxue's reply arrived promptly. Rogue. Do you even want it next time? Indeed, your body is so fragrant and soft. I haven't had enough rest, he replied. Upon receiving the message, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed. This rogue was becoming increasingly brazen. Humph, you want to have the chance to sleep with me. Although she couldn't see Su Qingxue's expression at that moment, Lin Zhe felt that her words carried a hint of playful affection. Then you shall sleep with me. Dream on. You're not as charming as I am. Su Qingxue instantly felt a surge of pride. Humph, rogue, you better not let Shen Tianli kiss you. Mind your own business, Lin Zhe grumbled in response. Damn, it was just a few nights together. Why make such a fuss? Besides, I haven't meddled in your affairs with Jizafeng. Wasn't it perfectly fine to be a pair of indifferent lovers? Infuriated, Su Qingxue contemplated not responding to Lin Zhe. However, after a while, unable to contain her frustration, she sent him another message. Bastard, if you dare let her touch you, I will never allow you to approach me again. Then I shall refrain from doing so. Su Qingxue was infuriated. This scoundrel, who had spent the night alone just yesterday, now turned his back on her. Truly a beast of lesser virtue. While exchanging messages with Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli suddenly remarked, You scoundrel. When you meet my best friend later, you'd better restrain yourself. Though she may appear as a delicate flower, she possesses a ruthless heart. Do not dare to tease her, lest she truly retaliate, and at that point, not even the gods could save you. Shen Tianli, how can you say such things? I, who blushes at merely speaking to a girl, would never dare to tease anyone. Shen Tianli laughed and scolded. You are utterly shameless. Shameless? Where have I shown any lack of decorum? From head to toe, you are devoid of shame. Defamation, Shen Tianli. This is slander, and I shall sue you. Shen Tianli's eyes sparkled as she smiled seductively and said, Then go ahead and sue. Damn it, you are indeed formidable. When you find yourself beneath me in the future, I shall see how you handle it. Shen Tianli's cheeks flushed. That scoundrel. Chapter 60. Control. As Su Qingxue arrived at the entrance of the company, she spotted Jizafeng, who seemed to have just disembarked from a bus. Upon seeing him, Su Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. She was not keen on encountering him at that moment. She was already troubled by the 2 messages Lin Zhe had sent her, which had left her feeling discontented. When Jizafeng noticed Su Qingxue, his heart leapt with joy. Qingxue, why were you limping just now? Are you injured? Let me take you to the hospital. Seeing you like this pains me. Su Qingxue's cheeks turned red as she replied coolly. No need. I'm fine. How could she not blush? Jizafeng's words reminded her of the distressing scene from the previous night when Lin Zhe had tormented her. However, Jizafeng mistakenly believed her blush was due to his presence. He inquired with increasing sincerity, Are you really all right? Su Qingxue's mood was already irritable, and Jizafeng's concern only exacerbated it. Did he possess no perception at all? She had already stated she was fine. Why persist with the questioning? Was he intent on making her feel even more awkward? Su Qingxue coldly asked, Why did you take the bus to work? Oh, it's for the sake of low-carbon travel, Jizafeng replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. He could no longer afford the fuel. This revelation caused Su Qingxue to regard him with newfound respect. She had not expected him to be so environmentally conscious. Low-carbon travel is quite commendable, she remarked softly, then turned to enter the company. Jizafeng hastily called out, Qingxue, wait a moment. What is it? Jizafeng nodded. It's about that matter with David. I spoke to him last night, and he was extremely furious. Moreover, he threatened to unite with some renowned producers abroad to boycott our company. Ji Zifeng was determined to extract a significant sum from Su Qingxue regarding this issue, as he found himself in a dire situation. Last night, unable to procure funds from Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng returned to the hotel and called home, hoping for some financial support from his parents. However, his mother, weeping, informed him that they were utterly devoid of funds. The company was on the brink of bankruptcy, and numerous suppliers were pressing for payment. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, taken aback by the relentless pursuit of the other party despite merely expressing intent to collaborate. If they were to unite with other producers to boycott her company, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. While she was not particularly fearful of a boycott, after all, there were countless talented producers in the domestic market. Her concern lay in the potential scandal that could arise if this situation escalated and made the news. Such an occurrence was intolerable for her company. Enough of this. Let us settle the issue financially. How much will it take to resolve this? Su Qingxue inquired coldly. 5. Ji Zifeng's words were abruptly interrupted by Su Qingxue. 500,000. Very well. Go to the finance department and request an advance. Transfer the funds to them. A wave of elation surged within Ji Zifeng. He had intended to ask for 50,000, fearing that requesting more might lead to rejection. He never anticipated that Su Qingxue would offer 500,000. How astonishingly wealthy she was. This only strengthened his resolve to win her over. Qingxue, rest assured. I will handle this matter. Su Qingxue felt a surge of displeasure. It was she who had allocated 500,000 to resolve the issue. What did he mean by claiming he would manage it? If he could manage it, he wouldn't have needed to ask her for the money. Yet, she was too weary to engage in further pointless banter with Ji Zifeng. She merely wished to find solace with that scoundrel Lin Zhe. By the way, Qingxue, there is one more thing. What is it? Shen Tianli has been messaging me incessantly these past few days, seemingly attempting to flirt. Ji Zifeng feigned annoyance. Fully aware that he was manipulating Shen Tianli to provoke Su Qingxue's possessiveness toward him, he was certain that Su Qingxue would not confront Shen Tianli about this matter, and he believed that upon hearing this, Su Qingxue would be infuriated. After all, she had declared that they were arch-rivals, while he was the one she favored. Understood. With that terse reply, Su Qingxue turned and entered the company. Ji Zifeng was left dumbfounded. Shouldn't she have reacted explosively to the news of him being flirted with by Shen Tianli? Why was she so unnervingly calm, as if he were a mere stranger? Why did Su Qingxue become furious whenever Shen Tianli used Lin Zhe to provoke her? Could it be that she harbored feelings for that beast, Lin Zhe? The thought flickered through Ji Zifeng's mind, sending a wave of panic through him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Qingxue loves me. She divorced that beast Lin Zhe for my sake. She just hasn't realized it yet. Once she does, she will undoubtedly become enraged. Reassuring himself with such thoughts, Ji Zifeng hurried into the company, making his way to the finance department. After entering the office, Su Qingxue was promptly served a cup of coffee by her secretary. As she savored the aromatic beverage, she glanced at her phone, only to find that Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, had not responded to her messages. Once her cup was empty, she requested another from her secretary. When the awaited coffee arrived, Su Qingxue could no longer contain herself and sent Lin Zhe another message. You jerk, I'm in pain. She believed that with the depth of his affection for her, he would surely respond swiftly to comfort her. However, by the time she finished her second cup of coffee, there was still no reply from Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue felt utterly defeated. She resolved to ignore that scoundrel from then on. Yet, after a while, still without a message from Lin Zhe, she suddenly recalled something and lifted her long skirt. Her alluring legs, clad in black stockings, came into view. Deliberately choosing a particularly provocative angle, she snapped a photo and sent it to Lin Zhe. Surely, he could not ignore her this time. Not long after sending the message, her phone buzzed. It was from Lin Zhe. A triumphant smile graced her lips. You scoundrel, I will not be bested. She quickly opened Lin Zhe's message. In pain? Do you need me to come and massage it for you? Also, what was that image you sent? It's so blurry. Please resend a clearer one. Preferably from a more seductive angle, and make sure to include your high heels. Su Qingxue burst into delighted laughter. That scoundrel. Chapter 61. Would you believe me if I said I was treating you? The car came to a halt in front of an extravagantly luxurious villa. Even before stepping out, Lin Zhe noticed several men in black standing at the entrance, their expressions cold and unyielding, exuding an air that warned against any pretense. As Shen Tianli exited the vehicle, the two of them strolled leisurely towards the villa's courtyard, which was exceptionally opulent, adorned with pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water, all exuding an extraordinary charm. A dozen servants busied themselves within the courtyard. Upon entering the living room, a servant greeted, "Miss Shun, you have arrived." Shun Tianli nodded and inquired, "Where is Yining?" "Mrs. upstairs," the servant replied. "How is she today?" Shun Tianli asked. The servant shook her head. "Not well. I will go see her," Shun Tianli declared. The servant quickly interjected, "Miss Shun, it would be best if you did not go up. The young lady is in a particularly foul mood today and has instructed that she does not wish to see anyone. After all, tomorrow marks her father's Memorial Day. It would be advisable for you to return." "Forget it then. Please tell Yining I stopped by," Shun Tianli said. The servant nodded. "Let us go, you rascal," Shun Tianli remarked to Lindsay. "Having come this far, there is no way I'm leaving without taking a look," she insisted. Shun Tianli once remarked that her close friend is indeed the formidable leader of the underworld in Haiqing. With such extraordinary connections, Lindsay certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity. Shun Tianli, however, grew anxious. "You rogue, stop messing around. Yining's father tragically passed away 2 years ago, leaving her to be raised solely by him. This loss has been utterly devastating for her. Every year on the anniversary of her father's death, she isolates herself. If you dare to disturb her during this time, not even a deity could save you." A tremor ran through Lindsay's heart as he recalled his own father. He too had been raised by his father, who, despite his ruthless reputation, had indulged him. Thus, when his father met an untimely demise, the impact on him was equally catastrophic. It was astonishing to realize how similar Shun Tianli's friend's experiences were to his own. Just as Lindsay was about to speak, a servant rushed down the stairs in a state of panic. "It's bad. The young lady has fainted." Shun Tianli responded firmly. "Do not panic. Yining has fainted before due to menstrual pain. I must check on her." With that, she quickly ascended the stairs alongside Lindsay. Upon entering the room, a girl in her 20s came into Lindsay's view. She lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, resembling a delicate flower on the verge of wilting, evoking a sense of compassion. It was hard to believe that such a strikingly beautiful girl was the leader of the underworld in Haiqing, had Lindsay not known her identity beforehand. He might have mistaken her for a campus belle. Lindsay, however, did not linger in admiration. He promptly grasped the girl's wrist to assess her pulse. Observing Lindsay's professional demeanor as he examined her, Shun Tianli was taken aback. Wait, can this rogue truly treat ailments? When did he learn such skills? She had thoroughly investigated his background and found nothing to suggest this. Indeed, Lindsay had learned to take pulses during the 3 years he spent imprisoned in Blue Star, under the tutelage of an elderly master. While the old man possessed remarkable medical skills, Lindsay had only grasped about 30% of his teachings. Nevertheless, the master had once remarked on Lindsay's promising talent, suggesting that with a decade of training, he could become a renowned physician. Unfortunately, fate had not granted him such time. After completing his examination, Lindsay released her wrist. "Well, the pulse is steady, but there is insufficient qi and blood. Additionally, she has excessive liver fire, likely due to overwhelming grief, compounded by the fainting caused by menstrual pain. Can you treat her?" Shun Tianli inquired. "Of course. After all, aside from my good looks, my medical skills are quite decent as well." Shun Tianli chuckled at his words. "Then hurry and treat her." "Very well. But you need to step outside." "Why should I go out?" "Enough with the chatter. Just go outside." Lindsay replied curtly. "You rogue. You don't intend to take advantage of my friend, do you?" "Of course not. If you don't leave, how can I proceed?" Shun Tianli was left speechless. "Enough. Get out now. Though I may be a rogue, I cannot bring myself to take advantage of someone in distress." Shun Tianli shot Lindsay a glare before turning and leaving the room. Lindsay retrieved an acupuncture kit from his pocket, purchased on his way here, and opened it. He then began to remove the woman's skirt. To treat her uterine coldness, he needed to apply needles simultaneously at 3 acupoints, Shimin, Guanyuan, and Zhongji, all located about 5 inches below the navel. This was precisely why he had asked Shun Tianli to leave. If she had stayed, the moment he removed the skirt, she would have undoubtedly accused him of being a scoundrel, even if he was one, admittedly. Frankly, this wasn't Lindsay's first time undoing a woman's skirt. Though only partially removed, with no indecent exposure, his hands trembled slightly. His breathing grew uneven, and his heart raced as if propelled by a rocket. Soon, the 3 acupoints were exposed. The sight of her smooth, jade-like abdomen sent his pulse into overdrive. Chiding himself for his lack of composure, Lindsay swiftly began the treatment. He had to work quickly, there was always the risk of her waking. If she opened her eyes to this scene, no amount of explanation would clear his name. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe flicked his wrist, securing 3 silver needles between his fingers before swiftly inserting them into the designated points. As the needles pierced her skin, her delicate frame shuddered slightly. Lin Zhe silently prayed Shi Wuti awaken. But as fate would have it, just as he made his plea, her eyes snapped open. The moment their gazes locked, an overwhelming aura surged from her, fierce and commanding. Even Lin Zhe, who had once been a leader himself, felt a flicker of unease. "You're awake," Lin Zhe ventured nervously. "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Her voice carried an authority that required no anger to intimidate. Before Lin Zhe could explain, her gaze dropped to her skirt, now lowered to her hips. A far more terrifying intensity erupted from her eyes. "If I said I was treating your illness, would you believe me?" She remained silent. Lin Zhe, mistaking her silence for acceptance, exhaled in relief. Then, without warning, she barked, "Guards!" "Shit!" Lin Zhe instinctively clamped a hand over her mouth. And then, their lips met. The instant their mouths collided, Lin Zhe's mind blanked. Genuine. Utter blankness. Wait, why had he used his mouth? Shouldn't he have used his hand? Yes, her lips were undeniably alluring. Soft and tempting, but that didn't justify sealing them with his own. Now, removing her skirt was one thing, he could explain that. But this accidental kiss? There was no coming back from this. Lin Zhe hastily pulled away. Chapter 62. Consider it the consultation fee. Song Nanin's eyes widened, resembling 2 green plums. She could hardly fathom that as the formidable ruler of Haicheng's underworld, she would one day be subjected to a forceful kiss. This was her first kiss. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. What truly perplexed her was the electrifying sensation that coursed through her, coupled with an inexplicable tingling throughout her body, leaving her mind in a daze. As the unfamiliar man's lips departed from hers, that electrifying yet numbing sensation dissipated swiftly. Gradually, clarity returned to Song Nanin's consciousness. So, she had indeed been kissed forcefully? A surge of wrath erupted from the depths of her being. If she did not eliminate the scoundrel today, she would not bear the surname Song. She commanded with a fierce tone, "Come here." Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, Lin Zhe leaned down to kiss her once more. Damn it. Lin Zhe was bewildered. Why on earth did his mouth refuse to heed his brain's commands? What was he doing, kissing her? If it were Su Qingxue or Shen Tianli, it might have been acceptable. But this was the formidable queen of Haicheng's underworld, a being capable of ending his life in an instant. Although Lin Zhe was not intimidated by her, he could not deny her lethal prowess. Moreover, this was not the realm of Blue Star. In this world, it would be simpler for her to extinguish his life than to squash an ant. The electric sensation surged once more, causing Song Nanin's eyes to widen again like green plums. The tingling feeling accelerated her heartbeat inexplicably. Lin Zhe quickly pulled away. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Song Nanin felt a pang of disappointment. This sensation jolted her back to reality. No, how could she feel such a repulsive emotion? Her anger intensified, and her beautiful eyes seemed to blaze with fury. How audacious of him to dare kiss her twice. Very well. The 2 Tibetan mastiffs tethered in the courtyard were about to receive their meal. Observing the terrifying look in Song Nanin's eyes and sensing her imposing aura, Lin Zhe realized she was utterly enraged. He hastily explained, "Beautiful lady, I am here to treat your ailment. And the treatment requires inserting silver needles into the acupoints of your abdomen, which is why I removed your skirt. Look, you still have silver needles embedded in you." Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Song Nanin glanced at her abdomen, where indeed 3 silver needles remained. Fine, even if he was here to treat her. She could overlook the removal of her skirt. But what about the kiss? Was that also necessary for her treatment? Song Nanin inquired sharply. "Kissing you. Consider it a fee for the consultation. If I must die, then so be it. After all, I have already kissed you. It is too late to say anything now." Song Nanin found herself laughing in anger, astonished by this audacious man. "What is your name?" "Lin Zhe." "So, you are the one Shen Tianli mentioned who can alleviate my menstrual pain?" Last night, after her video call with Lin Zhe, Shen Tianli had informed Song Nanin about his ability to treat her ailment. "Indeed. Where is Shen Tianli?" "Outside the door. Tell her to come in." "That might not be possible." "What do you mean?" "You are still in the midst of treatment. Wait until it concludes." "Remove the needles," Song Nanin commanded. She could trust that this reckless individual was attempting to heal her, yet the pain in her lower abdomen remained excruciating, showing no signs of relief. This indicated that he was a charlatan. "It is not yet time," he replied. "What does that mean?" "The treatment has only just commenced. If you were to remove the silver needles now, it would yield no results. His words suggested that persistence would bring about effectiveness. Of course it will. Wait another 10 minutes. If the pain persists, I shall leave your fate to you, Lindsay asserted, confident in his medical skills. He had validated his methods back on Blue Star. Once, he had treated a female prison guard suffering from dysmenorrhea with remarkable results. Song Nanin scoffed softly. She certainly did not believe Lindsay's claims. Numerous doctors had treated her for her menstrual pain, and she had consumed countless medications, all to no avail. How could he expect to resolve her affliction with merely 3 silver needles? Was this not absurd? Yet, at that moment, a wave of warmth suddenly surged in her lower abdomen. This sensation enveloped her, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot spring. It was a miraculous feeling. Most astonishingly, Song Nanin distinctly sensed the intense pain in her abdomen beginning to fade. A surge of disbelief washed over her. She had endured menstrual discomfort for 7 or 8 years, consulted countless physicians, and ingested innumerable remedies, all in vain. How could she trust that this audacious fellow could cure her stubborn ailment with just 3 silver needles? Yet, the evidence was undeniable. The warmth in her abdomen intensified, and she felt as though she were nestled within a furnace. A sense of comfort enveloped her, and the original pain gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. Her gaze towards Lin Zhe transformed from one of sharp scrutiny to astonishment. Can you truly practice medicine? She could not help but inquire. Have you not already felt it? Lin Zhe replied, understanding from her expression that his treatment was indeed effective. Song Nanin fell silent. Before long, the treatment concluded, and Lin Zhe removed the silver needles. All done. Rise and see if the pain remains. Dressing in her skirt, Song Nanin descended from the bed. Standing on the ground, she discovered that her lower abdomen no longer ached in the slightest. Excellent, since the pain had dissipated. She could now settle the score with this audacious fellow who had forcibly kissed her twice. Speak, how do you wish to die? Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe. Having kissed her twice and shamelessly suggesting that his words could serve as payment for his services, he expected her to let him off the hook. What a delusion! Did he truly believe that the title of Yama was given lightly? Damn it! She had anticipated that this matter would not conclude easily, noticing the overwhelming hatred radiating from her eyes. Lin Zhe quickly devised a response. You do not think I cured you in just 1 session, do you? What did that mean? It is quite simple. With your severe condition of coldness in the palace, you will require a considerable period of treatment to gradually recover. Furthermore, should the treatment be interrupted, the repercussions will be even more severe. In other words, if you wish to continue suffering in a manner worse than death, you might as well end my life now. Song Nanin was displeased. How could she, the esteemed leader of Haicheng's underworld, be so easily subdued by this audacious individual who had dared to kiss her twice? Chapter 63. Show me your worth. Although he had successfully managed to control Song Nanin, Lin Zhe felt particularly unsettled. Damn it, if this were on Blue Star, I would never resort to such unrefined methods to manipulate a woman. Of course, in Blue Star, most women would not dare speak to me in such a manner. It seems I must hasten the development of my own power. The sensation of being subservient is utterly intolerable. However, my company has only just been established, and it will take time to ascend to the ranks of the elite. Perhaps it is better to seduce her into complete submission. This seems far easier than striving for success. After all, a remarkably talented author once stated that the stomach is the pathway to a man's heart, while the bed is the pathway to a woman's heart. Once I gain entry into her body, how can I fail to reach her heart? Though this approach is undeniably shameless, I have always been one to cast aside shame. Once resolved, Lin Zhe smiled and said, My dear, do not be upset. I admit, my actions were indeed inappropriate, and I sincerely apologize. However, I assure you it was not intentional. We were so close. And your lips are so alluring and soft that I momentarily succumbed to temptation. Song Nanin felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. What does he mean by saying her lips are so alluring and soft? Throughout her life, whenever someone encountered her, they would respectfully address her as Miss Song. Not even a crude joke would be dared. Yet this audacious man spoke such shameless words with such confidence. Be quiet. I ask you, how many treatments will it take for me to be completely cured? To be frank, Song Nanin was truly displeased. She longed to eliminate this audacious individual who had dared to kiss her. Yet, she was even more eager to alleviate her painful menstrual cramps. After all, this issue had severely disrupted her life, and every month brought excruciating agony that felt akin to hell on earth. The matter is unpredictable. Some individuals require only 1 treatment, while others may need 10 without success. How can one determine a complete cure? Naturally, it is when the pain ceases. Yet, I currently feel no pain. Trust me, your lack of pain now is merely due to my recent treatment. If subsequent treatments do not follow promptly, in 3 days, you shall experience even greater discomfort. Lindsay continued to persuade her. Song Nanine, feeling frustrated, no longer wished to speak. She stared intently at Lindsay, seemingly searching for some flaw in his demeanor. What? Do you not believe what I am saying? Your beauty renders me incapable of deceiving you. Moreover, your formidable presence leaves me no room for such folly. Humph. I doubt you would dare either. Starting tomorrow, I expect you to visit me each morning for treatment until I am completely healed. Should your efforts prove successful, I may spare you from further consequences. However, if within a month you fail to remedy my condition, I would not hesitate to feed you to the 2 Tibetan mastiffs in the yard. This woman, truly a force in the underworld, speaks with such ferocity. Yet, a month should suffice for me to win her over. Very well, you may take your leave. But wait a moment. Speak your mind, and express your thoughts candidly. When you come to treat me tomorrow, I trust you will wear a short white dress. Song Nanine fixed a piercing gaze upon Lindsay. What does that have to do with my treatment? It has no bearing, yet I find it pleasing to behold. With that remark, Lindsay made his exit. Song Nanine's eyes, sharp as blades, followed his retreating figure. She felt a twinge of humiliation. After all, she was the esteemed leader of the underworld in Haicheng. Yet here she was, at the mercy of a man who had kissed her forcefully twice. If word of this were to spread, how could she maintain her dignity and command respect from her subordinates? Yet, this very man possessed the ability to alleviate her menstrual pain. As she stepped out of the room, she encountered Shen Tianli, who was pacing anxiously. Truth be told, she was deeply concerned for Lindsay. Her worry was not that he would fail to treat her friend's ailment, but rather that Lindsay, with his lecherous tendencies, might seize the opportunity to take advantage of her friend, leading to dire consequences. If he were to fail in his treatment, it would merely reflect his lack of skill. But should he exploit her friend, it would spell disaster. After all, Shen Tianli had witnessed her friend's ruthless nature firsthand. On a previous occasion, a subordinate had merely pointed at her during a conversation, and she had immediately ordered his hand to be severed. If Lindsay, upon seeing her friend's striking beauty, were to act upon his base desires, not even divine intervention could save him. Just as her worries mounted, Lindsay emerged unscathed. Upon seeing him, her anxieties finally eased. She hurried towards him. You rogue, are you unharmed? Lindsay responded with a smile. With my prowess, of course, I am unscathed. How is my friend? She has awakened. Shen Tianli exclaimed with delight. Did you heal her? Not so swiftly. Treatment will take time, but she is no longer in pain. You may go see her. As Lindsay spoke, Shen Tianli's excitement grew. She had not anticipated that he would genuinely be capable of treating her friend's affliction. Though more time was required, it was certainly preferable to the alternative of complete failure. Please wait a moment. With that, Shen Tianli swiftly entered Song Nanine's room. Left to his own devices, Lindsay sent a message to Su Qingxue. Where are you? Su Qingxue was currently receiving a report from Ji Zifeng. He had just withdrawn 500,000 from the finance department and transferred it to David. Now, he was detailing this matter to her. After listening to Ji Zifeng's report, Su Qingxue softly replied, All right, I understand. You may go about your business. Qingxue, I would like to invite you to lunch today, if you would permit me. I feel quite remorseful about last night's dinner, and I wish to make amends. With money now in his pocket, Ji Zifeng spoke with newfound confidence. There's no need for that. I have a meeting with an advertiser at noon to discuss a potential endorsement for Ji Shanshan. May I accompany you? He inquired. Do not overthink it. I merely worry they might take advantage of the situation and ply you with drinks. My presence would allow me to shield you from that. Su Qingxue considered Ji Zifeng's words and found them reasonable. After all, he was her assistant now, and it was only natural for him to help her with such matters. She was about to consent when her phone suddenly chimed with a message from Lindsay. A wave of joy surged within her. She quickly opened the message, and upon reading it, her cheeks flushed crimson. That rascal. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her racing heart and said to Ji Zifeng, No need. You may continue with your tasks. Ji Zifeng felt slightly displeased, but had no recourse. Very well, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call. Su Qingxue nodded. Once Ji Zifeng exited her office, she eagerly began to reply to Lindsay's message. If you accompany me to a lunch gathering, I may show you my legs. I might even let you touch them. Lindsay's response arrived swiftly, causing her cheeks to redden even further. She replied, Humph, let us see how you perform. Chapter 64. I am pure and untainted. When Lindsay received Su Qingxue's message, he felt a wave of excitement wash over him. There was no denying that the mere thought of her alluring legs, wrapped in black stockings, exhilarated him. Send me the address. Epine Sien. Lindsay was at a loss for words. Must it always be Epine Sien? Can't we choose a different place? Why not? Su Qingxue quickly replied. I'm tired of it. Then where would you prefer to dine? I don't know. You choose the place. I simply wish to avoid Epine Sien. All right. I will send you the details once I have selected a location. Sounds good. After concluding their conversation, Lindsay descended the stairs. The opulent decor of Song Nanin's villa was striking, yet exuded a somber atmosphere that he found unappealing. Disliking such places, Lindsay stepped outside. While waiting for Shen Tianli, he found himself with idle time and decided to write a song for Ji Shanshan. The song was a cover of Too Wrong from Blue Star, a poignant ballad well suited for her. Lindsay felt immense gratitude for the years he spent forming a band on Blue Star, during which he diligently honed his skills in crafting melancholic love songs to impress girls. The lyrics came together swiftly, and before long, he had completed the song. Initially, he intended to share it with Ji Shanshan, but upon reflection, he decided it would be better suited for Jiang Qingwei. After all, its popularity on Blue Star surpassed that of Too Wronged, and he personally found it more melodious. Nevertheless, Too Wronged was also a beautiful piece, and he believed that with this song, Ji Shanshan's fame would undoubtedly soar to new heights. After completing the rather distressing task of transcribing, Shen Tianli had yet to emerge, prompting Lindsay to recapitulate the transcription for Jiang Qingwei. No sooner had he finished than he received a message from Su Qingxue containing an address. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. He decided to call Shen Tianli. Ah, you naughty rascal. I forgot you were still at Enin's villa. My sincerest apologies. But Enin is feeling a bit off today. Why don't you head back for now? I'll keep her company, she said, answering the call promptly. All right then. I'll call you later, Lindsay replied. After hanging up, he drove towards the address provided by Su Qingxue. It led him to a private dining establishment. Upon arrival, Lindsay immediately spotted Su Qingxue, who was standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Her exquisite visage and alluring figure drew the attention of numerous onlookers. A few attempted to strike up conversations, but Su Qingxue, with an icy demeanor, paid them no heed. Lindsay stepped out of the car and swiftly approached her. Upon seeing him, a faint smile graced Su Qingxue's lips. She couldn't quite understand why, but the mere sight of Lindsay elevated her spirits. Have you been waiting long? Lindsay asked with a cheerful grin. Not at all. I just arrived a little while ago, she replied. Then let us head inside, he suggested. With a gentle nod, Su Qingxue acquiesced. What is the occasion for today's gathering? Lindsay inquired. We're discussing Ji Shanshan's endorsement with a beauty brand, she answered. Really? Does such a matter necessitate your personal presence as the boss? Lindsay teased. A boss can't just sit in the office counting money, Su Qingxue replied with a playful smile. I assumed that a girl as beautiful as you would have countless old suitors eager to collaborate, he jested. Humph, you think it's all about you? She retorted. Su Qingxue, that's an ad hominem attack. Be cautious, or I might accuse you of defamation, Lindsay shot back, eliciting a halt from her. Her shimmering eyes bore into his as she coyly responded, In what way have I defamed you? Aren't you the old suitor? If you weren't, would you have bullied me so much last night? Lindsay felt a stir within him. How had he never realized how alluring Su Qingxue could be? Her seemingly innocuous words, delivered in such a soft and delicate tone, stirred feelings within him, igniting a mischievous desire. Su Qingxue, what should I do? I find myself wanting to share a bed with you again, he confessed, causing her cheeks to flush. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, she shyly admonished, You scoundrel. Must you be so shameless? Haven't you had enough sleep from last night? Are you questioning my prowess? He quipped. Humph, I'm done conversing with you, rascal. As they spoke, Su Qingxue quickened her pace, prompting Lindsay to follow with a smile. The private room was empty, indicating that the representatives from the other party had yet to arrive. Why are they still not here? Lindsay pondered aloud after they had seated themselves beside one another. The meeting was set for 12, and it's only 11:40. They certainly won't arrive this early, especially being the main party, she reassured him. Is negotiating tiring? Lindsay casually inquired, causing Su Qingxue's heart to leap with joy. Is this scoundrel truly concerned for himself? Humph. He claims to have harbored feelings for me for 7 years. How could he possibly let go so swiftly? It's exhausting. In the past, you would pamper me with massages upon my return home, yet now, you no longer indulge me. Su Qingxue pouted playfully. Nonsense, did I not massage your feet last night? Su Qingshue's delicate face flushed crimson. Scoundrel, do not think I am unaware. Your intentions were merely to caress my feet. Look at you. Have you wronged me? Though I cannot deny that your feet are indeed alluring, especially when clad in sheer stockings, I pride myself on my purity. How could I ever engage in such indecent acts? Pure and pristine. How could he muster the audacity to utter such words? Su Qingxue found herself giggling, thoroughly amused. She genuinely believed that Lin Zhe had transformed completely from his former self. In the past, her words were gentle and her demeanor soft-spoken. Now, he spoke with less tenderness, and his character had hardened. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Qingxue felt that the current version of him was infinitely more intriguing. She preferred to be in his company now more than ever. Humph, have you not committed enough lewd acts? Do not think I am oblivious to your fondness for my feet. The night we discussed our divorce, you even engaged in mischief with them. As she recounted the events, Su Qingshue's charming face turned so red that it seemed it might drip with water. Damn it, Su Qingxue, do not dredge up past grievances. Noticing that her words had successfully riled Lin Zhe, Su Qingshuе excitedly stuck out her pink tongue and playfully retorted, just watch, I shall indeed bring it up. Goodness, why is it that her playful gesture is so enticing? Regardless, Lin Zhe found his heart racing at her actions, even his breath became slightly labored. Su Qingshuе, while we await the arrival of the client, why don't we share a kiss? Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She shot Lin Zhe a glare. Scoundrel, must you be so shameless? What if the client were to walk in unexpectedly? She was not truly refusing. Rather, she feared an abrupt intrusion. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Zhe's heart. Wait for me to lock the door. Without hesitation, he sprang up to secure the door to their private room. He swiftly returned to Su Qingshuе, encircling her slender waist and drawing her onto his lap. Eagerly, he leaned in to capture her luscious red lips. Chapter 65. Excellent. Just as his lips were about to meet Su Qingshue's enticingly red lips, she suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Lin Zhe's lips landed on the back of her hand. The moment his heated lips brushed against her skin, Su Qingshue's body quivered. Remove your hand, Lin Zhe urged. Damn it, just when he was yearning for a kiss, she obstructed him. Was she intent on driving him mad? Watching Lin Zhe's fervent expression, Su Qingshue's glistening eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. What if this scoundrel ignited feelings within me? On my way here, I spotted a 5-star hotel. Should I reserve a room in advance? Lin Zhe chuckled, and Su Qingshue was taken aback. She knew that this kind of thing was something that scoundrel Lin Zhe was capable of. She quickly pleaded softly, Scoundrel, can we wait a few more days? I'm really feeling some pain. Hearing her gentle voice, Lin Zhe felt a stir in his heart. Damn it, what on earth has she been raised on? How can she be so alluring that a single phrase can cause such a stir? He longed to press her against the dining table. However, Lin Zhe restrained himself. Though he was anxious, he was not one to lose control over his emotions. Besides, if he forced the issue, it could leave her with lasting shadows, which would be counterproductive. All right then, let us talk when you're not in pain anymore. Su Qingshue's pretty face flushed, and she nodded. Scoundrel, can you let go of me? Damn it, if I can't kiss you, can I at least hold you? Looking at Lin Zhe's pitiful expression, Su Qingshuе chuckled. When did the scoundrel become so endearing? Gazing at her radiant smile, Lin Zhe found his breath becoming slightly labored. He hastily remarked, Stop laughing when you smile like that. I want to kiss you. Su Qingshue, with a hint of pride, asked, Oh, am I that alluring when I smile? There's a word that describes it. Lin Zhe replied with a grin. What word? Su Qingshue inquired curiously. Lin Zhe leaned in and whispered a single word into Su Qingshue's ear. Her cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched Lin Zhe twice, then huffed, Scoundrel, you're the one being provocative. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he laughed. Yes. I suppose I am quite provocative. I won't talk to you anymore. The clients are arriving soon. I'll go open the door. Let me go. I just need to use the restroom, Lin Zhe said. Damn it. He didn't really want to go to the restroom. It was just that he had reacted while holding the fragrant and soft Su Qingshue earlier. Moreover, he was feeling somewhat hot all over and desperately needed to wash his face with cold water to cool his burning heart. After opening the door to the private room, Lin Zhe quickly made his way to the restroom. He extinguished his cigarette and splashed cold water on his face for a while, managing to suppress the heat rising within him. Damn it. In the future, when unsure if Su Qingshue can be touched, he must absolutely refrain from doing so. It was akin to inviting trouble upon himself. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Zhe returned to the private room. The clients had already arrived. In the spacious room, Apart from Su Qingxue, there were 5 or 6 others. The moment he saw them, Lin Zai's expression turned to a cold smirk. Among those present, he spotted a familiar face. Indeed, he recognized Lin Nan. When Su Qingxue mentioned beauty products, Lin Zai had a premonition. After all, the Lin family was involved in daily chemicals, with several brands achieving great success. He never expected she was indeed collaborating with the Lin family. Lin Nan also noticed Lin Zai. Upon seeing him, Lin Nan's rage flared instantly. Not only did he recall the moment Lin Zai kissed his goddess, Shen Tianli, in front of him, but he also vividly remembered the humiliating defeat Lin Zai had inflicted upon him. Consequently, Lin Nan's anger intensified. He sneered and said, "Oh, isn't this my brother, the one cast out from the family? What? Are you now serving others here?" Upon hearing these words, Su Qingxue was taken aback. As the owner, she was well aware that the partner for this collaboration was a beauty brand under the Lin family. Moreover, this matter had been nearly settled before her divorce from Lin Zai. However, she had neglected to remember that Lin Zai was also a member of the Lin family, albeit one who had been expelled. During the discussions of this project, she had been engrossed in her affair with Ji Zifeng, completely overlooking Lin Zai's existence. It was evident how deeply hurtful it would be for him, given the Lin family's cruelty towards him, especially now that she was collaborating with their kin. Su Qingxue cursed herself for her foolishness. How could she make such a blunder? Cautiously, she glanced at Lin Zai, only to find a cryptic smile on his face. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. She understood Lin Zai. She knew he was angry. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Nan arrogantly interjected, "Come. Let me introduce you all. This is my elder brother, the eldest son of the Lin family, sold by our servants to traffickers in his youth, only to be retrieved by my parents at the age of 16. Yet, his character proved so deplorable that my parents expelled him from the Lin family once again." This statement elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd, further feeding Lin Nan's pride. He smugly continued, "Brother, look at your current state. You are a disgrace to the Lin family. How about this? If you kneel and apologize for the last incident, perhaps I might generously reward you with a sum of 100,000 or so, which is certainly better than serving others here." Upon hearing this, someone chimed in, "President Lin, you are truly benevolent. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry and kneel to apologize to our President Lin. He is indeed handsome and kind-hearted. If I had such a brother, I wouldn't be able to show my face in this world." It seemed Lin Zai paid no heed to the drivel being spewed. He walked directly to Su Qingxue. "Are you aware that the partner for this collaboration is the Lin family?" he asked, his tone indifferent. Su Qingxue felt increasingly flustered. She wanted to explain but found herself at a loss for words. After all, Lin Zai was correct. She had indeed known beforehand that the partner was the Lin family. She couldn't possibly tell him she had forgotten he was also part of that family. Such a revelation would inflict even greater harm. "Very well," Lin Zai chuckled softly. A pang of pain struck Su Qingxue's heart. She wanted to cry, to apologize to Lin Zai, to convey that she had never intended to hurt him. Yet, Lin Zai did not afford her another chance to speak. He walked directly to Lin Nan, seizing the ashtray from the table. "Now I give you an opportunity. Kneel and apologize to me, or I assure you, I will not hesitate to make your head bleed," Lin Zai said, his expression devoid of emotion. Lin Nan's fury ignited instantly. "How dare you? Try hitting me and see what happens. A family outcast repeatedly provoking me. Does he think I am to be trifled with? Besides, I am here to discuss collaboration with Su Qingxue today." Su Qingxue was the esteemed young lady of the Su family. If Lin Zai dared to lay a hand on her today, not only would she ensure he faced the consequences, but the Su family would also not let him off lightly, considering their business collaboration. "Very well," Lin Zai replied with a cold sneer. In that moment, he violently swung the ashtray in his hand, striking Lin Nan's head with tremendous force. The glass ashtray shattered instantly, shards flying everywhere. Lin Nan cried out in agony as he collapsed onto the ground, blood seeping from his head. The atmosphere in the private room turned gravely tense. Those who had just mocked Lin Zai fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Lin Zai appeared unfazed, lighting a cigarette and exhaling the smoke nonchalantly. "Now, those who spoke in Lin Nan's defense, kneel and slap yourselves 30 times. If you fail to comply, you shall bear the consequences," he declared. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated in the ears of everyone present like thunder. Faced with Lin Zai's terrifying gaze, no one dared utter a word. They hastily knelt and began to strike themselves. The sound of slapping echoed repeatedly within the room. After the 30 slaps concluded, Lin Zai extinguished his cigarette, looking down at Lin Nan with a contemptuous expression, as if he were gazing at a mere worm. Relay a message to that old fool Lin Xiaotian. If he seeks revenge on me, let him come, he stated before turning to leave without even glancing at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue felt a surge of urgency. Rising to her feet, she turned toward the wailing Lin Nan and coldly declared, Lin Nan, I have noted the humiliation you inflicted on Lin Zhe today, and I will seek retribution on his behalf. Had she not been eager to explain herself to Lin Zhe, she would have already dealt with these individuals. She had forgotten that Lin Zhe was also part of the Lin family. Her original intention was to negotiate a collaboration, not to permit Lin Nan to so brazenly humiliate him. Lin Nan was taken aback by Su Qingshue's words, unable to believe she would utter such a thing. As he watched her retreating figure, a sense of dread began to swell within him. The project he was collaborating on with Su Qingxue was a key initiative for the Lin family this year, though it did not involve a significant sum. The Lin family aimed to leverage this project to establish ties with the Su family. What terrified Lin Nan most was that this project had originally been under someone else's negotiation, but his father had assigned him to connect with Su Qingxue to enhance his standing, thereby making his future entrance into the board of directors more legitimate. Now, however, it seemed he had jeopardized everything. As Su Qingxue rushed out of the restaurant, she saw Lin Zhe already getting into his car. The sight of him about to leave filled her with increasing anxiety. Without a second thought, she stepped directly in front of Lin Zhe's vehicle, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Zhe, I sincerely apologize. It was never my intention to collaborate with the Lin family. This project commenced long before our divorce discussions began. I confess, upon hearing the news of Ji Zifeng's return, I was utterly disoriented and completely overlooked your connection with the Lin family. I am truly sorry. I realize my mistake. Rest assured, I shall no longer engage with the Lin family. I will seek justice for the humiliation you endured today. Lin Zhe remained unfazed. He rolled down the car window and leaned out, even managing a smile as he said, Very well, Miss Su, I understand. Please step aside. Miss Su. Once again, he referred to her with that title. When she had appeared before him with Ji Zifeng shortly after their divorce, he had addressed her in the same manner, polite yet distant. It had taken him considerable effort to begin calling her by her full name in recent days. Furthermore, Su Qingxue was acutely aware that their relationship had softened significantly. Yet now, due to her foolishness, they had regressed to the initial state post-divorce. Su Qingxue's heart ached further. With tears brimming in her eyes, she implored, Lin Zhe, I truly recognize my error. Please do not be angry. I beg you. Miss Su, I assure you, I am not angry. Would you kindly move aside? This was Lin Zhe's earnest truth. He genuinely bore no anger. He merely found Su Qingshue's association with the Lin family somewhat repulsive. Unable to contain her tears, Su Qingxue gazed at Lin Zhe with tear-filled eyes, her expression a poignant plea for his understanding. Lin Zhe exited the vehicle and approached her, articulating deliberately, Miss Su, I shall reiterate, I am not angry. Your choices regarding partnerships are your prerogative, just as your decision to divorce me for Ji Zifeng was yours. I respect your choices and decisions, so may I kindly ask you to step aside now? A tremor coursed through Su Qingshue's heart, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Great drops cascaded down her cheeks. I won't, Lin Zhe. I was wrong. I truly was wrong to collaborate with the Lin family. I realize my mistake. Miss Su, one last time, may I ask you to move aside? Lin Zhe was unwilling to squander any more time. Su Qingxue shook her head through her tears. Lin Zhe said nothing further. He turned and returned to his car, pressing the accelerator. The vehicle, a valuable sedan belonging to Shen Tianli, careened off the curb with a jarring crash. Seeing this, Su Qingxue was utterly alarmed. She had thought that by merely blocking Lin Zhe's path and offering a sincere apology, the matter could be resolved. After all, he cared for her deeply and was most fearful of her tears. Yet, witnessing Lin Zhe's willingness to crash the car to leave, she understood that she might forever lose him. It felt as though a knife were twisting in her heart. She lacked the strength to stand and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Qingxue, what's wrong? A panicked voice suddenly pierced through her sorrow. It was Ji Zifeng's voice. Lifted her gaze and, indeed, it was Ji Zifeng. Observing the delicate and enchanting demeanor of Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng, with a look of deep concern, inquired, Qingxue, what has happened to you? As he spoke, he moved to embrace her. Although Ji Zifeng was unaware of the circumstances that had transpired, he sensed that Su Qingxue was in a moment of profound sorrow, desperately in need of his comforting embrace. However, just as he opened his arms, Su Qingxue abruptly admonished him, Do not touch me. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of discontent. How could she, who professed affection for him, reject his embrace. Yet, he dared not voice his frustration, fearing to offend her. In that moment, Ji Zifeng silently vowed that when he finally won Su Qingshue's heart, he would ensure she experienced his unrestrained passion. "Why have you come?" Su Qingxue asked coldly. "I have come to escort you. I feared you might overindulge and encounter some mishap," Ji Zifeng replied earnestly. Su Qingxue wiped away her tears and stood up. "Since you are here, I believe it is time we clarify certain matters." Chapter 67. I no longer harbor affection for you. Ji Zifeng's heart soared with joy, for he believed Su Qingxue was finally about to confess her feelings for him. He was elated, already envisioning the moment they would be together, where he would savor the allure of her luscious lips. As he imagined kissing her passionately, he contemplated whisking her away to a hotel for a delightful escapade. He had long desired to explore Su Qingshue's enchanting form. The thought of her being in a contractual marriage with Lin Zhe and still being untouched sent a thrill through him, causing his breath to quicken. He envisioned capturing numerous photos and videos to send to Lin Zhe, relishing the thought of him witnessing Su Qingshue's surrender beneath him. The more Ji Zifeng fantasized, the more exhilarated he became. Su Qingxue gazed at Ji Zifeng with her sparkling eyes, looking at the man she had once cherished for so long. Though he bore a striking resemblance to her memories, she felt no fluttering of her heart. Indeed, Su Qingxue had come to a clear realization. She no longer harbored feelings for him. This epiphany had struck her just the previous night, awakened by her confidant. After Lin Zhe had departed, Su Qingxue had spent the night in contemplation, reflecting on her 3 years of marriage with him and the passionate moments they had shared. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Around 5 in the morning, Su Qingxue dialed her friend. Her friend, a woman of questionable morals, had transformed from a once innocent girl into someone who had observed her first love entangled with another woman during their college years, leading her to a life of indulgence. She had been out of a nightclub and was currently enjoying street food. Su Qingxue delicately inquired of the other party, pondering the nature of feelings that inexplicably draw one person to another. When she glimpses this individual, joy floods her heart. In their absence, she feels desolation. Witnessing them engage closely with another woman causes her heart to ache unbearably. She yearns to possess this person entirely, desiring them to belong solely to her. In the end, Su Qingxue turned to her best friend, asking the reason behind such emotions. With a smile, her friend replied that it was undoubtedly due to affection, and it must be of a profound kind. The words struck Su Qingxue like thunder, leaving her mind blank and overwhelmed. By the time her senses returned, her friend had already ended the call. Su Qingxue paid little mind, as her thoughts were consumed by the realization of her feelings for Lin Zhe. Initially, upon discovering her affection for Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue felt a surge of delight. However, her joy quickly waned as she remembered her divorce from Lin Zhe, which had been precipitated by another man. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed her. She understood that her actions had deeply wounded Lin Zhe. Despite her desire to call him and confess her feelings, she recalled his earlier declaration that he intended to close his heart to love, vowing never to care for anyone again. This thought plunged Su Qingxue into a spiral of regret. Why had she divorced Lin Zhe? Why had she caused him pain? Why had she only now come to realize her love for him? Later, she reached out to her friend once more, divulging the entire story in hopes of receiving guidance. After hearing Su Qingxue's account, particularly the part about her divorce for another man, her friend, known for her sharp wit, could not help but criticize her choices. In tears, Su Qingxue pleaded for advice on what to do next. Her friend suggested that Su Qingxue should rekindle her pursuit of Lin Zhe, using her actions to win him back. As the call concluded, her friend solemnly advised her that if one loves another, they should not be involved with multiple people nor toy with emotions. For those who play with feelings will ultimately be ensnared by them. Thus, Su Qingxue resolved to confront Ji Zifeng. She intended to express her gratitude for his presence during her youth, but needed to clarify that her heart no longer belonged to him. She was determined to pursue the one she truly loved. Noticing Su Qingxue's hesitation, Ji Zifeng assumed she was merely shy and reached out to take her hand with a smile. However, upon seeing his outstretched hand, Su Qingxue instinctively recoiled a few steps, urgently exclaiming, "Don't touch me." Lin Zhe had once told her he disliked being touched by others, even in a simple hand-holding gesture. In truth, this was the one aspect for which Su Qingxue felt grateful. She was relieved that she had not rushed to define her relationship with Ji Zifeng or allowed him to touch her, even with a single fingertip. As he watched Su Qingxue evade him, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, Ji Zifeng felt his defenses crumbling, suppressing the anger that welled within him. He forced a smile and said, "Qingxue, We are meant to be together, so why won't you let me hold your hand? Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Together? Who said anything about being together with you? You just mentioned wanting to clarify certain matters with me. Were you not intending to confess your feelings? Her expression darkened. Her exquisite visage etched with disbelief. In a low, detached tone, she replied, I'm sorry. I have never considered confessing to you. What? What do you mean? Jizafeng stammered, a troubling thought taking root in his heart. Jizafeng, do you know why I fell for you all those years ago? Su Qingxue countered. Upon hearing her words, Jizafeng exhaled in relief, fearing she would reveal that her affections lay not with him, but with that scoundrel, Lin Zhe. What a fright it had been. Qingxue, to be honest, I don't know, he replied with a smile, oblivious to the reasons behind her past affection. Moreover, Jizafeng had no desire to engage in such trivial discussions. He merely wished to solidify their relationship and kiss her passionately. Su Qingxue met his gaze. Her expression earnest and grave as she stated, forget it. What significance does this hold now? Jizafeng, I always believed I was in love with you. And when you went abroad, I suffered greatly. I selfishly thought that if I were to be with your nemesis, perhaps you would glance back at me. During university, I was aware of your rivalry with Lin Zhe, who consistently outshone you. I knew you were envious of him, so I chose him, marrying him in hopes that you would notice me when you learned of our union. I even shared the news on social media, visible only to you, but alas, I was merely indulging in wishful thinking. At this point, Su Qingxue paused. Jizafeng, overwhelmed with guilt, murmured, Qingxue, I'm sorry. I realized too late, but thankfully, we are still young, and there is much time ahead. Su Qingxue shook her head. I regret to inform you, Jizafeng, that the reign of our youth has long ceased with Lin Zhe's arrival. Hence, Jizafeng, I no longer harbor feelings for you. Chapter 68. Work hard. And next year I'll get you a sister-in-law. Shock. Bewilderment. Dread. Countless emotions surged from the depths of Jizafeng's heart in an instant. His body began to tremble. His breath quickened, and his eyes reddened, not from sorrow, but from fear. Su Qingxue was his only lifeline, yet now she declared her disinterest. Such an outcome was unbearable for Jizafeng. Qingxue, you're joking with me, aren't you? His voice quivered profoundly. Jizafeng, you know I am not one to toy with emotions, Su Qingxue replied, her tone resolute, intensifying his panic. Qingxue, you cannot treat me this way. I sacrificed my career abroad for you. If you reject me, I will be left with nothing. Such words were, of course, mere nonsense. Jizafeng had a pitiful excuse for a career overseas. After he and Qimei relocated, he relied on his family's financial support, indulging in a life of revelry each day. His intent in uttering such statements was nothing more than to provoke a sense of guilt in Su Qingxue. Yet, he was mistaken. Su Qingxue had never been a person prone to sentimentality. Throughout her life, only Lin Zhe had the power to sway her emotions. Apart from him, no one else could influence her feelings. Jizafeng, if you think this will make me feel guilty, you are sorely mistaken. I do feel guilt, but not towards you. Rather, it is Lin Zhe who occupies my thoughts. He cares for me deeply, yet I failed to understand my own heart, causing him pain. But you are correct. We are still young, and I will have countless opportunities to make amends with him. Jizafeng was utterly shattered. He was completely broken. It was always that scoundrel Lin Zhe. Since their university days, he had always felt inferior to him. He once believed that Su Qingxue was the sole area where he excelled. But now, even she had developed feelings for Lin Zhe. Jizafeng could not accept this. Qingxue, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Please, grant me another chance. I genuinely like you, he pleaded desperately, nearly on the verge of kneeling before her. Su Qingxue felt no spark of compassion. Instead, she was slightly annoyed. Jizafeng, in matters of the heart, you know better than I. Such feelings cannot be forced. Out of respect for our past as classmates, I do not wish to speak harshly. Let us leave it at this, if you wish. You may continue working at my company, but there is absolutely no possibility for anything between us. With those words, Su Qingxue turned and entered her car. As she drove away, Jizafeng completely fell apart. In a fit of rage, he kicked a tree by the roadside, only to overexert himself and cry out in pain. His despair deepened. Lin Zhe, just you wait. One day, I will bring you down. And you, Su Qingxue, you will come crawling back to me. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was unaware of the events that had transpired between Su Qingxue and Jizafeng. At that moment, he was enjoying some street food from a vendor. To be honest, Lin Zhe relished street food. During his time in Blue Star, he often sought out late-night stalls, especially when he had just taken over his father's legacy. The pressure was immense. He needed an outlet. He had tried racing, rock climbing, and various other activities. But nothing compared to the relaxation he found in indulging in street food under the night sky, surrounded by the vibrant atmosphere of bustling stalls. At that moment, Lindsay was savoring the experience. Although the taste of the street food could hardly compare to that of a fine dining establishment, he was genuinely happy. After finishing his meal, he left 200 yuan on the table and drove off to his company. Upon entering the company, I observed Chen Qingshan entering with 2 bags brimming with lunchboxes. Spotting Lindsay, Chen Qingshan cheerfully inquired, "Zhe Gu, have you eaten yet? I ordered some boxed meals. Shall we dine together?" Lindsay replied, "I've already eaten. Why are you all just now having your meal?" With a grin, Chen Qingshan explained, "We had no choice. Zhe Gu, your tasks are demanding. We started working last night to ensure we complete the assignment you entrusted to us on time. So we've been residing at the company." Lindsay patted Chen Qingshan on the shoulder, saying, "Work diligently, and next year, I shall arrange for you to marry a sister-in-law." "Thank you, Zhe Gu," Chen Qingshan exclaimed with excitement, as finding a girlfriend was his greatest aspiration at present. Lindsay chuckled, "Go eat your meal. After you finish, gather everyone in the conference room for a brief meeting." Chen Qingshan nodded and, as he entered the company with the lunchboxes, suddenly realized, "Marry a sister-in-law? What does that have to do with me?" The realization left Chen Qingshan feeling both amused and bewildered. Zhe Gu remains as humorous as he was back in university. After waiting for half an hour in the conference room, a total of 11 individuals, including Chen Qingshan, entered. Lindsay's gaze swept across the faces of the attendees. "Let us introduce ourselves. I am Lindsay, a former classmate of Chen Qingshan from university. This company is one I have invested in, and from this moment onward, you are all under my purview. First, let us sign the confidentiality agreement regarding the software we are developing. While I trust you all, I prefer to be thorough in my dealings." Lindsay tossed a stack of documents to Chen Qingshan, who had the agreement drafted by the legal department, assisted by Shen Tianli. "Please distribute these." Nodding, Chen Qingshan complied. Once everyone had signed the agreement, he organized the documents and handed them back to Lindsay. Holding the confidentiality agreement, Lindsay stated, "I am straightforward in my approach and dislike unnecessary chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, let us embark on this journey to wealth together. You may think I am merely making promises, but time will validate my words." The meeting is adjourned. Chen Qingshan, please stay behind. As the others departed, Lindsay addressed Chen Qingshan, "What instructions do you have?" He continued, "From now on, I will cover your meals and any needs during working hours. Just keep the receipts and feel free to request reimbursements." Chen Qingshan felt a surge of joy and nodded eagerly, thinking how generous Lindsay was. Working under such a boss was indeed exhilarating. "By the way, Zhe Gu, if I come across any highly skilled professionals, may I continue to recruit?" "Of course, you may. You are the head of the technical department, and you have full authority over it. In fact, you can recruit talent at your discretion and set the salaries as well." Chen Qingshan's excitement grew. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to work now." "Go ahead," Lindsay replied. After sending Chen Qingshan on his way, Lindsay also stood to leave. Just as he exited the building, a police car screeched to a halt in front of him. 3 uniformed officers emerged, and the leading man coldly asked, "Are you Lindsay?" "Yes," he responded. "All right, let us accompany you." Chapter 69. What does it matter if he is biological? In the hospital, Lin Nan had just finished his bandaging, his head wrapped like a rice dumpling. Lin Xiaotian and Jin Shui Lian gazed at their son with hearts full of concern. "Does it hurt, my son?" Jin Shui Lian asked with palpable worry. Lin Nan replied pitifully, It hurts terribly." Jin Shui Lian's anger flared instantly. "Lin Xiaotian, I tell you, we must ensure that Lindsay pays a heavy price for what he has done to our son. Look at what he has done to him. Do not worry. I have already called the police. That scoundrel is likely at the station now, and the injury report for our son has come out. Initially, it was not severe, but I had the doctor diagnose it as a concussion. He will be in for a long stay behind bars," Lin Xiaotian said darkly. Lin Nan felt a surge of elation. What did it matter if Lindsay was biological? What difference did it make that he was an adopted son? At this moment, his parents were still on his side. "Mom, perhaps we should let it go. After all, he is my elder brother. If he ends up in prison, it will still reflect poorly on the Lin family." Lin Nan feigned magnanimity. Jin Shui Lian looked at Lin Nan with a pained expression. "My dear son, your generosity has allowed that scoundrel to take advantage of you. Besides, he has already been expelled from the Lin family. Even if he goes to prison, it does not tarnish our family's reputation. Indeed, that scoundrel has been cast out from our family. Even if he were to die, it would not concern us. and I have made arrangements for him to have a most unpleasant time inside, Lin Xiaotian added, his excitement barely contained. Lin Nan was on the verge of exultation, holding tightly to his thigh to suppress any outburst. Mom, do you think my brother will be killed? Let it be. If he dies, he dies. Jean Chui Lian replied with disdain. Mom, may I visit him later? After all, he is my elder brother. Xiao Nan, you are too kind-hearted. What is there to see in such a worthless person? Lin Nan found himself stifling laughter. He was not truly kind-hearted, merely curious to see the extent of Lin Zhe's misfortune. As the three conversed, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. A man in his 30s strode in confidently. Who is Lin Xiaotian? He asked, his expression impassive. I am. Who are you? My name is Fan Wenbing. And my boss is Bai Dao Long, the man replied coldly. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback. Bai Dao Long was the most notorious scion of High City, a connection the Lin family could only dream of. To his astonishment, this individual had sought them out. Could it be a proposal for collaboration? Lin Xiaotian's heart raced with excitement. Mr. Fan, I am Lin Xiaotian. May I inquire what instructions young Master Bai has? Young Master Bai has instructed you to withdraw your accusations against Lin Zhe, Fan Wenbing said in a chilling tone. Lin Xiaotian was rendered speechless. Jean Chui Lian was equally stunned. Lin Nan was in shock. What is happening? Since when did that scoundrel become acquainted with someone of Bai Dao Long's caliber? Did you hear that? Fan Wenbing's voice cut through the air. Yes, I heard, Lin Xiaotian stammered. You have 5 minutes. If Bai Xiao cannot meet Lin Zhe at the police station within that time, you will have to handle the consequences. With these words, Fan Wenbing turned and left. The three individuals in the hospital room were utterly bewildered. Father, what on earth is happening? How could that scoundrel be acquainted with Bai Dao Long? Lin Nan asked, trembling with fear. How could one not be afraid? Just days ago, that brute had kissed Shin Tianli in front of him. Earlier today, Su Qingxue had threatened to seek justice for Lin Zhe. And now, another figure, Bai Dao Long, had emerged. The three most powerful families in Haiqing had converged. It was not merely their alliance that frightened him. Any one of them could extinguish his life with ease, far simpler than crushing an ant. Lin Xiaotian, however, wore a grim expression. On the surface, his demeanor showed no change, but within, a tempest raged. Indeed, Lin Xiaotian was even more astonished than Lin Nan that Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, had managed to entangle himself with such a formidable entity as Bai Dao Long. At that moment, Jean Suelian interjected, Lin Xiaotian. Do you think that scoundrel might seize this opportunity to retaliate against us? He would dare, Lin Xiaotian replied dismissively. When we drove him away in that torrential rain, he knelt before us, pleading not to be cast out. This reveals his deep yearning for family. As long as I dangle a morsel of hope before him, even if he has aligned himself with Bai Dao Long, what difference does it make? He will still be begging us to welcome him back home. Jean Suolian felt a pang of anxiety, remembering vividly how she had chastised Lin Zhe in the past. Yet, upon hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, her earlier trepidation dissipated entirely. She declared triumphantly, you should call the police station and have that scoundrel come out, then call him to return home for a meal. Upon hearing that Lin Zhe was to be summoned home, Lin Nan immediately felt a surge of discomfort. If Lin Xiaotian and Jean Suelian were to discover his past actions, he feared for his life. Father, mother, if my brother is coming home, should I leave first? I fear he will beat me again, Lin Nan said, looking pitiful. Jean Suelian, upon hearing this, felt a rush of maternal sympathy and quickly responded, don't worry, Xiaonan. Here's the plan, Lin Xiaotian. You first call to have that scoundrel come out, then after, sweeten him up a bit. It would be wise to probe into his relationship with Bai Dao Long. If their bond is indeed strong, we can feign agreement to allow him back home, and then have him facilitate an introduction between us and the Bai family. Lin Xiaotian considered Jean Suelian's suggestion favorably and nodded, proceeding to call the police station. After hanging up, he began to strategize when to approach Lin Zhe, aiming to have him broker a connection with the Bai family. Father, mother, do you think my brother might, relying on his connection with the Bai family, deliberately refuse to come out, forcing us to apologize to him? Lin Nan suddenly interjected. Lin Xiaotian scoffed. He is delusional. The only reason he would come out is due to Bai Dao Long's influence. Otherwise, he'd be awaiting his fate behind bars. A discarded member of the family, a mere wastrel, dares to hold power over us? What is he? Jean Suelian chimed in agreement. As Lin Xiaotian was speaking, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the police station. Old Lu, what is going on? Lin Xiaotian inquired. The caller was the deputy chief of the police station. Mr. Lin. Do you have a moment? What is it? It would be best if you could come down in person. What on earth is happening? Lin Xiaotian questioned irritably. Lin Zhe stated that unless Lin Xiaotian personally knelt down and apologized today, he would not be leaving the police station. Chapter 70. Who do you think you were? Lin Zhe was smoking in the interrogation room. The cigarette belonged to a deputy chief Liu, who had also provided it to him. Unfortunately, upon entering, Lin Zhe had his belongings temporarily confiscated. Initially relieved at the prospect of being released, Lin Zhe soon learned from Deputy Chief Liu that it was Lin Xiaotian who had made the call for his release. Lin Zhe was acutely aware that Lin Xiaotian would never voluntarily let him go. This indicated that someone had intervened on his behalf, or more accurately, someone had coerced Lin Xiaotian into doing so. In the vast city of Haiqing, only the Su family, the Shen family, or the Bai family could compel Lin Xiaotian to yield, although he was uncertain who had orchestrated it. Lin Zhe understood that Lin Xiaotian was currently in a position of disadvantage. This was why he instructed Deputy Chief Liu to call Lin Xiaotian, demanding that he come to kneel and apologize. Lin Zhe was confident that he would come, regardless of whether it was Shen Tianli or Su Qingxue behind this. It was clear that they were not individuals Lin Xiaotian could afford to offend. When Lin Zhe finished his cigarette, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. It was not a police officer who entered, but a well-dressed, imposing young man. Upon seeing him, Deputy Chief Liu instantly adopted an air of utmost respect. Young Master Bai, how may I assist you? The mention of his name, albeit not his full name, signified the reverence a deputy chief held for him in the grand city of Haiqing. There was only one person who commanded such respect, and that was Bai Daolong. Please step outside. I need to speak with Lin Zhe for a moment. Liu quickly nodded and exited. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Zhe smiled and said, I'm waiting for Lin Xiaotian to come and kneel to apologize. You are indeed vengeful, yet Lin Xiaotian is your father, is he not? He does not regard me as a son, so why should I consider him a father? So, it was you who forced Lin Xiaotian to release me? Bai Daolong nodded. Indeed. Are you here to discuss Jiang Qingwei? Lin Zhe inquired. Bai Daolong hesitated for a moment before chuckling. You are more astute than I anticipated. Can you guess why I saved you? There are two possibilities. Either you want me to assist you in pursuing Jiang Qingwei, or you wish for me to keep my distance from her. I personally lean towards the former. If the latter were your intention, given your background, it would be unnecessary for you to owe me a favor. Bai Daolong began to applaud. You are even more clever than I had imagined. Lin Zhe, however, paid him no heed and continued. If I am not mistaken, it must be Jiang Qingyue's agent who informed you of my existence. Bai Daolong's smile faded. Lin Zhe's intelligence once again exceeded his expectations. Yet, during his investigation into Lin Zhe, he had concluded that he was merely a worthless individual. Thus, he had contemplated rescuing him once, hoping to entangle him in a significant debt of gratitude, thereby making him a useful pawn. At Bai Daolong's level, resorting to threats was utterly beneath him. He considered himself a person of lofty ideals. Moreover, rather than threatening Lin Zhe to part ways with Jiang Qingwei, it would be far more advantageous to have him as an ally. However, what Bai Daolong did not anticipate was that Lin Zhe's cleverness would astonish him and reveal that this young man was not easily manipulated. No longer smiling. Which indicates I have guessed correctly. It seems I shall have to find Jiang Qingwei a new agent, Lin Zhe remarked nonchalantly. No need for a change. For whoever you replace them with will ultimately heed my commands, Bai Daolong retorted. Indeed. Well, since you are already aware of my intentions, I shall be straightforward. I have taken a liking to Jiang Qingyue, but after pursuing her for 2 years, I have made little progress. She seems to have a favorable disposition towards you. I believe you could assist me. Lin Zhe chuckled lightly. But Bai Daolong, what am I to do? I too wish to be with Jiang Qingwei. Bai Daolong's countenance darkened. A chilling aura emanating from his gaze, causing the temperature in the interrogation room to plummet. Lin Zhe, do not court death. Jiang Qingwei is solely mine. Bai Daolong, you have somewhat diminished your stature. You are, after all, the most esteemed young master of Haiqing, yet here you are, threatening me. Is your confidence faltering? With that, Bai Daolong found himself abruptly restrained by Lin Zhe. To be candid, Bai Daolong had no desire to threaten Lin Zhe if it could be avoided. However, he had learned from Jiang Qingyue's agent that Lin Zhe was the one she had cherished for many years. Now, Lin Zhe was declaring his own desire for Jiang Qingwei. Given her affection for him, was it not merely a matter of time? Consequently, Bai Daolong grew anxious. He possessed numerous methods to deal with Lin Zhe. Yet what he truly sought was Jiang Qingyue's heart. Even if he were to eliminate Lin Zhe, what value would that have if he could not win her affection? Do you smoke? Bai Daolong suddenly inquired. Just extinguished one. Bai Daolong lit a cigarette for himself, leisurely taking a few puffs. However, after only a few draws, he discarded the cigarette but on the floor, extinguishing it with his foot. He then rose to his feet. Grant me 3 months. Within this period, do not pursue her. If I have not won her heart by the end of 3 months, I shall withdraw. Very well, Lin Zhe replied with a smile. He agreed. For Bai Daolong had indeed rendered him assistance once. This favor he was willing to acknowledge. Nevertheless, while he consented not to pursue Jiang Qingyue, he made no promise to refrain from kissing her. Bai Daolong nodded and turned to leave. His departure was decisive and efficient, yet Lin Zhe found himself lost in contemplation. What was initially presumed to be the frivolous air of Haiqing proved to be far more perilous than anticipated. Not long after Bai Daolong departed, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more. Lin Zhe beheld the deputy director Lu escorting an irate middle-aged man into the chamber. The newcomer was none other than Lin Zhe's estranged father, Lin Xiaodian. However, upon seeing him, Lin Zhe was struck by how much he resembled Lin Nan, particularly in the eyes, which seemed to have been molded from the same cast. As Lin Zhe scrutinized him, Lin Xiaodian glared back, seething with fury. Wretch, kneel before me. Initially, Lin Xiaodian had approached with a tinge of trepidation, contemplating appealing to Lin Zhe's emotions in hopes of sparing himself, especially with Bai Daolong still present at the precinct. Yet upon learning that Bai Daolong had already left, his fear dissipated. A smirk crossed Lin Zhe's face. It was evident that Lin Xiaodian had regained his bravado in the absence of Bai Daolong. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, a cold, indifferent voice pierced through the air from the doorway. Lin Xiaodian, who do you think you are, demanding Lin Zhe to kneel? Fury ignited within Lin Xiaodian upon hearing such insolence, especially from a woman. Have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? He retorted with disdain, swiftly turning to confront the source of this audacity. However, in an instant, his previously furious countenance paled, fear flickering in his eyes. Miss Shun, I apologize. I did not realize it was you, Lin Xiaodian stammered, his voice trembling. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe chuckled coldly, turning his gaze to the entrance where a striking figure stood elegantly. Her enchanting face was laced with an unusual coldness, her doe-like eyes glistening with an unsettling frost. She appeared remarkably formidable, a stark contrast to her usual charming demeanor. It was none other than Shen Tianli. What brings you here? Lin Zhe inquired. With a playful smile, Shen Tianli replied, I called you, but a policeman answered and informed me about your situation. So I rushed over. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodian's heart jolted. From the exchange between Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli, he discerned the depth of their relationship. He could not help but glance at Lin Zhe, pondering how this wretch had managed to associate with such influential figures. Not only had he forged a connection with Bai Daolong, but his ties with the Shen family's heirs were equally impressive. Yet, rather than feeling intimidated by Lin Zhe's connections, Lin Xiaodian felt a sense of glee. He believed that if he could appease Lin Zhe, the latter would assist him in establishing ties with the Bai and Shen families. Should the Lin family succeed in aligning with these two powerful clans, their rise to prominence would surely be imminent. Considering this, Lin Xiaodian quickly smiled and said, Lin Zhe, I acknowledge that I was at fault today, and I regret that you had to endure such discomfort. My intention was merely to foster harmony among you brothers and to prevent any further discord. Hence, I thought to impart a lesson. Moreover, I have informed the police to release you after a brief detention. Lin Zhe chuckled. The journey from being escorted away from the company entrance to the police station and then to the interrogation room was far from a mere brief confinement. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention of Bai Daolong, several officers might have resorted to more sinister measures against him. Seeing Lin Zhe smile, Lin Xiaodian believed his words had made an impact. He could not help but feel a surge of pride, thinking to himself, still as foolish as before, easily swayed by a few flattering words. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Zhe abruptly ceased his laughter. Not only did he stop smiling, but his gaze also turned piercingly sharp as he directed it towards Lin Xiaodian. In that moment of eye contact, Lin Xiaodian was overwhelmed by an unsettling sense of pressure. The intensity of Lin Zhe's presence instilled a sudden fear within him. What was happening? Why do I feel intimidated by this wretched creature? Surely, it must be due to the presence of the young lady from the Shun family that I feel this way. With this reasoning, Lin Xiaodian internally breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Tianli also sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Zhe's eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. This scoundrel had previously lived in a state of subservience within the Lin family, and it was said that he feared Lin Xiaodian greatly. Yet now, his gaze was so formidable. Could it be that the torment he endured at the hands of the Lin family had fostered a deep-seated resentment? It must be so. It seems I ought to treat this scoundrel with more kindness moving forward. At that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly remarked with a cold smile, Lin Xiaodian, do you truly believe I remain as foolish as before? That a few casual compliments would move me to the point of offering my life in gratitude? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lin Xiaodian inwardly cursed, beast. If it weren't for the fear of provoking the young lady from the Shin family. Do you think I would waste my breath on you? Yet, despite his thoughts, Lin Xiaodian maintained a facade of cordiality, saying, my son. You must understand that I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Lin Zhe retorted with a sneer. Oh, trying to play the emotional card? Lin Xiaodian, what are you even worth? You have but two choices, either kneel and apologize or leave. It was already 5:47. If Lin Zhe was not permitted to leave by 6 o'clock, Lin Xiaodian. The land that your family has been eyeing recently will be contested by the Shin family. Shin Tianli added, her words laced with a palpable threat. It must be said, Shin Tianli had a knack for manipulation. Lin Xiaodian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shin Tianli would support Lin Zhe to such an extent. The land she referred to was a crucial project for the Lin family in the latter half of the year. If developed successfully, it could yield hundreds of millions. If the Shin family truly sought to contest it, the Lin family would not dare to retaliate and would instead withdraw in submission. Lin Xiaodian, having secretly berated Lin Zhe with words akin to beast, initially contemplated yielding. However, upon witnessing Lin Zhe's arrogant demeanor, an overwhelming fury surged within him. How could this creature, once cast out of the family by himself, now dare to exert control over him? In truth, at that moment, Lin Xiaodian harbored a desire to eliminate Lin Zhe. Yet he restrained himself, mindful of the repercussions from the esteemed young lady of the Shin family. Suppressing his anger and humiliation, Lin Xiaodian knelt down, gritting his teeth. He uttered, Lin Zhe, I apologize for today's events. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Forgive you? Dream on. No need to rush. Just wait a little longer. There will come a day when the Lin family faces utter ruin, Lin Zhe replied, his expression devoid of emotion. With a resentful glance at Lin Zhe, Lin Xiaodian exited the interrogation room. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The tension that had permeated the air dissipated. Just moments prior, Lin Zhe's piercing gaze had instilled fear, yet he now looked pitifully at Shin Tianli. Come here, let me embrace you, he said. Shin Tianli, with a flirtatious smile, remarked, you rogue, you truly are a master of theatrics. Just moments ago, you were so formidable, yet now you appear so woeful. Master of theatrics? I genuinely feel wronged. It was Lin Nan who provoked me first, and I merely retaliated. Yet, as our father, Lin Xiaodian indiscriminately allowed the police to apprehend me. As he spoke, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Shin Tianli's heart stirred. She had previously doubted Lin Zhe's intentions as a ploy for her embrace. But upon hearing his words and witnessing his reddened eyes, she realized his grievance was sincere. After all, it must be painful to witness one's biological father so blatantly favoring an adopted son. At this moment, he likely felt not only wronged but also profoundly saddened. Perhaps a simple embrace from her could indeed soothe his wounded heart. Taking a few steps closer, Shin Tianli voluntarily enveloped Lin Zhe in her arms. He held her alluring form tightly, a smirk gracing his lips as he said, Shin Tianli, you are indeed a captivating and kind-hearted person. Amused by his words, Shin Tianli was about to respond when a sudden shiver coursed through her body, her enchanting face flushing with a tempting hue. In a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she retorted, you rogue, I knew you were pretending. Remove your hands from my backside. Chapter 72. I have a plan. I acquired this through my own efforts. Why should I let go? Lin Zhe asserted boldly. Shin Tianli, defeated by his shamelessness, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her smile radiant. You brazen fool. If you touch my backside again, you shall spend the night here. Such a heartless girl, he mused. With a playful smack, he struck her alluring rear. A delightful sound escaped Shin Tianli's lips, causing Lin Zhe to feel a thrill. He looked at her with a smile and inquired, when will you fulfill the promise you made to me today? What promise? Shin Tianli replied with a coy smile, feigning ignorance. She certainly remembered the promise she had made to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe embraced her soft, fragrant body and said, damn. You mentioned this morning that after I treated your friend, I could have a kiss. Is that not so? Don't you recall? Shin Tianli shook her head in response. Stop shaking. I feel dizzy, she giggled. However, her laughter was short-lived, for Lin Zhe leaned in to kiss her. Goodness, her lips were truly soft and intoxicating. Shin Tianli considered pushing Lin Zhe away, yet the electrifying sensation was utterly captivating. Not only did it quicken her heartbeat, but it also sent thrilling shivers throughout her body. Shen Tianli relished this exhilarating feeling. Perhaps having been slightly addicted to Lin Zai's kiss, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck and began to return the kiss. They were lost in the moment until a sudden knock at the door jolted them back to reality. Shen Tianli, her cheeks flushed, pushed Lin Zai away. He glanced at her, noticing her rosy complexion and alluring gaze. Truly enticing. The visitor at the door was a police officer. "What is it?" Lin Zai asked, slightly annoyed. Just when he had the chance to kiss Shen Tianli, he was interrupted. "A Miss Su is outside looking for you," the officer replied in a deep voice. "Miss Su? That must be Su Qingxue. What brings her here?" Lin Zai pondered, then dismissed the officer. He was eager to kiss Shen Tianli again. As he had his fill, and besides, it provided an opportunity for his hands to wander elsewhere. Shen Tianli escaped Lin Zai's embrace, wary of allowing him to kiss her further. If they continued, something unforeseen might happen. After all, she had acutely felt a surge of desire awaken within her while being kissed by Lin Zai, and that longing was fiercely consuming her rationality. If the kissing persisted, it was certain to lead to complications. Shen Tianli was not ready to surrender her innocence to this rogue. "Rogue, we agreed that you could only kiss once a day. And you've already had your turn," Shen Tianli protested. Lin Zai chuckled, replying, "Then I'll just take an advance for tomorrow. We one tea kiss then." Shen Tianli looked at him, torn between amusement and exasperation. This brazen rogue was truly shameless. It was her first time hearing of advancing a kiss. She playfully scolded, "You wish. First, go deal with Su Qingxue, and then I'll see how you perform before deciding if I'll let you kiss me again." Very well. After reclaiming what was rightfully his, they exited the police station together. Su Qingxue stood by her expensive luxury car, undeniably stunning. Even in a simple dress, her beauty was captivating, making it hard for anyone to look away. Upon seeing Lin Zai, Su Qingxue appeared somewhat agitated. Half an hour ago, she had called him wanting to have a serious conversation, but a police officer had answered. It was only then that she learned Lin Zai had been brought to the station due to the incident where he had beaten Lin Nan earlier that day. In a rush, she hurried over. She was so concerned about Lin Yang's well-being that she made several calls to high-ranking officials in the police force. In her haste to arrive, she had no qualms about running numerous red lights. Su Qingxue had never been in such a place before. Yet she was acutely aware that Lin Xiaodian would not spare Lin Zai. After all, he had cast Lin Zai out of the family for the sake of that adopted son. She resolved that upon seeing Lin Zai, she would do whatever it took to rescue him, and then embrace him tightly to offer her comfort. However, her initial excitement quickly faded when she spotted Shen Tianli. The exhilaration within her evaporated as if doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving her cold from head to toe. An overwhelming sorrow enveloped Su Qingxue, a profound sadness unlike any she had ever experienced. It felt as if her heart was being mercilessly stabbed by a knife, causing her to nearly lose her footing. "Su Qingxue, you are too late. I have already rescued Lin Zai," Shen Tianli said with a smug smile, her words dripping with double entendre, a blatant display of triumph. Su Qingxue felt her heart sink further. The sorrow consumed her, leaving her unable to articulate the multitude of things she wished to say to Lin Zai. In that moment, she could only muster a strained smile and utter, "I'm glad you're out." With that, she turned and stepped into her car. Once she had left the police station, her tears could no longer be contained. As she drove, she wept bitterly. The ringtone blaring from her phone only deepened her distress. It was a song Lin Zai had gifted her, which she had set as her ringtone. It was her friend, the quintessential heartbreaker, who called. "Where are you? What is going on?" Her friend inquired. "Qianqian, where are you?" Su Qingxue cried into the phone. Her friend, Zhao Qianqian, was one of the few who knew about her marriage to Lin Zai, and she understood the reasons behind it. Upon hearing that Su Qingxue was collaborating with the Lin family, Qianqian felt overwhelmed. Her friend seemed to deliberately tread upon Lin Zai's sensitive spots. "I truly didn't mean to. During that time, I had just re-established contact with Ji Zifeng and was preoccupied with thoughts of being with him, neglecting Lin Zai's feelings." Su Qingxue sobbed in explanation. "Darling, your explanations are futile. The fact remains that regardless of the reasons, the damage to Lin Zai has already been done," Qianqian replied. "Qianqian, do you think I will really lose Lin Zai?" Su Qingxue wept. "It is difficult to articulate. You first divorced Lin Zai for Ji Zifeng, which was already a blow to Lin Zai, and now you are collaborating with the Lin family, which leaves me unwilling to engage with you further." Su Qingxue sobbed even harder. "Stop crying for a moment. I must ask you, do you genuinely wish to reconcile with Lin Zai?" Su Qingxue nodded vigorously. "This matter is not simple. Is there any particular aspect of you that Lindsay cherishes? Su Qingxue choked on her words. He wants to sleep with me. And he is particularly fond of my legs. Zhao Qianqian burst into laughter at this revelation. Lindsay appears to be refined and gentle. Yet one would not expect such boldness. However, with your looks and physique, even I, as a woman, would be tempted, let alone a man. Su Qingxue began to weep again. Qianqian, I am already in such distress. Could you not be so frivolous? Cease your tears. I possess a method to help you win Lindsay back. Su Qingxue was taken aback, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Zhao Qianqian as she hurriedly inquired, what method? Chapter 73, he is quite skilled at seduction. Zhao Qianqian succinctly replied, seduce him. Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Seduce him? Indeed. Does he not admire your legs and wish to sleep with you? Then, you must leverage your strengths, exude your charm, and make his heart yearn for you. But, he currently does not wish to engage with me, Su Qingxue said, her expression dimming. Foolish girl. He is ignoring you now because you have genuinely disappointed him and hurt his heart. However, this is separate from his attraction to your legs and desire for intimacy. Trust me, I deeply understand men. Will this truly work? Su Qingxue asked, skepticism lacing her tone. My dear lady, are you questioning my expertise? Would you like me to demonstrate it for you personally? Su Qingxue was rendered speechless. No, how would you demonstrate that? Zhao Qianqian had already picked up her phone. After scrolling through her contacts, she finally pointed at an avatar displaying well-defined abs, saying, this fitness instructor has always looked down upon me. Each time I go to exercise, he scrutinizes me with disdain. Today, let me showcase the prowess of a top-tier seductress. As she spoke, Zhao Qianqian tapped on the instructor's profile, clearing her throat. She adopted a particularly flirtatious tone that sent shivers down Su Qingxue's spine as she declared, what should I do? I want to roll on your abs. Qianqian. You are utterly repulsive. Zhao Qianqian laughed. Indeed, it is quite distasteful, but oddly enough, men are drawn to this sort of thing. Just then, Zhao Qianqian's phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from the fitness instructor. How do you roll? Zhao Qianqian showed the message to Su Qingxue. What do you think? Did I win him over? Su Qingxue stared blankly at Zhao Qianqian. Is that all it takes? Do you doubt it? Just wait. Unless something unexpected occurs, he will soon inundate me with messages. As she spoke, another message arrived. You can't be serious about losing a game of truth or dare. Can you? Qianqian, don't mess with me. The response was, if you don't reply, I'll come find you right now. Zhao Qianqian, feeling bored, turned off her phone. Did you see that? This is the nature of men. Lindsay is not that kind of person, Su Qingxue retorted. Zhao Qianqian laughed and said, indeed, Lindsay is not that type, but how can he resist your beauty and alluring figure? If you were to leverage your advantages, he would undoubtedly be captivated by you to the extent of giving his life for you. Then how should I entice him? Su Qingxue blurted out. Zhao Qianqian was taken aback, surprised that her usually aloof and dignified friend would pose such a question. It seemed she genuinely wished to be with Lindsay. Do you truly want to be with him? Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes reddening. Yes, before my divorce, I believed I was enamored with Ji Zifeng. As you know, he has always been my shining star. However, after the divorce, witnessing Lindsay grow close to other girls drove me nearly mad. When Ji Zifeng was with other girls, I felt nothing. In fact, when I asked you this morning, I realized I might be falling for Lindsay, but I wasn't certain. It appears Lindsay has been devoted to you these past 3 years, Zhao Qianqian remarked wistfully. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. He has indeed treated me well. I remember once when I fell ill, he was more distressed than I was, staying by my side all night to care for me. Before she could finish her thought, tears streamed down Su Qingxue's cheeks once more. At the time, she hadn't fully appreciated Lindsay's care, but now that he was gone, she recognized that those seemingly insignificant moments had become her most cherished memories. Listening to Su Qingxue's recounting, a glimmer of envy appeared in Zhao Qianqian's eyes. Qingxue, do you remember that time your car broke down at midnight? Lindsay couldn't reach you and called me instead. You had no idea how frantic he was. As if he had lost his most treasured possession. I was truly envious of you then, envious that you had a boy who was utterly devoted to you. Su Qingxue's tears flowed more freely. How could she forget? She recalled waiting for a tow truck on the roadside in the biting winter cold when Lindsay found her. He immediately took off his down jacket and forced it onto her, silently holding her close. In that moment, she clearly felt his body trembling, revealing his fear. It was then that she first heard the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Su Qingxue's vision blurred completely. Some memories are too painful to dwell upon. The more one thinks, the more it hurts. Let me ask you, has Ji Zifeng ever touched you? Zhao Qianqian suddenly inquired. Su Qingxue wiped her tears and quickly shook her head, saying, "No. I haven't allowed any man other than Linzi to touch me, not even a finger." "Really? Does that mean you have allowed Linzi to?" Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed. Zhao Qianqian's question jolted Su Qingxue from her sorrow. Yet, she didn't wish to conceal anything from her dear friend. "Yes, I have," she admitted shyly. Zhao Qianqian instantly appeared invigorated. Come, let us delve deeper. How did it happen? Did you merely hold hands, or did you share a kiss? Or perhaps something more intimate?" Su Qingxue felt increasingly embarrassed. Though not typically shy, her friend's provocative questions were undeniably stimulating. "All of the above," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhao Qianqian grew ever more excited. "Linzi is quite impressive, isn't he?" Without any preamble, he claimed you. "Pray tell, when did he ensnare you?" "The day I proposed divorce," Su Qingxue recounted. "Initially, we had reached an agreement, but after he collapsed to the ground in tears, when he stood up, it was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He clung to me, and in a daze from his kiss, I succumbed." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a desire to vanish into the earth. Yet, memories of that day flooded her mind incessantly. "Ha ha ha, Linzi is quite the character." Zhao Qianqian teased. "Stop with the snide remarks, Qianqian. Just tell me how I should entice him." Zhao Qianqian, with a playful grin, replied, "I've already shared my strategy. He adores your legs, right? So show them off. Wear stockings, various colors and styles to lure him in. But what if he desires to be intimate?" Su Qingxue inquired. "Are you truly considering that?" Zhao Qianqian quipped, her tone teasing. Su Qingxue's face turned crimson, and she fell silent, for sometimes silence speaks volumes. Zhao Qianqian was taken aback. "No way, do you genuinely wish for him to be intimate with you? Have you become addicted to his embrace?" "He does have a certain skill in that area," Su Qingxue replied softly. Chapter 74. Fear of inebriation. Zhao Qianqian gazed at Su Qingxue with a knowing look. Just how skilled is he? Su Qingxue jolted awake, realizing the implications of her words. Her cheeks burned like the twilight sky. "Qianqian, stop teasing me. I'm nearly at my wit's end." Zhao Qianqian, with a mischievous smile, said, "Having already been intimate, what is there to feel uneasy about? Listen to me. From tonight onward, wear seductive stockings and send him a photo." "But what if he doesn't respond?" Su Qingxue fretted. "Why such a lack of confidence? You truly do not recognize how alluring you are." Su Qingxue blushed even deeper. She was acutely aware of her own appeal, especially when clad in stockings and heels. "Qianqian, do you think this might be a bit too forward? Too provocative?" Su Qingxue nodded shyly. Zhao Qianqian laughed. "Being alluring with someone you fancy is simply a matter of romance. Trust me, the phrase love takes time is not merely a glitch." Su Qingxue instantly grasped her meaning, her cheeks blooming with a captivating hue. "By the way, my dear friend, aside from your collaboration with the Lin family to facilitate your divorce from Ji Zifeng, you haven't engaged in any other actions to harm Linzi, have you? Do not let there be anything I am unaware of, lest you weep to me if Linzi disregards you." Zhao Qianqian inquired curiously. Su Qingxue fell silent, suddenly reminded of the sports car she had gifted to Ji Zifeng. Frankly, she wished she could return to the day she presented that car and slap herself soundly. Why the urgency in gifting him a sports car? Could one not ascertain mutual feelings before bestowing such a present? Why the silence? Have you perhaps committed other transgressions against Linzi? Zhao Qianqian inquired. Su Qingxue, feeling dejected, replied, "After Ji Zifeng returned, I gifted him a sports car." Zhao Qianqian was taken aback. "Does Linzi know about this?" Su Qingxue nodded sorrowfully. "He is aware." Zhao Qianqian stared at Su Qingxue with a look of disbelief. "My dear sister, what were you thinking? I understand your financial means, and a sports car may seem trivial to you, yet you have been married to Linzi for 3 years and have never gifted him anything. No wonder he wishes to distance himself from you. I, too, would feel the same." Su Qingxue felt tears welling up. "Qianqian, I genuinely did not intend for this to happen. At that moment, I believed I was in love with Ji Zifeng, hence I purchased the car in advance. However, when the time came to present it to him, I was filled with regret." Zhao Qianqian sighed in exasperation. "You have stabbed Linzi's heart with a knife. If Ji Zifeng were an ordinary individual, it might be excusable, but he is Linzi's arch-rival, and moreover, he pales in comparison to Linzi. Consequently, you have dealt a severe blow to Linzi on behalf of Ji Zifeng." Although Zhao Qianqian and Su Qingxue did not attend the same university as close friends, Su Qingxue confided in her about these matters. Su Qingxue's tears flowed freely, akin to a raging flood. She was already despondent, but her friend's words pierced her heart like daggers. Su Qingxue recognized that this was not her friend's fault, but rather a reflection of her own shortcomings. Observing Su Qingxue's heart-wrenching sorrow, Zhao Qianqian tenderly reassured her, "Do not weep. Despite your numerous indiscretions, your physical integrity remains intact, and you have only allowed Linze to touch you. This is a silver lining amidst misfortune. Listen to me. From this moment forth, sever all ties with Ji Zifeng. No man would appreciate having his partner become close to another male. I have made my stance clear to Ji Zifeng. I would rather die than be with him." Su Qingxue sobbed. "Indeed, mere clarity is insufficient. You must also reclaim the gifts you bestowed upon him." Su Qingxue nodded tearfully. Even without her friend's urging, she would have done so. Though it may seem unrefined, she did not wish to cause Linze any distress. "Apart from the gifts, what else have you done for Ji Zifeng?" "I arranged for him to stay in a presidential suite at our hotel." Zhao Qianqian gasped. "You have truly been generous to him. Have you visited his room?" Su Qingxue quickly shook her head. "You haven't brought Ji Zifeng to your home with Linze, have you?" "No, he expressed a desire to visit, but I did not permit him." Zhao Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. "Excellent. You have not committed any fundamental mistakes that are beyond redemption. Now, no more tears. Listen to me carefully." Su Qingxue swiftly wiped her tears away. "From this moment onward, gather your emotions and utilize your charm to entice him. He will surely take the bait." Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. At the same time, after finishing their meal, Linze accompanied Shen Tianli back to her villa. Fearing that Linze might continue to kiss her, Shen Tianli retreated to her room early. Linze, preoccupied with his own matters, chose not to disturb her. Once in his room, he first recorded a rendition of Tu Grievous. Although he had fallen out with Su Qingxue, he understood the importance of earning money. As an adult, he would not abandon his pursuits over trivial matters. After completing the recording, he decided against sending it to Su Qingxue immediately, opting instead to deliver it to Ji Shanshan later. Once he had addressed Ji Shanshan's matters, Linze played the song again and sent the recorded video to Jiang Qingyue. Just as Jiang Qingyue hung up the phone with Bai Daolong, feeling somewhat troubled, she received the video from Linze. Bai Daolong had once again professed his feelings for her, more directly than ever before. Yet, Jiang Qingyue rejected him once more, mentioning that she had someone she liked. However, she did not disclose that her affections were for Linze, not out of reluctance, but out of concern for the potential troubles it might bring him. Knowing Bai Daolong's prominent family background and his influential status in Haiqing only added to her worries. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Qingyue opened the video Linze had sent. As his enchanting voice filled the air, her troubles momentarily faded away, and she began to listen intently. By the time the song concluded, tears streamed down her face. She felt heartbroken, not for herself, but for Linze. How deeply must he have been hurt to craft such poignant lyrics? She yearned to comfort him. Thus, she replied to Linze, asking if he wanted to drink. "I do, but I'm afraid of getting drunk," he responded quickly. Jiang Qingyue, puzzled, replied, "What's there to be afraid of? If you get drunk, you get drunk. Mainly, I'm afraid that if I get drunk, I might want to kiss you," he confessed. Jiang Qingyue's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. With trembling fingers, she typed back, "Maybe if I get drunk, I might want to kiss you too." Wait, is that really a possibility? Linze, who had been preparing to squat for exercise, suddenly felt invigorated. He quickly rose and rushed towards Jiang Qingyue's villa. As the door swung open, Linze was instantly captivated by Jiang Qingyue's attire. Clad in a cream-colored silk nightgown, she enveloped her figure modestly. However, the silk fabric clung to her curves, perfectly accentuating her alluring silhouette. Linze was well aware of her exquisite figure, but he was astonished at how stunningly beautiful she appeared, rivaling even Su Qingxue. Particularly striking was her slender waist, tantalizingly delicate, which made Linze yearn to touch and feel it. Yet, what truly captivated his gaze were her lips, beautifully shaped and adorned with a charming Cupid's bow. Her crimson lips, luscious and alluring, created an enviable contrast against her fair complexion, particularly when she spoke, as her delicate tongue inadvertently brushed against the edges of her lips. An action utterly captivating. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite her innocent appearance, she exuded an aura that was both pure and enticing at that moment. Linze had yet to indulge in any alcohol, yet he felt a gentle haze enveloping him. Upon seeing Linze, Jiang Qingyue smiled shyly. In the presence of others, she perpetually maintained an air of aloofness, akin to the resplendent moon in the sky, evoking a sense of reverence that discouraged any thought of irreverence. However, when faced with Linze, especially during their gaze exchange, Jiang Qingyue always adopted a bashful demeanor. She wished it were otherwise. The mere thought of the last message she had sent Lin Zhe sent her heart racing. Lin Zhe chuckled and remarked, Jiang Qingyue, you might be overdoing it a bit. Jiang Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. She cautiously asked, what do you mean by overdoing it? Your beauty is a touch excessive, Lin Zhe replied with a playful line. Uffed. Jiang Qingyue instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. The heavy fruit of her allure began to tremble with her charming shyness. Goodness, this was truly overwhelming. Lin Zhe swallowed hard. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Qingyue said, Lin Zhe, the wine is in the cellar on the lower level. There is a place where we can enjoy cigars and music. Shall we go there for a drink? That sounds delightful, Lin Zhe replied with a grin. As they descended to the lower level, Lin Zhe found himself enamored with the space. It boasted a gym, a cinema, a wine cellar, and a plethora of amenities. The wine cellar was expansive, housing an impressive collection of various wines. Would you like to drink? Jiang Qingyue asked with a smile. What do you enjoy? I prefer red wine, though my tolerance is rather poor, Lin Zhe admitted. Well, that's quite fortunate, Jiang Qingyue said, tilting her head in confusion. Clearly puzzled why Lin Zhe would respond that way upon learning of her low tolerance. Her small gestures were undeniably endearing. Lin Zhe, smiling, explained, if you don't get drunk, how will I get to kiss you? Boom. Jiang Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing faster. She pretended not to hear Lin Zhe's words and turned to retrieve a bottle of red wine. Let me open it, Lin Zhe offered. Jiang Qingyue, flustered, handed the wine to Lin Zhe. As he took the bottle, his fingers brushed against hers, causing her face to redden even further. She quickly withdrew her hand. Observing her reaction, Lin Zhe chuckled. Why are you so nervous? It's as if I'm about to devour you. No, you're not going to eat me. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly replied. She wished to convey to Lin Zhe that it wasn't nerves, but rather the rapid beating of her heart at the sight of him. Yet, those words remained unspoken. Then why are you so tense? Or could it be that you wish for me to? Uffed. Jiang Qingyue burst into laughter, finding Lin Zhe utterly amusing. After opening the red wine, Lin Zhe accompanied Jiang Qingyue to the adjacent cigar bar, which housed a plethora of cigars. Do you smoke cigars? Jiang Qingyue? Lin Zhe inquired casually. Jiang Qingyue became flustered and quickly clarified. No, I don't smoke. I once endorsed a cigar brand, and they gifted me a considerable quantity, but I have no male friends, so I simply kept them. She was keen to ensure that Lin Zhe did not form any unfavorable impressions of her. The brand was quite remarkable. Typically, cigar endorsers are male. Yet they chose a female, leveraging the contrast for marketing, which I suspect proved effective. Jiang Qingyue nodded. They sell quite well. Would you like to try one? She acted with the eagerness of a devoted wife, promptly rising to fetch a cigar for Lin Zhe, then crouching down to serve it to him. As she knelt, her silk nightgown became increasingly taut, accentuating her alluring figure. Lin Zhe stole a few glances, but then diverted his gaze elsewhere. It wasn't that he didn't want to look. Rather, Jiang Qingyue's allure was somewhat overwhelming, and he feared that if he continued to gaze, he would lose his composure. If she were Su Qingxue or Shen Tianli, he would have been far less restrained, but she was Jiang Qingyue, and their relationship had not yet reached a level that permitted such liberties. Primarily, Lin Zhe wished to avoid any accusations of harassment. The cigar was soon lit. Lin Zhe reclined on a comfortable sofa like a dignitary, crossing his legs. He took a sip of red wine, and then drew on the cigar, feeling quite at ease. Jiang Qingyue had witnessed many individuals smoke cigars, but none had exuded the same elegance and charm as Lin Zhe. By the way, have you listened to the new song? He casually asked. Jiang Qingyue nodded. It's beautiful, but listening to it makes me a bit melancholic. Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Oh, have you been in a relationship? No. I haven't dated anyone. I just think your lyrics are exceptionally poignant, Jiang Qingyue hastily explained. Lin Zhe sighed in relief. He certainly did not want to be involved with a woman who had been with others. I see. Come, let us drink, Lin Zhe chuckled. Jiang Qingyue quickly raised her glass. As the wine slid down her throat, her cheeks flushed rosy, and her gaze became slightly dazed. Indeed, her tolerance for alcohol was not strong. However, when her eyes were hazy, she appeared somewhat enchanting, especially captivating. Their eyes met, and Jiang Qingyue suddenly smiled flirtatiously. Lin Zhe, you are truly handsome. It dawned on him that she must have had too much to drink. Otherwise, such bold words would not have escaped her lips. Lin Zhe chuckled. I know, but you are also very beautiful. So, who is more beautiful, me or Su Qingxue? How to put it, each has their own beauty. This was not mere flattery. Lindsay genuinely believed both possessed unique charms. If Su Qingxue were a vibrant rose, then Jiang Qingyue was a pure snow lotus. Yet, this snow lotus now bore a hint of seduction. Jiang Qingyue was evidently dissatisfied with Lin Zai's response. She linked her arm through his and playfully remarked, "If you say I am beautiful, then I shall grant you a kiss." In chapter 76, I Can Still Drink, Lin Zai was stirred. He certainly wished to kiss Jiang Qingyue. Having caught sight of her alluring red lips at the door had ignited that desire within him. Thus, he responded with a smile. "Tonight, you are even more enchanting than her." Jiang Qingyue was pleased. With a delicate laugh, she rose and, somewhat unsteadily, made her way to Lin Zai. "Be careful," he cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qingyue stumbled into his embrace. The moment her soft form nestled against him, Lin Zai was engulfed by an intoxicating fragrance that tantalized his senses. Yet, what provoked him even more was the gentle softness of her body. Goodness, how could she be so supple? He thought, recalling the saying that women are made of water. Jiang Qingyue entwined her arms around Lin Zai's neck and chirped. "Since I am more beautiful than her, and you are now divorced from her, would you consider being with me? I promise that not only can I allow you to kiss me, but there is so much more I can offer. I'll let you in on a secret. My figure is no less appealing than Su Qingxue's." Lin Zai chuckled and inquired, "What does being together mean?" "As my boyfriend. Of course, if our feelings deepen, we could marry. Rest assured, I want to be like Su Qingxue, who, even after marriage, still yearned for others. I will cherish you for a lifetime." Lin Zai could no longer muster a smile. A chill crept into his heart. As a scoundrel, devoid of moral boundaries, he had always adhered to the principle of not initiating, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Yet, now Jiang Qingyue was proposing a relationship and even marriage in the future. How could he possibly acquiesce? It wasn't he that Jiang Qingyue was unworthy of being with him or marrying him. Rather, Lin Zai was acutely aware that such a commitment would require him to relinquish a vast expanse of freedom, an unbearable sacrifice for him. He forced a smile and said, "Jiang Qingyue, you've had too much to drink. Let me escort you upstairs to rest." "No, you must promise me," she pouted, swaying her alluring form playfully. "We'll discuss it once you're sober," Lin Zai replied, his composure chillingly calm. Jiang Qingyue, displeased, pouted her luscious lips and gazed at him with a hint of sorrow. "Do you still have feelings for Su Qingxue?" "Not at all," Lin Zai admitted candidly. "Then why won't you be with me?" "Because I am a scoundrel," he said with a smile. "A scoundrel who does not take responsibility." "Then be a scoundrel with me. I want to ask for any responsibility." "My word," Lin Zai thought, taken aback by the rapid shift in her demeanor. Yet, he recognized that her inebriation was the source of such declarations. Though he was indeed a rogue, he had no desire to be one who took advantage of a vulnerable moment. He preferred a mutual affection. For such encounters were most pleasurable when both hearts were equally willing. "Jiang Qingyue, you've had too much to drink. I haven't tea. I can still drink." As she spoke, she lifted Lin Zai's wine glass and gulped down the contents in one swift motion. Lin Zai was taken aback. The effects of the alcohol hit her quickly, and Jiang Qingyue curled up in Lin Zai's embrace, as docile as a kitten. "Lin Zai, my heart aches. Could you please massage it for me?" she implored, grabbing his hand and placing it over her heart. Lin Zai was intensely stirred. He quickly withdrew his hand from her grasp. "Damn it, if I place it there, I will surely ruin her tonight. Jiang Qingyue, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you upstairs to rest." "No, I don't want help. I want you to carry me." "All right then." Lin Zai scooped her up, carrying her towards the stairs. Jiang Qingyue wrapped her arms around his neck, her smile radiant as she gazed at him. "Lin Zai, you truly are handsome. May I steal a kiss?" "Don't mess around," Lin Zai replied hurriedly. But Jiang Qingyue was undeterred. She leaned in and planted a kiss on his Adam's apple. Holy crap! Lin Zai felt an overwhelming surge of desire. He hastened his steps. After placing Jiang Qingyue on the bed, he turned and retreated to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. This was utterly exasperating. Did she not know that a man's Adam's apple is not to be casually kissed? After spending an extensive time in the bathroom, unsure of how much cold water he had wasted, Lin Zai finally managed to quell the turmoil within him. Upon exiting the bathroom, he glanced at Jiang Qingyue, who had already succumbed to sleep. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The significant detail was that her silk nightgown had slid up to her thighs, leaving her snow-white legs exposed before Lin Zai's eyes. Damn! The desire that Lin Zai had barely managed to suppress flared up once more. He knew he could no longer remain there and quickly made his escape. Unbeknownst to Lin Zai, shortly after he departed, The previously slumbering Jiang Qingwei suddenly opened her eyes. Despite having seemingly been inebriated moments earlier, her gaze was now strikingly clear and bright, devoid of any trace of intoxication. After staring at the ceiling for a while, Jiang Qingwei sighed softly, murmuring to herself, "It seems Lin Zhe still has feelings for Su Qingxue. Winning him over will not be an easy feat." Upon returning to Shin Tunli's villa, Lin Zhe finally felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He began to practice his horse stance, a nightly ritual he deemed essential. He was eager to strengthen his physique and to practice the martial arts taught to him by the old man. After enduring for over an hour, Lin Zhe collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. After a brief rest, drenched in sweat, he entered the bathroom. As he lay on his bedpost shower, he recalled Jiang Qingyue's words from earlier that evening. To be honest, her actions had instilled within him a slight sense of danger. Having traversed into this world, he sought only physical connections, not emotional entanglements. Yet now, Jiang Qingyue seemed intent on forging a deeper bond. For Lin Zhe, this was an utterly impossible situation. It seemed that he would have to maintain a certain distance from her in the future. Though Jiang Qingyue was undeniably beautiful and possessed an alluring figure, Lin Zhe indeed harbored desires for her. However, if it came to matters of the heart, he could forego such encounters. After all, the consequences of intimacy would likely lead to a commitment with her, and Lin Zhe was not willing to sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. Once he resolved this in his mind, weariness began to wash over him. Just as he hovered on the brink of slumber, his phone emitted a sudden chime. The notification from Green Bubble jolted him awake. He opened it to find a message from Su Qingxue, seemingly accompanied by an image. Upon tapping her profile, Lin Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. The image depicted her in a qipao, one that featured a daring slit that reached up to the thigh, revealing two legs encased in delicate white stockings. The fabric clung tightly to her thighs, and a phrase flashed in Lin Zhe's mind: "White silk clings to flesh. Even the divine cannot save." Yet, this was not the most striking aspect. The Paisida or assistance was her wearing stilettos, perched precariously on the tips of her toes, as if they might fall off at any moment. This was undeniably excessive in its allure. Although Su Qingxue's face was not visible in the photograph, the familiar backdrop confirmed to Lin Zhe that it was indeed her. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath became quickened. Regret washed over him. What was the point of being angry with Su Qingxue? If she wished to collaborate with the Lin family, let it be. It had nothing to do with him. He could pursue his own desires while she engaged in her endeavors. Was that not a win-win situation? Otherwise, why would he be staring at the photo, captivated? He desperately wanted to reply to her message. Yet, despite his usual lack of shame, responding now would make his intentions too obvious, potentially putting her off. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for an opportunity tomorrow to respond. With his mind made up, Lin Zhe rose and headed to the bathroom. He was not indulging in any shameless pursuits. He merely intended to take a shower. Such base acts were beneath him. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe emerged from the bathroom, feeling rather unfulfilled. Meanwhile, after Lin Zhe had entered the bathroom, Su Qingxue anxiously stared at their conversation thread, eagerly anticipating his response. Unfortunately, after a prolonged wait, no message materialized. Her initial anxiety shifted to a profound sense of disappointment. She lay dejectedly on her bed, silent tears tracing the corners of her eyes. She truly regretted her decisions, the folly of divorcing Lin Zhe, and the absurdity of collaborating with the Lin family. Had she not divorced or engaged with the Lin family, she would not be in such a state of sorrow now. The subsequent emotions were akin to sandpaper, incessantly grinding against her heart, causing her tears to surge even more violently. Su Qingxue, in tears, sent a message to Zhao Qianqian. "Lin Zhe has not replied to me." Zhao Qianqian, who was currently mingling with male models at a nightclub, felt somewhat speechless upon reading Su Qingxue's message. Her dear friend, possessing such beauty and a figure that exuded sensuality, not to mention her illustrious family background, should have been the object of countless admirers. Yet, she had now become a lovesick fool, a wretched one at that. Zhao Qianqian replied helplessly, "This only indicates that you have wounded him deeply. However, do not lose heart. Continue to send him photos tomorrow night. Make them a little more daring." After receiving her friend's message, Su Qingxue found it quite sensible. She wiped away her tears and responded, "I will." Just after sending the message, she received a text from Ji Zifeng. The mere sight of Ji Zifeng's name made her feel nauseous. She despised him, but even more so, she loathed herself. "Qingxue, I drank too much and feel terrible. Can you come keep me company? If you don't, I feel like jumping off the building right now." Upon reading his message, Su Qingxue became even more irked. He was already beginning to threaten her. Jizafeng, first, check out of your room tomorrow morning. I will no longer provide you with accommodation. Second, bring your sports car to the office tomorrow. You need not drive it anymore. As for your talk of jumping, do as you please. When Jizafeng received Su Qingxue's message, a wave of euphoria washed over him. He knew she still harbored some feelings for him and wouldn't he just stand by and watch him jump. Jizafeng was resolute. Should Su Qingxue dare to visit him, he would seize her by any means necessary. He envisioned recording a video to show that scoundrel Lin Zhe. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he excitedly opened the message. But the next moment, Jizafeng was utterly devastated. He furiously smashed his phone. Damn it, Su Qingxue, you are forcing my hand. One day, you will kneel beneath me, begging for mercy. Jizafeng roared in fury. A night of silence passed. The next morning, while Lin Zhe was still lost in slumber, he sensed someone entering his room. He quickly opened his eyes to behold a young woman clad in pale pink yoga pants. Who else could it be but Shen Tianli? The yoga pants clung to her skin, perfectly accentuating her slender, elongated legs. Lin Zhe licked his lips and smiled. Shen Tianli, have you come to deliver a wake-up kiss? Shen Tianli replied with a flirtatious smile. Dream on. I am here to wake you up. What time is it? It's past 8. Lin Zhe felt somewhat exasperated. Why the rush? Let me sleep a bit longer. Have you forgotten that you need to treat my friend today? As soon as he uttered those words, the exquisite face of Song Nanine flashed through Lin Zhe's mind. He not only recalled her stunning visage, but also her smooth, flat abdomen. Lin Zhe found himself wide awake. He chuckled and said, Come on, give me a kiss and I'll get out of bed. Shen Tianli, with a playful smile, replied, Are you out of your mind? All you think about is kissing. You're only at 60 points right now. Let us talk again when you reach 100. Yesterday, while being kissed by Lin Zhe in the interrogation room, Shen Tianli distinctly felt her rationality slipping away. She could not tell if it was that this rascal was exceptionally skilled at kissing or if she simply enjoyed his affection. Regardless of the reason, it was undoubtedly a perilous sign. Shen Tianli feared that if she allowed him to continue, she would lose control of her heart and fall prey to this rogue completely. Shen Tianli, you can rate me, and when you eventually develop feelings for me and wish to be with me, I will then rate you in return. Only when you achieve 10,000 points will I consider agreeing. With a laugh that echoed like a delightful melody, Shen Tianli seemed to have heard the most absurd joke. Oh, rogue, let me hear how you intend to rate me? Lin Zhe, with a smile in his eyes, replied, Don't worry, I'm not as ruthless as you. A kiss will earn you 1 point, and a night together will earn you 2. Shen Tianli was left speechless. This scoundrel had just proclaimed that if she were to fall for him and want to be with him, she would need to accumulate 10,000 points. According to his absurd system, with 1 point for a kiss and merely 2 for a night together, it seemed she would never reach that lofty score in her lifetime. As this realization dawned upon her, Shen Tianli felt a surge of annoyance. Rogue, rest assured, I will never develop feelings for you. So you will have no opportunity to rate me. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke while grinning. Remember your current demeanor and your words. We shall see how this unfolds. Fine, we shall see. Chapter 78. Am I not handsome enough? After breakfast, Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe towards Song Nanine's villa. Rogue, after you left yesterday, my best friend probed for information about you. Did you offend her? She suddenly inquired during their journey. Lin Zhe chuckled. Could it not be that she found me handsome and took an interest, subsequently asking you about me? Shen Tianli erupted into a fit of giggles. This rogue was indeed audacious, daring to utter such shameless words. What are you laughing about? Is it that I am not flamboyant enough or not handsome enough? She retorted, laughter spilling forth. Shen Tianli laughed exuberantly, nodding vigorously. You're right. You are indeed flamboyant and quite handsome. So, what did she inquire about? Shen Tianli continued. Your family background and all your information. Did you share everything with her? Of course I did. Are you foolish? What if she truly develops feelings for me and attempts to steal me away from you? You would regret it immensely. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Shen Tianli. This scoundrel was not only remarkably handsome, but also charming and humorous, and most importantly, he possessed medical skills. With such attributes, one must ponder which girl could possibly resist. Whenever Shen Tianli thought of her best friend snatching Lin Zhe away from her, an overwhelming sense of displeasure washed over her. However, upon reflection, she reassured herself that her best friend possessed exceptionally discerning taste, even though Lin Zhe was handsome, charming, and skilled in medicine. It was inconceivable that she would ever develop an affection for him. With this thought, Shen Tianli sighed in relief. You arrogant rogue, you're overestimating yourself. My best friend could never possibly fancy you. But why is she inquiring about my information then? Lindsay continued to tease Shen Tianli. Her amusement dissipated entirely. Indeed. What reason could Song Nanin have to investigate Lindsay? Noticing the shift in Shen Tianli's expression, Lindsay couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He pressed on. When a woman, a beautiful woman, begins to show curiosity about a man, a strikingly handsome man, what do you think that signifies? Shen Tianli's laughter vanished completely as a grave expression overtook her features. Yes, when a woman becomes curious about a man, it certainly suggests something deeper. Although Shen Tianli had never been in love, she was acutely aware that it indicated the woman harbored at least a fondness for the man. Otherwise, there would be no reason to seek information about him. Lindsay found it increasingly amusing. Shen Tianli was no fool, yet she had fallen prey to his simple words. He understood that her possessiveness was at play here. She had already begun to regard him as her own. Otherwise, he would have never been able to manipulate her this way. Ironically, she often criticized Su Qingxue for her strong possessiveness. Yet it seemed her own was not any less pronounced. Lindsay reveled in this realization. Soon, they arrived at Song Nanin's villa. You scoundrel, I warn you. Do not flirt with Song Nanin. She is not someone you can provoke. Moreover, after you finish treating her, make sure to leave promptly. Do you understand? What if she invites me to stay for lunch? You know her background is quite impressive, and I certainly cannot afford to offend her. Lindsay continued to provoke Shen Tianli. She felt a wave of irritation. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have refrained from bringing Lindsay to treat Song Nanin the day before. Now, it was too late to reconsider. Once I finish my tasks, I will come to fetch you. If it weren't for the obligations awaiting her at the company, Shen Tianli would have preferred to stay. Honestly, Song Nanin is so stunning. I must admit I'm a little tempted. If you were to ask me for a kiss right now, perhaps I wouldn't be so intrigued, Lindsay said with a mischievous grin. Shen Tianli playfully scolded him. You shameless rogue, after all this time. Is your true intention to trick me into kissing you? Very well, consider it a ruse on my part. Now, go about your business. I shall seek out Song Nanin. Lindsay declared, preparing to exit the vehicle. Panic surged through Shen Tianli as she grasped Lindsay's arm firmly. She genuinely feared that this scoundrel might flirt with her best friend. With his striking looks and undeniable charm, he might indeed win her over. The rogue remarked, I may allow you a kiss, but you must promise me that you will not have any contact with Song Nanin beyond the realm of treatment, and certainly, you must not flirt with her. Lindsay felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Brother, you see, charming a girl is truly not difficult at all. That depends on your performance, Shen Tianli retorted with a playful huff, inquiring, will you kiss me? Upon hearing those words, Lindsay swiftly grasped her delicate waist and pulled her from the driver's seat into his embrace. Shen Tianli, taken by surprise, found herself kissed by Lindsay. The sensation was electrifying. She could distinctly feel her rationality slipping away. That intoxicating feeling led her to entwine her arms around Lindsay's neck and respond with eagerness. They lost track of time, and only when they felt breathless did they reluctantly part from each other. Shen Tianli melted into Lindsay's arms, her body soft as a fragrant puddle. She gazed at him with sultry eyes. Rogue, having kissed, remember your promise to me, she breathed, her voice laced with desire. Lindsay playfully pinched her cheek. All right, you've entered, do be careful on your way. Truthfully, Lindsay wished to continue kissing her. However, he was acutely aware that no matter how much they kissed, Shen Tianli would never allow him to sleep with her. Moreover, continuing would ultimately leave him in discomfort. Shen Tianli obediently acknowledged his words. After bidding Lindsay farewell, she took a moment to steady her racing heart before departing. Instead of heading directly to the company, she first returned to the villa to change her attire. Song Nanin was practicing martial arts. Today, she donned a pair of black shark pants and a white top. Upon seeing her, Lindsay was taken aback. Goodness, how terrifyingly she has developed in just one night. The areas that should be ample were astonishingly so. The delicate features enticingly slender, and the curves that should be prominent were enticingly pronounced. Lindsay's gaze quickly shifted to her face. Her fair, oval visage boasted elegant contours. A perfectly sculpted nose adorned with a faint blush, and luscious red lips that appeared irresistibly soft. However, the most captivating aspect was her eyes, beautiful like blooming peach blossoms. When he had seen her the previous day, though she was lovely, her pallor resembled that of a wilting flower, a far cry from the stunning glow she radiated today. What to do? I want to sleep with her. Good morning, Lindsay greeted with a smile. Song Nanin, however, chose to ignore him entirely. To be frank, she did not wish to see Lindsay. The moment she laid eyes on him, memories of how he had removed her skirt and forcefully kissed her flooded back. Were it not for the necessity of his treatment, she might have wished to eliminate him altogether. Noticing Song Nanin's disregard, Lin Zhe remained unperturbed. He smiled and inquired, Song Nanin, might I ask if we will be treating today? Isn't it obvious? What else would bring you here if not for treatment? Song Nanin retorted with irritation. Then, please remove your clothes, he said. Chapter 79. Come with me. Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe, her fury palpable, her eyes radiating an intimidating sense of danger. What did you just say? Song Nanin inquired with deliberate pauses, as if she would annihilate Lin Zhe at the slightest misstep in his words. Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly, If you don't remove your clothes, where do you expect me to insert the needle? Song Nanin shot him an indignant glare, thinking to herself that he was deliberately being ambiguous. Lying on the bed, she first covered her lower half with a thin blanket before reluctantly lowering her sharkskin shorts. Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless. Damn it, he had intended to admire her beautiful legs in those shorts, but now there was nothing to see at all. He reluctantly took out a silver needle and inserted it into her acupuncture point. Song Nanin had expected today's treatment to be akin to yesterday's, where her lower abdomen would feel unbearably warm, yet the needle had been inserted for quite some time without any reaction. Why isn't my abdomen as warm as it was yesterday? She asked softly. Well, yesterday was your peak pain, hence the most effective treatment. Now that you're not in as much pain, the reaction naturally diminishes, Lin Zhe replied casually. Song Nanin shot him another glare and fell silent. Lin Zhe chuckled. Would you like to heal faster? What do you mean? She inquired. The optimal treatment plan involves acupuncture while I massage your legs, he suggested. You shamelessly want to touch my legs? Just say it. She retorted angrily. Oh, she's quite clever, he thought to himself. I'm merely applying pressure on your acupuncture points. The reason for your dysmenorrhea is due to coldness in the uterus. While this may seem unrelated to your legs, as the saying goes, pulling one thread affects the entire fabric. Massaging your legs will accelerate your blood circulation, and combined with acupuncture, it will yield unexpected results, Lin Zhe stated with utmost seriousness. Song Nanin let out a cold snort. You might as well give up. There's no way I'm letting you touch any part of my body. Her reluctance did not stem from disbelief in Lin Zhe's words, but rather from the fact that other than the kiss he had stolen from her the previous day, she had never had any physical contact with the opposite sex. Damn, she's hard to persuade, Lin Zhe feigned disappointment. All right then, since you prefer not to expedite your recovery, let's proceed with the acupuncture. After a moment of silence, Song Nanin suddenly asked, Where did you learn your medical skills? She had initially thought Lin Zhe was a disciple of some renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, but later discovered from Shen Tianli that he was a family outcast and had even divorced Su Qingxue. I was sold by my family to a village when I was young, where an old man, a veterinarian, recognized my good looks and character, and passed on his knowledge to me, Lin Zhe said, suppressing his urge to laugh. What? A veterinarian? Song Nanin's defenses crumbled instantly. So all this time, she had been treated by a veterinarian? You better remove that needle right now, she exclaimed furiously. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Zhe couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Truly, she was such an innocent girl. Feigning irritation, Lin Zhe questioned, What, do you look down on veterinarians? Song Nanin was momentarily at a loss for words in response to his remark. She did not harbor any disdain for veterinarians. Rather, she found it peculiar to have her own veterinarian treat her. Lin Zhe continued assertively, saying, Furthermore, what's wrong with veterinarians? If they can provide you with treatment, that's sufficient. Tell me, has my treatment been effective for you? Song Nanin was increasingly at a loss for words. Apologize. Give me an apology. After a brief silence, Song Nanin stiffly replied, I'm sorry. Let me tell you, Song Nanin, it's only because of your beauty that this matter has escalated further today. How glib you are, Song Nanin retorted with displeasure. Lin Zhe chuckled. Song Nanin, being a leader must be exhausting for you. What does that have to do with you? You truly possess the vision of a blind man. What do you mean by that? You are ungrateful. Anger flickered in Song Nanin's eyes. This scoundrel dared to accuse her of ingratitude. Did I say something wrong? As your treating physician, is it inappropriate for me to express my concern for you? It's unnecessary. Song Nanin replied curtly. Damn, her defensiveness is rather intense. How could he possibly pursue her under such circumstances? He had initially hoped to leverage her identity to evoke some sentiment and bridge their distance, yet she was proving to be so uncooperative. Song Nanin, I advise you to cooperate with me. After all, I've noticed that beyond your physical ailments, You are under significant mental strain. You currently resemble a tightly wound string, and it could snap at any moment, leading to unfortunate consequences. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of pain crossed Song Nanin's features. Lindsay had struck a nerve. Ever since her father's passing, she had been compelled to take over the vast organization. The leaders, while outwardly respectful, were insincere in their actions. Some even acted under her banner to commit atrocious deeds. Song Nanin was not averse to eliminating such filth, but these individuals were tightly knit, and her recent attempts to test their loyalty had only resulted in their united resistance. This situation had placed immense pressure on her, leading to sleepless nights. When Lindsay noticed her reaction, he felt a sense of satisfaction, not because he delighted in her pain, but because he had finally attuned to her frequency. Once he was on the same wavelength, things would become manageable. How is managing the organization treating you? Lindsay inquired, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. It's as if you've ever been a leader, Song Nanin scoffed. Lindsay smiled. Whether I have been a leader is inconsequential. What matters is that you cannot continue like this. Tell me, do you find yourself relying on sleeping pills every night to find rest? Lindsay was not a prodigy. Rather, he had noticed the sleeping pills prominently displayed on her bedside. And if I do? Actually, I have a method that can alleviate your stress, enabling you to sleep without the need for medication. What method? Song Nanin instinctively inquired. Beyond her menstrual discomfort, her greatest torment was her inability to sleep. It was not that she did not wish to sleep, but the overwhelming pressure on a mental level kept her awake. At times, despite her heavy eyelids signaling her fatigue, she found herself unable to succumb to slumber. The repercussions of her insomnia manifested in a restless mind and deteriorating health. Lindsay gently removed the silver needles from her body and, with a cheerful grin, suggested, "Come with me. I will take you for a thrilling ride." Chapter 80. Enough chit-chat. Get in the car. Your idea of excitement is merely a motorcycle ride? Song Nanin gazed at Lindsay with a look of profound disappointment. Initially, when Lindsay had promised a delightful experience, she harbored a glimmer of anticipation, having been assured that the adventure would elevate her spirits and, ultimately, grant her the sleep she so desperately sought. However, upon arrival, she realized that this much-anticipated thrill was nothing more than a motorcycle ride. Disappointment was her sole companion now. Since the onset of her insomnia, Song Nanin had attempted various exhilarating activities, including driving, bungee jumping, and even roller coasters, but to no avail. Lindsay chuckled softly. Indeed. Hop on. If it's just a motorcycle ride, then I'm afraid you'll have to ride alone, she retorted. Enough with the banter. Get in. I've made it clear that I have no intention of riding a motorcycle, especially not with you, Song Nanin replied firmly. Her disinterest in motorcycles was compounded by the cramped seating. Even a single rider found it confining, let alone two. The thought of sharing such close proximity with Lindsay was unappealing, especially in the sweltering summer heat, with their attire being rather minimal. Are you afraid of riding? Lindsay teased. Don't try to provoke me. I'm not easily swayed by such tactics. And you, what will you do? He inquired with a playful grin. Song Nanin shot him an angry glare, suspecting his ulterior motives, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate her doubts. All right, get in. If you don't, I might just lift you up, he warned. How audacious. Go ahead, try lifting me, she challenged, her voice laced with fury. Lindsay chuckled, executing a swift maneuver that brought the motorcycle right before her. Before she could react, a strong arm encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself seated on the motorcycle, her legs clad in snug shark pants pressed against Lindsay's, her body flush against his back. Anger surged within her. How dare he be so bold? Just as she was about to unleash her fury, Lindsay accelerated, propelling the motorcycle forward as if it were an arrow released from a bow. Ah! She screamed, caught off guard as the sudden force thrust her against him. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and rage, she retaliated with a light punch. You'd better hold on tight, for I intend to speed up, he declared with exuberance. In your dreams. She shot back. Lindsay chuckled softly and suddenly accelerated. At first, Song Nanin clutched the handlebars of the motorcycle with both hands, striving to maintain some distance between her body and Lindsay's. However, as the speed intensified and the mountain road steepened, her heartbeat began to quicken. The narrow path alongside a perilous cliff left no room for error. A misstep would lead to a fatal plunge. She was acutely aware of what awaited them should they fall, and this realization only heightened her pulse. Unable to bear it any longer, she leaned against Lindsay's back, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist. Slow down, you rascal, she exclaimed, ignoring her plea. Lindsay not only refused to decelerate but instead pressed on with even greater fervor. The motorcycle raced down the steep, winding mountain road like an arrow. As the wind howled past her ears, Song Nanin distinctly heard her long-forgotten heartbeat. Finally, she understood why previous experiences with racing and bungee jumping had felt lackluster. They had always been conducted within the confines of safety. On the racetrack, she knew that even a crash would not spell her demise. And bungee jumping was safeguarded by harnesses. But now, the steep mountain path loomed beside a gaping chasm. Should they topple, there would be no second chance. An unprecedented thrill enveloped Song Nanin's mind and body. Her heart raced, her breath quickened, yet her eyes, beautiful and bright as peach blossoms, sparkled with clarity. Yes, she was beginning to relish this exhilarating sensation, for it starkly reminded her of her own vitality. Faster, she shouted with excitement. Lindsay smirked knowingly. He had anticipated her enjoyment. The speed continued to escalate, not only in velocity, but also in the precariousness of their position along the cliff's edge. A mere miscalculation from Lindsay could send them tumbling into the abyss. The thrill surged within Song Nanin, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. She shut her eyes tightly, gripping Lindsay even more firmly. Their bodies were completely pressed together, yet Song Nanin remained blissfully unaware, or perhaps, more accurately, indifferent, to this intimacy. She simply craved release. Indeed, she was venting. Amidst the exhilaration, she felt the burdensome emotions of frustration and anxiety being cast aside, replaced by excitement, elation, vitality, and stimulation. Just as Song Nanin was becoming addicted to this rush, Lindsay abruptly brought the motorcycle to a halt halfway up the mountain. "Why did we stop?" she queried with irritation. Lindsay turned his head, a playful smile on his lips. "Do you want to feel even more exhilarated?" "What do you mean?" "You take the wheel. I'll sit behind you." A jolt of surprise coursed through Song Nanin. She certainly did not possess the extraordinary driving skills of this audacious man. "Don't worry, I'll guide you. Just press the throttle to the limit." However, before Song Nanin could finish her words, Lindsay had already wrapped his arm around her slender waist, lifting her from the back seat to the front. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, Song Nanin appeared particularly petite in Lindsay's embrace, who stood at a towering 1.88 meters, as she pressed against Lindsay's solid chest. An inexplicable blush crept onto her delicate face. "What are you dawdling for?" "Step on it," Lindsay playfully urged in her ear. The warm breath accompanying his words intensified the flush on her fair complexion. Cursing under her breath, Song Nanin took a deep breath and began to press the accelerator. She intended to gradually increase speed, but Lindsay, seemingly unaware, had already grasped her jade-like hand, suddenly urging the vehicle to surge forward. The tires were perilously close to the cliff, less than 30 centimeters away, while the car sped ahead like a bullet. The exhilarating rush made Song Nanin cry out involuntarily. She was not a timid person, yet the thrill of the moment was overwhelming. Lindsay leaned closer, whispering, "Song Nanin, you can scream even louder." Upon reaching the mountain's peak, Song Nanin was drenched in sweat, her legs trembling. Yet, her exquisite face wore a look of ease, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like blooming peach blossoms. "Did you enjoy that?" Lindsay inquired with a smile, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Song Nanin shot him a glare, thinking how every word from this scoundrel's mouth seemed laced with impropriety. Yet, she could not deny the exhilaration she felt, an unprecedented thrill that resonated within her. She reclined carefree on the grass, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, savoring the events that had just transpired. Lindsay lay beside her, their proximity not causing her to shy away. In fact, she turned to him and asked, "Your driving skills are impressive. Did you learn from veterinary studies?" Lindsay chuckled, "Not quite. I honed my skills after being cast out by the Lin family, seeking an outlet for my frustrations." Of course, this was a jest. He couldn't very well disclose that his prowess was cultivated on another world. Back then, Lindsay, much like the current Song Nanin, endured sleepless nights due to immense pressure. To cope, he learned to ride motorcycles, not casually, but in treacherous terrains. This was precisely why he had brought Song Nanin to ride. He understood the effectiveness of such an escape. However, a more effective remedy was indulging in street food, which was not suitable for Song Nanin at this moment. "What heinous acts did you commit to be banished from your family?" Song Nanin inquired further. Lindsay simply smiled. "Perhaps. Do you harbor hatred for the Lin family?" She pressed on. "What do you think?" Song Nanin fell silent. She had never experienced abandonment. Yet upon hearing Shen Tianli mention how the Lin family had cast Lindsay out for the sake of an adopted son, Song Nanin felt a sense of absurdity. but no further emotion stirred within her. However, as Lin Zhe casually recounted these events, an inexplicable discomfort welled up in her heart. It was not Lin Zhe himself who irked her. Rather, it was the actions of the Lin family that left her unsettled. Once you cure my ailment, I shall assist you in seeking vengeance, Song Nanyin mused after a moment of contemplation. The world deemed her ruthless, even bestowing upon her the moniker Song Yama, a title she did not contest. She understood that in this society, one must wield a certain fierceness, lest they be torn to shreds. Yet, she was not ungrateful. She felt that since Lin Zhe had healed her, it was only right to reciprocate in some manner. Moreover, dismantling the Lin family would pose little challenge for her, while she might not be able to ruin them financially. Employing darker methods to erase them from existence would be quite feasible. No need for that. I prefer to handle such matters myself, Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly. The thrill of personally obliterating the Lin family was incomparable to any assistance he could receive. Besides, this task was not particularly daunting for him. So he graciously declined Song Nanyin's offer. This response took Song Nanyin by surprise. She had assumed that her willingness to aid him in revenge would compel him to accept her help, yet he had unexpectedly refused. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of annoyance, though she could not quite pinpoint the reason behind it. Well, just don't come begging me later if you find yourself unable to manage, she retorted, irritation lacing her voice. Lin Zhe chuckled. Song Nanyin, your angry demeanor is rather endearing. What? Endearing? Has this fool lost his sight? She thought, for her anger typically instilled fear, not affection. She shot him a glare. If you dare tease me again, I swear I'll have someone toss you into the moat to feed the turtles. Not very big in stature. But your temper is quite formidable, he teased. You're the one who is small. Song Nanyin exclaimed in fury, annoyed by being perceived as a child. Wasn't he at those leaders in the gang who exploited her youth to bully her? Whether I'm small or not, you will find out soon enough, Lin Zhe said with a grin. Song Nanyin's cheeks flushed with indignation as she kicked him lightly. This rogue was once again toying with her. Try kicking me again and see if I don't kiss you, Lin Zhe warned, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Although her kick had been harmless, he was not fond of being struck. Yet, more importantly, he found himself genuinely wanting to kiss her. As for the consequences of such an act, who cared? He would deal with that later. After all, what if Song Nanyin responded positively? The very thought of indulging in such intimate activities in this desolate wilderness was exhilarating. Song Nanyin glared fiercely at Lin Zhe and said, You dare to touch me? The memory of being forcibly kissed by this scoundrel the previous day was still vivid in her mind, and now he was attempting to kiss her again. Did he truly think she was made of clay? No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Zhe flipped over and pressed himself against her soft, fragrant form. Nanyin felt a tumult of embarrassment and anger. Was this rogue serious? Did he not understand fear? You're courting death, Nanyin shouted furiously. Lin Zhe, with a sly grin, replied, If death is my fate, then so be it. After all, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to die a spirited ghost. Nanyin was taken aback. Before inheriting her father's legacy, she had been a university student, immersed in the study of poetry and literature. She found Lin Zhe's words somewhat flirtatious, yet undeniably charming. Suddenly, the phrase dashing and debonair sprang to her mind, and she inexplicably sensed that Lin Zhe possessed a certain quality of that nature. When she had first learned the idiom, she had not grasped its meaning, but at this moment, it became clear to her. Lin Zhe had anticipated that his actions would infuriate Nanyin, yet she seemed momentarily stunned. Seizing the rare opportunity, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her tender red ones. A sultry sound escaped Nanyin's throat, involuntarily elicited by the electric sensation that coursed through her as their lips met. The feeling was exhilarating, prompting her to emit a sound that made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Zhe, stimulated by her response, grew even more excited and began to explore further. Just then, a sudden, sharp pain struck him. He pulled back from Nanyin's lips, cursing, Song Nanyin, are you a dog? Yes, she had bitten him. Serves you right, Nanyin retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Zhe, displeased, leaned in for another fervent kiss. Chapter 82. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When Ji Zofeng awoke, it was already past 10 in the morning. He was roused by the hotel staff. Grumbling, he opened the door to find 4 or 5 hotel employees waiting outside. Fully alert now. Good morning, sir. We regret to inform you that your room charges were due this morning. If you wish to continue your stay in this room, please settle the payment now. Ji Zofeng's displeasure intensified. The previous night, Su Qingxue had told him she would not extend his stay, and he had thought she was joking. After all, they were classmates, and he could not believe she would be so ruthless. However, upon hearing the staff's words, he now believed that Su Qingxue truly intended to evict him. What is the big deal about paying? Fine, I'll pay. But is it necessary to bang on my door so early? Ji Zifeng grumbled in frustration. The reason he spoke so defiantly was that he had swindled 500,000 from Su Qingxue the previous day. My apologies for the interruption, sir. If you wish to extend your stay, for how long would you like to renew? Let us start with a month, Ji Zifeng replied, his tone irritable. Very well. The total comes to 2,100,000. How would you like to proceed with the payment? How much? Ji Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed the hotel would cost a maximum of 3,000 a day, but he never anticipated it would amount to 70,000 per day. 2,100,000. Damn it, Ji Zifeng exclaimed, slamming the door behind him. A few minutes later, he emerged from the room, dragging his suitcase, accompanied by several staff members who seemed anxious to ensure he would not linger. As he exited the hotel, he intended to head towards his sports car. The previous night, Su Qingxue had insisted he return the car, but Ji Zifeng had no intention of doing so. After all, it was a 7 million sports car, a price he might never afford to pay back. However, in the next moment, Ji Zifeng was struck dumb. The sports car, which had been parked in the hotel lot, was now conspicuously absent. He realized that this was likely the doing of Su Qingxue, for only she would dare such an act. Yet, this was no longer of consequence. What mattered was that Ji Zifeng was furious. How dare Su Qingxue demand back a gift she had given him? His suspicions were indeed correct. The sports car had been towed away at Su Qingxue's behest, and she had sold it outright. For her, this was an unusual blemish on her otherwise polished life. Each time she reflected on the matter, she felt a pang of sorrow. Rather than holding on to it, she thought it better to sell it off promptly. Hey, Brother Feng. When did you return? Just as Ji Zifeng was about to lose his composure, a cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see a rather unsightly figure approaching, and the familiarity struck him. Wait a minute, wasn't he his former university classmate, Ji Buchang? Back then, he had been his subordinate. Wow, Ji Buchang, long time no see. Ji Zifeng feigned enthusiasm. Damn, who would have thought? Brother Feng, weren't you abroad? When did you come back? I just returned yesterday and was about to reach out to you. What a coincidence to run into you here. It truly is fate, Ji Zifeng replied with a smile. Ji Buchang grinned. It really is fate, Brother Feng. I see you're carrying a suitcase. Where are you headed? Oh, I'm changing hotels. This one doesn't provide satisfactory service. Brother Feng, you're impressive. This is one of the top hotels in Haiqing, and it belongs to Su Qingxue's family. By the way, have you been in touch with Su Qingxue? Didn't she have quite the infatuation for you? Upon hearing Su Qingxue's name, Ji Zifeng's fists clenched tightly. Yet, he forced a smile and replied, yes, it was she who booked this hotel for me. To be honest, I had planned on coming back, but her incessant provocations drew me here. Ji Buchang gazed at Ji Zifeng with envy. Brother Feng, you are truly impressive, managing to attract a beauty like Su Qingxue. I am utterly envious, remarked Ji Zifeng, attempting to feign indifference. Ji Buchang's envy only deepened. Brother Feng, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. Are you not busy? Not at all. Besides, even if I were, spending time with you is far more important. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Very well, first take me to a hotel. I'll treat you to lunch, and we can have a good chat. Certainly. Ji Buchang replied with a smile. He drove a car worth $1 million, which puzzled Ji Zifeng, as he recalled Ji Buchang's family circumstances were rather modest. Ji Buchang, you seem to have struck it rich to afford such an expensive vehicle, Ji Zifeng teased. Brother Feng, please don't mock me. This is my boss's car. By the way, do you remember that scoundrel Lin Zhe? The mention of Lin Zhe's name made Ji Zifeng's blood boil. If it weren't for this wretch, Su Qingxue would never have severed ties with him. Yes, I remember. Why bring him up? My current boss is that scoundrel's younger brother. It's quite amusing, really. The Lin family disowned Lin Zhe for the sake of my boss, their adopted son. Ji Zifeng's spirits lifted. Is that so? Ji Buchang nodded. My boss can't stand Lin Zhe. He would gladly see him gone. Ji Zifeng felt a thrill of joy. He too wished for Lin Zhe's demise. Perhaps it was time to align himself with Ji Buchang's boss. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. By the way, Brother Feng, are you back to be with Su Qingxue? Ji Zifeng did not wish for anyone to know he had been cast aside by her. He smiled and replied, let's not discuss that now. Ji Buchang, brimming with envy, said, you are truly remarkable, Brother Feng. If Su Qingxue were to show interest in me, I would be utterly devoted to her. Ambitious, Ji Buchang chuckled. Are you back to take over the family business? I have no intention of living off my parents. Ji Zifeng felt a twinge of guilt. What are your plans then? I haven't quite decided yet. Why not join our company? I remembered during university. You and that scoundrel Lin Zhe were arch rivals. With that connection, my boss would surely recognize your worth. Ji Zifeng had been waiting for such an invitation. He feigned nonchalance. All right, honestly, it doesn't matter to me what job I take, as long as I get to hang out with you again. Ji Wuchang was thrilled. Brother Feng, let me take you to meet my boss. Let's go? Chapter 83. Don't play dead as she forcefully pushed Lin Zhe away. Song Nanin was filled with both shame and anger. This scoundrel truly had the audacity. Kissing was one thing, but he had the nerve to reach beneath her clothing. Thankfully, she had caught on early. Had it been later, this rogue might have taken full advantage of her. After all, she had indeed felt something from that kiss. You wretched scoundrel, do you truly wish for your demise? Song Nanin spoke with great anger. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and took a few puffs before leisurely responding. Then go ahead and kill me. No sooner had the words left his lips than Song Nanin angrily grasped his throat with her hand. Lin Zhe looked at her with a smile, even daring to blow a smoke ring in her direction. Coughing from the smoke, Song Nanin tightened her grip. To be honest, despite her apparent effort, having just been kissed, her strength had waned. Even with all her might, she lacked the power to truly harm him. Yet, Lin Zhe played along, feigning breathlessness, rolling his eyes, and even engaging in some symbolic struggles. Indeed, he was prepared to tease her a little. Before long, Lin Zhe became entirely still. Not only did he cease to move, but his eyes were tightly shut, and his arms fell limply to the ground. Song Nanin felt a surge of satisfaction. She released him with a huff, thinking, you foolish creature, let us see if you dare to kiss me so casually again. Lin Zhe remained unresponsive. Annoyed, Song Nanin kicked him. You fool, stop playing dead. Still, Lin Zhe did not react. A moment of confusion washed over her. Could it be that this fool had truly died from my grasp? The thought flashed through her mind, prompting her to quickly place her fingers on his pulse point. There was no breath. The realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Panic set in. Although she had been furious after Lin Zhe had kissed her, she never intended to kill him. Her earlier actions had merely been an outlet for her anger. As she beheld Lin Zhe lying lifeless before her, her fury dissipated, replaced by a profound regret. She lamented her actions deeply. He had merely kissed her a few times and touched her for a moment. Why had she resorted to choking him? If she had tea, he would not have met such a fate. After a moment of distress, Song Nanin's mind recalled the first aid technique she had learned. Without hesitation, she mounted Lin Zhe and placed her hands together, rapidly compressing his chest. After a while, she leaned down to pinch his chin and attempted mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Just as she was breathing into him, she suddenly felt something wet intrude into her mouth. It was a tongue. She shuddered and quickly recoiled from his lips. A swift glance at Lin Zhe revealed him wearing an impish grin, embarrassed and furious. She realized she had been tricked by this rascal. How dare he? Enraged, Song Nanin wasted no time and began to rain down blows upon Lin Zhe. Her delicate fist fell upon him like a torrential downpour, determined to exact revenge until he was utterly defeated. Lin Zhe made no effort to stop her, after all. Her strikes were not particularly painful, and considering he had just played a trick on her, it seemed only fair for her to vent her frustrations. With a smile, Lin Zhe watched Song Nanin, surprised that although she appeared clever, she was, in reality, quite gullible, believing wholeheartedly that she had truly choked him to death. After a while of exertion, Song Nanin grew weary. She stood up in a fit of anger and strode down the mountain, wishing to avoid Lin Zhe for even a second. The moment she encountered that wretched man, memories of her earlier folly flooded back. Lin Zhe hastily rose to block her path. Step aside, Song Nanin barked, her fury palpable. Lin Zhe chuckled. You've pinched and struck. I dare say we're even now. Get lost. Who said we were even? Song Nanin retorted. With audacity, Lin Zhe pinched her cheek, grinning. All right, don't be angry. Let me escort you home. This infuriated Song Nanin even more. That scoundrel dared to kiss her at will, and now he was bold enough to touch her face. If this continued, would he dare to invade her bed as well? No, she must devise a plan to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Song Nanin recalled the prison cell located in the basement of her villa, a cell she had ordered to be constructed for punishing disobedient subordinates. Yet, that was not the crux of her idea. If she confined this rogue within those walls for a few days, perhaps he would think twice before acting out again. Excited by the thought, she trembled at the idea of Lin Zhe kneeling and begging for mercy after being imprisoned. Take me home. Song Nanin suppressed her exhilaration and commanded, Get in the car. An hour later, they arrived at her villa. I want to hold today's incident against you. But it's nearly mealtime, so you must join me for dinner, she stated with a hint of arrogance. What's the occasion? Lindsay wondered, surprised by her sudden invitation to dine together. All right then, he acquiesced, reasoning that since Shen Tianli hadn't reached out to him, she was likely still busy. Dining alone didn't appeal to him, so he preferred the company of Song Nanning. Upon entering the villa, a lavish spread awaited them on the grand dining table, with several servants standing respectfully at its side. Please take a seat. I'll fetch a bottle of wine, Song Nanning said calmly. Sure. Barely seated. She soon returned with a bottle of wine, declining the servant's assistance. Pouring Lindsay a glass herself, she declared, a toast to you. Thank you for curing me. Consider yourself slightly benevolent, Lindsay replied with a smile, and they both downed their drinks. Suddenly, Song Nanning asked with a cold laugh, you wretched man. After kissing me repeatedly, do you truly believe this matter is settled? At this, the servants standing nearby widened their eyes in shock. What was happening? The young mistress had been kissed by this man? And not just once? Lindsay chuckled and replied, what's wrong? Do you feel cheated? Or perhaps you wish to return the favor? Return the favor? You wishful thinker. I'll make sure you learn the meaning of regret. What do you mean? Song Nanning exclaimed with delight. It's nothing significant. I merely added a little something to the wine I served you earlier. What's the matter? Are you not feeling your body grow weak and your head spin? Lindsay's complexion shifted dramatically. Song Nanning, are you attempting to poison me? Fear not. You shall not perish. It is merely a means to induce slumber, albeit when you awaken, you will find yourself confined in a cage, Song Nanning replied with excitement. Lindsay raised his middle finger at her before collapsing onto the dining table. Chapter 84. Brother Lindsay, I was wrong. Song Nanning was elated, trembling with exhilaration. In her previous readings of novels, each time the protagonist imprisoned another, she felt a thrill of excitement. It was this very sensation that inspired her to create the cage. Although her initial intention was to discipline disobedient subordinates, she never anticipated that Lindsay would be the first to experience it. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Observing Lindsay sprawled on the ground, Song Nanning found the reality even more exhilarating than she had imagined. The thought of him begging for mercy upon waking sent her blood boiling. After gazing at Lindsay for a moment, she intended to exit the cage and settle on the sofa to await his awakening. Yet, as she turned, a mocking voice resonated from behind her. So, your meticulous scheming to drug me was solely to bring me here? The sudden voice startled Song Nanning. She swiftly turned around to find Lindsay looking at her with a smirk. How did you wake up so quickly? The drug was administered by her own hand. According to the dosage, he should have been unconscious for at least 2 hours. Yet, in less than 10 minutes, he had awakened. Is it possible that I never drank it at all? Lindsay retorted with a sneer. You're talking nonsense. I saw you drink it with my own eyes. Does seeing it with your own eyes guarantee its truth? Song Nanning was rendered speechless by his provocation. She could scarcely believe Lindsay's words, yet the reality before her was undeniable. Surprised, are you? Tell me, Song Nanning. What do you think would happen if you found yourself trapped here? Lindsay suddenly asked with a grin. Song Nanning was taken aback. You scoundrel. If you dare to keep me here, I will ensure your demise. As she spoke, she hurriedly retreated towards the exit of the cage, sensing a faint hint of danger. But Lindsay was swifter. Just as she reached the door of the cage, he had already stepped out ahead of her. By the time she attempted to follow, he had already closed the door behind him. Panic surged within Song Nanning. She had reason to be alarmed. Upon incapacitating Lindsay earlier, she had instructed the servants not to enter without her command. Moreover, the room housing the cage was soundproof. Even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, no one outside would hear her. In other words, if one were truly confined within a cage by that scoundrel Lindsay, the only recourse would be to beseech him for release. Otherwise, escape would be utterly impossible. Just as Song Nanning was engulfed in anxiety, Lindsay had already secured the cage's door with a lock. It was over. Song Nanning's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. She glared furiously at Lindsay. You wretched creature, open the door. Oh, Miss Song, is this how you typically plead for favors? Lindsay replied with a mocking smirk. Song Nanning found herself at a loss for words. Though she longed to eliminate Lindsay at that very moment, she understood that confronting him directly would only exacerbate her predicament. It would be wiser to first implore this rogue to let her out. Once free, she could settle the score with him later. With this in mind, Song Nanning suppressed her fury and said, All right, I was wrong. I apologize. Not sincere enough. Song Nanning felt an overwhelming urge to sink her teeth into Lindsay. She vowed that once he released her, She would ensure he paid dearly for his insolence. Determined, she forced a smile and said, "Lindsay, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I beg you, please let me out." Although her sincerity had improved, her smile was utterly disingenuous. Song Nanning was on the verge of exploding with rage, yet she continued to smile, exuding a striking allure. Indeed, it was captivating. Lindsay was taken aback by how enchanting she appeared when she smiled. It seemed wise to encourage her to smile more often in the future. "Can you let me out now?" Song Nanning implored, her voice laced with feigned vulnerability. "Come now, call me brother and perhaps I might be inclined to release you," Lindsay teased. Suppressing her desire to annihilate him, Song Nanning sweetly responded, "Brother, Lindsay, I beg you, please let me out. I truly understand my mistake." Goodness, who would have thought her coquettish tone could be so enticing? Fortunately, Lindsay's resolve remained unshaken. He replied with a cheerful grin, "Not a chance, Song Nanning. You should stay right where you are." With that, he swiftly departed. It was not that he wished to cease teasing her. Rather, he feared that if he lingered, he might relent and release her. Song Nanning felt utterly defeated. She had humbled herself to such an extent, even using that shameful tone to address him as brother, yet he merely toyed with her. The moment the door closed, she erupted in a torrent of curses. "Beast! Lindsay, you beast! I will ensure your demise. Someone let me out." Standing outside the door, Lindsay knew she would erupt into a tirade. Yet he heard not a single sound. One must admit, the soundproofing of this room was remarkably effective. After emerging from the basement, Lindsay addressed the servant. "Inform the staff that the young lady needs to rest undisturbed. No one is to disturb her." The servant nodded vigorously. With a cheerful smile, Lindsay strode away. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was leaving the office, preparing to return home. Today, she found herself engulfed in a cloud of melancholy, utterly devoid of motivation to work. She planned to return home for a brief respite before resuming her pursuit of Lindsay in the evening. However, as she exited the company, she unexpectedly encountered Ji Zifeng. The sight of him soured Su Qingxue's expression, for his presence inevitably reminded her of the foolish choices she had once made. Although Ji Zifeng had done nothing wrong, Su Qingxue could not transcend the internal barriers she had erected. "What brings you here?" Ji Zifeng inquired, his face etched with sorrow. "No need for that. If you wish to leave, it bears no significance to me," she retorted coldly. "I understand, Qingxue. What I mean to say is, could we share a meal together?" "Not interested," Su Qingxue replied icily. "Please, Qingxue, I merely wish to have a meal with you before I depart. I harbor no ill intentions. I am aware of your feelings for Lindsay, and if you would dine with me, I could reveal a secret about him that would ensure he ends up with you," he offered, a flicker of hope igniting within Su Qingxue's heart. She longed to be with Lindsay more than anything. "What secret?" "I shall disclose it during our meal. I am not attempting to coerce you. I genuinely wish to share a meal, and this location is hardly conducive to conversation," he explained. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingxue coldly commanded, "Come with me." Ji Zifeng was elated within. Once seated in the back of her car, he retrieved his phone and began sending a message. "Ji Buchong, does this medication truly work?" "Brother Feng, rest assured, it is undoubtedly effective. I have managed to sleep with several using this." He deleted the message and stowed away his phone, gazing out the window with a malevolent glint in his eyes. Chapter 85. I truly envy Lindsay 2 hours earlier. Ji Buchong had accompanied Ji Zifeng to the hospital to see Lin Nan. Lin Nan's injuries had nearly healed, and he was technically fit for discharge. However, he continued to feign discomfort, reluctant to leave the hospital. His intent was clear, to remind his parents that all of this was the fault of that beast, Lindsay. His plan succeeded. Lin Nan's mother now seethed with hatred for Lindsay, vowing to bring harm to him. Although Lin Xiaodian had said nothing after returning home yesterday, his dark demeanor spoke volumes of his deep-seated animosity towards Lindsay. When Lin Nan tentatively mentioned Lindsay's name, he was met with Lin Xiaodian's furious outburst, denouncing Lindsay as a beast and forbidding any mention of his name henceforth. Lin Nan reveled in this. Upon encountering Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan initially regarded him with disdain, finding such overseas returnees tiresome. Yet, when he learned that Ji Zifeng had been Lindsay's arch-rival since their university days, and that Su Qingxue, whom Lindsay adored, was infatuated with Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan's interest in Ji Zifeng peaked, especially upon discovering that Su Qingxue had divorced Lindsay for Ji Zifeng. Lin Nan was nearly beside himself with delight. He waved his hand grandly, securing Ji Zifeng a position in his company as a personal assistant. With a monthly salary of 50,000 plus bonuses, Ji Zifeng was secretly overjoyed. The matter should have concluded here. However, just as Ji Zifeng was about to depart. Lin Nan inquired of Ji Wuchang whether he had retrieved the item he sought. From their exchange, Ji Zifeng was taken aback to discover that the object Lin Nan requested was, in fact, an aphrodisiac, reputedly quite effective. It was said that Lin Nan had already used this substance to seduce numerous young women. Upon hearing this, a malicious scheme began to form in Ji Zifeng's mind. The car halted outside Yupingxian, a restaurant chosen by Su Qingxue. The reason for dining here was straightforward. Su Qingxue harbored some reservations about Ji Zifeng, fearing that a meal between a solitary man and woman might lead to unforeseen circumstances. As Yupingxian was her family's establishment, she felt assured that the staff would promptly assist her should any eventualities arise. The private dining room was the same one used on the day Ji Zifeng returned. The decorations that had welcomed his homecoming had long since vanished, yet as Su Qingxue stepped into the room, a twinge of sadness welled within her. It reminded her of Lin Zai's reaction upon seeing the room's adornments. Once seated, Ji Zifeng presented the menu to Su Qingxue, gently saying, "Qingxue, please order whatever you desire. Today, I am treating you, and would be grateful for the opportunity." Ji Zifeng resumed his former seat from the night of his return, while Su Qingxue chose to sit opposite him. Lin Zai had once remarked that he disliked women who had been touched by others, even so much as holding hands. Su Qingxue had etched this sentiment into her very being. Her distance from Ji Zifeng stemmed from a desire to avoid any physical contact, even in the act of sharing dishes. "Never mind, I'm not particularly hungry," she replied. "Then I shall take the lead," Ji Zifeng stated. To which Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. He began to order, selecting a variety of hearty dishes, and Su Qingxue did not object. At that moment, her only curiosity was to uncover the secret Ji Zifeng had alluded to regarding Lin Zai. Soon, the orders were placed, and the server retreated. Su Qingxue then asked, "What exactly is the secret you mentioned about Lin Zai?" Frankly, had Ji Zifeng not dangled this piece of information before her, she would never have consented to dine with him. Su Qingxue was resolute. Once Ji Zifeng divulged the secret concerning Lin Zai, she would stand up and sever any connection with him. Ji Zifeng offered a wry smile and replied, "Qingxue, may we please eat first? I assure you that I will reveal everything once we finish our meal." Su Qingxue's expression darkened. She despised the sensation of being coerced. Ji Zifeng discerned Su Qingxue's displeasure and promptly sought to clarify. "Qingxue, I am not attempting to threaten you. I genuinely wish to share a meal with you in private. You may perceive my words as insincere, but I must confess, I have harbored feelings for you since the very first moment I laid eyes on you in university. However, your prestigious background renders me unworthy of you, compelling me to conceal my affections in silence. When you married Lin Zai and shared your marriage certificate on social media, my heart was wrenched. Do you know why I chose to study abroad? It was because I felt inadequate, striving to prove my worth." Ji Zifeng was about to elaborate further when Su Qingxue interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "The past is behind us. I do not wish to revisit it." Frankly, the veracity of Ji Zifeng's words held no significance for Su Qingxue at this moment. All she desired was to be with Lin Zai. Ji Zifeng had not anticipated her interruption, as he had hoped to evoke her memories, perhaps rekindling her past affections for him. Yet, to his surprise, Su Qingxue showed no interest in listening. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of irritation but concealed it. He was confident that soon enough, Su Qingxue would come to him, seeking his affection. The mere thought of such a scenario stirred excitement within him. He could not resist glancing at Su Qingxue, who was adorned in a sleek black dress that accentuated her alluring figure, while her long, alabaster neck resembled that of a swan, undeniably captivating. Ji Zifeng's heart raced, as he felt an overwhelming urge to drug her. "Very well, you are right. The past is the past. Let us not dwell on it. Qingxue, when did you come to like Lin Zai?" He shifted the topic. Upon hearing Lin Zai's name, a spark illuminated Su Qingxue's eyes, and her exquisite visage softened. Witnessing her response, Ji Zifeng's jealousy flared, his nails digging into his flesh. Why should that brute Lin Zai be worthy of Su Qingxue's affections? I am not entirely certain. Perhaps it is his attentive care that endeared him to me, or maybe it is his quiet devotion, or perhaps it was during other moments, Su Qingxue reflected. Ji Zifeng, with envy etched on his face, remarked, "I truly envy Lin Zai." As he spoke, he placed a glass of water before Su Qingxue. "Does Lin Zai know of your feelings for him?" he inquired nonchalantly. Su Qingxue shook her head, lifting the glass to her lips and taking a sip. She was indeed parched, having endured a tumultuous emotional state since the previous night, which left her unable to eat or drink. As she slowly consumed the water, Ji Zifeng's heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 86, The Trap. Indeed, This glass of water had been laced with a drug by Ji Zifeng. He was present when Su Qingxue, with a gentle expression, recounted her burgeoning affection for Lin Zhe. The drug, no larger than an infant's fingernail, dissolved swiftly upon contact with water. At that moment, Su Qingxue was completely absorbed in her feelings for Lin Zhe, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Yet, such details had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was that she had consumed half a glass of water. Seizing the opportunity while she looked down, Ji Zifeng silently reveled in his triumph. He was aware that the situation had irrevocably shifted. After today, Su Qingxue would belong entirely to him, reduced to merely a puppet under his control. Ji Zifeng had resolved to document every moment when he would claim her later that evening, intending to use the recordings to coerce Su Qingxue into submission. Convinced she would not dare defy him, the thought of Su Qingxue becoming his puppet, his slave, his pet, and his source of financial gain sent exhilarating shivers through Ji Zifeng's body. When do you plan to reveal all this to Lin Zhe? Ji Zifeng inquired, suppressing his excitement. The drug's effects would take some time to manifest. Until then, he dared not reveal a single crack in his fade. For this was a matter of the Su family's interests. Should Su Qingxue escape before he claimed her, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. Ji Zifeng had no desire for such an outcome. This is my affair. It does not concern you, nor is it necessary for me to share it with you. Su Qingxue replied coldly, feeling that Ji Zifeng was speaking far too much for her liking. Ji Zifeng nearly lost his composure at her retort, biting down on his anger by pinching his thigh until he subdued his rage. Now was not the time for an outburst. He was waiting, anticipating the moment when the aphrodisiac would take effect and Su Qingxue would inevitably begin to entice him. According to Lin Nan, once the drug took hold, even the most virtuous of maidens would be unable to resist its influence. The dishes arrived promptly, after all. It was the esteemed young lady who had graced them with her presence, and none dared to be remiss. When the first dish was served, Su Qingxue sensed a slight warmth coursing through her body. She attributed it to the room's temperature and asked the server to lower the air conditioning. Ji Zifeng also felt a heat, though it stemmed from his excitement. He knew the aphrodisiac within Su Qingxue was beginning to take effect, and he was acutely aware that once it fully manifested, she would soon be unable to withstand it. The dishes quickly filled the table. Yet Su Qingxue increasingly sensed something amiss. Her body grew hotter, and an insatiable desire began to churn within her. Images of passionate entanglements with Lin Zhe flashed through her mind, akin to the drug itself, incessantly provoking her heart. Her fair complexion began to flush a deep crimson, and her breath became increasingly erratic. She felt not only the heat, but also the sensation of countless insects crawling upon her skin, inducing a pervasive itch. Her legs began to move restlessly, rubbing against one another. Ji Zifeng observed all of this with keen interest. His hand trembled as he excitedly grasped the chopsticks. He was acutely aware that the aphrodisiac coursing through Su Qingxue's veins had begun to take effect. He knew all too well that it would not be long before she succumbed to her desires and began to seek him out. Qingxue, what's wrong? Ji Zifeng feigned concern as he inquired. Su Qingxue waved her hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing." Yet, despite her words, she recognized that something was amiss within her body. This was not a typical reaction, though she could not comprehend the cause of her predicament. Reason urged her to leave immediately. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she sprang to her feet. However, as she took her first step, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. She braced herself against the dining table, managing to steady herself, but as soon as she regained her balance, she fell back into her chair. At that moment, she felt utterly languid, like a puddle of fragrant mud. Her complexion was flushed, and her eyes glimmered seductively. Her luscious red lips parted and closed like a stranded fish gasping for air. Ji Zifeng felt a stir within him. He had not anticipated that Su Qingxue's allure could be so captivating. Her gaze was enchanting, and her lips drove him to the brink of madness. An exceedingly wicked thought crossed his mind. He found himself yearning for her, but he maintained a fade of concern, asking, "Qingxue, what is truly the matter? You seem a bit off." His voice trembled with excitement. "Go fetch a waitress," Su Qingxue insisted, biting her lip. Despite her words, her demeanor grew ever more alluring, particularly the seductive glint in her eyes that seemed to envelop Ji Zifeng. Indeed, the desire within Su Qingxue intensified, her reason being devoured by an insatiable longing. Ji Zifeng, fully aware that the aphrodisiac had taken complete hold of Su Qingxue, refrained from calling for a waitress. Instead, he swiftly approached her, knowing the moment had arrived. As long as he could make contact with her, she would have no chance of escaping. Yet, As he drew closer, Su Qingxue suddenly seized a knife from the table, pressing the blade against her delicate neck. "Don't come any closer. Go get a waitress." Ji Zifeng was taken aback. How could this temptress, in such a state, still possess any semblance of rationality? He dared not force the issue, fearing she might harm herself. "Qingxue, please, don't get agitated. What is wrong with you? Be quiet." "Quickly, go get a waitress." Su Qingxue gritted her teeth as she spoke, her reason waning further while her desires surged. If Lin Zhe were present, Su Qingxue would undoubtedly have thrown herself into his arms without hesitation, consumed by fervor. But Lin Zhe was not there, and she could only grit her teeth and endure. "All right, wait for me a moment," Ji Zifeng said hurriedly as he exited the private room. However, he did not call for the waiter. Instead, he led the waiter aside. "Let me inform you that, no matter what occurs, you must not enter," he instructed, his voice firm. The waiter had seen Miss Su Qingxue with Ji Zifeng on several occasions and nodded in understanding. Ji Zifeng, filled with pride, turned back to the private room, elated by the scene before him. Yet, he found Su Qingxue had set aside the dinner knife, her complexion flushed, her eyes consumed by desire. Upon seeing Ji Zifeng, she suddenly flashed a seductive smile, nearly stealing his breath away. He felt an uncontrollable urge to rush towards her, but in the next moment, Ji Zifeng found himself unable to move. Chapter 87. A violent confrontation. Of course, Ji Zifeng was immobilized because someone had seized his hair. As the sharp pain struck him, he swiftly turned around, eager to confront the beast bold enough to grip his hair so fiercely. His scalp felt as if it might be torn from his head. To his astonishment, it was Lin Zhe, a person he had never expected to see. Indeed, it was Lin Zhe. After leaving Song Nanin's villa, Lin Zhe intended to return to Shun Tianli's villa to continue composing songs for the two prominent stars. However, just as he got into the car, he received a call from Shun Tianli, requesting him to pick her up at Yi Pinstin. Upon arrival, he overheard Ji Zifeng's earlier conversation with the waiter. Instinctively, he sensed that Ji Zifeng was up to no good and promptly followed him inside. Sure enough, he discovered that this scoundrel had drugged Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe immediately recognized that the alluring figure of Su Qingxue was under the influence of drugs and that Ji Zifeng intended to exploit her in such a vile manner. Without hesitation, he grasped Ji Zifeng's hair. "Let go of me, you bastard," Ji Zifeng roared. In response, Lin Zhe delivered a powerful strike. Regardless of Su Qingxue's current predicament, he could not allow such a despicable individual to employ such filthy tactics to claim her. The sound of a sharp slap echoed through the spacious room. Ji Zifeng felt a searing pain in his head and shouted angrily, "Lin Zhe, you idiot! Su Qingxue is mine. She asked me to drug her. She wants to play with me, so it's none of your business. Get lost." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Zhe tightened his grip on his hair, exerting his strength and forcefully throwing Ji Zifeng to the ground. Lin Zhe had no faith in Ji Zifeng's words. After all, Su Qingxue was not the type of woman to engage in such promiscuous behavior, and there was no way she would willingly allow Ji Zifeng to drug her. Just as Ji Zifeng was about to struggle to his feet and retaliate, Lin Zhe delivered a fierce kick to his head. "Ah!" Ji Zifeng cried out in pain. However, Lin Zhe had no intention of stopping there. His foot relentlessly struck Ji Zifeng's head repeatedly. Initially, Ji Zifeng attempted to fight back, cursing vehemently. Yet, after enduring 7 or 8 kicks from Lin Zhe, he succumbed, clutching his head and howling in despair. Lin Zhe was poised to continue his assault when, at that moment, Su Qingxue suddenly stood up unsteadily, staggering towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe cast a glance at her and noticed her eyes were bloodshot, brimming with intoxicating desire. He realized that Su Qingxue had succumbed to the effects of the poison, and if she were not treated soon, dire consequences could ensue. Abandoning the worthless Ji Zifeng, Lin Zhe rushed forward and enveloped Su Qingxue in his arms. As soon as he embraced her soft, fragrant, and feverish body, Su Qingxue began to struggle. "Let go of me. I want to find Lin Zhe. I want to find Lin Zhe. Let go of me," she stammered, pushing against Lin Zhe. Unfortunately, her strength had diminished to that of an infant. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Wasn't she infatuated with Ji Zifeng? Why would she seek him out in her intoxicated state? Yet, such thoughts were irrelevant. What mattered was that in this moment, Su Qingxue writhed like a water snake in his embrace, her alluring form undulating. Lin Zhe was instantly filled with rage. He swiftly hoisted her up and placed her on the sofa in the private room. Without delay, he intended to use silver needles to treat her, at least to suppress the poison within her before heading to the hospital for proper care. Although uncertain if the needles would effectively mitigate the poison, he felt compelled to try. However, As soon as Lin Zhe's hands left Su Qingshue's body, she ensnared his neck with an unwavering grip. Her gaze fixed intently on him. She suddenly smiled seductively, saying, You are Lin Zhe. I can smell your scent. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Yet, Su Qingxue continued with a sultry tone. Lin Zhe, I feel so uncomfortable. I want to sleep. Can we sleep together? Don't you love sleeping with me? Please, sleep with me. The softness of her voice, the alluring beauty of her face, and the intoxicating charm of her presence. Who could possibly withstand such a temptation? Lin Zhe forcibly pried her fingers apart. Breathing heavily, he was about to throw Ji Zifeng out of the private room, regardless of whether he employed silver needles or other means to treat her. Lin Zhe wished to rid himself of that scoundrel, but upon turning around, he found no trace of Ji Zifeng. It seemed that the scoundrel had taken advantage of the moment when Lin Zhe was holding Su Qingxue to flee. Lin Zhe could not dwell on this. He hurried to the door of the private room and locked it securely. After completing all of this, Lin Zhe swiftly returned to Su Qingshue's side. Just as he retrieved the needle pouch, Su Qingxue extended her fair, delicate arm to encircle his neck. Lin Zhe, is it all right if we sleep together? I really want to sleep with you. I feel so unwell, she implored, carelessly beginning to kiss him fervently. Su Qingxue, please don't, Lin Zhe gasped, trying to maintain his composure. While he indeed desired her, he was reluctant to engage with her in her current intoxicated state. If she continued to tease him like this, he would surely lose control. I want to sleep. I want to sleep with you. Can you do it like before? I want to give myself to you, she insisted. Already rising from the couch, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, her luscious red lips fervently kissed his neck and cheeks, sending Lin Zhe into a whirlwind of emotions. Just as he was about to push her away, her soft, heated lips suddenly met his. The warmth of her kiss sent shivers down his spine, igniting a fire within him. Yet, Su Qingxue seemed to crave more, like a stranded fish desperately seeking water. Lin Zhe could no longer resist. He began to respond to her fervor even more passionately than she. At some point, they found themselves rolling on the floor, oblivious to everything around them. Su Qingxue too was completely consumed by desire, resembling a powder keg that had ignited and exploded. Lin Zhe, go faster, she murmured, her voice dripping with seduction. Chapter 88. Your anger is futile. It was over, completely over. For times, perhaps 5, Lin Zhe had lost count, but it had been numerous. After it all, Su Qingxue lay breathless upon him, glistening with sweat. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, and silence enveloped the spacious room, save for their heavy breaths. Are you aware that you were drugged? Lin Zhe suddenly inquired. Su Qingxue responded with a curt nod, her voice cold. I won't let him get away with this. It seemed she had discerned who was responsible for her predicament. Do you still feel unwell? He asked. Yes, she pouted. Damn it, it's over, she retorted, her tone still laced with allure. What is bothering you? It hurts. You're too ruthless, Lin Zhe replied, slightly annoyed. Well, you were the one who urged me to go faster, he added, somewhat disgruntled. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed as she replied, Stop it, you're so annoying. I'm actually not angry. You know, your anger is pointless. It has already happened, she said, playfully punching Lin Zhe. Humph, can't you say something sweet for once? You must seek out Ji Zifeng. Do not mention that worthless individual again, Su Qingxue said coldly. Her eyes glistened with a chilling light, revealing her simmering anger. What's wrong? Have you lost affection for him? Lin Zhe teased. Su Qingxue nodded. Do you know why he drugged me? Obviously, he desires to be intimate with you. However, after being together for so long, you have not allowed him that privilege? In a fit of rage, Su Qingxue bit Lin Zhe's lips. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking if you cannot articulate anything sensible. I have never even allowed him to touch me. How could I possibly let him take advantage of me? Lin Zhe chuckled. Would he not be devastated? Humph, what does it matter to me? It would be better if he perished, Su Qingxue retorted angrily. The mere thought of Ji Zifeng daring to drug her filled her with an urge to eliminate him immediately. Such intense hatred. Yet just a few days ago, you were utterly infatuated with him, Lin Zhe remarked, not intending to taunt her, but genuinely curious about Su Qingxue's sudden change of heart. Embarrassed, Su Qingxue wished to disappear into a crack in the ground. She had truly acted foolishly just days prior. Fearing Lin Zhe's potential teasing remarks, she swiftly silenced him with her luscious red lips. To his astonishment, Lin Zhe was taken aback. Is it possible she still desires him? After a brief kiss, Su Qingxue blushed and released Lin Zhe. You scoundrel, do not ever mention my feelings for him again. This matter has become a blemish on my life. Just thinking about it makes me want to slap myself. As she spoke, her eyes reddened with genuine regret. I am truly curious. What heinous act has he committed to provoke such a sudden loss of affection? Lindsay inquired. Su Qingxue shook her head. I always believed I had feelings for him, but ever since my divorce with you, nothing felt right. I confided in my best friend about my feelings. And with her guidance, I realized that I had long ceased to love him. After you left yesterday, I felt despondent, and upon encountering Jizefeng, I made it clear that I no longer had feelings for him. I rescinded his access to the hotel and sold the sports car I had purchased for him this morning, donating the proceeds. That is why he was so eager to drug me today. He likely hoped to secure my affection through such means. Lindsay was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Su Qingxue would reclaim the sports car gifted to Jizefeng. No wonder Jizefeng, that scoundrel, resorted to drugging her. Lindsay recalled what Shen Tianli had mentioned, that Jizefeng was struggling abroad and that his family was on the brink of bankruptcy, which forced him to return home. It seemed his intentions in drugging Su Qingxue were more calculated than merely seeking intimacy. What does that imply? Their family is nearing financial ruin. And he has failed to thrive abroad, Lindsay remarked. Su Qingxue's expression darkened. It is no wonder that Jizefeng took the initiative to contact me back then. It is no wonder he exhibited such enthusiasm. At the time, I truly believed he had turned over a new leaf. But upon reflection, it is evident that he regarded me as mere prey. Had I truly entered into a relationship with him, my initial affection would have compelled me to assist him unconditionally. In such a case, it is likely that the assets of the Su family would have been exploited by him. Moreover, I am grateful that Lindsay arrived today. Had he not come, I might have found myself in a precarious situation. As this thought crossed my mind, a wave of apprehension washed over Su Qingxue. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Lindsay inquired. Su Qingxue nodded. I have overestimated his character. By the way, how did you come to know all of this? Shen Tianli informed me. In fact, I came to Yipingxian today to pick her up. Fortunately for you, or else you might have already been victimized by him. Who knows? Perhaps he would have recorded a video to use as leverage against you. At that point, even if you wished to extricate yourself from him, it would have been impossible. Su Qingxue's trepidation deepened. Lindsay's words were not without merit. It was merely luck that I was spared from the clutches of that scoundrel. Thanks to Lindsay's timely intervention. Had fate been less kind, I would undoubtedly have fallen victim to him. If he had indeed recorded a video as blackmail, I would have had no choice but to comply with his demands. Su Qingxue's complexion turned pale, and she instinctively clung to Lindsay. Don't hold on so tightly. I have only just managed to calm down. Lindsay protested. Yet, Su Qingxue seemed oblivious to his words, gazing at him with reddened eyes. Tell me, do you wish to sleep with me every day? What do you mean by that? The reason I made it clear to Jizefeng that I no longer have feelings for him is twofold. Firstly, I genuinely no longer harbor any affection for him. In fact, I sensed something amiss the day he returned, but I did not dwell on it. Secondly, I have come to realize that I have developed feelings for you. Lindsay, I'm not joking. I truly like you. The sight of you getting close to Shen Tianli drove me to the brink of jealousy. After a brief pause, Su Qingxue even planted a kiss on Lindsay. Then, in a soft voice, she said, Lindsay, let us remarry. This time, I will proclaim to the world that you are my husband. I will give you everything, my body and my heart. I am beautiful and alluring. If you wish to see me in my flight attendant uniform, I shall wear it for you. If you desire me in stockings, I shall oblige. Whatever positions you fancy, I will fulfill your desires. You have always admired my legs, so I will indulge you daily. At this moment, Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lindsay. Will you marry me again, please? Chapter 89. You are free, and so am I. What? Remarry? Lindsay chuckled. While he could not deny Su Qingxue's exquisite beauty and remarkable figure, the prospect of remarriage was utterly out of the question. If I were to remarry him, how could I possibly sleep with Shen Tianli or Song Naning? As for Jiang Qingyue, Lindsay currently has no desire to be with her. For once he were to share a bed with her, she would insist on being in a relationship with him, a notion Lindsay could never accept. As a quintessential scoundrel, how could he sacrifice an entire forest for a solitary tree? No, he stated bluntly. Su Qingxue was taken aback. She had believed she had come to terms with her regrets and had openly professed her affection for Lindsay, even pledging her heart to him. Surely, given his feelings for her, he would be eager to reciprocate. However, she never anticipated his outright rejection, delivered with such decisive clarity that he did not even pause to contemplate. A wave of sorrow enveloped Su Qingxue, as if ensnared by an immense net. Her previously bright eyes dimmed at a visible pace until they were completely extinguished, leaving only an overwhelming sadness behind. She gazed at Lindsay, her eyes filled with despair. Why? Her heart quivered, her voice trembling. She was not questioning him, but merely sought to understand why he had suddenly cast her aside. That night, I told you I would not love anyone else again. Lindsay extinguished the cigarette in his hand. His tone was eerily calm, as if discussing an unrelated matter. Yet, Su Qingxue felt increasingly desolate. Her eyes were red-rimmed, tears welling up. She realized the extent of her hurtful actions when she divorced Lindsay for Jizifeng. She recalled that fateful morning of their separation, when Lindsay had actually tried to retain her, expressing his reluctance to divorce. But what had she said? In a fit of anger, she had forced him into divorce, and he had eventually acquiesced, only to declare that once divorced, he would no longer want her. Even if she were to kneel and beg, he would not spare her a glance. It turned out he had not spoken in anger. Su Qingxue wept, tears cascading down. She did not wish to cry, but she could no longer hold back. Why had she been so foolish? Why had she rushed to divorce Lindsay? Why had she succumbed to that worthless man? Why? Lindsay, I am truly sorry. I genuinely apologize. At that time, I was unaware of my own heart, which led to our divorce, and I uttered so many hurtful words. Su Qingxue found herself unable to continue, her voice choked with sobs. She truly recognized her mistakes and felt profound remorse. Lindsay shook his head and replied, "There is no need for apologies, Su Qingxue. To be candid, I was neither angry nor did I blame you for choosing to divorce me for Jizifeng. I have always said you're free. You have the right to pursue happiness. I too am free. Do you understand my meaning?" This was Lindsay's sincere sentiment. He had never held Su Qingxue accountable for her decision to divorce him for Jizifeng, for he was not the original person she loved. He harbored no feelings for her. How could Su Qingxue fail to comprehend the meaning behind Lindsay's words? She understood that she had wounded him deeply, to the point that he no longer wished to grant her another chance. Regret surged within her, a tormenting desire to punish herself for her missteps. Her sobs grew more heart-wrenching. "Lindsay, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Please don't abandon me. I beg you, don't leave me." Her eyes brimmed with despair, her voice fragile. "Enough with the tears. It is late. Let me take you home. Or do you prefer to be alone for a while?" Lindsay was reluctant to continue this conversation. I want to go home," Su Qingxue quickly replied. "Then let's go." She nodded through her tears, struggling to rise from Lindsay's side and make her way outside. "Wait," he called out to her urgently. It was a jest, for her hair was disheveled and her attire in disarray. If she were to step outside like this, what would the staff at Yupingxian think? With tear-streaked eyes, Su Qingxue gazed at him, uncertainty flickering within her gaze. "Just tidy yourself up a bit," Lindsay explained. Only then did it dawn on Su Qingxue. Grateful. She cast him a fleeting glance before hastily arranging her appearance. Once she was presentable, Lindsay guided her out of the private room. During their journey home, silence enveloped them. Lindsay contemplated how he would explain to Shen Tianli why he had not come to fetch her. Earlier that afternoon, while resting with Su Qingxue, he had deliberately turned off his phone, fearing interruptions. Now, he had yet to switch it back on, surmising that Shen Tianli had likely made countless attempts to reach him. Su Qingxue yearned to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Confusion clouded her mind, leaving her uncertain of what to do next. More accurately, she was bewildered about the course of her life. She had never realized how significant Lindsay was to her until his absence plunged her into despair. Soon, the car came to a steady halt at the entrance of Su Qingxue's villa. "Once you return, take a proper shower and rest. I must be going," Lindsay advised as he prepared to exit the vehicle. Su Qingxue gazed at him longingly, her lips moving as if she wished to say something. Yet no words escaped her. She watched helplessly as Lindsay stepped out and walked towards Shen Tianli's villa. Though only a mere 50 meters separated their homes, it felt to Su Qingxue as though an insurmountable distance lay between them, as if separated by a vast galaxy. She knew her villa was close to Shen Tianli's, but the chasm between her and Lindsay felt infinitely greater. The thought of losing him sent fresh tears streaming down her face. In her anguish, she sent a message to her best friend, asking her to come over. After sending the text, Su Qingxue wept as she returned to her villa. Lindsay's mood was somewhat melancholic. He felt sorrowful at the thought that he might never again share a bed with Su Qingxue. After all, the two had expressed their feelings so clearly now. Lindsay found himself filled with self-loathing. Why couldn't he have pretended to agree with her, indulging in the moment before revealing the truth? Sigh. Never mind. He resolved to pursue Shen Tianli next. The mere thought of Shen Tianli's enchanting visage and alluring figure instantly dispelled his sadness, replaced instead with excitement. He quickened his pace. Chapter 90. Prioritizing matters at hand. Shen Tianli was attempting to reach Lin Zhe by phone. Since he had answered a call at noon, he had vanished entirely. During this period, Shen Tianli had dialed Lin Zhe's number no fewer than 100 times and sent countless messages, yet received no response. To be honest, she felt a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't that she feared for Lin Zhe's safety. He was far too charismatic to easily fall into misfortune. Rather, she was troubled by the possibility of Lin Zhe being with Su Qingxue. Her greater concern was that Su Qingxue might entice Lin Zhe away from her. Although they were bitter rivals, Shen Tianli had to concede that Su Qingxue was a formidable adversary in terms of both beauty and physique. If she truly managed to lure Lin Zhe away, it was likely he would be swayed, especially considering his 7-year infatuation with Su Qingxue. The thought of Lin Zhe being seduced by Su Qingxue left Shen Tianli in a particularly irritable mood. Just as she once again failed to connect with Lin Zhe and vexedly tossed her phone onto the sofa, Lin Zhe materialized before her. A surge of joy filled Shen Tianli's heart. With a flirtatious smile, she remarked, "Oh, look who has deigned to return." Gazing at the alluring and glamorous Shen Tianli, Lin Zhe casually replied, "Oh, I've come back to collect some things." Upon his return, he had resolved that rather than wait for Shen Tianli to interrogate him about his whereabouts, it would be better to take the initiative and catch her off guard. Lin Zhe understood that Shen Tianli would undoubtedly want him to continue provoking Su Qingxue. She would certainly not let him go easily. Thus, he felt emboldened to speak in such a manner. The smile on Shen Tianli's face faltered. "You rogue, what do you mean by that?" "Oh. So Su Qingxue has severed ties with her dark moonlight and wishes for me to return to her side. You agreed?" Shen Tianli asked, her voice trembling. She was aware that Su Qingxue had indeed ended her connection with her dark moonlight, and it had happened just yesterday. As Su Qingxue's arch-rival, Shen Tianli meticulously observed every move she made. This was why she had been so anxious about Lin Zhe possibly being swayed by Su Qingxue. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Lin Zhe nodded and said, "Why would I decline? Su Qingxue stated that if I return, she will grant me the night." Shen Tianli was instantly incensed. Her anger was not directed at Lin Zhe, but rather at Su Qingxue. How dare she utter such shameless words? "You rogue, you cannot leave." Shen Tianli quickly interjected. Lin Zhe retorted, "What? Are you offering to sleep with me?" The implication of his words was unmistakable. "Should you refuse to grant me the favor of slumber, I shall take my leave." Shen Tianli could perceive the urgency in his tone. She felt a pang of anxiety. Lin Zhe had previously articulated that his intention behind scoring her was solely to keep her engaged. Indeed, Shen Tianli had harbored similar thoughts. Thus, she could not possibly grant Lin Zhe her favor. However, the predicament lay in the fact that if she did not acquiesce, he would seek out Su Qingxue. This would jeopardize her plans to provoke Su Qingxue with his presence. No, she resolutely could not allow this scoundrel to depart. With this in mind, Shen Tianli smiled alluringly and said, "You rogue, you have yet to attain a perfect score. While I cannot grant you the favor immediately, I can offer you some money." Lin Zhe was increasingly amused, considering himself a true genius. Not only had he successfully evaded her inquiries about his whereabouts all afternoon, but he was also poised to receive a sum of money from her. "How much can you offer me?" he inquired. His true desire was to be with Shen Tianli, who would not yearn for such a tantalizing beauty. Yet, Lin Zhe was acutely aware that she was decidedly unwilling to grant him that favor at present. Moreover, he valued acquiring wealth more than engaging in such encounters. Having lived 2 lives, he understood better than anyone that wealth was the key to possessing everything. Noticing Lin Zhe's apparent intrigue, Shen Tianli hastily declared, "I will give you 50 million. She had initially considered offering 10 million, but deemed that amount insufficient, especially since her last offer had been a staggering 100 million. "Farewell," Lin Zhe uttered dismissively, turning toward his room. 50 million? What an insult, he thought. Even as he recognized the irony of his own predicament, Shen Tianli, observing his departure, quickly pursued him. "You rogue, how much do you desire?" She knew that Lin Zhe was dissatisfied with her previous offer. Lin Zhe remained silent, unwilling to initiate the conversation. He intended to make Shen Tianli plead for him to accept her offer. Seeing his reticence, Shen Tianli assumed that her figure had upset him and promptly added, "The matter of money is certainly negotiable." Lin Zhe entered his bedroom without uttering a word, with Shen Tianli trailing closely behind. He began to gather his belongings in silence. Shen Tianli grew increasingly anxious and blocked his path. "I told you, the money is open for negotiation," she pouted, entwining her arm with his. Lin Zhe felt a dryness in his throat. Despite having just played cards with Su Qingxue that afternoon, Shun Tianli's allure was unparalleled. Furthermore, her embrace around his arm made him feel as though he could hardly breathe, igniting a thrilling sensation that quickened his heart. Negotiation? I offered you an opportunity. Yet you squandered it and even humiliated me. How about this? Grant me another chance, and I assure you I shall not disappoint, Shun Tianli playfully insisted. Lin Zhe sank onto the bed, brazenly wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her voluptuous form into his embrace. Very well, considering your beauty. I shall grant you another opportunity. Name your price. However, should it fail to satisfy me this time, I shall take my leave, Lin Zhe remarked. Shun Tianli was entirely oblivious to Lin Zhe's hand traversing her form. At that moment, she was ensnared in a dilemma over what sum to propose. If she offered too little, he would undoubtedly be displeased, yet if she offered too much, it would be to her detriment. Are you finding yourself in a quandary? Lin Zhe asked, feigning displeasure. How irritating. One must be allowed a moment to ponder, he continued with a smile. As they spoke, his hand had already slipped beneath Shun Tianli's skirt. Upon making contact with her skin, Lin Zhe felt an exhilarating rush. It must be said. Her skin was truly exquisite, smooth, and remarkably elastic, akin to Su Qingxue's. One could only wonder what they consumed during their upbringing. After a moment's deliberation, Shun Tianli flashed a charming smile and proposed, how about this? I shall offer you 200 million, but we must sign a contract. Lin Zhe's heart leapt with joy. What sort of contract? He inquired. Quite simple. Upon signing, you shall be mine, regardless of how Su Qingxue may attempt to entice you in the future. You are forbidden from associating with her. Better yet, let us stipulate that you cannot remarry her, Lin Zhe chuckled. Shun Tianli felt a surge of elation. This was precisely her intention, yet she feared that such a demand might be too excessive for Lin Zhe to acquiesce. To her surprise, he had broached the subject himself. You cheeky rogue, you initiated this, she teased. Indeed, I did. I shall draft the contract, Lin Zhe replied with a smile. However, the contract can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand first. What matter? Shun Tianli inquired, perplexed. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Zhe suddenly pressed her down beneath him. Chapter 91. I am naturally beautiful and kind-hearted. Shun Tianli was taken aback. This audacious rogue was exceedingly brazen. Having taken her money, he now sought to claim her as well? Truth be told, she felt a twinge of panic. Perhaps it was due to the addictive nature of Lin Zhe's previous kisses. Each time she found herself beneath him or in his embrace, an inexplicable yearning arose within her, a longing for his kiss. This very desire was what unsettled her. Each time this rogue kissed her, she felt a stir of emotions. Just that morning, at Song Nanin's villa, she had been compelled to change her attire after a kiss from him. Shun Tianli feared that should he kiss her again, she might truly lose her composure. You must not kiss me, she protested, though her voice was laced with a delicate allure, sounding almost like a playful whine. Lin Zhe gently brushed her nose, grinning as he replied, Very well, I shall refrain from kissing you. To be candid, Lin Zhe had not intended to kiss her. He was merely apprehensive that he might lose control, particularly after his earlier escapades with Su Qingxue that afternoon. He feared that if this continued, his kidneys would fail prematurely. Shun Tianli let out a sigh of relief, yet inexplicably felt a twinge of disappointment within her. She huffed playfully and declared, You rogue, you mustn't just embrace me casually. Nor should you press me beneath you. Lin Zhe feigned displeasure as he playfully smacked her soft behind. Damn it, I've promised not to kiss you. Yet you dare to push your luck with such demands. Or do you secretly wish for me to kiss you? To be fair, Lin Zhe's slap lacked any real force. But Shun Tianli couldn't help but emit a soft moan. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she retorted, I have no desire for you to kiss me. So let me go. Tonight, I'll treat you to a lavish meal. Are you genuinely so kind-hearted? He scoffed. Well, I am beautiful and benevolent by nature. Besides, I had originally promised to take you for hot pot that night, but ended up standing you up, so treating you to a grand feast is only right. Lin Zhe chuckled. You truly are beautiful and kind-hearted. What can I do? I want to kiss you until you swoon, and then seize the opportunity to take advantage of you. Shun Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, half amused and half exasperated. How had she never realized this rogue had such a peculiar side? What did he mean by kissing her until she fainted, and then taking advantage of her? Initially, she thought she would despise Lin Zhe's behavior, yet upon reflection, she found herself surprisingly unbothered, even harboring a peculiar sense of anticipation. With a flirtatious smile, she said, You rogue, how detestable. I certainly don't wish to be taken advantage of while unconscious. How dull that would be. Lindsay's heart fluttered. Then how about I kiss you until you are dazed, and then take you? Is that agreeable? Absolutely not. Well then, if you refuse, I may have to tie you up and use a whip to discipline you when you misbehave. Boom. Shen Tianli felt as though she had been struck by something bizarre. An unexpected thrill coursed through her. You rogue. You are truly perverse. This is perverse? I have even more depraved ideas. Humph. Do tell, Shen Tianli asked with rising excitement. Seeing her interest, Lindsay couldn't help but think, goodness, could this girl possess some peculiar inclinations? Gazing at her enchanting face, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words with a mischievous grin. Shen Tianli's complexion deepened, and she bashfully exclaimed, You rogue, how utterly depraved. Yet, despite her words, Shen Tianli's mind began to entertain the vivid scenarios Lindsay had just described. She couldn't help but wonder, could candles truly be that magical? Observing her lost in contemplation, Lindsay teased, What is this? Have you already begun to fantasize? Shen Tianli, blushing, wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. I'm such a fool. Why must I entertain such thoughts in front of this rogue? You rogue. I am not like that. And you need to get off me, or I shall be crushed beneath you. As she spoke, Shen Tianli felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and began to push Lindsay away. Lindsay chuckled and sat up in response. Shen Tianli rolled off the bed and hurriedly fled as if escaping for her life. At the same time, when Zhao Qianqian arrived at Su Qingshue's villa, Su Qingxue had already consumed half a bottle of red wine. She was not typically a person who enjoyed drinking, but at that moment, she yearned to become intoxicated. She wished to numb herself with alcohol, momentarily forgetting the painful truth that Lindsay did not want her. Upon seeing Zhao Qianqian, Su Qingxue resembled a wronged child finally encountering her pillar of support, and her tears erupted uncontrollably. Zhao Qianqian, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Goodness, why are you crying? What happened with Lindsay? He doesn't want me anymore. Lindsay doesn't want me. Su Qingxue sobbed. Zhao Qianqian sighed helplessly, realizing that Su Qingshue's self-deprecation was undoubtedly tied to Lindsay. What exactly happened? She quickly inquired. Su Qingxue continued to cry. I made it clear to Ji Zifeng that I no longer liked him. I even expelled him from the hotel and reclaimed the sports car I had given him. But then he invited me to dinner today. Did you agree? Was Lindsay there to see it? Is that why he was upset? Shaking her head, Su Qingxue replied. That's not it. Ji Zifeng told me he knew a secret about Lindsay, claiming that if he revealed it to me, Lindsay would surely want to be with me. I was tempted and took him to Yapingxian. Go on, Zhao Qianqian urged. But once we arrived at Yapingxian, that scoundrel actually drugged me. Zhao Qianqian gasped in shock. Did he succeed? She inquired urgently. No, Lindsay saved me in the nick of time. He antidoted me. Su Qingxue recounted, her voice trembling with relief. Zhao Qianqian felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. You scared me. Thank goodness that wretch didn't lay a finger on you. But honestly, how could you fall for his lies? I didn't want to believe it either. But I truly wanted to be with Lindsay. I was cautious around him, which is why I brought Ji Zifeng to Yapingxian, Su Qingxue cried. What happened after Lindsay saved you? Gasping for breath, Su Qingxue replied, I laid my feelings bare. I told him I no longer liked Ji Zifeng and that I wished to remarry him. But Lindsay rejected me. Qianqian, I feel utterly hopeless right now. I truly don't know what to do. Zhao Qianqian fell silent. Chapter 92. You lack confidence in yourself. As a notorious woman, a top-tier scoundrel, she had experienced such situations more times than she could count. Zhao Qianqian felt a pang of sympathy for her best friend. After all these years, she had never seen her cry so pitifully. Did you ask him why? Su Qingxue nodded through her tears. He stated that after our divorce, he would never love anyone again. I recognized that my decision to leave him for that worthless individual deeply wounded him. I apologized, and he replied that he was not angry, asserting that I was free and entitled to pursue my own happiness, just as he was free. After listening to Su Qingxue's account, Zhao Qianqian sighed helplessly. It was evident that her dear friend had indeed inflicted profound hurt upon Lindsay, to the extent that he vowed never to love again. Nevertheless, in an attempt to console Su Qingxue, Zhao Qianqian remarked, Didn't Lindsay love you for 7 years? How could he be so heartless now? Su Qingxue continued tearfully, It was my fault. On the morning of our divorce, Lindsay tried to persuade me to stay, expressing his reluctance to part ways. However, I was blinded by anger and fixated on that worthless person. I threatened him in fury, and eventually, he relented. But he warned me that if I regretted the divorce, he would never look back, not even if I begged on my knees. Qianqian, I truly regret it. What should I do? Zhao Qianqian was taken aback. She had not anticipated that there was such a depth to the relationship between Su Qingxue and Lin Zhe. Sighing in resignation, she admitted to feeling somewhat lost herself. If only her friend hadn't made those choices, things would have been simpler. Unfortunately, her previous actions had irrevocably severed her options. Observing Su Qingxue's swollen eyes, Zhao Qianqian said, "Stop crying for now and wipe your tears." Su Qingxue obediently dabbed at her eyes. "Perhaps I should talk to Lin Zhe. Where is he staying?" "He resides in the villa next door to Shen Tianli." Su Qingxue replied, her voice choked with emotion. Zhao Qianqian gasped again. How could he be involved with Shen Tianli, knowing she is your sworn enemy? It was Shen Tianli who offered him accommodation, Su Qingxue explained. That vile Shen Tianli, what is she trying to accomplish? Is she using Lin Zhe to provoke you? Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes bloodshot. Does Lin Zhe know about your rivalry with Shen Tianli? He is aware, she confirmed. Zhao Qianqian was instantly infuriated. If he knows, why is he colluding with Shen Tianli to provoke you? Is he out of his mind? Or does he have a desire for that flirtatious Shen Tianli? Su Qingxue quickly interjected, "Please don't speak ill of him. He has his reasons." She was unwilling to hear anyone disparage Lin Zhe, not even her closest friend. Zhao Qianqian retorted, "What reasons could he possibly have? It's merely because he finds Shen Tianli attractive and alluring that he is drawn to her." That is not true. Initially, Shen Tianli paid him to act, but later, he established his own company and needed the Shen family's payment system, which is why he approached her. Su Qingxue clarified. "What kind of company has he started?" "I don't know, but he promised to inform me when it officially launches." Zhao Qianqian fell silent, surprised to learn that Su Qingxue's situation with Lin Zhe was intertwined with Shen Tianli. Had it been merely her best friend and Lin Zhe, she could have easily persuaded her friend to set aside her pride and seduce him. After all, Lin Zhe was indeed attracted to her friend's physique. It would have sufficed to let him indulge a few times, and perhaps he would become addicted. Men, after all, are creatures driven by their lower instincts. However, with the addition of Shen Tianli, the situation became intricately complicated. Shen Tianli, in terms of beauty, figure, and family background, was certainly no less impressive than her friend. Moreover, in the realm of allure, Shen Tianli seemed to possess an edge. It was not that Su Qingxue lacked charm. Rather, it was Shen Tianli's slightly provocative aura that could easily ensnare any man. "Qianqian, what should I do?" Su Qingxue asked, her voice tinged with distress. "Why not follow the plan I mentioned last night? If he desires you, let him have his way. While he is with you, shower him with kindness. In time, he will surely develop feelings for you. Besides, this approach would surely irritate that wretched Shen Tianli. But, will this really work? Of course it will. Consider it. He wants you because of your beauty and your alluring figure. Perhaps he has already become infatuated." Su Qingxue fell silent. "What is the matter? Do you believe this plan is beneath you?" Zhao Qianqian inquired. "No, I was just pondering how I might approach him next." Zhao Qianqian chuckled. "I can't tell if you wish to win back his heart or if you're already enamored enough to be obsessed. I expected you to maintain some reserve. Yet here you were contemplating how to get closer." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed. "Qianqian, please don't mock me. I genuinely want to win him back." "All right. Let us assume I believe you. Actually, getting close to him is quite simple. Just find a convenient excuse. For instance, tell him you still have his belongings at your place and invite him over to retrieve them. When he arrives, dress provocatively, and it would be surprising if he could resist." Su Qingxue's eyes brightened. "That's a splendid idea. Once Lin Zhe sees me in such a seductive manner, he surely won't be able to control himself." But then, a doubt crossed her mind. What if he can resist? What if he remains steadfast? Zhao Qianqian was somewhat exasperated. "My dear Su, how little faith do you have in your own beauty and figure? If I looked like you and possessed your fiery sensuality, I would have countless suitors kneeling before me, eager for my affection. Besides, if he indeed can withstand your charm, you wouldn't need to entice him." Suddenly, Su Qingxue felt invigorated. "Exactly. If Lin Zhe can truly hold back, then I shall simply seduce him." In that moment, her previous sorrow dissipated, and her spirits lifted considerably. "Thank you, Qianqian. Without your support, I genuinely would not know what to do." "You're welcome. After all, we are best friends. Without further ado, quickly send a message to Lin Zhe, asking him to come back tonight to collect his things. Make sure to wear your most alluring outfit. You'll captivate him," said Su Qingxue, nodding in agreement. She picked up her phone to message Lin Zhe. Chapter 93. What a coincidence, the message was swiftly drafted. Yet Su Qingxue hesitated to hit send. "What's wrong?" Feeling shy? Zhao Qianqian inquired with a teasing smile. Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed. No, she replied. Then why aren't you sending it? Zhao pressed. This afternoon at Yupingxian, he had me several times. He must be too exhausted now. Su Qingxue confessed, her embarrassment palpable. Fortunately, it was Zhao Qianqian sitting across from her, her closest confidant, or else Su Qingxue would never have uttered such words. Wow. Is Lindsay that intense? Zhao Qianqian's disbelief was evident. Su Qingshue's blush deepened, yet she nodded in affirmation. Was Lindsay intense? She certainly thought so, otherwise. She wouldn't feel a lingering ache each time. Zhao Qianqian's curiosity was piqued. Just how intense? She asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Su Qingxue felt a twinge of shyness. Despite their close bond, she was not accustomed to sharing such intimate details. Come on, please, Zhao urged, with a resigned sigh. Su Qingxue divulged, on the day I divorced him, we were together 7 times. The night before last, it was 5 times, and just this afternoon. 4 or 5 times again. Each time, he was incredibly forceful, as if he wanted to consume me entirely. By the end of her confession, Su Qingxue wished for a crevice to hide in. Why was she sharing such things with her friend? Is that really true? Zhao Qianqian asked, skepticism etched on her face. Given our relationship, I have no reason to deceive you. Now I understand why you hesitated when I suggested you seduce Lindsay. Su Qingxue, I am starting to strongly suspect that it isn't Lindsay who is enamored with you, but rather you who have made him addicted, Zhao Qianqian teased, her eyes gleaming. I haven't. Su Qingxue stammered in protest. Still, Zhao Qianqian's words lingered in her mind. She realized she might indeed have developed a liking for that sensation, especially during those moments when Lindsay was particularly passionate. Her heart would flutter uncontrollably. Don't deny it. Just look at how flustered you are, Zhao Qianqian laughed. But honestly, Su Qingxue, this isn't a bad thing. A man who can make you feel this way is not someone you encounter every day. To be frank, if we weren't best friends, I might even want to test Lindsay's skills myself. You dare. Su Qingxue shot her a warning glance. Look at you, so frightened. Is this the same decisive and formidable CEO I know as Su Qingxue? Zhao Qianqian jested lightheartedly. Enough chatter. Lindsay is mine. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face my wrath, Su Qingxue declared with utmost seriousness. Zhao Qianqian had intended to tease her further, but seeing her emotions finally stabilize, she decided against it. She smiled and said, all right, maintain this mindset. It's just Lindsay, after all. Go ahead and seduce him without restraint. Soon enough, he will become addicted to your charms. Su Qingxue remained silent, but her mind was already devising ways to better entice Lindsay. By the way, how do you plan to deal with that scoundrel, Jizifeng? Zhao Qianqian suddenly inquired. Su Qingshue's expression turned icy at the mention of him. Without further ado, she swiftly made a phone call. Before long, the call connected. Uncle He. I have 2 matters to discuss, Su Qingxue said coldly. Miss, please go on, he replied. Firstly, purchase a villa in my current neighborhood, preferably one adjacent to mine. Secondly, deal with a man named Jizifeng. He was my classmate in university. Understood, Mississippi. How would you like me to handle him? He asked. Eliminate him. Su Qingxue stated with a murderous intent. Got it. Zhao Qianqian felt a jolt of surprise. She had almost forgotten that her friend was not one to be trifled with. She quickly abandoned the thought of testing Lindsay's driving skills. Unbeknownst to Lindsay, events were unfolding on Su Qingshue's side. Had he known, he would undoubtedly prostrate himself before her in awe. She was nothing short of a goddess. At that moment, Lindsay was dining with Shen Tianli, enjoying a Western meal. Lindsay had little appreciation for Western cuisine, but after expending considerable energy that afternoon, he felt a pressing need to replenish himself with meat. Thus, he ordered a tomahawk steak, oysters, and other nourishing delicacies. Were it not for the unavailability of kidneys at the restaurant, he would have ordered even more. For he desperately needed to recuperate. Shen Tianli listened in disbelief as Lindsay placed his orders. Those unaware might assume this rogue was in dire straits. How weak are you, you scoundrel? Shen Tianli teased with a playful smile. Lindsay shot her an exasperated glance. Just wait until I have my way with you. Then you'll know how weak I am. Shen Tianli's cheeks flushed crimson. She playfully kicked Lindsay under the table with her high heel and scolded. Watch it, you scoundrel. This is a public place, not your home. Very well, let's wait until we return home. I'll show you, Lindsay replied with a grin. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at him, but her stunning beauty imbued even that gesture with an enchanting allure. One could only imagine the extent of her seduction when she truly let loose. To be honest, Lindsay was genuinely looking forward to it. The dishes were soon served, and Lin Zhe's hunger was palpable. He had spent 3 to 4 hours playing poker intermittently with Su Qingxue that afternoon, an activity notoriously draining. As soon as the oysters arrived, he eagerly began to indulge. "Hey, take your time. I'm not competing with you," Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. "Of course, you wouldn't need to compete. After all, the effort isn't yours," Lin Zhe retorted. Shen Tianli's fair complexion flushed a bright red. "You scoundrel, you're utterly insufferable." Lin Zhe chuckled and retorted, "Damn it, you scold me for being annoying, yet you still hand me oysters. To put it plainly, you simply wish for me to become even more formidable, so that in the future, I can bring you delight." He expected Shen Tianli to counter his remarks. However, to his astonishment, Shen Tianli replied with a flirtatious smile, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," while casting him a captivating glance. Goodness, it must be said, Shen Tianli truly possesses the art of seduction. At that moment, Lin Zhe, despite being in a sage-like state, felt his heart race at her words and that alluring gaze. If it weren't for the fear of his own stamina failing him, he would have truly wished to pull her into the stairwell and thoroughly ravish her, allowing this enchantress to experience his ferocity. "By the way, have you written another song for Jiang Qingwei?" Shen Tianli inquired suddenly. Jiang Qingwei had sent Lin Zhe the second song he composed for her in the afternoon. To be honest, it was exquisite. So captivating that Shen Tianli regretted signing Jiang Qingwei even more. It wasn't that she feared Jiang Qingwei would elevate her career with a new album, but rather, Shen Tianli had discerned that Jiang Qingwei seemed to harbor a fondness for Lin Zhe. This was an exceptionally perilous signal for her. Lin Zhe nodded, about to respond, when a voice filled with surprise interrupted. "Lin Zhe, Mr. Su, what a coincidence." Upon hearing that voice, Shen Tianli's expression soured. Truly, one fears what one anticipates. Indeed, it was Jiang Qingwei speaking. At that moment, she wore oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face, concealing her true visage. Yet, the sensuous red lips beneath the shades were undeniably alluring. Accompanying Jiang Qingwei was her manager, Zhao Tailan. Lin Zhe smiled and inquired, "What a coincidence indeed. Have you just arrived, or have you already dined?" To be candid, ever since learning last night that Jiang Qingwei wished to connect with him on a deeper level, Lin Zhe found himself less inclined to pursue her, although she later clarified that she would not hold him accountable for any casual entanglement. His life experiences taught him to never trust women too readily. They, adorned with exquisite beauty, are the most adept deceivers. "Just arrived. Mind if we join you?" Jiang Qingwei asked with a smile. Though her eyes were hidden, Lin Zhe could sense her mirth. Indeed, Jiang Qingwei was smiling, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. To encounter Lin Zhe in this upscale restaurant, Jiang Qingwei felt it was fate. Despite having bared her heart to him the previous night and being rejected, she remained undeterred. She understood that Lin Zhe was deeply wounded by Su Qingxue, making him hesitant to trust anyone easily. Jiang Qingwei believed that with a little time, coupled with her earnest pursuit, he would eventually come to cherish her. In that eventuality, they would undoubtedly be together. Jiang Qingwei was confident in her looks and figure. Lin Zhe nodded, prepared to acquiesce. It is merely a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. Although he currently harbors no intentions of resting with Jiang Qingwei, this does not deter Lin Zhe from enjoying a meal with her. Who wouldn't relish the sight of a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as Jiang Qingwei? However, before Lin Zhe could voice his thoughts, he heard Shen Tianli giggle and say, "Qingwei, I sincerely apologize, but today may not be feasible, as I am engaged in a discussion regarding company matters with Lin Zhe. I hope you understand." Had Lin Zhe not been present, Shen Tianli would have undoubtedly welcomed Jiang Qingwei to dine with her. Yet now, with Lin Zhe around, such a notion was out of the question. Shen Tianli was not eager to allow Jiang Qingwei excessive interaction with Lin Zhe. Jiang Qingwei seemed oblivious to Shen Tianli's words, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Zhe. As if awaiting his response, Lin Zhe subtly cast a glance at Shen Tianli, her enchanting eyes exuding a palpable sense of threat. Though she remained silent, it felt as though she had conveyed everything. Lin Zhe chuckled lightly and remarked, "It's all right. We have already discussed quite a bit. Let us dine here." Of course, Lin Zhe was not insistent on sharing this meal with Jiang Qingwei. His opposition to Shen Tianli stemmed from his acute awareness of her desire to control him. Her earlier unilateral dismissal of Jiang Qingwei was evidence enough. Lin Zhe despised that feeling. Having traversed through time, no one could dictate his actions, let alone govern his life. Shen Tianli was displeased. This rogue was defying her for Jiang Qingwei's sake. Very well, she decided, she would no longer allow this scoundrel to kiss her. Nevertheless, despite her annoyance, Shen Tianli did not contest Lin Zai's words. After all, since Lin Zai had already spoken, to continue her refusal would seem rather presumptuous. Is it truly acceptable? I hope we won't be interrupting your important discussion, Jiang Qingwei inquired, her excitement palpable. She could hardly contain her enthusiasm, as she had not anticipated Lin Zai daring to oppose Shen Tianli on her behalf. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? The thought only heightened her excitement. Lin Zai replied with a smile, "It's fine. We can discuss it later." Upon hearing Lin Zai's agreement, Jiang Qingwei joyfully declared, "Then this meal is on me." Lin Zai, General Su, grant me this opportunity. That's perfectly fine, Lin Zai responded with a grin. However, Shen Tianli interjected with a smile, as the boss. How could I allow my employees to foot the bill? Order whatever you desire. I shall take care of the expenses. It is settled. This was a jest. She had intended to treat Lin Zai to a lavish meal. If Jiang Qingwei ended up paying, what would that make her? Very well, thank you, General Su. As they conversed, Jiang Qingwei took a seat opposite Lin Zai, while Zhao Tailon settled beside him. Once seated, Jiang Qingwei handed the menu to Lin Zai. Lin Zai, could you please order for me? Her voice held a hint of playful coaxing. Certainly, Lin Zai replied with a smile. He turned to the waiter and said, 1 lobster, a filet mignon, a bottle of red wine, and for the remaining dishes, feel free to coordinate as you see fit. Sister Lan, please feel free to order anything you desire. Listening to Lin Zai order dishes for her, Jiang Qingwei felt increasingly delighted. She believed that Lin Zai treated her differently. However, Shen Tianli was far from pleased. She never anticipated that the usually aloof Jiang Qingwei would behave like a little girl in front of Lin Zai. What surprised Shen Tianli the most was that Jiang Qingwei seemed to possess a hint of green tea attributes. It was merely ordering food. She could have done it herself. Yet she insisted on having Lin Zai do it. Wasn't she just trying to convey that Lin Zai held a special place in her heart? Indeed, Shen Tianli was irritated. She felt as though Jiang Qingwei was brazenly enticing Lin Zai right before her eyes. Soon after the dishes were ordered and the waiter departed, Jiang Qingwei removed her sunglasses, revealing an exquisite face. Lin Zai, thank you for writing that song for me. I've already engaged a professional team to arrange it. Do you think I should post it online when it's ready? Of course, he replied. Although her first song had already piqued the fans' interest, Lin Zai was confident that the release of a second song would elevate Jiang Qingwei's fanbase to unprecedented heights. Once the new album was launched, it was destined to be a tremendous success. Jiang Qingwei nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, I'll follow your advice. After dinner, would you come home with me to help me record it? I want to upload it online right after singing, just like last time. Sure, Lin Zai readily agreed. Jiang Qingwei beamed even more. I'd like to join too. It would be nice to hear the live version, Shen Tianli interjected with a sudden grin. Did she want to be alone with Lin Zai to subtly entice him? What a daydream. However, Jiang Qingwei hesitated. President Shen, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to sing live for you, but if there are too many people, I might feel a bit restrained and it could affect my performance. Shen Tianli was both amused and exasperated. How could the presence of others hinder her performance? Hadn't she sung in competitions before? It was evident that she harbored ulterior motives toward Lin Zai and feared that Shen Tianli might spoil her plans. Fine. Let us play it that way, Shen Tianli said, choosing to remain silent. Instead, she picked up her phone to send Lin Zai a message, dare to reject her. And I'll kiss you when we get home. Chapter 95, Do You Dare? Lin Zai found it amusing. Initially, she had allied with him to provoke Su Qingxue. Yet now the tables had turned. What a self-sacrificing saint she was. He replied, Don't think too much. I'm just going to help her record a song. And then I'll head back. After spending the afternoon playing numerous rounds of poker with Su Qingxue, he didn't dare to waste more time, lest he find himself in a bind. You're not allowed to go. If you do, I'll be angry and never kiss you again. What? Was she threatening him? Perhaps sensing that Lin Zai disapproved of her approach, Shen Tianli quickly responded, You rascal. Can it be that I want to be kissed by you? Damn. She certainly knew how to provoke him. Lin Zai chuckled in reply. How about this? I'll take you along later, and we can return home together afterward. Shen Tianli cast Lin Zai a lingering glance filled with unspoken feelings before responding. All right then. After finishing their meal, Lin Zai inquired, Jiang Qingwei, how did you arrive? Lan Jie drove me here, she replied. Then let us meet at the villa. Lin Zai smiled. Jiang Qingwei had initially intended to invite Lin Zai to share a ride with her, yet since he had made his intentions clear, she could only respond with a smile. All right then. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Zai entered Shen Tianli's car, while Jiang Qingwei followed Zhao Tailan into hers. During the journey back, Shen Tianli appeared distinctly displeased. Shen Tianli, have you developed feelings for me? Lin Zhe asked with a grin, provoking a smile from the otherwise gloomy Shen Tianli. You rogue, you certainly dare to speak. She retorted playfully, genuinely finding his words amusing. Their current relationship was indeed quite close, though it was solely based on the intention to provoke Su Qingxue. In other words, should the day come when she no longer needed him for that purpose, she would unceremoniously dismiss him. This was a decision Shen Tianli had made from the very beginning. Then why didn't you let me record a video for Jiang Qingwei? I merely believe that you are someone I have hired. So why should you assist her with such tasks? But we agreed at the signing that I would be responsible for her career. Her career does not encompass trivial matters like recording videos. Besides, isn't Zhao Tailan also involved? I signed her too, Lin Zhe chuckled. All right, you may be stubborn, he added. You are the stubborn one. Nonsense, my mouth is the softest part about me. Shen Tianli blushed, playfully scolding him, you rogue. Soon, they arrived at the villa, where Jiang Qingwei was already waiting. She had arrived quite swiftly. Upon seeing Shen Tianli, Jiang Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that she had come with Lin Zhe, despite her prior rejection of her. Indeed, Jiang Qingwei felt a twinge of displeasure. She had hoped to cultivate her feelings with Lin Zhe while recording the video. But with Shen Tianli present, how could she do so? However, with Shen Tianli already there, Jiang Qingwei could not overtly dismiss her. She welcomed Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli into the villa. Lin Zhe, Ms. Shen, would you like something to drink? No need. Let us begin recording swiftly. I am eager to hear it live, Shen Tianli said with a smile, though her true intention was to finish the recording quickly and leave with Lin Zhe, not wanting him to spend even a second longer with Jiang Qingwei. Lin Zhe, if you wish for a drink, feel free to help yourself. You are familiar with my home, Jiang Qingwei said with a smile. This remark displeased Shen Tianli, as she interpreted it as a form of showmanship. Lin Zhe nodded, saying, All right, let us commence the recording. Jiang Qingwei obediently responded. Setting up her phone, Lin Zhe began to strum his guitar, accompanied by Lin Zhe's melody. Jiang Qingwei commenced her singing. Later, I finally learned how to love, yet you had already drifted away, lost amidst the crowd. Eventually, through tears, I came to understand that some individuals, once missed, are gone forever. Shen Tianli initially intended to finish the recording swiftly and leave with Lin Zhe. However, the moment Jiang Qingwei began to sing, Shen Tianli was utterly astonished. The performance was simply exquisite. Soon, she found herself immersed in the emotions evoked by the song. As the final note faded, Lin Zhe promptly halted the recording. Jiang Qingyue's eyes were red-rimmed, and so were Shen Tianli's. Clearly, one had sung with passion while the other had listened with rapt attention. Shen Tianli could not help but start applauding. Jiang Qingwei, it was right to sign you. Your album is bound to be a sensation. Lin Zhe, with equal admiration, remarked on the brilliance of the lyrics and the melody. Shen Tianli nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Well said. Let's continue this commendation next time, Lin Zhe chuckled. Jiang Qingwei smiled, reviewed the video to ensure everything was flawless, and then shared it on her social media. After she finished, Shen Tianli stood up and said, It's getting late, Jiang Qingwei. You should rest early. The emotional impact of Jiang Qingyue's singing had deeply touched Shen Tianli. Yet, it was precisely this emotional resonance that made Shen Tianli increasingly reluctant to let Lin Zhe linger. She realized that Jiang Qingyue exuded an extraordinary charm while singing, particularly with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, which seemed to emit electric allure. As a young woman, Shen Tianli found it difficult to resist, let alone Lin Zhe, who was quite the lecher. Jiang Qingwei clearly wished to converse further with Lin Zhe, but Shen Tianli's words made it awkward for her to continue. Very well, then, Mr. Shen, Lin Zhe, you should also rest early, Shen Tianli replied. Jiang Qingyue escorted them out of the villa. After watching Lin Zhe enter Shen Tianli's villa, Jiang Qingyue reluctantly turned back to her own home, feeling the vast space of the villa suddenly grow cold and desolate. For the first time, she sensed loneliness. It was surprising how remarkable Jiang Qingyue's singing was. No wonder she aspired to release an album. Upon returning to her villa, Shen Tianli expressed her admiration. Lin Zhe chuckled. Indeed, it was captivating. The first time I heard her sing, I was utterly mesmerized. She was simply born for this art. Hey, you rogue, if I praise her. You should refrain from doing so. Don't mess with my mindset, Shen Tianli replied, visibly displeased. Are you suggesting that I should never compliment anyone but you? Precisely. Then you might be disappointed, for I am a kind-hearted person who delights in praising others. You scoundrel, how dare you? Shen Tianli retorted. Lin Zhe, with a grin, responded. Very well, I shall praise her behind your back. In a fit of anger, Shen Tianli grasped Lin Zhe's arm and playfully bit him, quite fiercely. Lin Zhe, annoyed, retaliated by pinning her down on the sofa and playfully smacking her rear. Chapter 96. No entry without my command. Eventually, I learned the art of love. Yet you had already vanished, lost amidst the crowd. In my tears, I finally comprehended that certain individuals, once missed, can never be reclaimed. Su Qingxue was engrossed in music. She followed Jiang Qingwei on social media, so when Jiang Qingwei released her latest news, Su Qingxue was quick to see it. Upon discovering that Jiang Qingwei had unveiled a new song, she could hardly contain her excitement. She knew this was penned by Lin Zhe for Jiang Qingwei. As Jiang Qingyue's enchanting voice sang the first line, Su Qingxue's heart trembled. Soon, her eyes began to well with tears. For she felt the lyrics mirrored her current state of mind, reflecting her own blindness and confusion during her marriage to Lin Zhe. It was only after the divorce that she realized what she had lost. But now, Lin Zhe had moved on. The overwhelming sense of suffocation led Su Qingxue to weep uncontrollably. Through her tears, she vowed, Lin Zhe, I will win you back, no matter the cost. Achoo. Lin Zhe sneezed. Who was thinking of me? He wondered, dismissing the thought. He glanced at Shen Tianli, who was sprawled on the sofa. Not long ago. She had been quite defiant, but after Lin Zhe playfully swatted her, she quickly subdued. He could not see her face nor discern her expression, but he was resolute in teaching her a lesson today, determined to see if she dared to bite him again. Have you made a mistake? Lin Zhe feigned a fierce tone. Shen Tianli murmured, yes. Her voice was barely audible, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. Damn it, did you forget to eat? Speak up. Yes, she raised her voice slightly, though it still trembled. Where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have bitten you. Will you dare do it again? No. I won't. What if you do? Whatever you say will go. Damn it, if you dare bite me again, be prepared for worse punishment. Do you hear me? Yes. I hear you. Good, at least you're sensible. As Lin Zhe released her, Shen Tianli wordlessly stood up, head bowed, and hurried upstairs. She felt flustered, her cheeks flushed. Shen Tianli was perplexed by her own feelings. She should have been angry, yet instead, she felt an inexplicable mix of emotions. Once in her bedroom, she buried her face in the covers, her cheeks burning with heat. Humph, you rogue. Lin Zhe returned to the bedroom, assuming a squatting position in silence throughout the night. The next morning, he awoke early, having replenished his energy with a hearty meal the night before. Shen Tianli had just finished her workout, glistening with sweat and radiating vitality. However, what captivated Lin Zhe's attention the most were her yoga pants, undeniably alluring. Damn it, this is truly exasperating. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Shen Tianli's fair face flushed crimson. As memories of last night's encounter resurfaced when Lin Zhe had playfully smacked her dairy re good morning, Lin Zhe greeted with a smile. Humph, you rogue. Cursing so early in the day, are you looking for a fight again? Lin Zhe shook his hand playfully. Shen Tianli's cheeks deepened in color. Humph, scoundrel. I shan't bother with you anymore. I'm off to take a shower. You can drive to Yin Yin's house by yourself later. I need to pick someone up from the airport. Oh, is your beloved returning? Lin Zhe teased. Shen Tianli burst into a melodious laugh. I am not Su Qingxue, but I am indeed picking up a gentleman. Still insisting he is not your beloved? Of course not. He is merely a childhood companion. I hold no affection for him. Then why are you going to fetch him? Our families are on good terms. My father called this morning, asking me to pick him up. All right. Let me make myself clear. Whether he is a childhood companion or your beloved, you must not allow him to touch you, not even a handhold. Shen Tianli, with a playful smile, inquired, what is this? Have you developed feelings for me? Such possessiveness? No, it's just that I have a peculiar aversion. Once a woman has been touched by another, I lose all interest. Shen Tianli shot Lin Zhe a glance filled with discontent. Strangely, hearing him deny his feelings stirred a peculiar sensation within her, a bittersweet pang of disappointment. She had never experienced such emotions before, yet she chose not to voice her thoughts. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. As they were leaving, Lin Zhe reminded Shen Tianli to transfer the funds he had been promised, 200 million. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at him, acknowledging his request. Upon arriving at Song Nanin's villa, her bodyguards regarded Lin Zhe with unusual gazes, paying it no mind. Lin Zhe proceeded directly into the villa. Is the young lady awake? He inquired of the maid. The maid promptly replied, the young lady is still in the basement. She hasn't come out all night. Lin Zhe was taken aback. He had assumed the maid would check on Song Nanin during dinner. He had never anticipated that she would remain unvisited. This meant that Song Nanine was still confined in that cage. With this thought in mind, Lindsay hastened towards the basement. Upon opening the room containing the cage, he immediately spotted Song Nanine, indeed still imprisoned within. She lay on the floor of the cage, her slender form evoking a sense of pity. When she caught sight of Lindsay, she cast a fleeting glance his way, her eyes filled with a haunting sorrow. Lindsay chuckled nervously. How could he not feel guilty after having confined her for over 10 hours? Good morning, Miss Song. How did you sleep last night? Don't worry, I shall release you now. As he spoke, Lindsay retrieved the key that he had left at the door the previous day. The lock was opened, and Lindsay smiled, saying, Miss Song, you may come out now. I have no strength left. Please carry me out. Song Nanine replied softly. Without a second thought, Lindsay opened the cage door and stepped inside. However, in the next moment, he suddenly heard footsteps. He quickly turned around, only to see a bodyguard swiftly relocking the cage door. What on earth is happening? Lindsay exclaimed. Miss, do you require my assistance? The bodyguard inquired respectfully. No need. Unless I command it, you are not to enter, she ordered. Understood, the bodyguard replied, retreating outside. What are you planning, Song Nanine? Lindsay asked. She glared at him with fierce intensity. I will kill you, she declared. No sooner had she spoken than she lunged at Lindsay. Chapter 97. Speak and bring me joy indeed. Song Nanine was furious, nearly on the verge of explosion. For the first time in her life, she felt as though she had been caged like a dog for 6 long hours. Had it not been for the household servants noticing something amiss, she might still be trapped inside. She felt compelled to teach this dog a lesson. Otherwise, she feared she would never learn the truth of the matter. As she attacked, her ferocity was palpable. Not only was her gaze menacing, but her strikes were equally ruthless, targeting Lindsay's groin. What the hell? Lindsay thought. This woman is merciless. He swiftly dodged her strike. Despite evading the blow, Lindsay felt a surge of irritation. It was infuriating that she was the one who had intended to lock him in the cage. Fortunately, he had turned the tables on her. Otherwise, he would have been the one imprisoned. If anyone had the right to be angry, it was him. What face did she have to express her wrath? Anger aside, her attacks were unnecessarily brutal. Just as she aimed another kick at him, Lindsay swiftly caught her ankle. Before she could react, he pulled her slender waist, pinning her against the wall of the cage. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Lindsay found himself mere inches from her lips. In that moment of eye contact, he could clearly see the raging fury in her eyes. Goodness, she still isn't satisfied, he mused. However, he had to admit, even when angry, her beauty was captivating. What's wrong? Are you very angry? Lindsay teased. Serves you right. Who told you to try and lock me in yesterday? Song Nanine glared at him, her face flushed with rage. She longed to bite this insufferable man, who had confined her for 6 hours without a word of apology, and now had the audacity to chastise her. If it weren't for his grip on her legs, she would have fiercely kneed him in his vulnerable spot. This is infuriating, she thought. The more angry I get, the more I want to kiss you, Lindsay remarked, his gaze fixed on her alluring lips. Indeed, her lips were undeniably seductive, and the thought of kissing them was tantalizing. Song Nanine was infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood. This scoundrel not only failed to apologize, but now dared to kiss her. Did he truly believe that he was more than a mere sickly cat when the tiger remained silent? If you have the guts, go ahead and kiss me. She gritted through her teeth. She swore that if this rascal dared to kiss her today, she would not hesitate to end him. As for her own ailment, she thought to herself, let the pain come. Lindsay felt a surge of joy. He had never anticipated that Song Nanine would utter such words. She was nothing short of a goddess. To hesitate, even for a moment, would be a disrespect to her divine presence. Without further ado, he enveloped her soft, fragrant form in his embrace and leaned in to kiss her. Song Nanine was taken aback. Her beautiful, peach blossom-like eyes widened in shock, resembling green apricots. Whether it was the surprise of Lindsay's sudden kiss or the kiss itself that left her dazed, she could not tell. Nevertheless, she was indeed bewildered. Yet Lindsay was far from confused. He kissed her with fervor, even daring to let his tongue venture forth. Song Nanine's body quivered, and she suddenly regained her senses. With a gaze filled with both shyness and anger, she glared at Lindsay and pushed against him with all her might. However, how could he be dissuaded when he was so lost in the moment? Initially, she had the strength to push him away, but gradually, her body softened. Not only did she find herself devoid of any strength, but it seemed that she was also succumbing to the intensity of Lindsay's kiss. Thus, her hands began to wrap around his neck, and she returned the kiss. Lindsay felt an immediate thrill. The sensation was overwhelming. It was well known that when one's partner began to reciprocate during such intimate moments, the pleasure would escalate exponentially. Lindsay was engulfed in that very feeling, as if he were on the brink of explosion. He kissed with increasing fervor until, almost breathless, he reluctantly released her. Unbeknownst to them, they had found themselves lying on the ground, with Song Nanning beneath Lindsay. She shot him a breathless glare. "Are you still angry?" Lindsay asked, panting heavily. Song Nanning let out a soft huff, remaining silent. She believed she ought to be angry, yet, in truth, there was not a shred of anger within her heart. Song Nanning herself could not fathom why. Normally, if someone gazed at her for too long, she would wish to gouge out their eyes. Yet now, after being kissed so intimately by this rogue, she found no anger within her. "You scoundrel, apologize to me," she demanded. Lindsay chuckled softly. "I'm sorry." A sense of relief washed over Song Nanning. "If you ever dare to lock me up again, I'll make you pay." Notably, she was not referring to the kiss, but to being confined. It appeared that the kiss had not angered her in the least. Lindsay laughed. "All right. Next time let us lock ourselves in together, and I'll kiss you all night long." Song Nanning's cheeks flushed crimson. How shameless could this scoundrel be? Such audacious words came so easily to him. Truly, he was beyond shameless. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of anticipation lingered within her heart. "How did you manage to go out last night?" Lindsay inquired with a smile. Song Nanning shot him a glare. "You shameless creature, how can you even ask? I didn't have dinner last night, and the maid sensed something was amiss, so she came looking for me. Damn, no wonder your bodyguard looked at me strangely this morning. I thought it was because I had become even more handsome," he jested. Puffed. Song Nanning couldn't help but chuckle. How can someone be so brazen? She had certainly gained some insight. Rarely did Song Nanning smile. In the few days Lindsay had known her, she had hardly laughed. Yet, he had to admit, her smile was truly enchanting. Her eyes sparkled as if stars were exploding within them, captivating in every sense. "Song Nanning, has anyone ever told you how charming you look when you smile?" Lindsay remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Song Nanning ceased to smile. With a fierce glare, she shoved him away. Lindsay casually fell to the ground, his mind racing with thoughts of where to take Song Nanning next. Indeed, he intended to win her over. After all, she did not seem to oppose his advances. If only she would accompany him as she did the previous night, he was confident he could capture her heart. With that thought, Lindsay asked, "How did you rest last night?" "Shameless creature, don't even bring up last night. It drives me crazy," she retorted. "What happened? Share it with me. It might lighten my mood." In response, Song Nanning kicked him in annoyance. Chapter 98. Fulfilling promises. Once Song Nanning's anger had subsided somewhat, Lindsay continued, "What exactly transpired?" "Humph, it was those few leaders again. They banded together last night, attempting to coerce me into handing over several of my entertainment establishments for them to manage. In simpler terms, they want to seize my assets," Song Nanning replied irritably. "Did you acquiesce?" "How could I? Those entertainment venues are my most lucrative enterprises, generating billions annually. There's no way I would relinquish them to them." Lindsay chuckled. "The entertainment venues are likely just their initial probing. Their true aim is to undermine your authority." Song Nanning looked at Lindsay in astonishment, surprised by his perceptiveness. "Indeed, they do wish to undermine me. What will you do? Stand your ground?" he asked with a smile. However, Song Nanning fell silent. Truth be told, standing firm was not an option. Not that she feared them, but she was acutely aware that those individuals were currently united, their strength overwhelmingly surpassing her own. If she chose to confront them head-on, she would only face utter defeat, with her very survival hanging in the balance. Rolling her eyes at Lindsay, she expressed her displeasure. "I'm not that foolish. They are united now, and if I were to confront them directly, I would only hasten my demise." Lindsay lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and with a smile remarked, "Dissolving their alliance isn't an insurmountable challenge." "What do you mean? Do you have a solution?" Lindsay nodded. "What solution?" Song Nanning inquired hastily. The matter had already caused her considerable distress, robbing her of peace and rest. She dreamed of resolving these troubling issues. "Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you," Lindsay replied with a grin. Song Nanning kicked him fiercely. "Enough already. I'm already exasperated with the club's affairs, and this scoundrel dares to tease me. If I weren't relying on him for my recovery, I would have wished him dead by now. Song Nanning, I'm not jesting with you. I genuinely possess a way to resolve this. Trust me. A kiss will grant you peace of mind. If I were in your position, I wouldn't merely settle for a kiss. I would eagerly offer myself in devotion." Song Nanning shot him a furious glare, disbelieving his claims. In her eyes, Lindsay was merely attempting to deceive her into yielding a kiss. It wasn't that she looked down upon him, but rather that he was a castaway from his family and had been rejected by Su Qingxue. Such a person, she thought, could hardly possess any viable solution. Noticing her skepticism, Lindsay remained unperturbed. With a smile, he suggested, "How about this? I will share my thoughts. And if you find them credible, grant me a kiss. Does that sound fair?" Fine, but heed my warning, you rascal. If you dare to mock me, I might very well end your existence. So think carefully." Lindsay disregarded her threat and asked, "Are you familiar with raising a gu?" "What do you mean?" "They intend to undermine you merely to vie for the position of club leader. If that is their goal, then let them have it." Song Nanin laughed in disbelief. Was this his so-called solution? If she were willing to hand over the club, she wouldn't be losing sleep over it. Just as she was about to chastise Lindsay, he cheerfully interjected, "Hold on, I'm not finished yet." "Spit it out," Song Nanin replied irritably. Lindsay continued, "What I mean is, since they are so fond of power, let them have it. You can gather them and announce that you will choose one of them to be the club's second-in-command. Moreover, if that person performs well in the future, you may abdicate in their favor. So you intend to incite infighting among them?" Song Nanin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Precisely. You can set a condition, perhaps for a duration of 6 months, where the one who earns the most will assume the role of the second-in-command. Trust me, this strategy will have them competing fiercely, and when they are weakened, it will be your opportunity to reap the benefits." Song Nanin was taken aback once more. "But what if they don't fall for it?" Lindsay scoffed lightly. "Everything must be justified. A leader who seizes power will inevitably face dissent, but if you willingly abdicate, it changes the narrative." Song Nanin was left speechless, her gaze on Lindsay filled with complexity. She had initially thought he was merely trying to trick her into a kiss, but to her surprise, he indeed had a plan. Moreover, it is indeed a remarkably clever method. "What do you think? Is it worth a kiss?" Lindsay inquired with a smile. Let me first verify your claim." "Very well." Song Nanin took out her phone and began dialing. Soon, the call connected. "Inform the 4 of them to come to my villa in half an hour for a meeting. I have significant matters to announce." With that, she ended the call. At the moment when Lindsay received a call from Shen Tianli, he was sipping tea in the basement of Song Nanin's villa. Song Nanin had gone to meet those so-called leaders. Lindsay was waiting for her. Upon seeing that it was Shen Tianli calling, he answered, "You rascal. Have you finished treating Nanin?" "Not yet. Why?" "Come have lunch with me and my childhood friend." "I refuse," Lindsay replied. He loathed such social dining affairs. Shen Tianli repeatedly insisted that the other party was neither her ideal nor someone she fancied. Yet, Lindsay feared that the individual might harbor thoughts for her. A few sarcastic remarks during the meal would undoubtedly provoke him, and knowing his temperament, he would not be able to endure it. If a confrontation ensued, Shen Tianli would find herself in an awkward position. It was better to avoid the gathering altogether. "Why not, you rascal? Damn it. Are you going to flaunt your affection in front of me?" Lindsay said deliberately. "Puffed." Shen Tianli burst into laughter. "What's this? Are you feeling jealous?" "Jealous? Not in the slightest." Shen Tianli smiled coyly. "All right, don't be angry. I'm not trying to make you jealous. To be precise, I want to make him jealous. After our meal, I'll transfer some money to you." "What do you mean?" "Don't mention it. He disgustingly confessed to me, and I told him I have a boyfriend." Lindsay found amusement in the situation. Shen Tianli, however, was not pleased. "You rascal, why are you laughing? I'm almost sickened to death. If it weren't for the good relationship between our families, I would have slapped him. Just be kind and accompany me. After it's over, I'll reward you. Now that's a deal." "All right, send me the address later." Shen Tianli's spirits lifted. "Sure, I'll send it to you shortly." They hung up, and Lindsay resumed his tea. As the pot of tea neared its end, Song Nanin appeared, her demeanor exuberant and filled with excitement. Lindsay understood that matters had been settled. "Is it all resolved?" he asked. Song Nanin nodded vigorously. "When those fellows heard I was planning to appoint a second-in-command, their eyes lit up, each one eager to prove themselves." "You rascal. How did you come up with such a scheme? Curious to know?" Song Nanin nodded again. "Come closer, and I shall tell you." She quickly approached Lindsay. In the next moment, he drew her into his embrace. "What are you up to, you rascal?" Song Nanin asked, a hint of panic rising in her heart. "Of course. To make you fulfill your promise." With that, Lindsay leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 99. The Master of Facades before Song Nanin could evade. Lindsay's lips pressed firmly against her soft, alluring red ones. MMM. A sensual sound escaped her throat. Song Nanin's heart fluttered, originally pushing Lindsay away. She gradually closed her eyes and began to respond. Firstly, she was a person of her word. Secondly, she genuinely enjoyed this feeling. As they finally released each other, breathless, Song Nanin blushed and said, "You rascal, I have now fulfilled my promise to you. Now you may tell me how you wish to proceed with this matter. Isn't it something one could easily deduce?" Lindsay replied with a smile. Although he was no longer kissing Song Nanin, his hands continued to roam over her body. "You rascal, are you calling me foolish?" "The fact that you can articulate such thoughts suggests otherwise," Song Nanin huffed. "Now, let me ask you. What if those individuals were to fight tooth and nail for the position of the second-in-command, causing unrest within the organization? Are you concerned about losing control?" Song Nanin was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this rascal could be so astute, immediately discerning her worries. "I do indeed harbor such concerns. I fear the situation may spiral out of control, leading to the disintegration of the organization," she admitted. Lindsay chuckled. "Then fret not. You set a 6-month deadline. Did you not? During this period, their primary task is to make money and undermine each other. Your role is to cultivate your own influence. When they are engaged in a life-and-death struggle, they will be at their weakest. At that moment, you can strike decisively. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new subjects. It matters not if they do not heed your control. Simply nurture a few who will." Lindsay spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet his words left Song Nanin astounded. She gazed at him in disbelief. Truth be told, had she not been thoroughly acquainted with Lindsay's past, she might have suspected he had once been a leader himself. Such ruthlessness and calculation were hardly the thoughts of an inexperienced individual. "Do not look at me with such longing. Otherwise, I may wish to kiss you again," Lindsay said with a playful smile. "Your beauty has yet to receive my remedy today. Do hurry." "Very well, you may lie down," she replied. "What? Right here?" Song Nanin looked at the long table in front of her, utterly speechless. "Less chatter. I wish to enjoy my tea for a while longer. It matters not where the treatment occurs, so hurry up." Song Nanin shot Lindsay a glare. This rascal was becoming increasingly oblivious to propriety, daring to suggest she lie on the table for treatment. Nevertheless, she complied and lay down. She slightly lowered her sharkskin pants, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen to Lindsay's view. With deft precision, Lindsay inserted the silver needles into the acupoints and continued sipping his tea. "Rascal, do you have any more thrilling activities in mind?" Song Nanin suddenly inquired. Lindsay chuckled. "What? Did yesterday's motorcycle ride prove effective?" Song Nanin nodded in affirmation. After experiencing that extreme sport with Lindsay, she felt particularly relaxed, having fallen asleep without the aid of medication the previous night. "Have you ever tried bungee jumping?" "Of course I have, but only from a height of a few dozen meters. Heights beyond that make me a bit apprehensive." "That is splendid. I have heard that a new bungee jump exceeding 200 meters has been constructed in Haicheng. Would you care to experience it?" Last night, while Lindsay was engrossed in his phone, he stumbled upon this news. Immediately, he thought of taking Song Nanin along for the adventure. A shiver ran through Song Nanin at the thought. Over 200 meters tall, akin to more than 60 stories. Just imagining it sends a thrill down her spine, let alone the prospect of experiencing it firsthand. "All right, you shall accompany me," she declared. "Such a delightful thought," he retorted with a smirk. "Regardless, since you brought it up, you shall join me in the leap. Together? That might be feasible," she mused. Lindsay, grinning, replied, "Certainly, I shall hold you as we jump. When shall you take me?" "Perhaps tomorrow." "Very well, it is settled then. If you dare to stand me up, beware of the consequences," she warned. Upon hearing this, Lindsay playfully slapped her on the backside. "How bold of you. I shall be the one to deal with you first," Song Nanin retorted, her cheeks flushed. She shot him a glare and fell silent. As the treatment neared its conclusion, Lindsay received an address from Shun Tianli. Upon glancing at it, he was momentarily speechless. "Not again. Another Epin skin. Is there no other dining establishment in Haicheng?" Putting away his phone and removing the silver needles from Song Nanin, he said, "Remember to wear yoga pants tomorrow. I shall carry you to the bungee jump." "You leaving already? Why would I linger? Am I to stay and dine with you?" Lindsay jested. "Well, that could be arranged," she replied, an unexpected sense of dependence on him surfacing, perhaps due to his assistance in resolving a significant dilemma. Thus, she desired to share a meal with Lindsay. "With such an unappealing face, your thoughts are rather fanciful," Lindsay teased. Song Nanin felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "Leave, hurry up, do not let me catch sight of you." Lindsay chuckled as he pinched her delicate cheek, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." Flushed with shyness, Song Nanin turned her head away. Lindsay laughed as he departed. Upon arriving at Pension, Shen Tianli had just exited her vehicle. A flamboyantly dressed character leaped out from the passenger seat. "Hey, over here, you scoundrel." Shen Tianli waved at Lindsay with a smile. Having not seen Lindsay all morning, she found herself missing him more than she anticipated. Lindsay smiled and embraced Shen Tianli. Taken aback, she thought, this rogue is rather audacious. How dare he embrace me in front of my childhood friend? Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had indeed asked Lindsay to play the role of her boyfriend. Thus, his embrace seemed fitting for the occasion. With this in mind, Shen Tianli playfully wrapped her arms around Lindsay's waist and introduced him to the flamboyant character. "Lindsay, this is my childhood friend, Zhang Haochen." "Zhang Haochen. Meet my boyfriend, Lindsay." Lindsay extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, I am Lindsay." "Hello," Zhang Haochen replied with a grin. The two exchanged a brief handshake. "Shall we head inside and chat?" Shen Tianli suggested with a smile. Lindsay nodded, wrapping his arm around Shen Tianli as they made their way into the restaurant. Following closely behind, Zhang Haochen observed the scene with an expression laden with deep resentment, as if ready to unleash a torrent of flames. At that moment, Lindsay unexpectedly turned his head and cast a glance at Zhang Haochen. Instantly, the previously sullen Zhang Haochen transformed, now beaming with a radiant smile directed at Lindsay. Lindsay returned the smile, yet as he turned away, he inwardly scoffed, thinking to himself, truly a master of disguise. Chapter 100. Wishing you a century of bliss amidst the anticipation of the meal, Lindsay lit a cigarette. Zhang Haochen suddenly inquired with a grin, "Brother, what do you do?" "At present, I am unemployed and basking in the generosity of Shen Tianli." Lindsay replied with a chuckle. As he spoke, Lindsay's hand brazenly found its way onto Shen Tianli's thigh, causing her to shudder slightly. With a flirtatious glare, she playfully smacked the back of his hand. One might have expected her to withdraw her hand, yet to his surprise, Shen Tianli did not. Lindsay chuckled, growing bolder in his advances. Unbeknownst to Zhang Haochen, who was oblivious to their clandestine antics beneath the table, he sighed after hearing Lindsay's words, his face reflecting envy as he remarked, "I truly envy you, my brother, unlike me, who can only toil alone." Lindsay couldn't help but chuckle at this green TS proclamation. According to Shen Tianli, this childhood friend of hers was currently a trainee in a foreign land, earning virtually nothing and reliant on his family for support. It puzzled him how he could dare to utter such words. Nevertheless, Lindsay was disinclined to engage in further conversation. With a smile, he retorted, "What can I say? It's simply because Shen Tianli has a fondness for me." Beneath the table, Zhang Haochen's fists clenched tightly, yet his expression bore a hint of grievance as he lamented, "Indeed, to be cherished by Tianli is truly the most fortunate occurrence in life, unlike me, who is left unloved and uncared for." Lindsay felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Had this fellow lost his mind as a trainee? Casting a glance at Shen Tianli, he noted she appeared equally exasperated. Just as Lindsay was about to speak, Zhang Haochen abruptly stood up. "I need to use the restroom," he declared, his expression shattered, as though he had suffered an unspeakable injustice. After watching him depart, Lindsay could no longer contain his laughter. "Seriously, Shen Tianli, does your childhood friend have a screw loose? What kind of display is that, acting as if he has endured tremendous suffering?" Shen Tianli, equally perplexed, replied, "I have no idea. He used to be quite the man, but ever since he became a trainee abroad, he has turned more effeminate than I am." Lindsay found her words amusing. "You mischievous rogue, cease your indiscretions," Shen Tianli playfully admonished. "Come on, you've already allowed him to sit in the passenger seat. What harm is there in my playful touches?" Shen Tianli paused, then with a flirtatious smile asked, "What, are you feeling jealous?" "Not at all. What I mean is, your relationship is quite close. Who knows when he might hold your hand, embrace you, or engage in other activities. At that point, I shall swiftly withdraw, so for now, I must seize the moment and indulge a little." Shen Tianli was displeased. "Hey, you rogue, do you think I'm Su Qingxue? Zhang Haochen is certainly not my beloved." Yet, Su Qingxue did not allow Ji Zifeng to sit in the passenger seat either, Lindsay said with a smile. Shen Tianli was taken aback. Lindsay continued, "Do not misunderstand, I truly do not mind." This was Lindsay's heartfelt confession. He genuinely did not care about the matter. However, what he had previously stated was indeed true. Once Shen Tianli embraced another, he would swiftly withdraw from this ambiguous relationship. As a man devoid of morals and principles, he naturally wished to be clear and transparent about his intentions. While the two were conversing, Zhang Haochen suddenly pushed open the door to the private room and entered. His eyes were red, suggesting he had been crying. What a spectacle! Was he attempting to attract Shen Tianli's attention in such a manner? Yet, this performance seemed rather excessive. After taking his seat, Zhang Haochen gazed hopefully at Shen Tianli, as if awaiting her inquiry. However, Shen Tianli remained silent. Of course. She noticed the redness around Zhang Haochen's eyes. Under normal circumstances, she might have asked what was wrong, considering they had grown up together as childhood friends. Although they had seen little of each other over the years, they still shared a bond. Yet now, she felt no inclination to inquire. She was utterly perplexed by Zhang Haochen's behavior. Who was scolding him? There was no justification for such tears. Zhang Haochen observed Shen Tianli for a while, and seeing her silence only intensified the redness of his eyes. He had anticipated that she would at least inquire about his distress, allowing him to express a few words of grievance. Surely, she would feel sympathy for him, and he could then take the opportunity to weep in her embrace, thus sowing discord between her and Lin Zhe. After all, no one wishes to see their girlfriend fall into another's arms. To his utter surprise, Shen Tianli remained mute. Zhang Haochen could no longer contain himself. He stood up once more and declared, "Tianli, I wish you and Lin Zhe a lifetime of happiness. As for me, I just want to find a secluded corner to cry." Lin Zhe was immediately filled with revulsion. How utterly disgusting. He was even more repulsive than Ji Zifeng. How could he utter such nauseating words with a straight face? Having said that, Zhang Haochen walked slowly towards the exit of the room, clearly waiting for Shen Tianli to call him back. He was convinced she would. After all, they were childhood friends. Out of affection and reason, she would surely stop him. But Shen Tianli was utterly speechless. What had she brought along to dine with Lin Zhe? After waiting in vain for Shen Tianli to plead with him to stay, Zhang Haochen, in a fit of anger, left the private room in tears. However, once outside, his tears vanished without a trace, replaced by resentment. It appears that Shen Tianli is unfazed by this tactic. No matter, I shall employ another strategy. After all, Shen Tianli, you are destined to be mine. A frenzied glimmer danced in Zhang Haochen's eyes. Once he departed, Shen Tianli unexpectedly linked arms with Lin Zhe, playfully chiding, "You rogue, aside from you, I shall never allow anyone else to occupy the passenger seat." Lin Zhe was left speechless. "Shen Tianli, I truly do not mind this matter. Your indifference is your own concern, but I must be cautious. Should you truly drive me away, who else will provoke Su Qingxue on my behalf?" Shen Tianli responded with a charming smile. Lin Zhe was increasingly at a loss for words. "By the way, when shall you transfer the funds to me?" "After we dine. I will promptly make the transfer, and additionally, the gift I promised you has arrived." "You mean the Child of the Wind?" Lin Zhe inquired with a smile. Shen Tianli nodded with a flirtatious grin. Lin Zhe beamed with delight. "Very well, let us hasten our meal. Once we finish, I shall take you to experience my driving skills." "Sounds delightful," Shen Tianli replied with a smile. The dishes and drinks soon arrived. Shen Tianli transformed into a devoted little wife, diligently attending to Lin Zhe's dining needs. Lin Zhe, like a lord, reveled in the experience. After their meal, just as they were about to depart, Lin Zhe's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. It was a message from Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe opened it. "There are still some of your belongings at home. When will you come to collect them?"